We have also adopted some conventions for the purposes of familiarity and simplicity. For example, we refer to the Haudenosaunee Confederacy as the Iroquois, and what Hamilton gave the snappy title Observations on Certain Documents Contained in Number 5 and 6 of The History of the United States for the Year 1796, in which the charge of speculation against Alexander Hamilton, late Secretary of the Treasury, is fully refuted, written by himself, is referred to in this book simply as the Reynolds pamphlet. For clarity in discussions of early national politics, we have largely used the terms Federalists and Anti-Federalists, and the political party names Federalists and Republicans, to denote the two main political factions that dominated Hamilton's life, despite the fact that Republicans, Democrats, Democratic Republicans, and Jacobins were all largely synonymous at the time. The latter we occasionally use, because the Hamiltons themselves did, to disparage their Republican opponents. Finally, this novel's portrayal is skewed by our protagonist's biases. Whenever the historical record was in doubt, we have unabashedly and occasionally uncritically adopted the slant most favorable to the American revolutionaries, Eliza and her family. It's her story, after all. For a more complete understanding of our choices and changes, please consult our note from the authors at the end of the book. Though the natural weakness of her body hinders her from doing what only the strength of men can perform, she has a mind as valiant and as active for the good of her country as the best of us. Plutarch. Prologue. Spring 1825. The Grange, Harlem, New York. The promise of liberty is not written in blood or engraved in stone. It is embroidered into the fabric of our nation, and so is Alexander Hamilton, my husband, my hero, my betrayer. Though Hamilton is more than 20 years dead now, his memory lingers where I stand in the garden of tulips, lilies, and hyacinths we once planted together. He is inescapable in even the smallest things. I cannot buy a pouch of seeds for this garden without money from the mint that he established. I cannot pass a newsboy on my walks through the city without seeing the paper he founded, or without reflecting upon the freedoms of the press he helped guarantee. I cannot cast my gaze at the busy ships in the harbor without seeing the trade he assured, or the Coast Guard that he founded, or the industry and opportunities he provided for the people who now flock to our shores in search of freedom and a better future. In short, there is not a breath in any American's life that is not shaped in some way by Alexander Hamilton. Certainly not a breath in mine. His memory, which I must honor for the sake of our children if nothing else, is impossible for me to escape. Though I confess I have tried. In the secret seethings of my discontented heart, I've searched for a life that is my own, a life not consumed by the questions he left in his wake. Riddles I will never solve about our marriage, our family, and the suffering to which he exposed us. I've searched for a meaning to my existence not swallowed up by Hamilton's shadow, by his genius, by his greatness, by his folly, and by his enemies. For in the battle of history, a war for truth fought against time, I am a veteran. I have been fighting that battle for decades, and perhaps never more ferociously than now within myself as I stare at the paper in my hand. Squinting beneath my bonnet against the sunlight, I see a calling card, unremarkable but for the single name etched in the center with bold ink. James Monroe. At the sight of it, an unexpected pain stabs beneath my ribs, where my heart picks up its pace. My basket of purple hyacinths lies forgotten at my feet as I stand up, a little breathless. For the only thing more astonishing than the name itself is that the card is folded at the corner, indicating the former president personally delivered it, rather than sending a servant. I should feel honored. Instead, I'm incensed that James Monroe has darkened my doorstep, and before I can stop myself, my voice drops low, as it always does when I'm angry. What has that man come to see me for? Couldn't say, my housekeeper murmurs, straightening her apron. But he's waiting for you in the parlor. It's not the protocol for a gentleman to present a card and wait, except when presuming upon familiar acquaintance. And though Monroe definitely is a familiar acquaintance, and more than an acquaintance besides, he has no right to presume upon our old intimacy. No right at all. Not after everything that has passed between us. Especially not when he's caught me out in the yard, in my gardening gloves and black workaday bombazine frock. He should not expect, even under the best of circumstances, that I would receive a man of his rank and stature on a moment's notice. But then James Monroe has always been wilier than anyone gives him credit for, and I imagine that he's counting on the element of surprise to work to his advantage. Doubtless he's come to pay his respects to you, the housekeeper says, and I give the most indelicate snort of my life, because I think it more likely Monroe has come to collect my surrender. For years now, to promote his so-called era of good feelings, a popular President Monroe cut a swath through cities and towns, using his southern drawl and amiable manner to smother every last vestige of dissent, and charmed, no doubt, by that infernal dimple in his chin, everyone has genuflected. Everyone but me. Which is why I suppose he cannot retire in complete victory until he can boast of having reconciled with the wife of Alexander Hamilton. But there are no good feelings here, and even though I'm not completely reconciled with Hamilton myself, I have no wish to become Monroe's final triumph. As I clutch the card, much perturbed, the housekeeper prompts me. "Ma'am, you wouldn't want to leave the gentleman waiting." Oh, but I do want to. I'd happily leave Monroe standing on the stoop of the house Alexander Hamilton built until the Virginian is bent with age and crumbling to dust. But Monroe has already invaded my parlor, so I must deal with him. And I must deal with him myself. To do otherwise would be to discount a lifetime of lessons from my father, a general who taught me that when faced with the specter of defeat, one must meet it swiftly and with as much dignity as possible. So I remove my garden gloves, scoop up my basket of hyacinths, and say, quite grandly, "I will see him." After that, I don't so much walk into the Federal-style yellow house as march into battle. I find Monroe in the old faded parlor, standing before a dark sofa I embroidered to hide where it has become threadbare. The gentleman rises to his feet to greet me, his familiar expression grave, hat clutched in his now aged hands. And from 10 paces, I take the measure of him. 6 feet tall, square-shouldered and raw-boned as ever, Monroe is wearing antiquated black velvet knee breeches, long since gone out of fashion, which leads me to imagine the silver in his hair is powder from a bygone era. A showman when it comes to reputation. Monroe must be pleased, I think, to count himself in that pantheon of presidents my countrymen now venerate. Washington, the father of the country. Adams, the mastermind of independence. Jefferson, the voice of the Revolution. Madison, the father of the Constitution. And Monroe, the last of the founders. Or so they say. But if Monroe must be counted as the last, then by my reasoning my husband was the first. For not one of these men would have ever become president without Alexander Hamilton, the architect of our very government. Yet Monroe doesn't even glance at the portrait of my husband that hangs where the piano used to be, long since sold off to keep a roof over my children's heads. Perhaps I cannot blame Monroe for avoiding the eyes of Hamilton's portrait. After all, even for me, the likeness still churns up a noxious stew of resentment, guilt, and loss. And I am not the only person in this world who loved the man and hated him too. So I nod to Monroe. I should invite him to sit. I should serve tea. 1,000 niceties are dictated by social grace when a president, even a former president, comes to call. But I observe none of them. Instead, I wordlessly wait for him to deliver the first volley. Finally, with a formal bow, Monroe drawls, "Mrs. General Hamilton." Why does it suddenly bother me to be addressed this way? It's a title by which I've been known for almost 30 years, a title in which I've taken pride, a title some would say has opened as many doors as it has slammed shut. But somehow, hearing myself addressed as Mrs. General Hamilton by James Monroe feels as if I'm being forced by him, for a second time, to loyally claim Hamilton as my own. And Monroe, as much as any person still alive, has cause to know just how much that loyalty cost me. Now Monroe rises from his bow with the hint of the smile I once found so charming. He clears his throat and begins, haltingly, "It's been many years since we first met." Oh, after everything, is he truly appealing to our history? As if I've forgotten. But I haven't. Not for a moment. Especially not recently, when the approach of the 50th anniversary of our independence reminds me daily of how my life has been entwined with the creation of this nation. Monroe's, too, I must, in justice, admit. At the start, I was a general's daughter, and he was a handsome war hero. And now I stare at Monroe, wondering if he still has that bullet lodged in his shoulder, or if a surgeon ever managed to dig it out. But I don't ask. I don't say anything. In truth, I take perverse pleasure in the pained yearning I imagine I see upon Monroe's face as I force him to founder against the wall of my silence. Silence is often the only weapon available to ladies, and I wield mine expertly. In the thick awkwardness, Monroe clears his throat and continues what seems a rehearsed speech. "Yes, it's been quite a long time since we met. I find that the lapse of time brings its softening influences. Now we are both nearing the grave, when past differences can be forgiven and forgotten." Forgiven and forgotten. I nearly scoff, but I'm determined to hold my tongue as an act of resistance. After all, despite what Hamilton believed, I am no angel. But Monroe seems not to realize the war I'm silently waging against him, and his gray eyes are hopeful. Why shouldn't he be hopeful? Napoleon Bonaparte once said that history is merely a set of lies agreed upon, and I know it would advantage me and my family to go along with all the little lies this new nation has agreed upon with regard to Alexander Hamilton. My sons will more easily find advancement if I do. My daughter might be courted by more respectable beaux. I myself might more comfortably mingle in society if I so please. All I have to do is surrender to James Monroe's wish for reconciliation. And I should. I know that I should. I have every reason to put the past behind me. But as I stand here, trying to form conciliatory words, I am over-aware of my husband's portrait in its gilded frame, his extraordinary eyes looking down upon me. I turn my head toward the arched entryway, where his ghostly marbled bust has beckoned me each night like an intimate and a stranger. And I glance past that, to the doorway of the little green study in which I can still remember him, toiling at his mahogany and satinwood cylinder desk, leather-bound books piled high on either side of him, ink smudges upon his hands, his quill scratching and candle burning late into the night. Forgiven and forgotten. If I am famous for anything, it's for being a forgiving woman. And as for the forgetting, there are so many things I should like to forget. Forgetting would lift the weighty cloak of the past from my shoulders and make the present so much easier. But memory unalterably sets our compass and guides us down paths we might have preferred never to have walked at all. And my path goes back all the way to the start, to the fathers of this country who fought and bled beneath a starry banner of red, white, and blue, to the mothers who were the menders, the sewers of flags, the darners of uniforms, the binders of wounds, and, in my case, the quilter of the torn scraps of old paper that remind me why we ever fought in the first place. Part 1. A War for Independence. Chapter 1. You have called together a host of savages, and turned them loose to scalp our women and children and lay our country waste. Anonymous American Soldier to British General John Burgoyne. October 17th, 1777. The Pastures, Albany, New York. I was someone before I met Alexander Hamilton. Not someone famous or important or with a learned philosophical understanding of all that was at stake in our revolution. Not a warrior or a philosopher or statesman, but I was a patriot. I was no unformed skein of wool for Hamilton to weave together into any tapestry he wished. That's important for me to remember now, when every thread of my life has become tangled with everything he was. Important, I think, in sorting out what can be forgiven, to remember my own experiences, the ones filled with my own yearnings that had nothing to do with him. I was, long before he came into my life, a young woman struggling to understand her place in a changing world, and torn even then between loyalty, duty, and honor in the face of betrayal. Torn as I stood in my family's potato field, surrounded by wounded soldiers, debating a choice that would never have given me pause before. Should I tend to the injured redcoats while under the gaze of mistrustful American soldiers? "Water, please, Miss Schuyler," croaked a British regular, lying in a furrow beneath one of our orchard trees. He'd been evacuated here to Albany with at least 1,000 others from Saratoga, where a brutal battle had been fought 10 days earlier. Our hospital, churches, and pastures were now overrun with casualties from both armies, and we struggled to care for them all. The least I could do was fetch the redcoat a pitcher of water. Instead, I hesitated, a knot of anxiety tightening in my throat. For I was now the daughter of a disgraced American general who had been relieved of his command under suspicion of treason. Facing court-martial, my father already stood accused of taking bribes from the British and surrendering an American fortress to the enemy. For his daughter to be seen caring for the same enemy now. I feared for anything I might do to worsen Papa's situation, so even as my face heated with shame, I turned away from the redcoat to help others, forcing myself to remember that these British had been ravaging the whole of the Hudson Valley for months and terrorizing my countrymen. They are the cause of this bloodshed, I told myself. For the King's men had captured and occupied New York City, burned our state's first capital at Kingston to the ground, and during the fighting upon the plains of Saratoga, they had set fire to our summer house, leaving it in ruin. From here, in the relative safety of the pastures, we'd seen only the faintest glow of battlefield fires against the distant evening sky, but even now the acrid smell and taste of soot carried to us downriver. And I thought, we've set the whole world on fire. 2 summers before, our 13 colonies declared independence from the British Crown. But now our celebratory bonfires had given way to the flames of war. I hoped, following this American victory at Saratoga, that we were finally winning it. So I tended to a Continental scout, who held a gory wound on his scalp that had reopened since a doctor last saw him. "How bad is it, Miss Schuyler?" he asked, grimacing against the pain as I washed the wound and pulled my needle through the gash at his hairline. "Fortunately, your brow is cool, and it does not look to have festered," I replied. Fresh red blood oozed warmly over my fingertips. "Try not to pull it open again," I told the young soldier as I finished my stitches and cut the thread with a hunting knife. While my father taught me to ride, fish, and know my way in the wild, my mother had trained me in rudimentary medicine, while tending tenants, Indians, and one frontier army or another. And since I couldn't fight in this war, I contributed the way women could. I sewed, uniforms, socks, flesh. If all goes well, you'll be left with a battle scar to prove your bravery. He grinned. Thank you. As a general's daughter, I knew what soldiers liked to hear. But it seemed these days I never knew what to say to please my mother. "Betsy!" she snapped from where she stood at the back gate, removing an apron she'd dirtied helping soldiers in the nearby pastures. "Go in the house with the other children and clean up. Your father is expected shortly from the surrender at Saratoga. We must prepare to receive his guests." I winced, fearful the scout beside me would misconstrue her words, for we were not expecting guests, but British prisoners. Nor was I one of the children. In fact, I'd just turned 20. But I knew better than to point any of this out to my mother, a stern Dutch plantation mistress who'd been exceedingly vexed with me for months now. "You're the sensible one, Elizabeth," she'd said in the heat of our quarrel. "I expected better." As if I could stop the tides of change any more than she could. I didn't say that, either. I merely wiped my hands, bobbed my head, picked up my skirts, and went. Broken oyster shells crunched underfoot on the drive as I passed the stables and made my way to my father's handsome brick mansion, which stood upon a bluff overlooking the majestic Hudson River. The house was a flurry of activity as I hurried past kerchiefed Negro slaves, moving the heavy mahogany table into the grand entry hall, and went up the stairs to the bedroom I shared with my sisters. Well, just one sister now, since Angelica had run off to marry a mysterious suitor against Papa's wishes a few months before. Now it was just me and 18-year-old Peggy, who shared the spacious pale green room with its wardrobes, armchairs, and canopied bed. "Why can't General Gates take all these prisoners?" Peggy cried, yanking on a pair of stockings. "He took Papa's victory, after all." "That's true," I said. It was bad enough that a rival had pushed our father out of command. Worse that we were now saddled with the captives. We'd shown courtesy to imprisoned British officers before, in the early days of the war, most notably to the dashing Lieutenant John Andre, a clever and genteel officer who'd charmed my sisters and me with his sketches and accomplished flute-playing. But my father wasn't under suspicion then, and General Gentleman Johnny Burgoyne was no Andre. He was a monster and no gentleman at all. How was it going to look to the Continental soldiers in our fields, not to mention our tenants and neighbors, if we wined and dined the very same British general who sent Mohawk Indians to terrorize them? But as our black lady's maid, Jenny, swept into the room and unfastened my apron and frock, while fretting about the bloodstains, I reminded Peggy, "Even if you're right about Papa's victory being stolen out from under him, you cannot say such things, lest you rub the salt of injustice into his still raw wounds. And you especially cannot say it in front of the British, lest they sense disunity amongst our generals." "That's no secret, is it?" Peggy asked. Thankfully not, because Peggy was never very good with secrets. Indeed, Peggy had the habit of speaking aloud what others left unspoken. In fact, she'd quite nearly given away Angelica's plan to escape the house and run off with her beau, though now I sometimes wished she had. I wished we both had. "I just hate that we must go to all this trouble for the same lobster-backs who burned our Saratoga house," Peggy grumbled, rummaging in her tall oak wardrobe amidst taffeta, frilly petticoats, gauzy fichus, and embroidered stomachers. On a sigh, I stepped into the petticoats Jenny held for me. I hate it too. I hated that I couldn't be as happy about our American victory as I should have been. Hated that our Saratoga house was in ashes. Hated that Papa faced court-martial, his reputation in tatters. Hated that Angelica was gone and our mother blamed me for it. And hated most of all that it might be, at least in some small part, my fault. Peggy harumphed, admiring her dark glossy curls in a looking-glass. Well, we'll at least remind these king's men that we're not paupers. Wear the blue robe à la Française. Oh, and the blue earbobs. I know what you're going to say, but they're not too showy. They were, for me. Angelica was the sophisticated one, Peggy the pretty one, and I was Philip Schuyler's practical daughter. The one who, as the second child in a family as large and prominent as Philip Schuyler's, was sometimes apt to be overlooked. There was even a story told in my family that when I was a babe, Mama was so distracted by her many responsibilities that she accidentally left me bound up in my cradle board, hanging from a tree in the way of the natives. So it was that from the smallest age one can conceive of such a thing, I considered it quite natural to be overlooked. And I never minded, because it allowed me to slip away to swim in the river, or stay up past bedtime without anyone noticing, and tag along after my father on adventures that were forbidden to other girls. Besides, people said very interesting things in front of girls they didn't notice. But the blue paste earbobs drew notice. They sparkled like sapphires, exactly the sort of jewelry that I did not carry off well. Still, I treasured them for their sentimental value. I don't know, I said, studying my reflection as Jenny held them to my ear. My younger sister met my gaze in the mirror. Angelica left them for you. She wanted you to wear them. Almost as one, we both sighed for her absence. Angelica, my brilliant sister, my closest friend and confidant. I sank down into the quilted wingback chair by the window where Angelica used to read her books, hoping in vain to catch a lingering scent of my sister's rosewater perfume, and I reread the little note that had accompanied the gift. I love Jack with all my heart, but that will never diminish my first and best attachment to you, Betsy. Angelica. I hadn't wanted to help Angelica elope with Jack Carter, a commissary supplier of armaments and other goods, who had courted her in a whirlwind and stolen her away to Boston. I'd begged my sister not to run off with him. But she argued, love is a thing beyond control. Passion is a thing beyond reason. It can't be denied. Her eyes had nearly glowed with fervor. It's a thing almost predestined. That still sounded like perfect nonsense to me. I'd thought her scheme foolhardy, dangerous, and disobedient, not to mention selfish, for all the trouble it would give my parents in the midst of a war. And if I am honest, there was also a childish part of me that despaired Angelica was to break the vow we once made to be spinsters together like the Dow sisters who lived on Court Street. In this world on fire, her marriage was one rebellion too many for me, too. But in the end, I loved Angelica too much to deny her. Even though the elopement had put our mother into a fury and beset Papa with worry and embarrassment at the precise time he could least afford it. I think the earbobs will look quite fine on you, Miss Betsy, Jenny said with a shy smile upon her dark-skinned face. Jenny always knew the right thing to say. Maybe it was because, as was the custom on plantations in the Hudson Valley, she'd been given to us when we were little children still playing together, and now we couldn't manage without her. So I let her fasten them and powder me, even though powder always made me sneeze. Just then, the sound of horse hooves clattered on the drive. Glancing out the window, Peggy announced, "Papa's home with the British prisoners." She all but dragged me down our grand staircase, with its roped patterned balusters, past the papered walls painted with gray murals of ancient Roman ruins, and into the front hall, where our little brothers and sisters had gathered. Looping her arm in mine, Peggy gave a spiteful grin. I'll bet this wasn't what Gentleman Johnny had in mind when he said he'd be eating Christmas dinner in Albany. Now he hasn't so much as a twig for a stew pot. Peggy, I warned. Papa appeared from the back door, near to where we all gathered to greet him. I scooped my baby sister, Cornelia, into my arms and stood beside our brothers, 12-year-old John, 9-year-old Jeremiah, and 4-year-old Rensselaer, who, like a charming boy soldier, saluted Papa with a chubby hand. "I do hope Papa seized Burgoyne's champagne," Peggy whispered to me, undeterred. "Spirits may be the only thing to see us through this indignity." Papa's stern gaze cut to Peggy, silencing her at last. Tall and dignified, even in his traveling clothes, my father was the portrait of a cultured gentleman. But he was more than a gentleman. He was a general. So it pained me to see him out of his blue and buff uniform with its gold braids. Even more so when he frowned and said, "I expect each of you to show the utmost hospitality to our captive British officers." Peggy crossed her arms in protest. "But, Papa, that man doesn't deserve—" "It's not a matter of deserving," my father admonished. "The British think we're uncivilized people living in these wilds. If you'd seen the poor Baroness Riedesel tremble with fear of what we might do to her and her children." That image softened me because I knew the sad plight of women caught up in this war. Girls killed and scalped. Old widows robbed by marauding soldiers of every last thing they owned. Young wives abandoned and caught on the wrong side of enemy lines. My father's voice took on the strength of conviction. "The British think we're children, incapable of governing ourselves. It is in service to the cause of our independence to show them otherwise." Peggy opened her mouth to argue, but Papa stopped her short. "There will be no moment, in word or deed, from any of you that should make the prisoners feel anything but honored guests. I care not what others may say or do. As for me and my house, we will serve my country." In saying this, he spoke as if giving law. But he was also encouraging us to see our own small contributions in this cause. So while others might rebel against him, I would not, even as I feared that the many watchful eyes around our house might see our hospitality as treason. "I'll help Dinah bring refreshments in from the kitchen," I said. And in the end, everything was almost as my father wished it. Redcoat officers filed glumly into the house, and Mama greeted them with her chin held high as befit her lineage, which she traced back to the first Dutch patroon to settle this colony when it was still called New Netherlands. She always said that a general's wife should show no fear, and neither should his children, so I forced myself to smile sweetly at each and every redcoat. Not that they looked twice at me, nor did I wish them to, especially since I could well imagine them marching into our house under far different circumstances had the battle gone the other way. After Burgoyne was settled in the most elegant and comfortable accommodations, I took his men pots of strong tea, with Mama's short-crust biscuits, and the preserves we'd been putting up for autumn, made from Papa's prize yellow plums. All the while, I wondered which of our guests might have set fire to our country house, or given leave to the Mohawks to scalp our settlers. That night, our hostess duties continued in the kitchen. "Some prison this is," Peggy exclaimed, eyes rolling as she took in a long table laden with silver platters. "They should be lucky to get stale bread, but they're getting a feast." Our cook, Dinah, had spent the day preparing local delicacies under Mama's supervision. All the servants were so busy catering to the needs of our guests that Mama had enlisted us and Dinah's daughter, our Jenny, to help. Like her mother, Jenny had a petite stature, but where our lady's maid had always been shy, Dinah issued orders like a battlefield commander, even to us. Miss Betsy and Miss Peggy will start with the oysters. Take in the trays. Jenny, go fetch the butter." Peggy wrinkled her nose, even as Dinah gave us a look that brooked no argument. We did just what she said. Burgoyne and his officers joined Papa at the long banquet table, while the women folk of the household served them oysters, followed by a course of striped bass our servants caught fresh from the river, along with seasoned cabbage and carrots, all to be washed down with Papa's best claret and Madeira wine and finished with a dessert of spiced bonny clabber made from soured milk. And if I'd not been a Christian, I'd have wished that they choked on it. It was no small trouble to keep the British officers and their wives and children fed, especially since some rascal was milking the cows before our servants could get the cream. And though I tried to keep my little brothers from trouble, the next morning Jeremiah flung open the door to the room where Burgoyne and his officers slept. "You're all my prisoners!" he cried, then slammed the door again, laughing like the arch little fellow he was. Prince, our butler, was not amused. Carrying himself with a royal demeanor that defied his enslavement and justified his name, Prince was a dark, stately man, who was the most trusted servant in the household, and whose disapproving tone was almost more intimidating than Papa's. "It would reflect best upon you, Miss Betsy, to keep your brothers in better order, and tell Miss Peggy I have my eyes on her." I swallowed. "What's Peggy done?" Prince tilted his head in the direction of the main hall. "She's flirting with the redcoats, flashing those dark eyes of hers. Don't either of you girls get in your heads that you can play the same trick on me twice." I bit my lip, remembering how we'd lured Prince from his bed near the back door so that Angelica could slip away to meet her beau. He hadn't forgotten, and might have been angrier about it than either of my parents. Trying to reassure him, I said, "Don't worry. Neither of us have any use for these lobster backs." So imagine my surprise to find my pretty sister sitting next to Burgoyne, the monster himself. The two of them just sipping coffee there amongst Mamma's silver, glass, and candles. Peggy was laughing, having somehow charmed the British general into giving her his silver shoe buckles as a token of esteem. Worse, only a moment later, an unmarried British officer asked if Peggy might take him for a turn in the nursery, where we grew Papa's plums, and she agreed. Pulling my sister aside under some pretext, I asked, "What can you be thinking?" "Papa said to be kind," she replied, clasping the general's sparkling shoe buckles with no intention of giving them up. "Besides, I don't remember you shunning that handsome Lieutenant Andre when he was here." The war was different then. More civilized, it had seemed, and farther away. Besides, I didn't have to shun men. They never noticed me with my sisters flitting about. But Andre was the sort of man who seemed to notice everything, and when he'd commented favorably on my drawings, I'd beat down the stirrings of attraction by reminding myself he was an enemy. "The war is no different now," Peggy argued. "After all, we've only won a battle at Saratoga. If we should still lose the war, one of us might have to marry a king's man to save the family." I sputtered in exasperation and more than a little astonishment. She should have known better than to behave in a way that might confirm suspicions that our family sympathized with the British. And as a general's daughter, she should have known better than to speak openly about defeat. But I was most horrified by her apparent willingness to wed an enemy, no matter her reasons. "I'd sooner marry a Barbary pirate." "Well, I wish you would," Peggy called over her shoulder as she flounced off, "because I fear Papa will never consent to let me marry until you do." I would have been more cross with her if it weren't for the fact that the kinder we were to the prisoners, the more it shamed them. A lesson I learned that evening as we gathered in the blue parlor near the fire, and the British general offered my father an apology. I wanted to think Burgoyne meant to apologize for the poor people who had the misfortune to be caught before his advancing army, or even that he might apologize for the king who had forced us all to this war. But instead he said to Papa, "Your hospitality is too much for a man who has ravaged your lands and burned your home. I regret the event and the reasons that occasioned it." All eyes turned to Papa, who regretted the loss of life and his command more than the loss of his house, all three of which were occasioned, in part, by this man, and yet my father forced himself to a nod of acknowledgment. "It is the fate of war. If I had thought it necessary to save the lives of my men, I'd have done the same. Say no more about it." This was, I thought, what it meant to be noble. Not a title conveyed by a king, not by birth or blood, but through a learned and practiced strength of faith and character. And insofar as our revolution was to teach that lesson to the world, I prayed it would succeed. I wished to be as noble as my father, and I was ashamed anew as I remembered the wounded redcoat's face, the one who had asked me for water, the one from whom I had turned away. I had been wrong. Worse, driven by fear, I had been cowardly. And now I determined to be brave. Papa's little study at the back of the house, with its emerald flock-papered walls and its books, maps, and calculations arranged in orderly fashion, was a place forbidden to my younger sisters and brothers. They never dared interrupt Papa's work. But because I had mastered the art of sitting with him without disturbing his thoughts, he sometimes indulged me to stay while he wrote his letters. So, bracing for the reprimand I deserved, I took the liberty of knocking upon the door. Papa summoned me inside, and I closed the door behind me. But instead of slipping quietly into the window seat where I liked to read, I waited for him to finish his letter. Finally, he poured a circle of wax upon the folded page and stamped it with his seal, then glanced up at me quizzically where I leaned with my back against the door. "What is it, my child?" "What are you working on?" I asked, not quite finding the courage to tell him why I'd come. He didn't press me on the matter. "I'm preparing my defense for the court-martial." "Good," I said, guilt souring the dinner in my belly. "Then your name can be cleared of wrongdoing once and for all." Papa wasn't always a calm man. He'd once threatened to dash the brains of an incompetent underling upon the ground, but he strove to conduct himself as a gentleman, and one of the ways he attempted to discipline himself was by the working of mathematical problems. He must have been struggling with something now, because he absently scratched figures into a notebook before saying, "Unlike you, my dear child, I am not entirely confident that I will be exonerated. But at least I will have a consolation which no one can deprive me of, the conscious reflection that I have done my duty, even if I am to suffer unjustly for my country." I followed his gaze as it cut to the silver falcon coat of arms affixed above the fireplace. Semper fidelis, always faithful, always loyal. That was our Schuyler family motto, one that had been flung in my father's face by our Tory neighbors when, in '75, Papa had exchanged his red officer's coat for a blue general's uniform and declared himself a soldier for the American cause. And now, because of me, he found himself accused of treason by some patriots, too. I swallowed a rounded knot in my throat and finally said what I should have said months before. "I'm so sorry, Papa." When my mother discovered that we'd helped my eldest sister run off, she'd said some very unhandsome words to Peggy and me, in both English and Dutch. And yet, my father had never let one word of blame pass his lips, which somehow made it worse. Tears now blurred my vision as I blurted, "I'm so sorry for what I helped put in motion with Angelica." For my sister's elopement had given the fractured and fractious soldiers of the Northern Department yet another reason to distrust Papa. My father should have been celebrated for cobbling together an army of fur-trading, river-going New Yorkers and unruly New England backwoodsmen. He should have been hailed as the general who staved off the invasion by felling trees over roads, destroying bridges, blocking rivers, and burning whole fields of golden wheat so as to leave the British with nothing but scorched earth. Instead, he'd been belittled as a general who could not command his own daughters, much less hold Fort Ticonderoga. I worried that my role in Angelica's elopement had cost Papa the confidence of his men, allowing them to believe the very worst about his loyalties and competence. Perhaps it had even cost him his command. So I expected, at long last, that with my apology, my father would bring down his wrath on me. But instead he simply said, "That was Mr. Carter's doing." As much as my father had resented his new son-in-law, at least at first, I resented Jack Carter more. That's why I wasn't as startled as I should have been when Papa added, "I considered dispatching him with pistols, but I couldn't kill a man your sister saw fit to love. It also wasn't in my heart to disown her. So at the end of the equation, there was no undoing this Gordian knot. And as you will find is so often the case in life, my dear Betsy, the only prudent thing to do was frown, make them humble, and forgive." I realized that he was frowning now, that I was humbled, and that I was also forgiven, at least by Papa. And the love I felt for my father in that moment was eclipsed only by admiration, because I realized that it was love that allowed my father to set aside the injuries done to his reputation, security, and pride. For love of his family and his country, he had swallowed down indignity as if immune to its poison, and I wished I could be like him. But if there is anything that marks my character, it's that I have never rested easily in the face of injustice. My father might have been able to bear it, but I simply could not. If I'd been born a son, I'd have joined the army to see our family honor restored. I'd have trained to become an officer, testing my bravery and seeking glory upon a battlefield in service of the cause. I'd have challenged his detractors to a duel. But how, I wondered, could a daughter make a difference? Chapter 2. There is a spirit of dissatisfaction prevailing among the soldiers and even the officers. Major General Lafayette to George Washington. February 19th, 1778. Albany. Men think stitchery the most demure of occupations. All they see is gently bred girls, their heads bent in domestic pursuit, their hands kept busy and out of mischief. But my mother knew sewing circles for the wheels of conspiracy that they actually are, at least amongst sisters, which was why Mama wasn't about to leave us to our own devices. Papa might have forgiven me, but my mother was still wroth. "You girls are dallying," she accused from her rocking chair in the yellow parlor, her own knitting needles clicking and clacking under her experienced hands. "Especially you, Betsy." I pressed my lips together without offering a defense of myself, intent on not losing count of my stitches. But Peggy lifted her pretty head of dark curls to complain. "We've been knitting since sunrise. If we don't take a rest, we're going to split stitches and ruin the stockings." "There's no time to worry about workmanship," Mama snapped. Her special urgency was because the Committee of Safety and Correspondence was offering 8 shillings to the first family in Albany to produce 3 pairs of 2-threaded stockings for the soldiers billeted in our town. Being one of the wealthiest families, we would not take the money, of course. But because we were beset by recent scandals, and Papa's court-martial had not yet been convened to clear his name, Mama wished to burnish our reputation by knitting stockings for the cause. After all, with Albany consumed in a near hysteria of suspicion and accusation, our jail was currently filled with formerly prominent citizens accused of being enemies to this country. I was still desperate to do something to redeem myself and my family, something more than knitting stockings in a warm parlor with frost on the windows. Fortunately, an opportunity presented itself when my father emerged from his study and called for Prince to fetch him his hat and coat. "I'm going to the hospital," Papa announced. He was restless. For years, urgent letters from General Washington had come to us day and night, under seal and from riders on frothing mounts. But once the British were gone from our home, we no longer received any word from headquarters at all. And the silence was deafening. In what seemed almost a fit of defiance, Papa rebuilt our Saratoga house in a mere 29 days, salvaging nails and hinges and knobs. Then he paced at the windows, staring beyond the fine trees to a country that was still at war without him. He was a general without a command, a soldier without a battle to fight. And somehow, I felt that way too. As my father stooped to kiss Mama on his way out, I quickly finished my stocking and asked, "Can I go with you, Papa?" I think he knew that I shared his restlessness and discontent, because Papa rescued me from my mother's withering glare by asking, "Can you spare Betsy? She'd be a help today. Peggy doesn't have the stomach for it, but Betsy's good with the soldiers, and Arnold likes her." Benedict Arnold, he meant, the hero of Saratoga. Having led a charge in the battle amidst a hailstorm of grape shot and musket balls, General Arnold had taken a bullet to the leg that shattered his bone, and his patriotism was so unimpeachable that his friendship bolstered Papa's badly bruised reputation. It was probably for that reason that Mama agreed to part with me. I was a little sorry to abandon Peggy, who feigned the long-suffering look of a wounded soldier left behind. Still, Papa wasn't wrong about Peg's delicate stomach. She'd retched at the sight of a soldier whose face had been half torn off by a cannonball, and none of the doctors wanted her back, whereas I knew how to make myself useful. "Hurry while the horses are being brought out," Papa whispered, "before your mother changes her mind." I grinned. It was a grin that faded when we neared the barracks and passed a small gathering of patriot soldiers huddled together around campfires, upon which they made paltry cakes of nothing more than water and flour. These men did not salute. One of them even spat as we passed. Green Mountain boys, I thought. Rude backwoods riflemen Papa once commanded who adored General Gates and had spread the rumor about Papa's supposed treason. Dr. Franklin famously said we must all hang together, or we would surely hang separately. Well, I wished he'd told the militia. But if Papa feared them, he didn't show it. Instead, he rode on, contemptuous of the insult. Still, I knew he felt it because he said, "I spoke for independence when I served in the Continental Congress. Now blood has been spilled, widows made, children orphaned, and soldiers left half-naked, sick, and starving. I count it my duty to do for them what I can, whether I am in uniform or not, with rank and dignity or without. Whether they spit at me for it or not." Letting go the reins of my mare for a moment, I reached with one mittened hand to touch him on his mount beside me, to let him know how much I felt pride in being his daughter. And I hoped to make him proud of me, too. When we reached the piazza at the 2-story hospital, I dismounted like a soldier and collected a parcel of shirts and bandages from the saddle, tucking it under my arm. Then I took a deep breath, knowing the hospital air was often putrid. And yet, those lingering in either of the hospital wings were the lucky ones. They had a roof and walls to protect them against the snowfall. The hospital could only accommodate 500 beds, and even the floor of our church at the center of town had no more room. So many wounded soldiers had to make do with tent covers, and there weren't enough of those either. We'd scarcely gone through the front door before a grizzled veteran with a blood-stained bandage tied about one eye actually had the temerity to shout in Papa's face, "Where's our pay?" I wanted to say that he should ask Congress, But I was not tart by nature. Not like my sisters. I wasn't pretty enough to get away with it. So I held my tongue. Fortunately, we were spared of a reply when Benedict Arnold limped over and shoved the angry man with his crutch. "Shut your bone box and mind your manners around Miss Schuyler," Arnold growled at the veteran. "You're not the only one who can complain about not being given his due." In the face of the hero of Saratoga's disapproval, the veteran went from steel to milk. "Yes, sir," he murmured. Not giving the surly veteran another moment of attention, Arnold turned to me. "Miss Schuyler, always a pleasure." I bobbed my head, not put off by his growling, especially not when it was in defense of my papa. Arnold was simply gruff by nature, and it was a trait I knew the pain of his injury had worsened. General Arnold. But as Papa took Arnold aside into a little room the hero had fitted for himself as an office, I heard the veteran behind us grumble, "Guess it don't matter when the pay comes, since we're all soon to die on some snowy cliff in Canada." I didn't blame the soldiers for their fear of the forthcoming winter campaign. The least we could do to encourage them was to put warm clothes upon their backs. So I asked, "General Arnold, is there somewhere we can put these bundles of shirts to distribute to the men?" "Leave them with Dr. Thatcher," Papa replied. "That's not why we have come." I blinked. "It's not?" In answer, Papa turned to Arnold. "I thought you might like to borrow a horse and join me at the barracks in greeting my latest replacement as commander of the Northern Department." At this, Arnold barked out a bitter laugh. "Washington's pet Frenchman. He's not due for a week yet." Papa's mouth quirked, in the way it sometimes did when he had a secret no one else knew. "My scout spotted a group of horsemen in sleighs, French uniforms, some of them. My guess is that Lafayette will be at the barracks within the hour, if he hasn't arrived already." Arnold rolled his broad shoulders, sighing ruefully. "I'm sorry, Schuyler. To think we must fet and flatter and give your command to a damned boy soldier of just 20 years in the hopes he can deliver us an alliance with King Louis." He glanced at me and reddened. "I beg your pardon, miss, for coarse language." "Think nothing of it, sir," I said quickly. "I'm accustomed to soldiers." But inside, I railed at the very idea that the new general was my very same age. It was bad enough when they gave my father's command to Gates. Why should Congress now entrust the entire Northern Army, and perhaps even the fate of the war, into the hands of an untested young foreigner? This was my father's army. I could not be convinced otherwise. And maybe Papa felt the same way, because he said, "If we get to Lafayette before anyone else, maybe we can talk sense into him about this campaign." The bull-necked Arnold scowled, leaning on his crutch. "Lafayette's a lost cause. The lad was still in swaddling when you and I saw blood in the French and Indian War, but he thinks he'll win laurels throughout Europe for chasing his death in Quebec, taking our soldiers with him. A vainglorious French stripling isn't going to listen to reason." "Washington trusts him," Papa said simply. "Lafayette is a titled nobleman," Arnold barked, as if he didn't hear Papa speak. "He'll think we're insolent inferiors trying to undermine him." Seeing that Arnold was not to be convinced, my father gave a curt nod. "I understand if you want nothing to do with it. Still, I must make the attempt. I'll invite Lafayette to dine tonight. You're welcome, too. Betsy, come along." I should have nodded and meekly followed my father out. But I'd taken what Arnold said very much to heart. The army was, officially, no longer my father's responsibility or duty. There was a good argument to be made that he should simply return to his plantation and pull the gate closed until the war was over. Instead, he was taking what seemed to me a large risk. For a man under suspicion of treason and neglect of duty to speak against the new general's plans for attacking the enemy. If this Frenchman must be set straight about the folly of marching in winter, It would be better for Arnold to do it. The hero of Saratoga would risk much less.
"Betsy's good with the soldiers,"
Papa had said.
"Arnold likes her."
That was true, in a fashion. Arnold had taken a liking to me, not, as my mother might have hoped, for any feminine charm, but for the same reason that most soldiers liked me. Having spent most of my childhood tromping about the frontier, I carried myself with just enough boyishness to put them at ease. All the doctors complained that the 36-year-old Arnold was a fractious patient. But I'd once helped to distract him from his pain with a game of backgammon, and I suddenly felt certain that Papa had taken me along with him to help convince Arnold to attend what might be the most important dinner of the war. Because if we could not stop this doomed winter campaign, all the soldiers I'd helped stitch back together in autumn might be dead by spring. "Oh, but General Arnold," I rushed to say, "I'd be so disappointed to miss you at dinner. I haven't had a good game in ages, and you did promise me a rematch, sir." Arnold's scowl lifted only a bit, and I wished I knew what else I could say to convince him. I'd never learned the art of wrapping a lock of hair around my fingertip and flashing my eyes at a man. That was the provenance of my sisters. But emboldened by what I took for encouragement in Papa's eyes, I quite shamelessly added, "And my sister Peggy has been asking after you." The bachelor broke into a slow, toothy smile.
"Miss Peggy asked after me?"
Of course my sister Peggy asked after every handsome soldier, with the same interest and constancy she asked about ribbons, hats, and hair combs. But I nodded, and Arnold seemed intrigued.
"All right, then, I hate to disappoint a lady, but I fear Lafayette will not accept the invitation and will dine alone."
A happenstance I fretted about on the ride, which was mercifully short, given the difficulty Arnold's injury gave him in staying upon his mount, through our greatly disordered town. Before the war, winter in Albany had been a thing of enchantment. Pristine snow-covered hills sloped gently to a frozen river, where skaters had frolicked amongst sleds and sleighs, and up from the river stood a cluster of about 300 Gothic New Netherlander houses, their windows frosted and glistening icicles ornamenting the gables that faced the neatly kept streets. But our once bucolic paths were now trodden to slushy brown mud, with milk cows roaming the streets for want of a pasture, and we were desperate for everything: meat, money, firewood, doctors. The circumstances were so dire that only a selfish or sadistic commander would force these soldiers to march. And I feared this young upstart Lafayette might be both. We'd scarcely arrived at the barracks when a commotion erupted from the direction of the river. I turned to see a procession of sleighs carrying soldiers, their white infantry uniforms embroidered with the fleur-de-lis of French heraldry. But at their head, wearing American buff and blue, rode a lanky young officer borne upon a majestic mount like a conquering Caesar. This must be Lafayette, I thought. And I didn't know whether to laugh or weep at the ridiculous sight of a baby-faced general who'd apparently traversed a wilderness in rain and snow, all while properly powdered and ornamented with gold braid and dainty lace. I confess that my first glimpse of him with one hand upon his hip, the other upon his sword in martial pose, was enough to convince me that he was exactly the young fool that Benedict Arnold supposed him to be. But when my father moved forward to make introductions, Lafayette seemed to know him already, and snapped off a very correct salute.
"Major General Schuyler."
The respectfulness softened me a little. When Lafayette dismounted and greeted General Arnold as well, Papa said,
"I present to you my second eldest daughter, Elizabeth."
Given the increasingly rigid revolutionary sentiment at the time, I was uncertain if I should curtsy to a nobleman like Lafayette, lest I be thought a secret Tory. Before I could decide, Lafayette took my hand and pressed upon it an audible kiss.
"Enchantée, Mademoiselle Schuyler. I am Marie-Joseph Polive Roche-Guibert du Mortier, the Marquis de Lafayette." My eyes must have widened because Lafayette laughed and added, "It is not my fault, all these names. I was baptized, like a Spaniard, with the name of every conceivable saint who might offer me protection on the battlefield, so that I might be invincible."
I could not help but smile at Lafayette's jest, though I disliked the word invincible. I'd known too many soldiers who thought themselves invincible in this war, and now found themselves mouldering in graves. And if Papa couldn't talk sense to this Frenchman, he was going to put many more into the ground besides. Before Lafayette even inquired about quarters for his half-frozen men, or meeting the mayor, who was, no doubt, scurrying out of his house now at the surprise arrival, he asked my father, "Report to me, please, the conditions of the forces here at Albany, and their readiness for a winter campaign." This was the news that we wished to broach slowly, over a good meal and in front of a warm fire, with Arnold vouching for all Papa had to say. But the Frenchman was already demanding a report, and looking to Papa to give it. Oh, how I cringed to see my father make a report to Lafayette, a now superior officer, one much his junior in age and a foreigner at that. Still, the important thing was that the Frenchman heard the truth. Not enough gunpowder, muskets, or bullets. Too few provisions of every kind. Men without shoes, without coats, without medicines. It was an army that could scarcely defend the river, much less mount an invasion. Lafayette listened to all this with a half-lidded, nearly insolent gaze. It seemed to me that he didn't believe my father, or perhaps didn't wish to believe him, and rather than see Papa subjected to the further indignity of being dismissed, I was now eager to go. Pretending at a chill I didn't feel, I rubbed my hands together. "I'm quite cold, Papa." Knowing me to have the hardiest constitution of all his daughters, my father glanced at me with surprise, then back at Lafayette.
"I should very much like to discuss this further, sir. I extend my hospitality to you and your officers for dinner this evening. And with that, General Lafayette, I take my daughter and my leave."
But Lafayette's gaze skimmed over the encampment of miserable soldiers, and he actually dared to arrest my father's movement with a gloved hand tight upon his elbow.
"I cannot let you go, Schuyler, for I see now that I am betrayed."
Chapter 3.
"What is this hell of blunders, madness, and deception I find myself involved in?"
Lafayette shouted, having herded us into a large tent he commandeered in the field next to the barracks. The Frenchman removed his hat, revealing a prominent forehead, and drew my father and a hobbling Arnold toward the back, where they congregated around a table. Meanwhile, I was left to warm myself near a small camp stove, quite anxious about the Marquis's demeanor. Lafayette gesticulated wildly, shouting in French, a language I didn't know well, and imperfect English.
"It was promised me 3,000 troops fit to separate Canada from Great Britain and make her our 14th state. Instead, I find disarray."
This is not my father's fault, I thought. And even if our soldiers had been in perfect order and well equipped, only a madman would think to assault Canada in winter. It had already been tried before and failed miserably. Even I knew that, and I was no soldier. I wasn't impressed or overawed by Lafayette's titles or wealth, or a ridiculously long list of names. He didn't know our country, our winters, or our river. He was too young and inexperienced to know better, and I wanted desperately to say so.
"Please don't be alarmed, Miss Schuyler,"
a young officer whispered as he joined me near the stove, busying himself warming a pot of coffee.
"General Lafayette, well, he can be most passionate in his moods."
The fellow attempting to soothe me was a tall, hulking soldier, with gray eyes and a dimple in his chin just like mine. He tilted his head in a quick bow beneath his frosty tricorn hat, then returned to the stove and courteously poured me a cup.
"My apologies, miss," he drawled. "It seems to be the dregs without sugar. In fact, I'm not even entirely sure it is coffee, but it's all we have."
I took the steaming tin cup warily as my father stood before a seething Lafayette, and Arnold gingerly lowered himself into a camp chair, extending his injured leg. My drink was horribly bitter, but if it was good enough for our soldiers, I would just have to choke it down. "I appreciate it just the same, Major
"Monroe,"
he whispered, with the kind of shy, blushing smile that men usually gave my sisters, never me.
"Major James Monroe."
In spite of our situation, I found myself smiling a little too, and under my breath I said, "Have you served Lafayette long, Major Monroe?"
"Not precisely. I'm only here in my capacity as an aide to General Sterling, sent to deliver some confidential missives. It was a happy coincidence that he could send someone to accompany the French who knew the land, the language, and, well, Lafayette."
"How did you come to know our lands?"
"I served in the Hudson Highlands last year."
"And French?" I asked.
"My family is French Huguenot stock."
I sipped at the coffee and tried not to make a face. "And Lafayette?"
"I was with him when he took a bullet at the Battle of the Brandywine."
Monroe smiled at a memory that should have made him frown.
"He fell almost at my feet, but somehow got up again to lead his men to safety. I stayed with him that night while the doctor tended him. So I know Lafayette is somewhat irregular, but I think you'll find that he's brave and fair-minded."
Eyeing Lafayette, who was still gesticulating wildly at my father to articulate some point, I was not much reassured by Monroe's faith. A frigid wind gusted through the tent's flap, and when the Major saw me shiver, this time without exaggeration, he removed his own coat and wrapped it around my shoulders. It was a small gesture, one I should have absolutely refused, since he'd already ridden so far in the cold, but one so gallant that I was charmed. It's strange, now, after all these years, to think how easily I was won over by James Monroe's soft Southern accent and courteous manner. Stranger still to realize that if I'd been told in that moment that one of the men in that tent would betray us, another would become my enemy, and a third would win my heart forever, I not only wouldn't have believed it, but would have guessed wrong as to which man on every score. Thumping his fist on the table, Lafayette shouted, "This makes me wish I had never set foot in America or thought of an American war. All the continent knows where I am and what I am sent for, that I am to lead a great northern army. The world now has their eyes fixed on me. If I abort this campaign, men will have a right to laugh at me." At this, my father's patience came to an end, and he delivered a stiff, cold defense.
"I will remind you, General Lafayette, it was not my decision to send you here. I have been against it from the start."
Lafayette tilted his head in apparent confusion.
Oui, but of course."
He waved a hand.
"That is why I am saying, my dear General Schuyler, I have read your reports. I have seen what you have been forced to endure. I wish to take into my confidence you and General Arnold, men loyal to Washington, men I can trust."
I was so surprised at Lafayette's words that I nearly spilled what remained in my cup. My father appeared equally surprised and unsure how to react.
"In coming here," Lafayette explained, "I go very slowly, sometimes pierced by rain, sometimes covered with snow, and not thinking many handsome thoughts about a projected incursion into Canada. I think now this is a scheme to have me out of the way."
Papa took a moment to recover.
Benedict Arnold was quicker. "A scheme? This plan is too stupid to be anything else," the Marquis insisted. "I have seen such machinations in a royal court. It is an unmistakable pattern, no?"
When no one answered, Lafayette went on.
"It is a plot against Washington or to replace him. You cannot strike a powerful man until you first remove his allies. This is why his rivals must discredit you, Schuyler, and it is why they send me to perish on some icy ledge."
Even with all the plotting against Papa, I was loath to believe anything so diabolical could have been envisioned. But Lafayette was a nobleman from the most sophisticated court in the world, and possibly wiser in the ways of backstabbing politics than any of us. So I believed him when he said, "Without Washington, there is nobody who could keep the army and the revolution for 6 months. We must give him a victory to bring back to the board of war. If not in Canada, then somewhere else." Papa agreed, renewing his invitation to dinner, where a plan could be devised with the other officers. Lafayette accepted this invitation, but cautioned against speaking too freely, even with the others in his entourage, explaining why he'd taken us into the privacy of the tent in the first place. "I wish for the happiness and liberty of this country, but I now fear that she could be lost by her own sons. My friends, I fear a traitor amongst us." "You know Monroe to be a man of honor, a sensible man, and a soldier." Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Hamilton to Lieutenant Colonel John Laurens. We endured British officers in our house, but now we made ready to welcome the French. "I worried Mamma wouldn't leave us time to dress," Peggy complained, throwing herself down upon the damasked canopied bed we shared. For our mother had not been warned to expect guests, much less a French general and 20 officers. If my father had a blind spot, it was his assumption that my mother was always ready to graciously entertain at a moment's notice, even when noticeably pregnant as she was now. Papa had unwittingly thrown her into a frenzy of preparation. With keys jingling at her hip, she marched from kitchen to larder to wash-house and back again, issuing orders to the servants and to us until the very last moment. While I hurried to dress, Peggy propped herself up on her elbows to ask, "Are any of these French officers handsome, Betsy? Because if not, I'll wear my old flowered frock and leave my best brocaded gown for a better occasion." "Wear the brocade." Then, a little guiltily, I added, "And please sit next to Benedict Arnold tonight." Peggy groaned. "Why can't you? I'd rather sit near someone who isn't twice my age." I dared not meet her eyes, especially as I scarcely acknowledged to myself that I wished to sit beside Major Monroe. Slipping into dainty blue heels with bright rose ribbons, I confessed, "I told Arnold that you asked after him." "I only asked after his recovery," Peggy grumbled, rising from the bed so that Jenny could brush her curls up into a tall coiffure. "Well, don't say anything to him about his slow recovery or his leg," I told her, because Peggy was the sort who needed to be told such things, sometimes more than once. "Arnold is very sensitive." Peggy merely shrugged in answer. Fastening the blue paste ear bobs, I was reminded again of my older sister. "We've still had no letter from Angelica in Boston." Sighing, Peggy nodded. "I suppose someday we'll become accustomed to not having word from her." I didn't think so. I could never add up all the ways in which our painful separation imposed its scars on me. A part of me felt guilty for feeling this way when I had yet another sister at my side, but I sometimes thought I could never be happy without Angelica's protectiveness, and the way she'd made me feel a needed part of her schemes. For as long as I could remember, we'd had a bond based on sharing confidences and sisterly advice. But my relationship with Peggy had never run as deep. I had fun with Peggy, and she made me laugh. But without Angelica, I was left to figure out who I was, as a woman and a sister. And since her elopement, I'd begun to think of myself differently. No longer the middle sister trying to mimic and falling short. Now, as the eldest daughter in the household, I felt a greater responsibility and confidence. So I pushed away the notion that the dazzling jewelry didn't suit me and made for my father's table. Downstairs, beneath the chandelier and gilded portraits of my ancestors, Lafayette supped at one end of the glittering table next to my father. My mother presided at the other end, near Baron de Kalb. Peggy squeezed between General Arnold and Major Monroe, which led to the happy circumstance of a space next to the latter for me. It was surprisingly restorative to have friendly soldiers again in our home, and I listened intently for anything else Lafayette might reveal either about a plot against Washington or a suspected traitor amongst us. My attentions were so riveted on the Frenchman, in fact, that Peggy felt the need to twit me. "I thought perhaps a certain British Lieutenant André had already captured your affection," she whispered. "Or have you finally settled your cap for a French nobleman?" I forced down a swallow to keep from choking on my buttered bread and embarrassment. If she'd been closer, I'd have kicked her beneath the table. As Major Monroe was sitting between us, he only stopped shoveling food into his mouth long enough to interject, "Alas, the Marquis already has a wife. I'm afraid you ladies will have to aim a little lower." Peggy laughed. "To you?" Reluctantly slowing his efforts to wolf down what might have been the first good meal he'd had in ages, Monroe blushed. "That would be more than a little lower. When it comes to marriage prospects, from the Marquis to me is a drop from a cliff." I smiled at the Major's self-deprecating nature. Meanwhile, Peggy mused, "Lafayette is so young to be a general." "A year older than me," Monroe replied loyally. "And in any case, I think we're better off under rising young officers than we are under Granny Gates." Granny Gates? It was a highly insubordinate thing for a junior officer to say of a general. We should have upbraided Monroe for it, and yet I don't think he could have found any words that would have sounded sweeter to the daughters of Philip Schuyler. I liked Monroe. I liked him very much. And that was even before Prince served our dessert course, when I noticed Monroe wincing as he rubbed at his shoulder. "Are you injured, Major?" I asked. "I was. It's all healed up now." "Whatever happened to you?" Peggy batted her eyelashes at him. Monroe flushed. "I was foolish enough to get myself shot at the Battle of Trenton." We'd read newspaper accounts of that battle, and Peggy all but squealed. "Are you the one who sees the cannon shouting, 'Victory or death'?" With endearing humility, Monroe swirled a silver fork upon Mama's floral china plate. "Well, I don't remember what I shouted. All I heard was the whiz of a ball as it grazed my chest." Now this was entirely too much humility. "Grazed?" I exclaimed. "Why, I read that it hit an artery and blood bubbled up like a geyser through your uniform. Or wasn't that you?" Peggy's pallor turned a little sickly green at my vivid description, and Monroe's eyebrow shot up, as if he couldn't fathom that a lady might say such a thing at the dinner table. He stammered, That was me." I started to explain that I took a keen interest in medicine, but was saved from myself when Peggy raised a glass, as if it were proper for her to propose a toast. "To the hero of Trenton." I started to raise my glass, but in catching the darkening, jealous gaze of Benedict Arnold, I quickly added, "And the hero of Saratoga." Mama frowned at our antics from her end of the table. But from the other, Lafayette raised his glass too. "While we remember our worthy brothers in arms, I toast Mrs. General Schuyler, our gracious hostess, whose husband must soon be acquitted of these ridiculous charges made by stupid men who, without knowing a single word about war, undertake to judge." A more temperate man might have hedged his support, but Lafayette threw in for my father with his whole heart, and it thrilled me even as I looked round the table for those who might disagree. My father nodded gratefully, as if humbled. Then Lafayette stood and addressed me and Peggy. "Ladies, I am sad to abandon you now so I may hear wise advice from your papa and General Arnold." With that, the servants cleared the plates, and the most trusted senior officers closeted themselves away. Monroe was too junior to join them, so while Mama entertained the Frenchman, we took Monroe into the blue parlor, where Peggy kept refilling his wine glass, and I bested him in a furious game of backgammon. "I declare, Miss Schuyler," Monroe drawled in defeat, his accent stronger the more wine he drank, "you take advantage, but I suppose I ought not to feel unmanned by a game of chance. Who taught you to play?" Still holding the dice, I boasted, "Dr. Franklin taught me when he visited to treat with the Six Nations. Besides, backgammon is only partly a game of chance. It's also a game of math and perseverance. You're forced to learn patterns and choose the best move, even if it is only a choice between evils." Monroe dropped his gaze. "Is it in the nature of all New York belles to deprive a man of even his fig leaf?" I blushed, because I knew what a fig leaf was meant to cover. Because Monroe was the first gentleman, since Lieutenant Andre had visited, who seemed to prefer talking to me than to flirting with my sisters, and because I believed he was calling me a belle. Pretending as if this were not a rare compliment, I asked, "Are we New York belles so very trying to your Virginian sensibilities, Major Monroe?" He had the temerity to pause in thinking about it. "Any trial is compensated for how you ladies keep me from missing home. After all, if a man is so stupidly sensible of a belle's charms as to devote his attention to an absent ideal, she cannot receive a higher insult." "I shall not be insulted if you pine for home." To prove it, I asked, "What do you miss most about your Virginia?" I thought he'd mention his family, or farmland, or horses, or really just about anything other than what he actually said. "My mammy's waffles, hot from the fire, slathered in melting butter." I laughed, expecting that Peggy would laugh too, when I realized that she'd somehow grown bored and left us alone. She'd later tell me that she thought Monroe a bit too unpolished and simple for her tastes, but he seemed to me as a still part of the river, where it sometimes runs deepest. And he confirmed that impression when he confided, "As much as I miss home, I am curious about the world, and wish to see as much of it as I can." We're kindred spirits, then. As a girl, I used to gaze westward at the horizon with a strange yearning, wondering how far the land went, imagining what it would be like to see and explore everything. He eyed me with curiosity. "That seems an unusual yearning for a belle." I flushed, much less pleased to be described as a belle now. "Not for one who has come of age at the frontier." "Albany is hardly the frontier," he said with an indulgent smile. "At least, not compared to where I grew up." "I'm speaking of Saratoga," I argued. "Before the war, that's where I felt most at home." Our home at Saratoga had always seemed to be a mysterious gateway to a world I could scarcely fathom and longed to explore. I'd climb rocks and wade in creeks and come back late with wildflowers in my hair, all brown from the sun. And Papa would tease that perhaps when my mother left me hanging in a cradle board from that tree, I'd been switched with an Indian child. When I told Monroe as much, he chuckled. "And were you switched? You can tell me. I'll always keep your secrets." He leaned closer, and for the first time in my life, a flutter of real romantic interest stirred within my breast. Monroe was a patriot, a war hero even, and possibility sparked between us. "Perhaps I was switched," I teased, "but I'd rather you tell me a secret." "Oh?" he asked, swirling the claret in his glass. "Do you think there's really a conspiracy against General Washington?" "I know it," Monroe answered, draining his wine glass like a man who preferred beer. "It was within General Sterling's little family that we discovered the evidence." Rapt, I leaned closer. "Who is the villain?" "It's a cabal of villains. Inspector General Conway is involved for certain, and—" Monroe trailed off there, as if aware that perhaps he'd said more than he ought to have. But I pressed him. "Gates. Is it Gates?" Monroe peered over his shoulder, then met my gaze and nodded slowly.
"Gates is trying to replace Washington as commander-in-chief of the military."
"Outrageous! Gates is a scheming bumbler," I hissed, though I knew my father would never approve my saying so. But it was true. Gates would have lost even the Battle of Saratoga were it not for Benedict Arnold's heroics. But as indignant as I was at the idea that the New England darling would ever be commander-in-chief, that wasn't as awful as my other fear. "Is there anyone close enough to Washington to do him harm?" I asked. Because 2 years before, there had been a plot to assassinate him, and the culprit had been amongst his own bodyguards. And given that Gates had already used rumors of my father's treachery to oust him from command, and seemed willing to condemn Lafayette and the whole Northern Army to an icy death in Canada, what else might he stoop to in clawing his way to the top?
"No chance of that," Monroe assured me. "Not since Colonel Hamilton joined Washington's family as aide-de-camp. My good friend Hamilton is too cunning to let an assassin get close again. He would sniff it out at a mile."
I knew the name Hamilton already, of course. We'd all learned about Alexander Hamilton's military exploits in the gazettes we read each morning at the breakfast table. In fact, when my sisters and I were away visiting our Livingston relations, Hamilton had even stopped to see my father, briefly, in passing through Albany. But my clearest memory of ever hearing Hamilton's name was from the mouth of James Monroe, and spoken so fondly, too. It hurts now to remember how fondly.
"It's the politicking in Congress and the Board of War that will do General Washington in,"
Monroe said with more shrewdness than I might have expected.
"Lafayette is right. We need to give Washington a win to bring back to Congress, even a symbolic one, or Gates will get command and there goes the war."
At length, as if to fight off the effects of a large meal and the lateness of the hour, Monroe stood and shook himself like a giant hound caught in the rain. And when I saw him rub again at his shoulder, I asked, "Should it still hurt you?"
"Don't know," he replied. "The bullet lodged in my shoulder just likes to remind me of its presence sometimes."
"I know a little nursing, if you should like me to."
"Oh, no, miss,"
Monroe said, nearly tripping over my mother's lace-covered sideboard table in his hurry to back away, as if I'd suggested something very untoward. I'd only meant to offer some of the precious willow bark powder that Mama kept as a remedy for pain, but Monroe almost seemed to think I meant to undress him.
"I wouldn't hazard being shot again, by your father this time."
Virginians are preposterous creatures, I thought for the first, but not the last time. Thankfully, the farce was brought to an end because Lafayette emerged from my father's study, and the officers made ready to take their leave. I was sorry to see them go, especially because I did not wish to leave Major Monroe with the impression I was a coquette. But when Lafayette came into the parlor to retrieve Monroe and say farewell, he noticed a wampum belt upon a table with Papa's outgoing parcels and letters, and tilted his head in apparent curiosity.
"Mademoiselle Schuyler, your papa says you have accompanied him to treaty conventions with the Six Nations. Can you tell me of this?"
Flattered that Lafayette wished for me to explain it, I answered, "It's a wampum belt. They served as a form of money once. At least until my Dutch ancestors began manufacturing wampum in such quantity as to make it worthless as currency. Taken by themselves, the beads are merely white, purple, and black shells, sanded and drilled. But string them together, and they can tell a story, seal a treaty, or serve as a badge of authority. If you knew the patterns and the symbols, and I did, having learned them at a very young age from the native women who bartered with Mama at the back door of our Saratoga house, and with whose daughters I sometimes played in their nearby village.
"What message does this belt convey?"
Lafayette asked, peering at me from the corner of his eye. "It's an invitation." For though Papa was no longer in command of an army, he'd long served as Indian Commissioner, an important position he still held. My father arranged to have this wampum belt and others to be delivered through Iroquois to call for a meeting of the Iroquois Confederacy. The young Marquis seemed enthralled. "Do you know why?" We could never emphasize enough to outsiders that the Iroquois were not to be confused with other Indians. The people of the Longhouse were a democratic nation, and a powerful one, represented by statesmen who had skillfully played the British and the French against one another for decades. Because if we can convince the Six Nations to remain neutral, we'll deprive the British of their Indian guides and war bands. Lafayette's smile turned sly. "May I?" he asked, and when I nodded, he took up the belt to inspect it. "These symbols, do you know what they mean?" "Well, that," I said, pointing, "that is the tree of the Onondaga Nation, the keepers of the central fire, the custodians of records. And this," Lafayette traced an open rectangle. "The Oneida," I said, overcome by the sudden impression that he was testing me like a schoolmaster, and had been doing so since the start of the conversation. "People of the Standing Stone. They're friendly to us." "Your father has invited me to go with him to Johnstown for a conference with the Six Nations." I saw my father's strategy at once, and I warmed with hope. Despite the Six Nations' vow to remain neutral, many of them had sided and fought with the British against us. We couldn't hope to get them to join us instead, but in light of our victory at Saratoga, there might now be an opportunity to make them honor their vow, if they would come to a meeting. General Gates had turned a deaf ear when Papa urged him to pursue a diplomatic course with the Iroquois. There was no glory in that for Gates, but thus far the Marquis had proved to be as fair-minded as Major Monroe claimed. Maybe we could convince him. Iroquois neutrality could change everything. It could help win the war, and it might be just the victory Washington needed. "I hope you'll accept Papa's invitation to go," I said, because if Lafayette presided over the treaty convention, the Six Nations might attend for that reason alone. After all, Lafayette had one thing Papa did not. He had the King of France behind him. "Indeed, I will go, mademoiselle," he said. "But given your knowledge, perhaps you should go too?" "Yes," I said, before my mother could even lift a disapproving brow. Before even I could discern whether or not it was an invitation made in earnest or jest. I knew only that it was the moment, in all my restlessness, I had pined for, and I was sure my father would understand that restless longing. "Oh yes, I intend to go." Angelica was not the only Schuyler daughter, after all, who could forge her own path. Chapter 4. We were headed into Iroquois. The snows were still so deep we were obliged to go by horse-drawn sleigh, my father leading the way beneath gnarled tree branches that bowed, encased in glistening ice. Our slow pace frustrated the hard-charging Lafayette, who was eager to rendezvous with the Iroquois Confederacy. And I was nearly as impatient, for so much was at stake, not just the Indians' neutrality but the war itself. I'd once asked myself how a daughter could make a difference. Now I might have the opportunity. Though I'd attended Indian conferences before, never one like this, in the company of soldiers as if I, too, were a warrior in a fight I believed in. Bundled in a fur cloak, I rode nestled beside Major Monroe, who I suspected had been tasked to watch over me. "Are you warm enough, Miss Schuyler?" It was the 4th time he'd asked. "I am, thank you, Major. Are you always so attentive?" I didn't even have to look at him to know he was blushing. I try to be attentive to ladies who are so delicate. This made me laugh because he said it through chattering teeth. I dare say the weather seems to go harder on Virginians. Perhaps I should be the one to offer you my coat this time?" I regretted pricking at his pride because he scolded, "Ladies of Virginia would not go out in this weather, nor would their fathers condone their presence on such an adventure." I couldn't tell if Monroe was jesting or if he truly disapproved. My father had never discouraged my sisters and I from taking an active part in his affairs. Before she eloped, Angelica had dutifully sent Papa military intelligence reports from Albany, and I had sometimes accompanied him on his travels. I would later learn that the daughters of New Netherlanders expected to enjoy a bit more independence than other American women, but at the time it seemed only natural. Why shouldn't he condone it? I have lived alongside the Six Nations all my life. When that didn't seem to convince him, I added, "Besides, when I was 13, I was adopted by the Iroquois." At that last remark, Monroe's shy smile disappeared. Beneath his dark wavy hair, his gray eyes went wide, and he looked so startled that I feared he might fall out of the sleigh. "Whatever can you mean? You're telling fibbery." "You insult me, sir," I cried like a man ready to challenge him to a duel. Laughing, I explained. "It's true. I remember well how all the chiefs, clan mothers, and greatest warriors, row after row, stood silently around an open space where green grass gleamed." Major Monroe now seemed enraptured, so I continued. "I dressed in white and they in the splendor of war paint, and I held tight onto my father's hand when, with much pomp and ceremony, the chieftains put their hands upon my head, commented on my black eyes, and gave me an Indian name. I pronounced the name in their language. It means one of us." Though Monroe could not seem to decide if he ought to be awed or horrified, Lafayette, riding beside the sleigh, turned to marvel. "Then, mademoiselle, you know not only the symbols but the language of the Iroquois League?" "Some," I nodded, for I'd been raised in a home where Dutch, English, and Mohawk were all spoken. Lafayette rubbed at his reddened nose. "Ah, we have the company of a pretty lady and the blessing of her knowledge. Petit Monroe, you must leave us soon?" Monroe had come with us as far as he could. Having discharged his duties in Albany, he felt bound to return to winter headquarters at Valley Forge. But as we reached the road where he would take his leave of us, Monroe didn't seem to want to go. It was hard to credit that such a big, strong soldier could be so shy, but as he prepared to leave, Monroe reddened to the tips of his ears and stammered, Do you think your father would find it permissible, Miss Schuyler, for me to write to you?" Was it such an improper thing for Virginians to correspond with a lady friend without her father's permission? Or did he mean to imply the beginnings of a courtship? I wasn't sure, but I am more apt now to think it was merely an attempt at gallantry, owing to the antiquated peculiarities of James Monroe. Or maybe to his southern charm. Perhaps they were one and the same. In any case, what I said was, "Well, what if I were to say you have my permission, sir, and that's all you need?" He gawped a bit at my brashness, and the fact that I'd taken up the reins of the sleigh as if I meant to drive it, which I had intended until I realized he might think it unladylike. It seemed to me as if we New Yorkers were too aristocratic for the New Englanders and too bold for the Virginians, which made me wonder how we'd all get along together if we weren't forced into it by our war with the king. I parted with Monroe affectionately, though not nearly as affectionately as Lafayette did. The Frenchman hugged Monroe and kissed him upon both cheeks again and again, until the Major finally seemed like a squirming cat eager to get away. Then we continued westward, on to Johnstown. When the Marquis first said that the world's eyes were upon him, it seemed a self-important boast, but he was already known, or at least known of, by the chieftains. And because he was a Frenchman, we were very well received where the Iroquois had gathered for the conference along the banks of the Mohawk River. Hair streaked with feathers, their ears cut open, jewels dangling from their noses, their tattoos and painted designs visible beneath the beaded skins they wore. The old men smoked pipes and talked about politics, and so did the women. This did not give Lafayette pause. If you could see the salons in Paris, the women are the same, even in my own family, perhaps especially the women of my family. With that, the Frenchmen waded into the crowds and showered them with little gifts, mirrors, rum, brandy, and shining gold coins, louis d'or. And the Iroquois took to him, just as we were beginning to take to him. It was the same generosity he'd shown our soldiers in Albany. There, and with his own personal funds, he'd bought food, armaments, and clothing for the men. I would later learn that Lafayette spent more than $12,000, an even more outrageous sum then than it is now. He'd been able to do for our soldiers what Congress could not. He put shirts on their backs, shoes on their feet, and beef in their bellies. And when he began drilling soldiers, they actually obeyed him, calling him the soldier's friend. As the daughter of Philip Schuyler, I might have resentfully said it was because he bought their loyalty. But in truth, I admired the sincerity with which the Frenchman approached his dealings. No one could ever accuse the Marquis of being unpretentious, but his enthusiasm and optimism were infectious, even amongst the Six Nations. And I might have been more sure of the success of our mission were it not for the fact that the most distinguished Mohawk had not responded to the messengers with the wampum belts. No Seneca, next to no Cayuga, only 100 Onondaga. Disappointed and alarmed, I said to my father, "They won't even meet with us." Papa squeezed my hand. "There are nearly 800, Betsy. It'll be enough for word to get to the others." Finally, the ceremony commenced on the common. The Indians arranged themselves in a circle by nation and clan, sitting on the ground upon blankets and furs, men on one side, women on the other, chairs left for the commissioners and for me. In the center, a large pot of meat broth boiled away over a fire, and as a pledge of sincerity, 3 elderly chiefs delivered to Papa and Lafayette a belt of wampum much more intricate than any I'd seen before, curiously worked with porcupine quills and handsomely painted. When it was my father's turn to speak, he didn't dissemble. He merely explained that the King of England was an ocean away and would abandon his Iroquois allies when the Americans won this war. That if the Six Nations didn't bury their war axe now, they'd soon find themselves facing a new American nation that would treat them as enemies. I worried that he would press them too hard, but those who sat nearest to the fire, the Oneida and Tuscarora, my father praised for maintaining the neutrality they'd once promised, and he pledged our friendship and protection. That was all he was permitted to say for the time being. These tawny-skinned people of the Longhouse abided by strict rules and rituals, and it was now time to dance. An Oneida clan mother named Two Kettles Together approached me, bells in hand. "Are you not one of us?" She was one of those who had adopted me into the Six Nations, and grinning that she'd remembered me after all these years, I readily fastened the bells on my ankles. "I am so happy to see you," I said, introducing her to Lafayette as a warrior in her own right, who had fought at Oriskany. Armed with 2 pistols, she'd reloaded her husband's weapons when he, wounded, couldn't do it for himself. "Like Jeanne d'Arc," Lafayette exclaimed in warm greeting. "A French warrior woman. I have an ancestor who fought beside her. Perhaps one day you should fight beside me." "If you are lucky," Two Kettles Together said with a shrewd little smile, before taking my hand and pulling me into the dance, where the Indians united by hands and jumped round the pot that hung over the fire, animated by the music of a small drum. One of the chiefs likewise took Lafayette by the hand and danced him round the circle too. Another blackened Papa's face with grease from a pot. Whether this was a trick to excite a laugh or a part of their actual national ceremony, I didn't know. But my very dignified father did not like it. And yet Lafayette insisted he must also have his face greased. Apparently charmed by his boisterous participation, the Iroquois adopted Lafayette too, with a new name, Keula, fearsome horseman. I knew this was partly because they liked him and mostly because he was a representative of France. Too many of our fellow Americans dismissed the sons of the forest as simple savages, but we who lived so near to the Six Nations knew better. They were not to be trifled with or tricked. Other Indians lived in fear and dread of them. What the Six Nations wanted was a balance of power in the region. If they couldn't have it with the King of England, they'd seek it with the King of France, and with the Marquis de Lafayette as the conduit. And because I was hopeful that peace between our peoples could be achieved, I stayed late with the women, who danced, ate soup, and drank rum. I was quiet, listening to those who didn't realize I understood their language enough to overhear something not meant for my ears. 2 Onondaga women complained of going through the motions of this treaty convention. It was a sham, they said, meant only to raise our hopes. I pretended at fascination with the dance, softly clapping my hands. Only when it would draw no notice did I make ready to return to Papa's side and warn him. But when 2 kettles together rose to walk with me, I feared she knew that I understood. And for a fleeting moment, I felt the gravest danger of my life. A feeling that lessened only a little when she whispered, "You now know that the Onondaga cannot be trusted. Tell your company to be on its guard. I've heard talk of a spy in the neighborhood who has eyes on your father, and especially your Frenchman." Sweat beaded upon my nape as I remembered at least 2 prior occasions when the British sent agents to kidnap or assassinate my father. With damp palms, I squinted in the dim light of the fire, daring a glance at the faces around it, suspicious and mistrustful of everyone. I suppose Papa would be flattered to know he was, even stripped of command, still in their sights. But the Marquis was the more valuable prize. "Do they mean to kill him?" "I don't know the plan," she said, "only that the British have put a target on his back, and the Arrow Man is near." "Mademoiselle, you are a most excellent patriot," Lafayette said when I returned to the safety of Johnston Hall, where I reported everything. To my surprise, the Frenchman seemed sanguine. "It is good you learned about this in secret while all eyes were upon your father and me. You have been an essential asset to the cause." It was flattery, French flattery at that, and I wanted to believe it was true. But I was crestfallen at the certain failure of our mission, and worried, too. "The British aren't the only ones who have spies," Papa said to reassure me. "I can say with confidence that the man they've sent to make trouble is Major Carleton, the nephew of the Canadian governor. I suspected he was in the area incognito to suborn the Indians who are friendlier to us. Now we have better reason to think so." I bit my lower lip, thinking it quite a risk for such a prominent British officer and gentleman to take, even if he was not an assassin or kidnapper. If he was caught in disguise, he could be hanged as a spy, and perhaps that's what Lafayette had in mind when he said, "I shall offer a reward of 50 guineas to anyone who will bring him to me alive." Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, "And since there are Indians who are friendly to us, I will offer them, and only them, trading posts and protection." But might not attempts to divide them further provoke those who are against us, ending our hopes to get the Six Nations to remain neutral? I dared to ask. Lafayette nodded. "If we cannot get neutrality, perhaps we can get something better." At the next day's council, the Indians were in an uproar, all pretense of accord abandoned. For the magnificent chieftain, Grasshopper of the Oneida, rose to address the warrior class. "By refusing to make peace,
You sow the seeds of your own destruction. You have forced us all to terrible choices. Now, instead of being strong as 6 arrows all together that cannot be broken, we are in splinters." 6 arrows. The Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Mohawk, Oneida, and Tuscarora. Together, they'd formed a confederacy older than Great Britain. The chief turned to my father. "The Oneida and Tuscarora will not remain neutral." Amidst murmurs and shouts, I nearly gasped as Grasshopper raised his voice over the fray. "We say to our brethren, the Americans, that we, too, are a free people with absolute notions of liberty, and we will join your cause and pledge to be buried in the same graves with you, or to share in the fruits of your victories and peace." The impact of the moment resounded in my bones. I wasn't alone. Lafayette didn't hide his tears as he rose. "This man possesses the dignity of a Roman senator? The philosopher Rousseau speaks truly of man's nobility in his state of nature. For here, as much as any place in America, has taught me that we are, all of us, and of right to be free." That very day, the Oneida promised to send warriors to join Washington's army at Valley Forge, and a clan mother with white corn to help feed the starving soldiers, and teach them how to prepare it so they wouldn't get sick from eating it dry. We had meant to secure neutrality. Instead, we came away with allies, warriors, and food. Though Papa was wary, Lafayette thought it a triumph. Perhaps not as glorious as victory upon a battlefield, but a triumph that would redound to both Lafayette's and Washington's credit and help win the war. As for me, I was so stunned by what had taken place that I allowed myself a sip of rum that night at the campfire when Lafayette offered it to me. And then I coughed on it, which brought a guffaw from the Frenchman. "Do you dislike the taste of rum, Mademoiselle Schuyler?" My eyes watered as I struggled to answer. He laughed again. "You and I can speak candidly, now that we are kin. Nous sommes une famille, comme frères et sœurs." "Pardon?" I asked hoarsely. "We are sister and brother, yes. Having been adopted by the Indians, we are both savages, you and me." Lafayette said this word as if it were more glorious than his noble title. But then, as if fearing I didn't understand, he added, "The Iroquois forests are peopled by my friends. To me, the despots of Europe are the true savages." He leaned in with a grin. "After we leave this place, come to Washington's headquarters at Valley Forge with me." I blinked. "Whatever for?" "Because you shall have a bevy of admirers. I would even count myself amongst them." Fearing that the Frenchman, despite being married, meant to press an improper flirtation upon me, I'm afraid I was quite tart. I do not think, even with your encouragement, that my father would consent for me to become a camp follower. Lafayette threw up his hands. "Mon Dieu, I suggest nothing dishonorable. Men like me, the wilds remind us that when stripped of luxuries and titles, we are all the same but for our honor." With that, Lafayette's chin gestured in the direction of my father. "And weary men of honor need to be reminded of what they fight for. Come with me to Washington's camp, ma chère Mademoiselle Schuyler. You and your father, who may be safer in a military camp than facing spies and treachery on his own." I was touched by Lafayette's concern for my father. And just then, across the campfire, I spied 2 kettles together, who went where she pleased, wore what she pleased, did what she pleased, and fought when she pleased. I knew that if it were my choice, I would go with Lafayette. But it was not my choice. "You forget the matter of Papa's court-martial." "Bah, the stain on your father's name will be lifted soon enough. Now that France is involved, the war will be so swiftly over, you will miss it all if you do not come." I hoped Lafayette was right that the war would be over swiftly. And when it was finally time for us to part ways, I said, "Farewell, General.
I hope to see you again soon.
You will? I am certain of it.
But in the end, Lafayette was wrong. My father's court-martial didn't take place until autumn. I wouldn't see the eccentric young Frenchman again for another 3 years. And even then, the war was far from over. Chapter 5. June 1778. Albany. Mama was dangerously ill, burning with fever in the confines of her curtained bed, pale and weak as a lamb. Though my father was sometimes afflicted by bilious fevers and gout, my sturdy mother's Dutch constitution had seemed a shield against every ailment. Every ailment but one. Childbirth, the most dangerous female ailment of all. And even though none of us spoke the words aloud as my mother tossed upon her fevered bed, we all feared it might claim Mama and her baby, too. After a difficult delivery, Mama presented my father with a frightfully little infant son. As was the custom, we'd celebrated the birth with sweet pastries and cinnamon caudle, but Mama had been too sick to take part. And now, only weeks later, her milk had dried up. Because none of our servants were breeding, we had no wet nurse, nor could I coax the babe to suck cow's, sheep's, or goat's milk from a cloth. As the sickly little thing trembled in my arms, withering by the hour, I felt for the first time in my life an ache in my breasts to feed a hungry child. "Betsy," Mama whispered to me, and I looked up from the rocking chair beside her sick bed. Sweat poured from her forehead, and her braid of long black hair had come frayed and lay wild. "If the Lord should take me, I need for you to know something." Intent upon her every rasping word, I leaned closer, mopped the sweat from her brow with a cool cloth, and wondered if I should fetch the doctor again. "You can, Mary," she said. "You needn't, but you mustn't think that you can't." For her to say such a puzzling thing, I decided that the tincture of saffron, sage, and snake root must not have done her any good. "Don't tire yourself with talk," I said, trying to hush her as I patted the baby's back. But twisting against the sheets, Mama continued. "A son-in-law could be a great blessing to your poor father, who is so harried." "Just get well, Mama," I said, wondering if she remembered that she already had a son-in-law in Jack Carter, even if he was in faraway Boston with Angelica. "Don't worry about anything else but getting well. After all, I worried enough for the both of us." Papa had been torn between staying close to my mother in her illness, collecting rents from our tenants, and rebuilding the charred ruins of our mills at Saratoga. Our wealth was in the timber we cut and the flour we milled there, and I knew Mama worried our family fortune would never entirely rebound. But what she rasped was, "Peggy is quite pretty." My brow furrowed as I tried to follow the workings of her fevered mind. She blinked, as if struggling to scrutinize my face with the honest frankness of our shared Dutch heritage. "But you're pretty enough, my dear child." "Worry not, Mama. I shan't let such praise go to my head." It was so mild a compliment that in the past I might have taken pleasure in it, knowing it was not false flattery. But even though I'd had no letter from Monroe, our flirtation and my adventure with the Marquis de Lafayette had opened my mind to possibilities for my future I hadn't previously considered, even as I felt the weight of my responsibilities here with my family as never before. And if my mother should not survive— no, I couldn't think of that. "But if you do, Mary," her words trailed off, "you must promise not to run off with some macaroni like Jack Carter." "Mama, I thought you'd come to like him." "I do, but oh, to have missed my own daughter's wedding." "I won't give you such a pain," I promised, trying to soothe her. But my heart ached at the turn of her thoughts, and the fact that a breach between us remained. Moving to sit at the edge of the bed, I asked, "Can't you ever forgive me for helping Angelica to run off?" Mama reached for my hand and clutched it with a surprising strength. "It is forgiven, my dear child. Forgiven and forgotten." Blinking back bittersweet tears, I gave a quick nod. But before I could tell her how much it meant to me, she slipped into a fitful sleep. Then the babe gave a frightening weak cry, and I hurried down the stairs, determined to do for him what my mother could not. I found Peggy on the lawn overseeing the littlest children as they played hoops and leapfrog. "Take the baby," I said. "I'm going to get help." I needed to find a willing woman to take my infant brother to the breast, and I wasn't averse to using our status to secure assistance. Whatever my father's reputation, the Schuylers, the Livingstons, the Van Cortlands, and the Van Rensselaers were the great families of the region. If I couldn't impress upon the people here, then I would cross the river to Fort Craylow, where my mother was born and raised. "You're going to leave?" Peggy asked, a little panicked. "Mama is too ill to know her own name, the servants are gone, and someone needs to play mistress of the pastures." The servants were gone to celebrate Pinkster, she meant. For Dutch settlers, the springtime holiday was a time for religious services, but for slaves it was a week free from work, a week during which they might travel to nearby plantations to visit family, or dance and sing at one of the festivals in Albany or New York City. Papa had been eager for the arrival of Pinkster, from which his servants usually returned cheerful, but now he feared some might not return at all. For amongst our slaves that spring had passed sullen looks and dark whispers. From the kitchen, Dinah had sent up only cold dishes. Our dairymaid had the temerity to refuse Papa some trifling request with the cows, and he seemed too bewildered by the incident to have punished her. I initially attributed the insolence of our people to fear, for everyone was fearful. No sooner had the leaves on the trees come to bud than did 4 of the 6 nations attack nearby villages and settlements, just as 2 kettles together had warned. Our slaves might have worried about the Indians, who also kept Negroes in bondage, and were said to treat them harshly. I think now, though, upon more mature reflection, that the people of our plantation must have been weighing their loyalty between us and the British, who offered freedom to runaways. Our slaves must have wondered at men like my father, ready to die for his own freedom, while holding others in bondage. And they were not wrong to wonder. In those desperate hours, though, I thought only of the sick little baby. "You'll just have to manage by yourself, Peg," I said, giving her the swaddled infant before bolting for the stable and galloping down the drive, bypassing azalea-festooned festival stalls, dancers and drummers in town. I went first to our Livingston relations at the Elm Tree Corner, where I pleaded with an indentured Irish girl who was breeding. But by the time we returned, my infant brother was struggling to breathe, let alone suckle. I'd barely dismounted when the sweet babe, with a head so tiny it fit in my palm, gasped and shuddered and perished in my arms. In the days thereafter, Papa wrote the baby's name in the family Bible. A carpenter made a tiny pine coffin. My father dug a tiny grave. "God gives and God takes away. Blessed be the name of God," Papa said, determined to submit to the Lord's judgment. But Mama was powerfully afflicted, and I'd never felt so terrible about anything. God could not wish this, I thought. Our ancestors' Dutch Reform faith held that much was predestined. But God could not wish helpless babes to die after only a few painful breaths. No just God could wish suffering, sickness, slavery, and savagery. Wasn't that why we were fighting a revolution? I'd never been a patient girl in church services. I'd read the Bible only indifferently and because my mother insisted. But now, at the graveside of my dead baby brother, hearing clods of earth fall upon the tiny coffin like the sound of knocking, I was struck by the powerful conviction that God put us here to make a better world, and it is a conviction that has informed the rest of my life. Though I burned for some heroic deed to accomplish, the uncomfortable realization of maturity was dawning. The grinding toil of duty might not be as glorious as adventures in the wild, but more necessary. To make this world a better place, my family needed to survive this war. And so I applied myself for the first time to the housework I'd always shirked. Laundering clothes, feeding chickens, bundling herbs, picking vegetables, bottling cider, and making soap. And to make sense of any of it occasioned countless trips up and down the stairs to disturb my poor mother's rest. This was especially so because Dinah, our cook, had not returned from Pinkster. She'd been found in a barn, harbored by a Scotchman, and now marked time in jail as a runaway until Papa could reclaim her. Despite my father's reassurance that he wouldn't punish Dinah harshly, Jenny was beside herself with fear, or perhaps with guilt that she'd not joined her mother in running away. And even after a chastened Dinah returned to our kitchens, tensions on our plantation ran high, with Prince thin-lipped and more insistent upon protocol than ever. Meanwhile, my father slept scarcely at all that spring, and well into autumn. He'd lost his child, his command, and his honor. For months now, despite his continued service, Congress denied him the opportunity to defend himself against charges of neglect and disloyalty, all while General Gates discounted our reports of devastating raids by the Mohawk, Cayuga, Seneca, and Onondaga. It wasn't until October, perhaps under my father's subtle threat that he would publish a pamphlet to exonerate himself, that he was finally called upriver for his court-martial. The verdict came in 3 days. The court, having considered the charges against Major General Schuyler, the evidence in his defense, are unanimously of opinion that he is not guilty, and the court do therefore acquit him with the highest honor. Sweet vindication. All the sweeter because it helped put an end to talk of replacing Washington. His trusted officers had proved trustworthy. Lafayette had avoided the trap of a disastrous misadventure in Canada and salvaged his reputation by recruiting Indian allies to the cause. My father had been acquitted by an honest court. Our generals and young officers had stood together with Washington. Semper Fidelis. And I will always believe it was loyalty to the cause over personal ambition that saved us. General Gates was forced to apologize for his role in attempting to undermine Washington and became himself the subject of an inquiry. Other conspirators resigned in humiliation. And since Mama was quite nearly recovered, it was a thing I meant to celebrate in high style. Peggy and I determined to host a party, something to bring cheer and joy back to the pastures. The little ones thought to make a pie for Papa's return. So we invited friends from our community troupe of blues on a foraging day to pick the last of the season's berries. A group of us ventured into the wilds, singing and joking as we'd done since we were young. It was an old Dutch tradition meant for matchmaking. All New Netherlander children were divided from the youngest ages into teams for races and games, outings and house parties. The blues, the reds, the greens. Even in Papa's day, no chaperones were present, which was how I supposed my oldest sister had come to be born only a few months after our parents married. Not that I'd ever dared ask my starchy mother about it. In any case, amongst our children's troops, Angelica had been our undisputed leader. Never one who enjoyed the outdoors, Peggy had often groused her way through all of our troop's adventures, but Angelica had cheered our blues in the winter as I skated to victory past one of the Livingston girls, and sang songs as we climbed through the brambles to explore the mist-slick caves along the river, and lolled on the green grass, nose buried in a book, while the rest of us stuffed ourselves on a picnic of good bread, butter, and jam. Every boy of the Blues had wanted to marry Angelica. Every girl wanted to be her friend. But they called me Buckskin Betsy, and it was once suggested that I should make a new troupe of the so-called strays I was known for collecting. But Angelica never tolerated a mean word to be said against me, and promised that if I left the Blues, she'd leave too. That had been the end of it. I'd never forgotten my sister's loyalty, and it made me miss her even more. But our mood was so celebratory that morning as we set off that even Peggy seemed to enjoy herself. Laughing and teasing, we paddled canoes to get to the berry patch, gathering and eating the sweet berries until 14-year-old Stephen Van Rensselaer, the young patroon of Rensselaerwyck, suddenly lifted his hunting rifle with wary eyes on the shoreline, and everyone fell silent, except Peggy. "What is it?" she whispered. "Indians," he said, eyes wild. My heart thumped a drumbeat as I measured the distance back to the pastures, where we might slam the shutters and guard the doors. Alas, they'd come upon us too stealthily. We'd never make it, I thought, when I spotted the Iroquois emerge from the foliage. I knew them on sight. Oneida. Friendly Iroquois. Not a war-painted party wielding hatchets, but a small delegation of Oneida chieftains dressed in buckskin and moccasins, carrying a haunch of venison. And a tall woman walked with them, a clay pipe between her teeth. "2 kettles together!" I called, my voice shaky with relief. She gave a regal nod of her head, explaining that she was on her way to see my father, and she carried grave news. Though Lafayette's bounty had turned the tables on the spy, we'd never captured Major Carleton. Now he was leading coordinated raids against our settlements, and a separate force of 300 Indians had skulked through Cherry Valley with 200 British Rangers, laying waste to everything in their path, including the fortifications Lafayette had authorized to defend our friends. 40 women and children had been butchered, mangled, or scalped. Some had their heads, legs, and arms cut off, or the flesh torn from their bones by dogs. Our Oneida friends had tried to warn us, and for months after the treaty conference, Papa had tried to warn Gates, to no avail. Now that my father had been exonerated, I expected that he would take back his command and lead the army in reprisals. I'd been at his side in Johnstown when, with Lafayette, he promised to treat the Mohawk, the Cayuga, the Seneca, and the Onondaga as enemies if they persisted. Someone would have to make good on that promise. For more than a year now, I'd burned with a desire to see Papa again in his general's uniform, his honor restored. But when my father was finally offered back his command of the Northern Army, he refused it. "Why?" I asked, mortified. "Because I have been appointed to Congress," he replied. Congress. I supposed it to be a great deal of jabbering. Scarcely anyone paid the man who labored with paper and pen the respect due a major general of the Continental Army. I couldn't see the glory in it, and I couldn't imagine how my father would be content with it, given the abuse he'd already suffered. Not even when he said, "Too few legislators know anything about provisioning an army. They know even less about these territories and the real power of the 6 nations. If they did, they would quake in their boots. So it seems I am needed in Philadelphia." I wanted to change his mind. How was he to finish rebuilding our fortunes from Philadelphia? How would we provide for the family without completed mills or timber? Shouldn't he be remembered as the great general that he was? But before I could argue, my mother rested her hand atop his. "Whatever you decide, your family needs nothing but your presence to make us happy, whether you are called General Schuyler or simply Philip Schuyler, Esquire." The warm and grateful way he smiled at her made me bite my tongue. I have since thought back many times to that moment, remembering how graciously she accommodated both my father's pride and his sense of duty. The way she convinced him that his family would love and honor him just the same. That there was nothing whatsoever he needed to prove. That he was enough of a husband, a father, and a patriot, in and of himself. That he could be at peace with private honor over public laurels. And I've wondered why I couldn't accomplish the same when it came to my own husband. Perhaps it was because the man I married was not born to a great family. He was not secure in his heritage or in himself. It would be easy to blame the wounds that my husband carried that had nothing to do with me. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I wonder if, unlike my mother, I have always carried within myself some spark of ambition or expectation that my husband sensed he mustn't disappoint lest he lose my love, even if it meant his death. Chapter 6. February 1780, Morristown, New Jersey. I met him during the worst winter anyone could remember, and in the darkest hour of the war, during a year that would see the literal blotting out of the sun and make us wonder if it were the end of days. No one could remember such a winter, so cold that one couldn't write a letter except by the fire or the ink would freeze. The river iced over so solidly, even at the widest part, that the British could wheel artillery across it. No ship could come in or out of any port. And the young officers in my military escort were forced to stop every so often to knock shards of ice loose from the wheels of the coach, wary of catching a glimpse of the king's soldiers. They had good reason to be wary, for I carried a letter from my father to General Washington. There was also the matter of my traveling companion, a fair and feisty beauty by the name of Kitty Livingston, my cousin and childhood friend. Kitty was the daughter of New Jersey Governor William Livingston, one of the most forceful and influential men of the Revolution, perpetually on the run from the British, who desperately wanted to make an example of him. And there had recently been, at the Livingston family home, redcoats pounding upon the door at midnight, forcing their way in at the point of bayonet, demanding that the governor's daughters betray their father's hiding place, which they steadfastly refused to do. I was certain they'd burn the house. Kitty's breath puffed steam into the air as she nestled closer to me beneath a quilt. Though God forgive me at this moment, I'd gladly see Liberty Hall engulfed in flames if only to warm my feet near the conflagration. If God wouldn't forgive her, I would, because the coals in our foot warmer had burned out. But I told myself to endure it, because I was soon to see my sister. It had been nearly 3 years since Jack Carter spirited Angelica away to Boston. Now my brother-in-law's business dealings, which I never sufficiently understood, had brought him back into service as a commissary. Angelica had written that he'd been sent on a foraging expedition, and that in the meantime she was with the army in Morristown, where I was determined to join her. Given that British raiding parties skulked everywhere along the Hudson, throwing torches into homes, courthouses, and churches along the way, I expected my mother to balk at the idea of my journey. But the Revolution was still for us a family affair. My aunt Gertrude, whose husband, Dr. Cochrane, was George Washington's personal physician, invited me to visit, with a pointed reminder that Washington's officer corps was comprised almost entirely of well-educated bachelors from good families in dire need of brides. I was more interested in the knowledge that they were also in need of nurses. And so I went. When our coach came to a stop, we heard a watchman call, "Who comes there?" Standing upon a muster ground of muddied slush, an irritated sentry all but encased in ice demanded our papers. And when I leaned out to see him, I was greeted with the welcome sight of smoke billowing from a tavern chimney amidst a little cluster of peaked roofs. The tavern gave us hope of a warm drink, but when the sentry saw the direction of our eyes, he said, "Don't bother. They'll slam the door in your faces." That's when I noticed the dark glances of the townsfolk trudging past. Startled, I asked, "There are Tories here in Morristown."
"Aye, and they're just as sick to death of us, miss."
The sentry pointed down the lane.
"Your kin are staying less than a mile that-a-way. Your sister, Mrs. Carter, is already in camp."
Angelica. The thought of her alone was enough to warm me, and my excitement was rewarded when, before our coach even came to a full stop in front of a neat little white house with a picket fence half buried in snow, my older sister flung herself out the front door. We both cried at once, "Angelica! Betsy!" Thereupon we flew into each other's arms and squeezed so tightly we could scarcely breathe for the sweet pain of it. I couldn't stop looking at her, because she had become, it seemed, even more beautiful as a consequence of motherhood, her bright black eyes shining over an elegantly long nose that was pink just at the tip. From the doorway, stout Aunt Gertrude fussed. "Let's get you girls in out of the cold before you catch your deaths." She ushered Kitty, my sister, and me inside a small front parlor where a corner fireplace blazed with the most welcome fire I'd ever seen. Meanwhile, Angelica kissed my cold cheeks again. "You must tell me everything straight away, whether Peggy has learned to discipline her tongue, or Mama bought any elegant dresses, or if Papa's gout has returned, and if our brothers are becoming little men, or even if Jenny has learned to powder your hair without making you sneeze. I must know." I wanted to tell her everything straight away, but I could scarcely feel my fingers or toes. Thankfully, Aunt Gertrude made some warmed cider to thaw us. Apologetically, she also offered some sorry-looking biscuits. The best that can be done with mealy flour, a few raisins, and the last of the spice. The biscuits were dry, but Kitty and I gobbled them up as if they were the finest of pastries. Then we were pleased to present some precious supplies: flour, cheese, and salt, the latter of which my aunt told us was more valuable than gold. As our aunt went through the packages, Angelica put my adorable infant niece into my arms, while her little boy played peekaboo about Kitty's skirts. I cuddled the baby close, inhaling her milk scent and feeling beneath my breast a stirring. How might I feel to hold a little creature like this in my arms, knowing she'd be mine to keep forever? If I was to live as a spinster, I'd never know. And it seemed as if my kinswomen had hatched a veritable conspiracy to keep that from coming to pass. "As soon as you've warmed yourself, my dear, we must see your gowns," Aunt Gertrude said. "There won't be much time to make necessary alterations if we don't start upon them at once. Surely you wish to be in fashion when you meet the most eligible bachelors in the Continental Army." Clearly she was addressing me, as Kitty was never out of fashion, and I must have looked dismayed at the idea of sorting through ribbons and lace, because Angelica broke in to say, "If men were not so blind, Betsy could beguile them in buckskin or burlap, but men are truly the most bumbling of creatures. To get their blood up, you must wave a bit of ribbon and lace before them like a matador." We had a good laugh at that, but Auntie protested. "They're not rutting bulls, they're gentlemen, and I'll have you know, Betsy, when I told a certain Colonel Tillman that you were coming, he said he'd be very glad to see you again." I very much doubted he meant it. When I was 17, Tench Tillman served with my father as an Indian commissioner, and the Iroquois had proposed to the mild-mannered Maryland officer that he take an Indian bride. Later, at a picnic that followed, our lady friends had teased him about this unmercifully. Hoping to divert their mean-spirited sport, I'd managed to humiliate him and myself by blurting that I'd volunteer to be a bridesmaid if Colonel Tillman should, in fact, wish to take an Indian wife. At the time, I believed that he took me for a simpleton. Now I was sure of it because my aunt went on to say, "He told me that you're the finest-tempered girl in the world." I groaned, my cheeks burning, for it was precisely the sort of polite thing a man might say about a simpleton. "He thinks I'm addle-headed." Knowing the story, Angelica laughed. My poor sister and her good intentions.
Well, you are addled if you don't take the opportunity to reacquaint yourself with Colonel Tillman, Aunt Gertrude said. He's an upright patriot from a very fine family. A loyalist family, though, Kitty sighed, as if that ruled him out. It is rather a wonder that Washington trusts him and keeps him so close. I cannot imagine the pain of being at such odds with your own relations. I couldn't imagine it either. That night, I slept with my sister and her babies in a canopied bed that took up most of the little front guest room with its corner fireplace. And as we curled round each other for warmth, I felt content as I hadn't in years. The scent of Angelica's hair, so familiar and comforting. The way she whispered stories in the dark that made me laugh, prompting our uncle to thump on the wall in the next room to hush us. I felt a little guilty when the next morning Aunt Gertrude was bleary-eyed at a hurried breakfast, and I was nearly too nervous to eat, because it was time to meet George Washington. The bustling headquarters at Ford Mansion was only a quarter-mile away. Unfortunately, there was so much snow that even with soldiers piling it into mountains on either side of the road, snowshoes were required, which meant that we were disheveled and a little out of breath when we finally reached the large white house atop the hill, where Washington's tall, powerful bodyguards demanded that we give the secret watchword, which, fortunately, we knew. Aunt Gertrude was a little sour at being suspected, considering that she came often to visit Mrs. Washington and the guards knew her well. I assure you that there aren't any deadly knitting needles in my basket. But Angelica was thrilled, or at least a little flattered, by their zealotry. Well, I think it was very handsomely done, gentlemen. After all, women can be dangerous too, and important to the entire American enterprise. Our revolution is already remaking everyone's way of looking at the world, and you are very forward-thinking fellows. With a blush at her compliment, the guards allowed us entrance to the house, where we tromped up the stairs to the door. We would have liked a moment to straighten our hair and our ribbons and make ourselves presentable, which was why, I suppose, we were so startled when the icy door flung open and a short, plump little woman with dark brown eyes appeared in the doorway. Given her plain white cap, brown homespun gown, and bespeckled apron, I might have been forgiven for having confused her with the housekeeper, but whence from her lips fell a soft southern drawl, I knew better. "Why, come in from the cold," said Martha Washington, drawing us into the comfortable circle of chairs before the fire. Though she was nearly 50 and a bit snowy-haired, she was still handsome, albeit very plainly dressed for such a grand lady as I considered her. One of her Negro servants fetched us a steaming pot of sassafras tea, while I presented to Mrs. Washington a little gift of lace cuffs. "Oh, these are so well made," she said. "Very fine work. I shall treasure them." But no sooner had she thanked me than did she return to knitting a pair of socks. "A clean, dry sock is a luxury for the soldiers. There's always so much to be done for them." "All the more difficult with everyone so crowded together," Aunt Gertrude said, her eyes lifting to the cadre of young officers coming in and out with papers and satchels. Mrs. Washington nodded, her hands never stopping at their work. "The general likes to keep here in this house his little military family, his aides all bunked together. If I go a day without mending something for one of them, I'm astonished, but I can scarcely complain given how hard they labor." "I'd be happy to be put to work," I said, reaching for a basket of mending by her feet. "Well, aren't you a sweet girl?" Mrs. Washington replied. "But I cannot imagine you came to camp for a life of drudgery. I dare say a number of gentlemen would be glad for your company, my dear girls, amongst them Colonels McHenry, Tillman, Harrison, and Hamilton, who—" She was interrupted by the sound of chairs scraping on the floorboards, as my sister and aunt quickly rose to their feet. Kitty and I were slower to stand, and then we saw the tall Virginian who commanded our attention
and our armies. At the sight of George Washington in full uniform, wearing tall black riding boots and a black cape, my fingers went nervously to straighten my tousled, half-frozen hair. Meanwhile, Kitty, who'd once requested and received a lock of the great man's hair as a token, clutched at the pendant that held it, her usual sophisticated demeanor all aflutter. I would never have been so bold as to ask for a lock of the man's hair, so I had nothing to clutch but my sister's hand. Washington bowed to us, and upon a curtsy, I retrieved from my cloak and delivered into his hand a letter of introduction from my father. But he didn't open it. "You need no introduction, Miss Schuyler," Washington said, glancing at Angelica, who remained, as was her way, perfectly composed. "In the short time she's been with us, the enchanting Mrs. Carter has already painted such a good portrait of her sensible and saintly sister that there is not an officer amongst us who would not know Elizabeth Schuyler on sight." Hearing him say my name, I flushed and went speechless. Not even Angelica's encouraging squeeze of my hand could seem to make my tongue untie itself. Finally, I managed to murmur, "We're glad to have arrived safely, Your Excellency." If Washington noticed we were swooning from the excitement of his presence, he didn't let on. "'Twas wonderful of you to have braved the journey. Can I expect the pleasure of seeing your father soon? Schuyler's perfect knowledge of the resources of the country, his good temper, and his sound military sense make me wish, above all things, that he would join us here." To hear Washington speak so warmly of my father emboldened me. "I'm sure Papa would hasten forth at your summons, Your Excellency." Papa had refused to take up his old command, but I wondered if Washington's public show of confidence would change his mind. And I was delighted when Washington gave a slight smile that didn't show his teeth. "I shall give some thought as to how to bring your father to my side. In the meantime, young ladies, we shall expect your company at the forthcoming dance assembly. When the officers learned that we were to have a visit from such toast-worthy belles, they pulled together the funds to host a proper winter's ball, complete with a French dance-master. You must attend. I insist." Chapter 7. I was prepossessed in favor of this young lady the moment I saw her, a brunette with the most good-natured, lively dark eyes I ever saw, which threw a beam of good temper and benevolence over her whole countenance. She was the finest-tempered girl in the world. Journal of Tench Tillman. I couldn't resist a direct order from the Commander-in-Chief, and so I spent at least half a day with Kitty and Angelica in preparation, curling hair, lacing stays, and deciding between silk-heeled shoes. And when Angelica powdered my bosom with some rice powder, sent especially to me as a gift by Mrs. Washington, I began to believe that a project had been made of me. "Something's amiss," Kitty said, appraising me where I stood in a robe à la polonaise of ivory silk brocade, with sprays of autumn flowers in shades of gold and brown and rose. It was another gift, this one from Angelica, whose husband was capable of obtaining the most current fashions from overseas without having to pay an unpatriotic tax on it. She held a rope of my dark hair at my nape with one hand. "It's only that Betsy's throat is bare, without anything shiny to draw the eye or entice a man to nibble." There was no use in pretending to be scandalized by my sister, who'd always said such things. But still I felt obliged to remark, "That doesn't sound pleasant." "Au contraire, you impossible girl," Angelica said. "Must I extol to you the pleasures of the marriage bed to keep you from becoming a spinster?" She fastened upon my neck a number of necklaces, all of which seemed too ostentatious for words, and I refused everything but a simple black ribbon. "I suppose that will have to do," she said. Then we were off in the sleigh. Despite the scant offerings of eatables and drinkables, it was, as General Washington promised, a proper winter ball inside a little tavern turned military storehouse on the green, its windows etched with frost. The second floor was positively transformed, illuminated by the warm glow of at least 100 candles on crossbeams, and amidst the notes of flute, violin, and harpsichord mingled a motley assemblage of about 60 gentlemen and officers. Our Americans in buff and blue, Prussian adventurers like Baron von Steuben, with medals glittering on their chests, and French officers in perfectly tailored coats with gold braids at the shoulders. And, to Kitty's great satisfaction, not a single lobster-back in sight. "You forgot your fan," Angelica scolded me. "It's too cold for a fan," I said, which made both my companions laugh. "Oh, Betsy," Kitty said, her green eyes glittering with worldly amusement. "This is what comes of socializing only with boys of the blues in Albany. Without a fan, how are you to convey a message like 'stay away' or 'come hither'?" A little vexed at her superior tone, at both of them fussing at me, I replied, "Why, I suppose I would just say the words." Angelica's eyes widened with delight. "Betsy has learned to bite." As there were only 16 ladies in attendance, every male gaze in the room turned our way, and Angelica gave the slow wave of her fan that said, "I am married." Not that it discouraged them. Kitty's daring gown with bold red and white stripes ought to have made her the belle of the ball, but it was my sister, in pink silk and cream-fringed trim, who reigned over the dance hall, and we attended her like faithful handmaidens. Good thing, too, because her natural comfort in formal social outings allowed her to artfully plead thirst as a way to steer us away from the crowd of men who descended. In the breathing space at the punch bowl, Angelica motioned with her chin toward her knot of admirers in tight buff breeches and decidedly smart dress uniforms, and I recognized a few of them from headquarters as Washington's closest aides. "They'll claim to be starved for female attention," she said, "but I assure you there's been such a parade of debutantes come to camp to land a husband that they have learned to tumble from haystacks with the dairymaids straight into the arms of gentlemen's daughters." As she took up a crystal glass of rum punch, Kitty said, "You must mean Colonel Hamilton." My sister's lips quirked up at the corner. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Moving with crisp military bearing, his reddish-brown hair pulled smartly back in a black ribbon, an officer I assumed must be Hamilton made straight for us, and Kitty pleaded, "My dear Schuyler sisters, rescue me." "Is he a rake?" I asked, wondering why she should need rescue. "Oh, he's naughty good fun and an excellent officer," Kitty replied, swiftly finishing her punch as Hamilton's heeled shoes closed the distance. "But he's been trying to seduce me since his school days, when my father let him stay with us, and he's so relentless I fear I may foolishly give in." Angelica arched a mischievous brow. "Would it really be so foolish?" "Quite," Kitty hurriedly replied. "His soldiers call him the little lion, but he's more of a ginger tomcat. He wrote me that victory will remove the obstacles in the way of matrimony, but I doubt I'm the only lady to whom he has pleaded. But the war—" A moment later, Hamilton was before us with a gallant bow, his eyes twinkling with mischief. And when he spoke, it was with the slightest accent, one I couldn't place. "Ladies, unless my eyes deceive me, I find myself in the presence of unearthly creatures." With that, he reached to kiss my sister's hand, and she allowed it. "The divine Mrs. Carter, you are a vision as always. Will your husband join us this evening?" My sister's dark eyes flashed with regal acknowledgment, her head tilting in just the right way to make her jewels sparkle. "I'm afraid Mr. Carter is away on some business for the army." "I regret to hear it," Hamilton replied in a way that made it seem he did not regret it at all. "We shall do our best to compensate for his absence." Hamilton then reached for Kitty's gloved hand, and a spark seemed to pass between them. "Miss Livingston, my very own game goddess." "By what right do you claim me, sir?" Kitty asked. "By right of long familiarity and friendship. You've little idea the fright I was thrown into when hearing of you and your sisters having to fend off the British at Liberty Hall with nothing but your wits." "You make it sound as if we were unarmed." Kitty smirked, with lips that formed a perfect Cupid's bow. "I take offense." He smiled, and I did too, enjoying their banter. "I would never wish to imply such a thing, Miss Livingston. Only a fool underestimates the petticoat patriots amongst us. And who knows better than I do that your wits are extremely sharp and cutting?" They both laughed, but I realized something was there between them, something with an edge to it. Finally, Hamilton turned his attention to me. "Who is this autumnal angel that completes your heavenly trio?" Angelica made the introduction. "I present my sister, Eliza Schuyler." At hearing my name, Hamilton dramatically pressed his palm to his chest. "Be still, my heart. At long last I make the acquaintance of the finest-tempered girl in the world." I wilted, mortified, my throat bobbing under the black ribbon fastened round my neck, wondering if Colonel Tillman had told everyone the embarrassing story. "Your reputation precedes you, Miss Schuyler." "As does yours, Colonel Hamilton," I replied. "Oh, does it?" Hamilton leaned in, intensely curious. There followed a painful moment of silence in which I realized that I could not very well tell him that we'd been gossiping about him. Fortunately, Kitty stepped into the breach. "Oh, you know it does, Colonel Hamilton, you vain creature. Is there anyone who doesn't know how you covered yourself in glory in the artillery? Or who doesn't appreciate the eloquence of your pen?" Angelica chimed in. "The sacred rights of mankind are not to be rummaged for among old parchments or musty records. They are written as if with a sunbeam in the whole volume of human nature, and can never be erased or obscured by mortal power." I wasn't surprised Angelica could quote him. She read political pamphlets with as much eagerness as Peggy read romantic French novels. But Hamilton did seem surprised, and grinned, almost modestly, at her recitation. Meanwhile, General Washington, clad in black velvet, was preparing to lead a minuet, and two bold French officers interrupted to ask Kitty and Angelica to dance. My sister gave an apologetic look before abandoning us, and as both of the beauties escaped his grasp at once, Hamilton hid his disappointment behind a veneer of politeness. Extending a hand to me that displayed a glimpse of a fine lace cuff beneath his officer's coat, he asked, "Shall we, Miss Schuyler?" "Dance?" I asked, a little flustered. "You do not dance?" "I do, of course." "Then please dance with me. As Miss Livingston is perverse enough to pretend she finds that French officer more appealing tonight, I am in need of diversion." It was not the most flattering offer to dance I'd ever received, but the young aide-de-camp scarcely waited for my assent before leading me to the floor where pairs of heeled and buckled shoes spun upon the whirled knots of the rough-hewn pine floor. And as Hamilton led me through the formal steps and bows, his fingers grasped mine just a fraction more tightly than they ought to have. I wished that didn't intrigue me, because I had the strong notion it was intended for Kitty's notice, not mine. Hamilton was a decidedly handsome man, one who seemed to know precisely what he was about. And despite the gossip about his tumbling dairymaids, he was, with me, a proper gentleman. As the center of attention, General Washington made an imposing presence, having executed so perfect a minuet that when it concluded the crowd felt moved to applaud. After which Hamilton asked, "Wherever did you learn to dance so well, Miss Schuyler?" I told him about our New Netherland children's troops and the dances in our hall. Angelica led the blues, but my little brothers were sorted into the greens. I'm afraid it remains a rivalry in our family to this day. You paint a picture of a happy family. A wistfulness crept into Hamilton's expression. A happy childhood. Glancing at my sister across the room, surrounded by a bevy of men vying for her attention, I said, "Very happy." I didn't expect this to evoke sadness behind his eyes. "Have you had refreshments yet, Miss Schuyler? You must be parched." With that, he led me back to the punch table. It was the polite way of marooning a lady before going in search of better quarry, so I was surprised when he not only lingered, but also filled cups for us both and guided us to a set of chairs. "Dare I hope that you've come to Morristown for a reunion with a certain friend of mine?" I blinked. "If you know the Marquis de Lafayette, I should like to see him again." "Know him? I consider him as a brother." Hamilton's smile turned wry as he sat beside me. "Good thing, though, that the Marquis is away on a mission to France, or I would lose another charming lady to a Frenchman's allure. Is there, perhaps, some other friend of mine you pine to see?" While a viola and a violin sang brightly over the din, I took a swallow of punch, not fathoming the direction of his question. "Are you matchmaking, sir?" "Perhaps." That was the other polite way of marooning a lady to go in search of better quarry. But I wouldn't mind if it meant a reunion with an old friend, one whose letters I'd waited upon in vain. "Well, I hope to see Major Monroe, but I haven't spotted him." Hamilton's auburn eyebrows raised with what appeared to be sobering surprise. "James Monroe? Well, no doubt my friend Monroe would blush and stammer his way through countless snowdrifts to pay court to you. But I'm afraid he's gone." The word struck me hard, like a blow. Gone? The previous winter in Valley Forge had been disastrous for the American army, many perishing of disease and exposure. That Monroe might have died there or upon a battlefield filled me with sorrow that I hadn't asked after him sooner. "My dear lady, I don't mean to say that Monroe is dead. No, I only mean that after 4 years of fighting this interminable and wearying war, my circle of boon companions is scattered. Lafayette to France, Monroe to Virginia, John Lawrence to Philadelphia." I exhaled with relief, and it wasn't lost upon me that Hamilton was keenly aware of the number of years he'd been at war. If it seemed to me that this war might never end, how must it have seemed to the men doing the fighting? So as Hamilton reached for a bit of bread, I asked, "Does it help with the weariness to remember what you wrote at the start? The sentiment my sister recited was beautiful." "You are too kind," Hamilton said with facile glibness. "But all sentiments are beautiful when spoken by a beauty." I didn't believe that. I also had the impression that he expected me to say something witty or clever or flirtatious, but all I managed was, "I found the sentiment beautiful on its own merit, an inspiring reminder of the righteousness of our cause and the good we're trying to accomplish in this world." Hamilton started to say something, perhaps something witty and clever and flirtatious, but for the first time in our short acquaintance, his mask of esprit slipped away. "You make me feel a pretender, Miss Schuyler. For these days I am disgusted with everything in this world, and I have no other wish than to make a brilliant exit." As the daughter of a general, I'd met some soldiers who seemed to crave such an end if it were possible, and now I feared Hamilton was one of them. "What has shaken your resolve, sir?" He took a breath, then stared off into the distance. "I begin to hate the country for neglecting us. Our soldiers are left to suffer. Our ideals of true equality are scorned, and men without talent or integrity are unjustly advanced. Schemers and slanderers—" He blinked, as if remembering himself. "None of which, of course, is proper conversation for a ball." "It seems entirely proper, given that my family is well acquainted with the evils of which you speak." He blinked again. "Of course. I've made the unpardonable error of forgetting whose daughter you are. It is a rare man who can, like your father, continue to serve his country without complaint or self-interested motive in the face of such unmerited abuse. I smiled. Surely it is a little self-interested to wish to avoid the king's hangman. At my altogether too honest reply, Hamilton barked out a laugh that seemed to take us both by surprise. "Miss Schuyler, your candor is most unexpected. You may be the only lady present tonight with such a saintly virtue." He said this in a way that made me think he didn't quite approve of saintly virtue. Perhaps it was for this reason, and not my own humility, that I replied, "I assure you, sir, I am no saint." He glanced at me, then seemed to put a great deal of concentration into his glass of punch. "In such company as we have tonight, I would strongly advise you against making such declarations, lest a gentleman demand proof." "What proof should I offer that might suffice?" With that, Hamilton set aside his cup and seemed to lose some sort of struggle with himself. At length he turned to stare, and I thought perhaps the candlelight played tricks with me, because beneath his pale lashes were eyes so intensely blue as to give the impression of violet. Those extraordinary eyes drifted to my bosom, which was delicately covered with my fichu, then to my neck, as if he did wish to nibble it. And I fell silent because I'd never before been given such an openly lascivious look. In fact, his open appraisal made me acutely aware that I'd never felt the sensual gaze of a man upon me before at all. Stolen glances of lustful boys, possibly. Respectful attention of gentlemen, certainly. But there was nothing gentle, playful, or boyish in Hamilton's expression now, and I was suddenly and thrillingly made to feel as if every other flirtation of my life had been but child's play. "Until this moment, Miss Schuyler, I had not realized the disservice done to you by your admirer." "My admirer?" I asked, wondering if it was the strength of the rum punch that left me so dizzied. Hamilton smirked. "Don't look now, but he's finally mustered his courage." Yet I did look, and from a crowd of swaggering officers, wives, and daughters in rustling petticoats and delicate-heeled shoes emerged a man in dress uniform. Quite a well-formed man, in truth. Broad at the shoulders with strong stocking-clad calves, wearing a dignified powdered wig. "Why, Colonel Tillman," I said, blushing unaccountably, as if I'd been caught in some manner of undress. "How good to see you after all these years." "Years in which you've blossomed from a wildflower into a rose," Tillman replied with a bow. "I remember our picnic and how easily you, a perfect nut-brown maid with the eyes of a Mohawk beauty, clambered over rocks while the other ladies needed assistance. I've often regaled my companions with the story." "That he has," Hamilton said dryly as I blushed hotter, "in detail that would be tiresome were his subject not so worthy." I recognized a friendly rivalry when Tillman pointedly turned to make the hilt of his dress sword poke Hamilton in the side. "As I was saying, Miss Schuyler, I recall you with great fondness and owe you a debt of kindness." Genuinely surprised, I said, "And here I believed I'd left you with a decidedly unfavorable impression." Tillman's cheeks colored beneath the white of his powdered wig. "Quite the opposite. In fact, I was wondering if you would honor me with—" "No," Hamilton said. "No?" Tillman was taken aback. I was, too. "No," Hamilton repeated more firmly, rising to his feet. "You're too late. Miss Schuyler owes me this dance." Hamilton touched my elbow, prompting me to rise, and with a glee nearly unbecoming, Hamilton crowed, "My dear Tillman, let this be a lesson to you on what comes of being timid with a lady fair." As he led me away from a sputtering Tench Tillman, I whispered, "But I didn't promise you a dance." "Didn't you?" Hamilton asked, mischief twinkling in his eyes. "You offered to furnish me sufficient proof that you are not a saint, and the dance-master is calling an allemande." "But I gave my last dance to you," I protested. "I believe 2 consecutive dances are permitted during war." "I don't think that's the etiquette at all, sir." "Only a saint would give a care for etiquette," Hamilton replied with a wink. "So far your proofs in that regard are sadly lacking, Miss Schuyler." The words were designed to ensure I gave way, which I did, and the dance became a flirtation set to music. A series of figures, handholds, and passés that had Hamilton turning beneath my arms before twirling me into his. When we interlaced hands, I felt the heat of him, and when I turned again, his hand brushed the nape of my neck. A shocking sensation. Was it merely a slip, or had he intended it? Then it happened again. This time, as he turned, his palm stroked the small of my back, and then a little lower. The rules of this dance precluded all touch except for linked arms and hand clasps, so it was no mistake. Perhaps I ought to have put a stop to it, but I'd foolishly agreed to prove I wasn't a saint. And then there was the problem that I liked the stolen touches. Round and round we twirled until I felt as if I were falling into his arms, and in his extraordinary eyes I sensed the Nix, a figure of Dutch legend whose sweet songs lure maidens to dangerous depths for a kiss. I shall not dissemble or hide behind virtue and claim that I wasn't tempted. Hamilton was a winsome man with captivating eyes. He might have charmed me entirely if he hadn't known himself to be so charming, and if I hadn't known this dance meant nothing. It was only to inspire jealousy. It was all play pretend, except of a very grown-up variety. The next morning was impossibly more frigid, but inside I burned. As Kitty groaned about having consumed too much rum punch, and Angelica complained that her ink was frozen, I was still dreaming of the ball. I'd finally danced with Tillman, whose courtly manner did him great merit, with another of Washington's aides, Lieutenant Colonel McHenry, a medical doctor who made me laugh by reciting the worst poetry I'd ever heard, and with the stately Baron von Steuben, whose shiny military medal caught upon my lace sleeve, entangling us briefly to the amusement of all. I'd even sat a spell with the now-married Benedict Arnold, who asked me with genuine fondness to thank my father for his help in trying to secure him a new post at West Point, now that his ruined leg left him unfit for active service. But there was something about Hamilton that lingered beyond the impression of any of these men, and it was not merely those captivating eyes or the heat of his hands when he touched me during our dance. His intelligence, wit, and devotion to duty were plain for all to see, but it seemed to me that Hamilton had built around himself a sparkling citadel of courtly manner and playful flirtation. He'd allowed me, for just a moment, to glimpse past it, and I thought I'd seen wounds that perhaps couldn't be healed, but I had the ridiculous notion that given the opportunity, I'd like to try. And it was a ridiculous notion, because while Hamilton had made a powerful impression upon me, I didn't believe I had made any upon him. He seemed to give no thought to me beyond my acquaintance with Kitty, with whom he engaged in some manner of hot and cold courtship. "Ladies," Hamilton said later that morning, doffing his cap to us where we sat with mending work. He'd come to escort us to religious services. "Seeing you seated at the fire with your spindle, thread, and scissors, I cannot help but think of the three fates." Angelica playfully snapped her shears. "Do you imagine that we're measuring out the length of your life and deciding where to snip it?" Feeling at quite the disadvantage when it came to ancient stories, I left it to Kitty to scold, "You should rather think we are the three Graces." Hamilton grinned. "Oh, but I would not hazard a guess as to which of you was charm, grace, or beauty. After all, the last time a mortal man awarded a golden apple to the fairest, he caused a dreadful war." "Is that how this got started?" Angelica asked. He laughed in a way that told me he admired my sister's wit as well as her beauty, and quite unfortunately, that made me like him all the better. Because the churches of Morristown had been converted to hospitals, religious service was to take place in the home of the Reverend. We'd attended both Dutch and Anglican services as children, but not Presbyterian. So as I fetched my coat, I asked, "You're certain we'll be welcome, though we aren't of the denomination?" "The very same question His Excellency asked," Hamilton replied. The Reverend replied it was not the Presbyterian table, but the Lord's table. Thus, in our best church dresses, coats, hats, and scarves, Angelica, Kitty, and I took our communion. But Hamilton did not. Surely he's a Christian, I thought, but I couldn't muster the courage to ask. On the way back, we strolled by a frozen pond, where Colonel Tillman was most solicitous of me. Hamilton had the idea of a sledding party for the week next, which occasioned McHenry to taunt him in his Irish brogue. "He might be a silver-tongued courtier in a ballroom, ladies, but you've never seen a lass less made for winter sport." "Allow me to put that to the lie," Hamilton said, launching a snowball at McHenry, who, like a naughty, laughing leprechaun, ducked behind the taller Tillman as cover to return the volley. Then ensued the most delightful mayhem. Slipping and sliding and thrashing one another as they ran, Washington's aides acted like brothers, I thought. Even in their horseplay, the strapping officers who rode into nearly every battle with our general were all athletic grace. But when a shower of snow came our way, Angelica asked with feigned sternness, "Must we negotiate a truce, gentlemen?" From behind a fortress he'd made of a tree, Hamilton replied, "I'm afraid it's victory or death for me." "Don't believe it, ladies," McHenry quipped with bawdy mischief. "He'll surrender his sword to any pretty girl who wants it. 3 by my count in the last month alone." "Have a care, Mac," Colonel Tillman scolded, as if worried to offend my maiden ears. But everyone else laughed, and in truth, I knew not what to make of Hamilton's rakish reputation. "Make way!" came a command from down the narrow, frozen lane, where we stood watching the men's antics. Clutching hands to keep our balance, we trudged into a deeper drift of untrodden snow as a war-weary company of men paraded by. Their threadbare uniforms were familiar, of course, as were the abused muskets upon their shoulders and the malnourished gaunt upon their frost-bitten faces. But one thing was strikingly different about these soldiers. They were black. A thing that perhaps shouldn't have so surprised me, for I'd heard Papa talk about the black troops who served at Saratoga. But a few of these men wore the gold epaulets of an officer, a thing that I'd never before heard about or seen. Our escorts saluted the white colonel at the head of the column, who returned the gesture and shouted out more commands to his men. "The 1st Rhode Island," Hamilton said to me as they passed, perhaps sensing my surprise. "Our 1st Black Regiment." McHenry nodded and spoke in his thick brogue. "And we'll need 'em, too. We lose too many men to disease and desertion to refuse blacks in the army now, and those with reservations voice their concerns no longer. The British recruitment of slaves has convinced most Americans that we should do the same," Tillman said, glancing amongst us ladies, as if he wished to make sure we knew his sentiments on the matter, as if the standard of humanity did not make them deserving of freedom enough. "And the other men don't mind serving with them?" Angelica asked, and I knew precisely why, for our father had complained that black troops disgraced our arms. But I was glad that Angelica had asked instead of me, because Hamilton actually frowned at her. "The contempt we've been taught to entertain for Negroes makes us fancy many things that are founded neither in reason nor experience, as my dear Lawrence's project in South Carolina is sure to prove." This was the second time I'd heard him mention John Lawrence, and I'd since learned that the Southerner was another of Washington's aides, now away on different business and an officer, like Hamilton, with an unfailing ability to work his way into the gazettes. Lawrence's most recent fame came as a result of suggesting we give freedom to slaves willing to fight in the army. "Lawrence seeks to raise a black regiment in South Carolina?" I asked. I could scarcely contemplate it. If a northern plantation owner with only a few slaves, like my father, hadn't approved of Lawrence's scheme, I could only imagine how outlandish and dangerous southern planters would deem the idea. But Hamilton seemed to admire his friend's audacity. "If Lawrence has any fault, it is an intrepidity bordering upon rashness, but in that he is excited only by the purest motives." It was rash. But now I found myself surrounded by men fighting for freedom. Everyone's freedom, it seemed. And I couldn't help but feel sympathetic to the idea. For didn't the men of that Rhode Island regiment marching past show the same fidelity, do the same duty, draw upon the same courage, and make the same sacrifices? What more could a country ask of its citizens, let alone its slaves? Chapter 8. The longer I spent in the company of the army, the more I felt within my breast the desire to contribute to the cause. So I went the next day with my aunt and uncle to the Presbyterian church that had been commandeered for a hospital. As we approached the adjoining cemetery, we found 2 soldiers with axes breaking the frozen ground for a grave. A stiff corpse lay in the snow, arms bent at a grotesquely unnatural angle, his mouth locked as if in a silent shriek. "Will there be no coffin for the poor soul?" I asked. "There's no time if it's a contagion." My uncle had been instrumental in inoculating the army against smallpox, and me and my siblings as well when we were younger, checking this most dreaded epidemic after Valley Forge. Still, the soldiers suffered typhus and flux, fevers and dysentery, measles and mumps. When we made winter quarters here 3 years ago, we were forced to dig a mass grave. Sickness in the army was much worse then, and smallpox carried away 1/4 of the town, too. No wonder the people of Morristown treated us coldly. If the army brought with it pestilence and hardships, the townsfolk could scarcely be happy to have the army back again, and the words of the irritated sentinel came back to me now, haunting me with their literal meaning. "They're just sick to death of us." "You're a good-hearted girl, Betsy," my uncle warned. "But what you've seen in an Albany hospital won't prepare you." Carrying a bundle of bandages, Aunt Gertrude patted my shoulder. "Pay him no mind, dear. Dr. Cochrane has mistaken you for some milk-and-water miss. He forgets you're a Schuyler." Like my mother, Aunt Gertrude had learned rudimentary medicine at the barn my family turned into a hospital at Schuyler Flats during the French and Indian War. She was sturdy and strong and expected me to be the same. So with that reminder ringing in my ears, I braced myself to witness with my own eyes the horrors my uncle thought would shock me. Inside the church, officers lay upon church pews, but the rank and file rested on naught but piles of straw. Nurses moved amongst the groaning mass of patients, emptying chamber pots, combing hair for lice, and dousing everything with vinegar as a purifier. It was too cold to remove my police coat and fur-lined hood. I had no choice but to shed my calfskin gloves, however. So I left them upon the altar before fetching a bucket of vinegar water. "May I tend you, sir?" I asked as a fevered man retched into the straw, too ill to answer. I sponged the sweat from the back of his neck, and had just given him a small sip of wine posset to settle him, when my aunt was called to help my uncle amputate the frozen feet of a sentry. "Please let the sentry swoon," I prayed as his screams soon broke past the bullet upon which he was to bite down. At the very least, I hoped he'd been given rum to ease his pain, but I feared otherwise because he wasn't an officer and we were rationing the rum. I turned to see his black toes and severed flesh flung into a bloody bucket, and I feared I might disappoint Aunt Gertrude's expectations because bile rose and my stomach rolled. It was only with great effort that I made myself go about my duties, as if screams were not echoing off the high ceiling of the nave. At length, The screaming stopped. My uncle abandoned his bloody instruments, snapped off his gore-speckled apron, and uttered a curse for which he immediately begged God's pardon. Wearing a grim expression, Aunt Gertrude called for a stretcher. "He can't have died," I said. "Soldiers could live without toes, without fingers, feet, arms, and legs, too." "'Twas the pain," Aunt Gertrude replied. Before that, I hadn't known someone could perish from pain alone. Since then I have learned it to be true, but learned the opposite as well, that stubborn life can cling to a person, even when they are in such pain that they wish they would die. Aunt Gertrude murmured a prayer and told me to return to my tasks. A few moments later, the church door opened and closed against a sharp winter wind, and Alexander Hamilton strode past me. "Dr. Cochrane," Hamilton said from close enough that I could hear the men's conversation. "We're suffering a nearly complete depletion of medicinal supplies, and His Excellency will need a much fuller accounting of your request." My uncle stood rinsing his hands in a bucket. "As explained in our letter, at present the patients bed down together. Pox victims next to amputees, pneumonia sufferers cough on boys with dysentery, and so on. We ought to separate them, and to do that we need more hospitals." "That I understand, sir," Hamilton said, "but I'm still left bewildered as to why you should need gunpowder." Though I didn't know it then, more than any of Washington's other aides-de-camp, Hamilton was an all-seeing eye over each munition and every last kernel of corn, and he looked aghast when my uncle explained that he wanted to burn precious gunpowder to purify putrid air. I thought the willingness of our doctors to experiment was laudatory, but Hamilton's fingers flicked in annoyance. "The General finds the application for gunpowder unusual and doesn't think it proper to authorize it." I was startled by the impression that Hamilton was speaking for George Washington without asking, as if he were empowered to do so. My uncle looked as if he might argue, but was too weary. "Perhaps we might discuss this later, Colonel." "I cannot imagine the answer will change," Hamilton said with great officiousness, "but I don't wish to keep you from your work." With that, he turned to go, quite nearly stumbling over me where I crouched to tend a patient. "Miss Schuyler, I didn't expect to see you. I'm astonished to find you here." Rising to my feet with a pail of vinegar water, I said, "Surely you know Dr. Cochrane is my uncle." Hamilton's gaze traveled the length of me, as if to be sure the girl he'd last seen in a brocaded gown could be the same one now before him in a nurse's apron. "Of course, but I didn't realize. Most belles could not withstand these sights and indelicate smells." I was not, of course, immune to the putrid perfume of sweat, vomit, urine, and blood, but my discomfort hardly mattered. "I'm bothered more by the suffering than the smell." Hamilton nodded. "Another statement that serves as poor proof against your sainthood." I smiled. Then my aunt must also be a saint, and Mrs. Washington, who tends the soldiers sometimes too. How can I do less if God has given me the capacity? He returned my smile, and his gaze lingered on my face. "Far be it from me to question God. I bid you good day, Miss Schuyler." "To you as well," I replied, watching him go. But he'd only marched 5 steps before he stopped, paused, then turned back. "I neglected to mention that another storm may be coming. If so, you won't want to be caught here after dusk. I'd be happy to escort you and save your aunt and uncle the trouble of conveying you home." It wouldn't save them any trouble at all, but there was something about the way he'd debated making the offer that intrigued me, even though it could be nothing but a flimsy pretext to pay call upon Kitty. But I had completed the chores my aunt set for me, and thought that perhaps I could use the opportunity to speak on my uncle's behalf. And, in truth, I wanted to go with him. So I washed, retrieved my gloves, and allowed him to hold the door for me as we left the church. "Colonel Hamilton," "Are you certain His Excellency would deny Dr. Cochrane's request?" I asked as we stepped outside and walked together down the snowy lane. Hamilton seemed amused that I might question him. "I know your uncle to be an excellent and learned physician, but I also studied medicine at King's College before the war, and when I explain my reservations about the safety of burning gunpowder in a wooden church and remind General Washington of the scarcity of our resources, I'm sure he'll see the absurdity of it." "If you studied medicine, Colonel, then you should know that smoke smudging is an old and revered medicine. I've seen it practiced by the Iroquois as a cleansing ritual, albeit not with gunpowder." "At long last, a detail of your sojourns among the Indians that Tillman neglected to mention," he said with a teasing smirk as we passed under tree boughs that sagged with the weight of new-fallen snow. "Nevertheless, I can only put to His Excellency a plan to part with supplies in the interest of science, not superstition." That should have ended the matter. Normally, I wouldn't have inquired further, but something about Hamilton provoked me. Our men at Valley Forge were ignorant of the science behind cooking white corn. It was the Oneida allies my father and Lafayette recruited who taught them better. Remembering how Hamilton spoke reprovingly to Angelica about the unfair ways we'd been taught to view Negroes, I added, "Perhaps you dismiss Indian medicine as superstition with unfair prejudice." Hamilton's mouth opened, then snapped shut again. "Certainly, our Indian allies have proved invaluable to our cause, and they deserve the respect of humanity. However, then I appeal to your humanity to give the doctor what he requires." Hamilton laughed, which was not at all the reaction I'd wished. "Had you appealed to my friendship or gallantry, it would have been irresistible. I should think myself bound to attack windmills in your service. But when you appeal to the general principle of humanity, I must show you that even the eloquence of your plea cannot tempt our Fabius to do wrong." "Fabius?" "I mean General Washington, of course, who, like the Roman hero of old, pursues a strategy of evading and wearing down the enemy, avoiding pitched battles and, above all, conserving supplies." Hamilton obviously had done some cold manner of calculation, weighing sickness against the possibility of battle, deciding the gunpowder could not be spared. So I did not press him further. Instead, we walked in silence, only the sound of the snow crunching underfoot between us, until I had to ask, "Are we losing the war, Colonel?" It was an impulsive question, one that Hamilton shouldn't have answered, but he did. "Yes, we're losing the war." I was so surprised by his candor that I slipped on the ice. He caught me by the arms and steadied me until we stood facing one another, and his blue eyes again gave the impression of violet against the bleakness of all that surrounded us. Is it because of the desertions?" I asked. "Miss Schuyler, I begin to worry you are utterly destitute of the frivolousness which is justly deemed one of the principal accomplishments of a belle." "I shall take that as a compliment, sir." "I'm not sure I meant it as one," he said. I swallowed against a sudden unexpected wanting and took a step back. "Still, you were saying about the war." He shrugged as we resumed walking. "We're losing the war for 1,000 reasons, starting with the fact that you arrived here not long after a mutiny. We're not sure how much longer we can hold this army together. Oh, militia will fight if you pick a time and place and send a pretty invitation, but the hard slog of a disciplined army ready to strike whenever opportunity presents itself is what's necessary." It was part of the trouble my father faced with militias and the Green Mountain Boys, so I understood. What he said next, I understood less. "Then there is the deranged state of our currency. The value of paper money has dwindled to nothing, and the necessity of a foreign loan is now greater than ever." He glanced at me before summarizing. "Our affairs are in a bad way, but perhaps Europe will save us in spite of ourselves. If Lafayette returns with assistance from France, it could change everything." "Fortunately, I know the Marquis to be resourceful." "So he is." Hamilton's expression softened.
I forget that even if you know nothing of old Romans, you are Schuyler's daughter, and a woman of the world. Is it your way to taunt and flatter in the same breath? It is when I'm trying to win a lady's admiration. I slanted him a glance. Is that what you're trying to do? He peered down at me, the hint of a smile around too pretty of a mouth. I sense that you disapprove of me, Miss Schuyler. Though it is assuredly my own fault, it is fast becoming a circumstance I cannot bear. Did he really care so much what I thought of him? I confess no such disapproval, sir. Only indifference. A little smile tugged at the corners of my mouth as we sparred. I do not confess to that either. He slowed, staring at me a moment. I meant it for a compliment. Pardon. Before, when I chastised you for earnestness. He cleared his throat. You took it for a compliment, and I meant it as one. I was too embarrassed to say so. Too embarrassed? So he did care what I thought of him, a fact that delighted me more than it should. Why would it embarrass you? He dug his hands into the pockets of his coat. Because you possess a very strange charm, and you reveal to me a weakness in my fortifications against your sex. I've built a bulwark against guile, and I have no weapon against sincerity. I didn't realize the sexes were in battle. Always, he replied with an arch smile. The eternal one. Against marriage. Against the delusion that two people can make one another happy for a lifetime. It is a dog of a life when two dissonant tempers meet, and 'tis 10 to 1 in this case. Then you are a foe of love. Never love, only marriage. Miss Livingston might have once laid claim to my heart. I ran a great chance of being ostracized by my fellows for dedicating so much time to so trifling and insignificant a toy as woman. But all for love is my motto. Kitty had hurt him somehow, I realized. Or some woman did. Which is why I decided not to cut his pompous self-regard to ribbons. Kitty can be fickle. He ducked his chin into the collar of his greatcoat. I would not give her the blame. I am a stranger from the West Indies. I have no property here in this country, no connections. If I have talents and integrity, these are very spurious titles in these enlightened days. So Hamilton was a foreigner. That explained his slight accent, or rather the way in which he suppressed one. That he wasn't from the colonies was of no consequence to me whatsoever, but I noted the bitterness. And yet your origins have not prevented you from a trusted place in Washington's inner circle. Does that not fill you with hope for your future? I try not to think of a future. When I was a child, I wished for a war to improve my circumstance, and now war has been the whole of my life since the start of the Revolution. So I expect to mingle my fate with America's should she lose her struggle. It was an admirable sentiment, if expressed with almost a sadness that made me wish to reassure him. But what if we win? He gave me an indulgent look, as if he thought me hopelessly optimistic. Then I will turn away from the corruption of the world and retire to a frugal life in the countryside, roasting turnips, like the general Manius Curius Dentatus. Another old Roman, I guessed. He seemed fascinated by them. But when he saw the name meant nothing to me, he smirked. I begin to think I should loan you some books. A musty tome will not tell me what I wish to know. Which is, whether you could be content planting turnips. He dug with the toe of his boot in the snow. It sounds like a lonely business. Now I couldn't help but twit him. Didn't Donatus have a wife to help him plant his turnips? He grinned. I suppose he must have. What was her name? Hamilton paused for a heartbeat. Aquileia, a sweet and devoted woman, no coquette, not fickle in the slightest. Would it be unkind to think you invented that name?
His eyes lit with mischief. You would have to delve into one of those musty tomes to find out. We had, by this point, reached the door of my uncle's lodgings. But instead of opening it for me when we climbed the steps, Hamilton leaned against it to bar my way. And he sighed. "Why do you sigh?" I asked. He didn't answer, not precisely. "I suppose you really are a perfect little nut-brown maid with eyes like a Mohawk beauty." "Do you mean that for a compliment?" I asked, fighting the blush that surely stained my cheeks. "It does me no credit that you should have to ask." He inched closer to me, and as the bow fastening my hood had come loose, he took the liberty of unraveling it completely. "I suppose your beaux in Albany have paid you better tribute, and that like a coquette you've shunned them and gloried in their broken hearts." With the ribbons of my hood in his hands, he tugged me until we were so close I thought he might kiss me. And caught up in the spell, I wanted him to, desperately. "Sir, I hope you will believe me when I say I wish to be a mender of hearts, rather than a breaker of them." It was so revealing a comment that I could have cursed myself. How cloying and hopeful and obvious. He must have taken me for a perfect child. For in that moment he stared, then straightened up again, patronizingly fastening my hood tightly beneath my chin. "I can see why Tench fancies himself in love, and also why you should accept his courtship. He is the right sort of man for you, Miss Schuyler." "I scarcely know him," I said, not liking the turn in the conversation or how the spell had broken. "I scarcely know you, for that matter, which makes it all the more confounding that you should presume to guess what sort of man is right for me." "You're a very earnest girl," Hamilton replied, as if this fact made him angry. "My friend Tench is a very earnest fellow. From a good family, he has money, you're well matched. He's almost as much a saint as you are." I had the distinct impression he was making a case, as if before a jury, but he didn't like his own arguments. I didn't like them either. Abruptly, he tipped his tricorn hat. "Good day, Miss Schuyler." Thereafter, our every encounter was inexplicably strained and abrupt. We crossed paths at headquarters, where I went to help Mrs. Washington mend socks and hats and breeches for the soldiers, and Hamilton stood dumbly in the doorway of the anteroom. A ball of wadded paper had rolled at his feet, no doubt pitched by one of his laughing comrades from where they labored with ink and quill pens. And without acknowledging me, Hamilton stooped to pick it up, then walked away without another word. A few days later, he even begged off taking us to the sledding party with a very curious note. "Colonel Hamilton's compliments to Miss Livingston and Miss Schuyler. He is sorry to inform them that his zeal for their service made him forget he is so bad a charioteer as hardly to dare to trust himself with so precious a charge, though if he were to consult his own wishes, like Phaethon he would assemble the chariot of the sun, even if he were sure of experiencing the same fate. Colonel Tillman offers himself a volunteer." "This is just the dance that takes place outside a ballroom," Angelica said when I told her what had happened. "Men advance, they withdraw, they advance." What she didn't say, but I instinctively knew, was that Alexander Hamilton was not in the category of men that ought to concern me as dance partners in or out of a ballroom. He had already blazed a brilliant career. He was a prodigy, an ambitious man, a peacock who ought to be matched with some society bird of showy plumage. He'd been perfectly clear about his hostility toward marriage. Any flirtation between us was merely an amusement. And I hadn't come to Morristown to be amused. There are places in this world that you wash off the solid ground and, like a waterfall, send you hurtling over the precipice onto the jagged rocks of hard reality. Jockey Hollow was for me such a place. The first thing to strike me as our sleigh jingled into the forested hills of Jockey Hollow was how the pine forest suddenly fell away. Only stumps of trees remained as far as the eye could see, almost as if some Goliath had reached down to strip the earth bare. The second was the eerie silence, as if every bird and woodland creature had fled or been devoured. As a military sled piled with logs glided past, pulled through the snow by a bag-of-bones horse and a ragged little fifer boy, the scent of human waste assaulted my nostrils. And a worse scent, too. A scent that I could only name, even now, as suffering. For we stood amid the real encampment of the Continental Army. 4 miles away from the orderly streets of Morristown, where Washington and his officers conducted the business of war and hosted glittering winter's balls, the 10,000 unwashed, unclothed veteran soldiers lived in a wilderness city of log huts, made only of notched oak logs sealed with mud and straw, trapped by snow, and starving. I'd seen soldiers in hard times before. In Albany, I'd seen undisciplined Yankee riflemen, untrained Negro boys sent as fodder, and soldiers with neither tents to shelter them nor hats to cover their heads. But that was 3 years ago. This was a gaunt ghost of an army now made up of scarecrow men, whose hollowed, haunted eyes left me to wonder how they were alive at all. They were so hungry they had resorted to boiling their old leather shoes they needed, lest they stand upon the snow in bare feet and frostbite deaden their toes, a fate they avoided by wrapping them in rags. I didn't know that while I'd donned heels and danced and drank rum punch with officers, ordinary soldiers were sleeping 12 to each log hut, living on half rations, and wearing what only laughingly could be called a uniform. And now that I did know it, I wanted to retch up every morsel I'd eaten for the shame of it. "Betsy," my uncle said softly, trying to draw me to follow him. But his efforts were to no avail, because in the swirl of my horror, I'd noticed a man hanging by one arm on a picket, tied to one of the few remaining trees, red blood flowing from his shivering ribs, his bare back laid open in gory gashes that revealed bone. And it looked as if his shoulder had dislocated. "Dear God, he needs help," I said, starting for the poor fellow, my petticoats dragging in the snow. My uncle caught me by the arm. "It's a military matter, Betsy." As a general's daughter, I'd known soldiers forced to run the gauntlet and slashed by their fellows. But the sorts of punishment meted out by the British Army, 1,000 lashes like to make a man die, I'd never seen in ours. And this man's suffering seemed an utter barbarity. So I broke away from my uncle and rushed to the bloody soldier. What I would have done for him, I didn't know. Untie him, bandage him, give him my cloak. I only knew that I must do something until the miserable fellow looked up at me from his bindings and croaked, "Listen to good Dr. Bones, lass." His words slurred. "There's nothing you can do. I was caught robbing the town folks." "You've been punished for it amply," I said. "By whose orders are you left here to—" "I was deserting," explained the half-frozen miscreant, his eyes glassy and his teeth chattering against the cold and the pain. "Better than the imbecility in staying and starving for a country that cares nothing for us. They're likely to shoot or hang me come morning. So be an angel of mercy and pray for me to die." A startled sob caught in my throat. "Elizabeth!" my uncle barked. This time he brooked no resistance, pulling me away by the arm and taking such long strides that I was forced to take 2 steps for his every one. "He can't be left there in agony, Uncle." "The officers will decide that. I thought your father would have taught you this. I'd never have brought you with me if I thought otherwise." As a general, my father, too, must have ordered men flogged, or maybe even hanged. I'd never questioned Papa's decisions or his wisdom, or his mercy. But to torture a man, to torture all these men— "This is no place for ladies," my uncle was saying. Yet I spotted women everywhere. some even with children, also gaunt and starved. Camp followers, we called them, intimating they were prostitutes. Some were, but more were wives of the soldiers who, having been burned out of their homes by the British, had nowhere else to go. The women boiled water, they sewed, they cleaned clothes, and I was ashamed at myself for not bearing up better when so many of them managed to. "I'm sorry," I said to my uncle. "I will better conduct myself." But he'd thought better of my presence entirely. "What you'll do is go to the Wick House until I fetch you. General St. Clair has his headquarters there." If he'd been the officer to order a man lashed to the bone, I didn't think I could face him. Sensing my reluctance, my uncle said, "Don't keep me from tending the men." Sorry for giving my uncle trouble, I nodded and grabbed up my skirts, then marched up a snowy path marked with blood from barefooted soldiers. I knocked upon the door of the little wooden farmhouse, but it wasn't St. Clair who answered. It was Alexander Hamilton. Somewhat dazed, I asked, "Is General St. Clair here?" "I'm awaiting his return." Hamilton frowned. "What the devil are you doing here?" At the moment I was so shaken I wasn't sure, and when I didn't answer, Hamilton guided me into the small space before a roaring fire, herbs drying from the rafters and copper pots hanging on the wall. And though it was clear he wasn't pleased to see me, concern crept into his voice. "Miss Schuyler." "Is it right to torture a soldier like that?" Realizing what I must have seen, he pinched at the bridge of his nose. "I didn't give that order." My lower lip quivered. "I only asked if it was right." "Miss Schuyler, we must hold the army together." It was a cold-hearted answer, and he must have known that I thought so because he couldn't meet my eyes. He stared at his boots, and I stared at him, hoping he would use his influence if he could to remedy the situation. Instead, at length, he said, "This morning I had the occasion to pass a private talking to his mates over a campfire. An Irishman, I gather. Not a wealthy soldier, nor a learned one, nor a statesman. Neither were his fellows. Indeed, they were a motley group of Yankees, Irishmen, Negroes, buckskins, and what-not. And do you know what they were discussing?" I shook my head. I couldn't guess. "They were debating whether it was right to kill the Hessians on Christmas Day all those years ago. The men still feel sorrow over it because, they said, those Hessians had no choice to fight us. They were sent by a king." I just stared, wondering what point he meant to make. "Remember, not wealthy, not learned, not statesmen. And yet they came to the conclusion that they were fighting for the Hessians too. They said they were fighting so that no one might ever again be sent to die as a slave instead of a free man." At those words, I took a sharp breath, much affected. Hamilton came closer. "If we cannot hold this army together until springtime, that's the end. We lose the war, we bow to the king, and every soldier who has fought and died in this war will have fought and died in vain. Our sacrificed rights erased from this earth." "You wrote that our sacred rights could never be erased by mortal power." Hamilton looked startled that I should remember the lines my sister recited, then made a dismissive sound at the back of his throat. "Well, I was an idealistic fool when I wrote that." "No," I whispered, my eyes blurring with tears. I didn't believe it. He was brave to write those words. Even if the army fell apart and we lost this war and those ideas perished from the earth, I would always believe he was right to express them. At the visible evidence of my distress, Hamilton reached into his coat as if to retrieve a kerchief, and finding none, took the liberty of drawing me into his embrace. I found unexpected comfort in his strong arms, and we stood like that for a long time, awash in sadness. Eventually, he murmured into my hair, "You are going to be the ruin of me, Betsy Schuyler." Still teary, I spoke words muffled by our closeness. "Why would you say so?" When last we spoke, I returned to headquarters so distracted I couldn't remember the watchword. I could scarcely believe him or understand how it might be my fault. And you lay that at my feet. I've behaved very badly toward you, he said, his arms still around me, warm and protective. I am sorry for it. The truth is, Miss Schuyler, by some odd contrivance, you've found the secret of interesting me in everything that concerns you. Interesting him? But you've been avoiding me. Not enough, it would seem. He stared at me so long, I thought I'd beg him to go on, and then he did. You aren't the only good-hearted young lady of gentle breeding in Morristown, but you're the only one who would ever come here. Which proves you deserve all I think of you and more, even if it's become extremely inconvenient for me. Inconvenient? I asked, searching those blue eyes in an effort to understand the meaningful tone of his voice. He sighed. Extremely. You see, our little military family is the only family I've ever known. And because Tillman is besotted with you, I ought never to have looked in your direction, but now I cannot stop looking. With those words, he turned my world on its axis. And while it was still spinning, he gave an exasperated little laugh. Oh, banish those stars in your beautiful black eyes, Miss Schuyler. Even were it not for Tench, I fear we are playing a comedy of all in the wrong, and should correct the mistake before we begin to act the tragedy. I'm no fit suitor for you. That he'd given thought to such a thing awakened something in me. Because you're an enemy of marriage. Because I have no fortune. I have no family. And I'm a sinner. 3 things that can all be remedied by the right woman, I said. It was perhaps the quickest answer I'd ever given in my life, and it seemed to take him off guard. I hadn't considered it that way. I wasn't sure I believed him. He was the sort of man who seemed to think about all sides of everything. But the next thing he said made me realize that perhaps, in matters of the heart, he didn't allow himself. Releasing me from his embrace, his face reddening with chagrin, he held me at an arm's length. I'm afraid there remains yet one defect in my character that cannot be wiped away. I was born on the wrong side of the blanket and have no right to my name. I am a bastard, he said, his lips curling with contempt of the word or himself, I could not say. Undeserving of a lady of your pedigree. I would never have guessed it of him. He seemed every inch the cultivated gentleman. I'd heard rumors you were descended of Scots nobility. Oh, I have better pretensions than most in this country who plume themselves with ancestry. I am the grandson of the Laird of Grange. Unfortunately, my mother was a divorced woman when she married my father. Unluckily, her divorce was later deemed to be unlawful. He said this soberly and swiftly, and there was good reason for it. Divorce was nearly unheard of, certainly scandalous, and yet I said what I believed to be the plain truth. Colonel Hamilton, no matter the circumstances of your birth, anyone with eyes can see your merit. Why, the blemish upon your birth is merely a wrinkle in the law. Hamilton's guarded expression softened. You're kind to cast it in that light. Others are not so generous. Perhaps they envy you, since your story unmasks you as an aristocrat with a family coat of arms. I thought I said this very handsomely, but was rewarded only with dark amusement. One with only lint in his pockets and alone in the world. Nothing to envy. You haven't any family? I asked. His fingers wrapped around mine, tentatively, then tighter and tighter, as if he feared I would pull away when he went on to explain that in the West Indies he had a brother, and an estranged half-brother, but that his father had abandoned the family and that his mother died when he was only 12. My heart pounded in an agony of sympathy for him, wondering how he'd made his way, a veritable orphan left to fend for himself. I couldn't fathom it. In no circumstance, either prosperity or wreck, would my own long-suffering father leave us to the vagaries of fate. And I realized anew how fortunate I was. You must pardon me, Miss Schuyler. I do not speak of these things often, and in such specificity, never. It dredges up. He didn't finish, but seemed to sense my welling pity. I do not mean to paint a picture of me as a barefooted street urchin. Before my mother died, we had books, a silver tea set, and a covered bed. How miserable an inventory he felt compelled to make. What you must think. I think that I wish to know you better. He smiled softly. A saintly answer from a saintly girl. For no reason I could understand, I was desperate to disabuse him of this notion. And between what I'd seen outside that camp and all that Hamilton had just revealed, I felt nearly overwhelmed with an urgent mix of emotion. Sadness, helplessness, pity, attraction, and desire. Obeying an impulse I could scarcely comprehend, I leaned forward to kiss him. He actually startled, his hands grasping at my wrists, as if he meant to push me away, as if he was the sort of man who never allowed an intimacy that he didn't initiate. But then his grip on my wrists tightened and held me fast. It was as if my boldness had thrown a spark that Hamilton ignited into an all-consuming fire, for his mouth claimed mine and demanded to be claimed in return. It was no tender kiss we shared, happy and sweet. It was a kiss that tasted of grief and desperation, but also, unmistakably and forcefully, ardor. I forgot the cold. I forgot the soot and darkness of the cabin. I forgot the rank smell of the camp. Everything vanished except for that kiss and the stark terror of realizing that I was falling in love. At length, we broke apart, and Hamilton traced my lower lip, a little dazed. Not a saint, it would seem, but an angel. Colonel Hamilton. Alexander, he insisted. I do believe we are on a footing for Christian names now. Alexander, I said, enjoying the sound of it in my mouth. You should know something about me and Colonel Tillman. He frowned deeply. Tell me. In all the years your friend allegedly harbored feelings for me, he never confessed them to me, and I never felt more than friendship in return. He has no prior claim to my affections. Then to the devil with Tench Tillman, Hamilton said, stroking his knuckles along my cheek. For I have serious designs upon your heart, Miss Schuyler, and I flatter myself that I am no bad marksman. After that, Hamilton was nearly every evening in my uncle's parlor, with conversations that lasted so late into the night that my uncle groused about wishing to take his ease upon the settee, and my aunt was forced to all but oust the young officer from the house. When Aunt Gertrude had finally shooed Hamilton out the door, she'd shaken her head and said, "Oh, Betsy, of all Washington's fine young officers, you choose the—" "Stray," Kitty broke in. "There's no help for it. Betsy has always been too soft-hearted." "Well, I like Hamilton," Angelica said, rising to my defense with my nephew in the crook of one arm and a book in the other. "He's an ambitious and clever fellow. Should we win the war, there's no limit to his future, and if Betsy wants him, she should have him." Kitty shrugged, as if she didn't care one way or the other, and I hoped she didn't care, because I did want him, quite shamelessly, it would seem. For on a particular evening, when he pressed the advantage of my family's distraction, gossiping over mulled cider in the dining room, I made only the faintest protest against his fevered embrace, one in which he seemed to be trying to forget the horrors of the war. "God," he groaned into my hair, "I am faith and undone." "Who?" I whispered, my head thrown back, too much wishing to forget the horrors of the war myself. But as much as I desired him, I didn't wish to be just one more girl with whom he could forget. Hamilton seemed dazed. entirely intent on kissing and nibbling the flesh beneath my ear, which was very pleasant indeed. But my question seemed to pull him back to himself. Phaethon. I mentioned him in the letter I sent when I refused to take you to the sledding party. He was a figure of legend, the bastard of the Greek sun god. He died trying to prove his parentage by driving his father's chariot and set the world aflame. And though greatly he failed, more greatly he dared. It sounded as if Hamilton admired the boy's hubris. And it made me remember that he had, at least 3 times in our acquaintance, alluded to easy acceptance, if not a wish, for death. He'd done so first at the ball, then in our walk home from the hospital, then again in his note about this fabled bastard boy who died trying to prove himself. And now again he was comparing himself to that boy, which was what gave me the strength that propriety didn't to withdraw from his arms. "Colonel Hamilton," I said, forcing him to look at me. "Alexander." He blew out a long breath, then appeared as if he was considering an apology. Before he could manage one, I laced my fingers with his and hastened to say, "I am too much of a general's daughter not to understand that a soldier's courage is found in overcoming his fear of death." I swallowed, mustering my own courage to broach this, for I was keenly aware that in giving my heart to a soldier during wartime, I might lose it and him at any moment, especially since I'd already heard tales of how Washington's aides seemed to try to outdo one another in brash acts of battlefield bravery. Perhaps Hamilton was no different in this respect than Tillman or McHenry, or even their idolized, nearly mythical John Laurens, about whom they never ceased to gloat. But surely you know there are other paths to glory besides death." A little spark of surprise lit behind his eyes, and I hoped— what, exactly? That he would stop saying such things? That he would stop feeling them? That he would promise to never act on them? Or maybe, instead, that he would unburden himself to me so that he never entertained any imaginings of the glory of death ever again. But he only seemed to retreat a little behind a facade, affecting an insouciant smile and a careless tone. Not many other paths, it would seem, since General Washington pleads I am too indispensable to do anything but write his letters. My sister's words returned to me then, and I said, "With the right connections, there would be no limit to your future." Fighting the blush against what I implied, I hastened to add, "You're so witty and well-read, and you speak French, and you understand finance, and you're curious about seemingly every idea in philosophy. You remind me very much of—" I trailed off there, in embarrassment. His eyebrow rose in question. "Major Andre?" I blinked. "Pardon me?" "John Andre," Hamilton said. "I suppose he was a lieutenant when you knew him. Sometimes we must treat with the enemy, and when we do, you've occasionally been the toast of the table." It had been some time since I'd given any thought to that British officer, but I flushed to know he remembered me kindly, and to sense that Hamilton felt some jealousy. "Oh," I said, a little flustered, I was very fond of Major Andre, and flattered to think he or any of his officers toast me, and he was, or is, a very accomplished gentleman. But no, that's not who I was going to name." "No?" Hamilton asked. "Some other beau, then?" I shook my head in denial, but he continued on. "I shall be cross if you compare me to my good friend Monroe, who speaks French well enough but has a much slower wit." To see the insecurity hidden behind Hamilton's words hurt my heart, for he had all but obliterated every thought of any man before him, and so I rushed to tell him the plain truth. "I was going to say you remind me of my sister, and please trust me when I say that is one of the highest compliments I could offer. If Angelica were a man, she would—" "You've no need to convince me of Mrs. Carter's merits," Hamilton said with a reassuring smile. "Charm and courage run in your family, from the paterfamilias to all his children. I am an admirer of your father already, as you know."
"As am I, for he is both a soldier and a statesman."
"A statesman," Hamilton said,
and I could not tell if he took me seriously or not.
"You think there is glory enough in that?"
"I do," I replied. I wish now that I'd said more. I wish I'd said that he need not prove himself to me or to the world. I think I didn't say it because I was young and foolish and quite out of my depth when it came to the demons that haunted the man I loved. But I sometimes fear that I didn't say it because I didn't believe it, and that he knew. After the door closed that night, and I went up to bed, Angelica asked, "How desperately do you want him?" I'd not given voice to the depth of my feelings for Hamilton yet, not to anyone. But if anyone would understand, my sister would, and I wished most deeply for Angelica to approve. "I think I fathom now what you said to me that night." She wound her fingers with mine. "What night?" "When you eloped," I whispered. "Love is a thing beyond reason." "Oh, my sweet sister. Yes, it is." She pulled me into a hug and peppered me with a million questions about all that had happened between us, finally concluding with, "He's a hard-working man, Betsy. You know I'm fond of him. But he's also an ambitious one. Could you be satisfied with a man who is always striving for more?" I gave careful thought to her question, but I didn't consider ambition a fault. After what Hamilton and I had discussed earlier in the evening, I took some solace in his ambition, for I believed that in pursuing it, he'd find the glory he so seemed to want without having to share Phaethon's fate. And everything I knew of what Alexander Hamilton had overcome and achieved, I admired. So, whatever he accomplished next, I would be proud to stand at his side should he ever wish it. Perhaps I was a fool for thinking he would. "I'm not sure I could be happy with him," I admitted. But happiness seemed too flimsy a thing to reach for. I might have found happiness with a less complicated man, a polite and dutiful man like Tench Tillman. Instead, I was drawn to Hamilton, who challenged me to be so much more than a fine-tempered girl. And the person he brought out in me? I wasn't sure I could be happy again without. Answer to the inquiry why I sighed. Before no mortal ever knew a love like mine so tender, true, completely wretched, you away, but half blessed e'en while you stay. If present love obstacles face, deny you to my fond embrace, no joy unmixed my bosom warms, but when my angel's in my arms. Sonnet by Alexander Hamilton for Elizabeth Schuyler. Plink, plink, plink. The sound of pebbles hitting glass scarcely cut through my dreamless nighttime reverie as I read a sonnet Alexander wrote me. It was all, everything, happening so fast. And I couldn't quite believe it was happening to me. My sister shook me, holding a candle aloft. "Betsy, your suitor is at the window." "But it's the middle of the night," I whispered, and though I ought to have been delighted to see him again, my breath caught with worry, remembering the expression on Alexander's face just before he'd left my uncle's house that evening, some dark cloud before his eyes. Surely it was nothing, for I had proof of his love in my hands. Kitty groaned and covered her face with a pillow. "Oh, fasten a robe and go down to that prowling tomcat, or he'll never go away," I said, "but Aunt Gertrude will hear." "For pity's sake, you're hopeless," Angelica said. "Have I let her discover you holding hands and kissing before? The baby and I will go down with you. If Aunt Gertrude hears us, I'll tell her the little one was fussing." It sounded unforgivably duplicitous, but it was precisely the sort of mischief at which Angelica excelled. And because I could still feel the brush of Hamilton's hands upon my skin,
and because my lips were still sweet with his kisses, I was powerless to resist either of them. In slippered feet, Angelica and I both stole down the stairs. Quietly, I unlatched the back door to find Hamilton there, his eyes bright as he slipped inside the house. "Ladies, the keeping room," Angelica whispered, nudging us to where the silver and valuables were kept and servants were not permitted. Then, with my baby niece in her arms, Angelica posted herself as guard, closing us in alone in the darkness with but a single candle. "Is something the matter?" I whispered to Hamilton in the dim light. "Yes," he said quite gravely, a tremor in his voice. "I have something to say, and if it waits another moment, I shall lose my nerve." I'd never seen him afraid before. Angry, dutiful, officious, charming, reckless, smug, cynical, all those things. But never afraid until now. "The story I told you before, the one about my parents, there is another version." "Another version?" How could there be more than one? He took my hands in his, gently stroking his thumbs over my knuckles, then bringing them to his mouth to kiss. "There is a version of the story I have entrusted to no one else but my dear friend Lawrence. But I cannot bear to deceive you." I should have given that casual admission more thought. That there was someone Hamilton trusted, someone he had trusted more than me, a man I'd never met, a man of whom he spoke worshipfully. And Hamilton was not a man to worship. But all I knew then was that he was speaking of deception, that he was making me afraid now, too, and I'd always believed bad news should be delivered quickly. "Please tell me." "I let you believe my illegitimacy was a mere wrinkle in the law. What I didn't say was that my mother was jailed for multiple adulteries, suspected of worse, held captive in a dank, dark cell, half-starved for months. And when she died, she was denied even the right to pass on property to her whore children." I will never forget the way in which he uttered the word, "whore children," as if hissing from a brand pressed to his skin, and it made me grasp his hands tighter, tears in my eyes. "Oh, Alexander," he swallowed. "I don't even know if the man who I called my father is my father." I swallowed too, meeting his eyes so that he would know that I meant what I said. "I understand, and I hold you blameless. None of it is your doing." Manfully, he squared his shoulders. "That is kind of you to say. But in courting you, I've shot quite above my station. I can only plead love in defense of myself." Emotion lodged a knot in my throat. He loved me. His sonnet had confessed as much, but to hear it from his mouth, to see it in his eyes. He continued, "My feelings for you make me restless and discontent with everything that used to please me, and I began to imagine the world might be different. But I am a man of hard realities. If this must end things between us, I will harbor no ill will." So this was why he'd looked so tortured before he left earlier tonight. He thought it might be our last night together, and now his hands actually trembled in mine. I reached for his cheek and touched it tenderly. "Alexander, this makes no difference to me." "It has made all the difference to my life. It is bad enough people think I am—" "I don't care what anyone else thinks, because I love you. I love your mind, the variety of your knowledge, your playful wit, and the excellence of your heart. I love you for reasons that defy any explanation at all." Angelica had been right. Love was a thing beyond reason, beyond control, a thing almost predestined. And now that this powerful emotion had finally taken hold of me, I was entirely helpless against it. He must have felt it too, because his mouth closed over mine with such hunger it nearly frightened me. Or maybe the hunger that frightened me was my own. I realized my compromised state, only my night clothes between us. But as his hands slid down my back with carnal intimacy, and his mouth went to my face, my neck, and my hair, there was no liberty I would not have allowed him. "Betsy," he said hoarsely, stroking my hair, "you deserve better. With me, your future rank in life would be a perfect lottery. You might move in exalted company or a very humble sphere." "I don't care." All I heard was that he was speaking about a life with me, a future with me. "I love you." I said it like an incantation. "Could you truly be an Aquilea and cheerfully plant turnips with me?" "Yes," I whispered, smiling as I clutched at him. "Even if America were lost?" I knew how desperate the circumstances were, but could not bear to think of the war being lost. Not after all the suffering and sacrifice. That was the only reason I hesitated to answer. Alexander swallowed. "I was once determined to let my existence and American liberty end together, but you give me a reason to outlive my pride. If the war is lost, could you live as the wife of a fugitive, leaving behind your home and everything you know?" "I'm already the proud daughter of a rebel, sir." He smiled at that. "What think you of Geneva as a retreat? I am told it is a charming place, favorable to human rights. Would you go with me?" This time I didn't hesitate, not even long enough to think. "I would go anywhere with you." He pressed his forehead to mine. "Then, Elizabeth Schuyler, will you consent to have me for a husband?" Yes. Yes to anything. Yes to everything. Perhaps my parents wouldn't approve, but I wouldn't let them stop me. I felt certain that I could never be happy again without this man. I wasn't even sure I was myself, or who I'd been before. Every plan, every desire, every hope was lost to all-consuming passion. "I want to be yours this very night." "Temptress." Hamilton groaned and pressed against me, giving me evidence of his desire. And I desired him, too. So much so that the only thing that seemed right was for us to come together skin to skin. But at length, he held me away and took a steadying gulp of air before we lost our heads completely. "It must all be done right between us. I must write for your father's blessing." "He might not give it," I admitted. But Hamilton replied, "I am told I am very persuasive with a pen, especially when I want something. And I want you." My breath caught to hear it. I knew he was persuasive with a pen. His beautiful sonnet was proof of that. But with my blood afire, I wanted it all to be done now. "It will take too long to wait for permission. Papa will forgive us." After all, he'd forgiven Angelica. "Go wake the Reverend." Hamilton groaned again, this time with more pain. "Betsy, I can't. I can't. What would people say if I were to run off with the daughter of General Schuyler? They would say I'm a self-seeking, fortune-hunting seducer angling for advantage." I realized that I would have loved Alexander Hamilton even if he were all those things, even if he loved me only for the advantage I could bring him. "Let them say it." "You know what I am." A whore child, he meant. As if it was a crack in his soul that threatened to break my heart, too. "I cannot risk even a spot upon the reputation of any child we might have." A self-seeking seducer angling for advantage would not pass up an opportunity to elope with the daughter of Philip Schuyler, nor would he worry for the reputation of his child. Only a man of honor would do that. He might not be descended of a Scottish nobleman, I thought. But he had something more important than a noble title. Like my father, he had nobility of character. And though I knew it was madness that two people should come to love one another so passionately in such a short space of time, I wanted nothing more than to be his wife, even if it meant I had to wait. Chapter 9. December 1st, 1780. Albany. Am I making a mistake? I had been so certain of Alexander Hamilton, ready to run away and elope with him if he had allowed it. But now Benedict Arnold was a traitor, and I wondered how anyone could be certain of anything or anyone. Benedict Arnold, the hero of Saratoga, the man who'd lost much of the use of his leg in service to this country, a man I'd admired, a man who'd eaten at our table and flirted with my sister, a man who'd used Papa's long friendship to secure a posting at West Point, all while scheming to turn it over to the British, apparently believing my father would go along with his treachery. Never. But just as Papa's reputation had recovered, his friendship with Arnold now tainted him again. At the very least, it put his judgment into question. The betrayal was a blow both personal and symbolic, and Arnold's attempt to sacrifice West Point and the men inside it was a treason of the darkest dye. Despite Lafayette having suspected a traitor long ago, Arnold's treason was discovered only by some miracle of coincidence, in the nick of time, and Alexander had been there. Arnold immediately fled to the enemy. I went in pursuit of him, but it was much too late. My betrothed wrote from the field. Arnold had gotten away. But they'd captured his British spy master instead. John Andre. The injustice of it. That good, honorable officer, even if he was an enemy, would now hang for Arnold's crime. And his death would be brought about in some part by the man I was to marry. Alexander was bitterly sorry for it, so much so that when I pleaded with him to use his influence to allow Andre to be shot like a gentleman, not hanged as a spy, he did as I asked, though Washington would not hear of it. It isn't just, I'd fumed to my father. But Papa blamed Benedict Arnold. Very little is just in war, my child. In his letters, Hamilton blamed Arnold too, expressing sympathy only for the wife he'd abandoned. Her horror at the traitor is lost in her love of the man, but a virtuous mind cannot long esteem a base one, and time will make her despise him, if it cannot make her hate. My angelic Betsy, I would not for the world do anything that would hazard your esteem. 'Tis to me a jewel of inestimable price, and I think you may rely I shall never make you blush. I believed him, though I shouldn't have, because in time he did make me blush. Worse than that, he made me despair of the traitor in him, too. For though Alexander Hamilton did not betray his country, he did betray me. And now I struggle with whether love or hate burns more intensely inside me. But then, as a young woman contemplating marriage, the Arnold situation was a stark reminder that to marry a man was to share his fate and be vulnerable to all his decisions and mistakes. The traitor's wife and child would forever bear the brand of his treason. And I wondered, did Mrs. Arnold have an inkling of the darkness that dwelt within her husband? Or was she now bewildered at the stranger she had married? Still, Arnold's treason wasn't the only thing to fill me with doubts. When I agreed to marry Hamilton, I'd worried that my father would not give his consent for our marriage, especially when Alexander insisted upon confessing his sordid origins to Papa. My parents, both of proud lineages, had objected to my brother-in-law Jack Carter because they knew nothing of his family. And yet my father told Alexander, "Your eloquence and George Washington's recommendation make me glad to welcome you to our family." That, and perhaps Papa's sense that if he did not give his permission, I would elope too. I suspected as much because Papa also told Alexander, "It gave Betsy's mother great pain to miss her daughter's wedding, and me as well. I should not like to suffer it a second time." "We'll see you married properly, Betsy," Mama said under her breath, before she embraced Hamilton when my family came to Morristown. "Don't you dare follow in your sister's footsteps." But we'd long since left that winter camp, and 6 months had now passed in waiting, because Alexander feared to neglect his duties in such a perilous time. and he'd therefore refused to take a leave of absence for our nuptials. He'd even considered delaying in order to pay a visit to his friend John Laurens, who, having been captured and paroled by the enemy, was not permitted to leave Philadelphia until a prisoner exchange could be arranged. Worse, the many beautiful love letters Hamilton sent while we were apart were so filled with misgivings that they'd begun to stir my own. Though he wrote that I was his charmer, his angel, and his little nut-brown maid, he also wondered whether our feelings would change while we were separated. He wrote of his friendship and his love, his affection and his desire, but also kept an accounting of who wrote more letters, fearing his greater frequency was a sign of my lesser affections. I wrote. Of course I did. It was only that I couldn't keep up with the pace of his correspondence. He still asked again and again if I wanted him, and entreated me not to deceive myself if I couldn't truly be happy as the wife of a man without means. He even teased gently about a dream he'd had, in which he arrived to Albany to find me asleep in the grass, holding the hand of another man who had a prior claim. If I'd asked the name of this man with a supposed prior claim, he'd have dismissed the matter artfully, or teased that he meant Tench Tillman. But I knew better. It was Andre he meant. He feared that I blamed him for the death of a man I'd known first. A man Hamilton himself admired. A man I grieved for, in truth. But fearing it might come between us, I answered playfully, "Sir, your dreams malign me, for there is not now, nor ever has been, a man with prior claim." Even so, his letters leaped from flattery to taunts, from arrogance to insecurity, from love to despair. And in doing so, they pushed doubts into my mind, such that I had to force my attention to the embroidery in my hands. "You'll never finish in time for the wedding if you just stare at your needle," Peggy said from where she sprawled upon our shared bed. I'd been working for days on a wedding gift. Once completed, the matting would form a decorative frame for a miniature portrait of my betrothed. And as I waited Alexander's arrival, I carefully worked the needle through linen held taut by a wooden hoop. Satin stitches, stem stitches, French knots. Each one making me think about the fact that our lives were soon to be tied together too. If indeed he would finally come for our wedding. Almost against my will, I remembered Kitty's words. "I doubt I'm the only lady to whom he has pleaded but the war." I'd scarcely shaken the thought away when, at last, the clatter of hooves upon ice-covered oyster shells reached our ears. I bolted to my feet. I wasn't the only one. "Is he here?" one of my brothers called from across the hall. The house erupted in near pandemonium. My family liked Hamilton. In the course of our courtship, he'd managed to win over each and every one of them. He talked finances with my father, philosophy with Angelica, Dutch traditions with Mama, war stories with my brothers, and beaux with Peggy, advising her how best to catch and keep one. And now my siblings and I raced down the stairs to greet him. Even his prince scowled in disapproval at our lack of dignity as he opened the door. I ought to have waited for Mama, who was pregnant again, to heave herself up from where she lay abed to come down and greet our guests. But I was far too eager. In fact, I quite nearly raced past Prince out into the blustery cold and swirling snowflakes in the open doorway, where stood two men wearing ice-crusted cloaks over blue and buff. But only one figure gladdened my heart to bursting. Alexander. The smile he gave me before presenting himself with a great formal bow all but erased the trepidation I'd felt moments before. "Miss Schuyler," he said, his satiny voice bringing back memories and making my pulse fly. I wanted to throw my arms around the neck of my betrothed and shower him with kisses. Instead, I beamed. "Alexander." My eyes lingered on him as long as I dared, before politeness forced me to slide my gaze to his companion, who I recognized at once from Morristown. Mac! At my exuberant familiarity, James McHenry grinned and doffed his cap, just as my father reached the entry hall. "Ah, Colonel Hamilton," Papa said, coming in from the back door where he'd been making preparations in the courtyard. "You've joined us at last." "General Schuyler," Alexander said, almost standing to attention. Papa hung up his snow-covered coat and the large feathered hat he favored, then made his way across to us. "Welcome back to the pastures," he said, holding out his hand. Alexander shook it. "Thank you, sir. General Washington sends his regards and regrets that he can't join the celebration." Papa's smile broadened at being mentioned by the Commander-in-Chief. "I think you must remember my friend and colleague on General Washington's staff, James McHenry. He's my guest for the wedding." The only one. Tench Tillman had sweetly and sincerely sent his best wishes and a small gift, but General Washington couldn't spare him or any other aides-de-camp with Alexander and McHenry gone. And as for Alexander's family, well, how I loved my father for having made no issue of Alexander's illegitimacy. And now Papa simply behaved as if all were quite normal. "Ah, McHenry, but of course. Come in, dry off, get warm. We're pleased to offer every comfort during your stay." Thereafter, Prince collected hats and cloaks, departing our merry circle, but not before instructing other servants to relieve our guests of their satchels. And having finally made her way down the stairs, Mama held her lower back and said she would see to supper. Conversation turned to weather, war, and wine as McHenry followed Papa into his study. But Alexander quickly crossed back to me, his fierce blue eyes seeing right into the heart of me. "Betsy," he said softly, intimately, "I want you to know that all these months, the only thing that alleviated the pain of your absence was looking forward to the moment we shall finally become each other's forever." Unable to express the welling feelings inside me with the eloquence with which he always wrote and spoke, I managed only, "And you were always in my thoughts." He smiled as though I'd versified a sonnet, encouraging me to go on. "But I prefer you at my side." "Well, then at your side I shall endeavor to stay. After all," his eyes twinkled, "as you will soon learn, whatever affords you pleasure will always be most agreeable to me." My face warmed despite the chill in the hall, but fortunately Papa's booming voice called my intended groom to join him, and Alexander promised, "I shall see you later, my lovely girl." The night before our wedding, the ball at our house was attended by all the best of Dutch Albany society. The Van Rensselaers and the Van Burens, the Ten Brooks and Ten Ikes, the Van Shakes and the Dows, and so many others. Neither snow nor ice nor howling wind seemed to deter our New Netherlander friends and neighbors from coming out to the pastures for the celebrations. Amidst boughs of holly and the light of countless candles, the salon on our second floor hosted festivities that included food and drink, dancing and music and games and toasts. We danced minuets, cotillions, and Scottish reels until my feet ached and my heart soared. Alexander never seemed to tire, and I determined to keep up with him through every bar and set. I danced with Mac and my brother-in-law, Mr. Carter, a man 8 years Angelica's senior, whose business supplying the army for once permitted him time to join in the festivities. But Alexander could never wait long before declaring himself impatient and claiming me again. My fiancé appeared more at ease than I'd ever seen him before, and perhaps that wasn't a surprise, as these days of rest and merriment were the first break from military service he'd had in 5 years. Indeed, his eyes sparkled as he asked, "May I steal you away for a moment?" "By all means." I'd been hoping for a quiet opportunity to give him my gift. He took my hand and led me around the edge of the dance floor as we were stopped again and again by well-wishers, until we finally escaped down the stairs and into the cooler air of the dimly lit sitting room, which afforded us a modicum of peace and privacy. There, Alexander asked me to wait. And while he ducked away, I seized the moment to pull my gift from its hiding place in the cabinet next to the fireplace. Alexander returned before I'd barely completed the task, and held a large sack of his own. "Whatever is that?" I asked. He grinned and nodded at what I held in my own hands. I could ask the same. I smiled. "A wedding gift for my husband." He feigned a frown and stepped closer. "Your husband, madam? Do I know him?" Playing his game, I said, "Oh, you know him very well, sir. And your gift is for—" He came closer yet. "For my wife-to-be. And before you ask, indeed you know her well. She has a good nature, a charming vivacity, and is most unmercifully handsome." He arched a brow and closed the remaining space between us. "And so perverse that she has none of those affectations which are the prerogatives of beauty." How did he always manage to set my world a-tumble with his words? "Oh, you must be a lucky man, indeed. I hope you've shown her your appreciation." He barked a laugh. "You saucy charmer." I sat in the chair closest to the fire, so that I could see by the greater light there, and Alexander pulled up a chair of his own so that our knees touched. With a nervous smile, he placed the heavy sack onto my lap. I untied its string and worked the coarse cloth over the solid object inside. Impatience rolled off him so forcefully that I had to tease him further by taking great pains to slide the sack evenly off, a little on this side and then a little on that. "And to think someone once told me you were the finest-tempered girl in the world," he said with a chuckle. I yanked the sack away then as we both laughed. Removing the wrapping revealed a fine carved mahogany sewing box. "Oh, it's exquisite," I said. I carefully lifted the lid, only to find another treasure tucked inside. A small, round, pearl-encrusted pendant. The pendant alone would have enamored me, but combined with the inscription and personal token inside, I knew not what to say. General Washington mentioned that Kitty Livingston had asked for a token of his esteem. Alexander explained. "I guessed you might like one from His Excellency, too." "You guessed right," I said, in awe as I stared at the circle of General Washington's dark blonde hair under a glass covering inscribed with his name. How had Alexander afforded such finery? I couldn't imagine, but I could barely think on it through my embarrassment that Washington may have thought me a frivolous girl to want a clipping of his locks. Still, I wasn't so embarrassed that I didn't wish to wear it straight away. Fastening the chain, I said, "I'll cherish it forever." I looked up to find Hamilton beaming, and I added, "But I should not like you to think that I am the sort of woman who expects expensive—" "You are the kind of woman who deserves this and every last penny I have squirreled away," he interrupted. "Besides, I am not entirely impoverished, my angel, and I am fortunate in my friends. John Lawrence regrets very much that he cannot be with us on our wedding day, and insisted upon advancing me a tidy sum to purchase this for you." "I shall have to thank him when we finally meet," I said, of his mysterious and much-admired friend. "His generosity of spirit shall stand present for him as if he were a guest, and I shall wear this pendant near my heart on our wedding day." "Good." My beloved's voice turned stern. "But don't think it will not irritate me a little to have another man's name so near your heart, even Washington's." I laughed. "Near to my heart, but not inside it, for there is room there for no man but you. Oh, and the box is a most perfect gift, too." "Oh, and the box," she says. Alexander grumbled playfully. "My turn, then." When I nodded, he tore at the ribbon, and then unfolded the plain ticking I'd used to cushion the framed matting and portrait. "Oh, my angelic girl, what have you done?" "I had your portrait rendered by Mr. Peel in Philadelphia, and then I designed and sewed a frame for it," I said, suddenly nervous. "I wanted you to see how much I've thought of you all these months." "What fine, detailed work." He paused in his admiration of my embroidery. "Only you must think me vain to keep a portrait of myself." "Well, I hoped you would leave it with me if ever you should have to go away again," I said, feeling a little foolish that I'd made him a gift I wanted myself. But he intertwined our fingers and leaned to kiss me. "I love you more every hour." I very much wanted that kiss, but unfortunately we were interrupted. "There you are," Peggy said, leaning into the room. Alexander cleared his throat. "Why, hello, little sister." "Sorry to intrude on your private celebration," she said, though Peggy was never sorry for such things. "Mama beckoned me to find you to say good night. Guests are leaving." Before long, everyone was gone, and I had the great pleasure, for one last night, of sharing a room with both Angelica and Peggy for old time's sake. Years had passed since the three of us had stayed together, and just like we used to, we talked and laughed and teased until long after we should have gone to sleep. "I can hardly believe that tomorrow I'll be wed," I whispered into the darkness, for the candle had burned down some time before. "And bed," Angelica said. "Angelica!" I cried, my stomach tingling. But she only laughed. "What's the use in having a more experienced older sister if she can't divulge the secrets of marriage?" "Do tell," Peggy said. I pulled the covers over my face, which of course they tugged back down. "I'll say this," Angelica began in her world-wise way. "A man enjoys a woman to be an active participant and desires her pleasure. So don't be shy, Betsy. What you don't know, Hamilton will teach you." My face burned, but I couldn't deny my interest in her advice, or the way my body warmed at the idea of what Alexander might teach me. "I shall take that under advisement," I said, with as much dignity as I could. "Now please be quiet before I die." My sisters burst into giggles at my expense, but I was too happy to care. December 14th, 1780, Albany. "Betsy," Papa called from the hallway. "It's time." With teary eyes, Angelica took my hands. "You are a vision." "I doubt that," I said, a little discomfited by the attention. I wished to be a vision, but I would content myself to be unmercifully handsome in my bridegroom's eyes. "Oh, but Angelica's right about something for a change," Peggy said, her hands clasped to her breast. Smoothing the fine sky-blue silk of my new gown, my fingers running over the embroidered flowers and tiny hand-stitched beads and pearls, I took a breath and reached for both of my sisters' hands. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "Well, silly, you shall never have to find out," Peggy said, sniffing, and I caught her swiping at the corner of her eye when she turned away. Papa knocked again, just as the tall case clock in the hallway struck noon. My heart thundered in time with the deep chimes, and it felt as if my knees might go soft. But somehow I made it to the door to find Papa dressed in his best dark gray velvet suit, the one with the high collar, silver piping, and matching waistcoat. "My lovely child," he said as Angelica and Peggy gave me one last hug and kiss each before they rushed downstairs. "Why, it's like looking at your mother on our wedding day all over again." "Oh, Papa," I said, the emotion in his voice making my eyes sting. and he sighed, as if he were looking at me for the last time.
My little Betsy. Though I suppose as a married woman we shall now have to call you Elizabeth or Eliza.
It was the custom to give up childhood nicknames upon marriage, but I didn't wish for Papa to ever look at me differently than he did now. Betsy will do. I'm accustomed to it. My father gave a rare grin and held out his elbow.
Well then, I do believe there's a very eager young officer waiting to marry his bride just downstairs. It wouldn't do to keep him waiting.
I took his arm, and down we went. Just outside the doorway to the formal blue and gold parlor, the members of our procession stood assembled. The minister, Mama, my sisters with the hand-painted silk fans I'd given them for the occasion, and Alexander. My fiancé cut a fine, dashing figure in his dress uniform. His smile beckoned me to come to him until Papa was relinquishing my hand. When the harpsichord began to play, the minister led us up the aisle of chairs filled with family and friends, the whole assembly brightly lit from the winter sunlight pouring in through the windows. The service was conducted in Dutch and English, out of respect to the groom, but I barely recalled a word because I'd never seen such unbridled joy shine from Alexander's countenance. With love, yes, I believed that. But there was something else, too. In wedding, my family became his, too, and I sensed that gave him a sense of belonging. I promised myself that I would always ensure that for him. My parents would be his parents, my sisters would be his sisters, and my brothers would be his brothers. He'd never be without family again. I wanted to be alone with him to tell him so, but after the ceremony there commenced an open house of visitors who nibbled on honey cakes, marzipan, candied almonds, and my mother's famous oliekoeken, sweet dough fried in hot lard until golden brown. Then a sumptuous wedding feast of roast duck with dumplings, pork with cabbage, and baked apples and raisins. For dessert, imported chocolates, cinnamon bark, and spiced koekjes, or cookies in English. Alexander and I never had time for more than an affectionate smile or a stolen kiss, until, suddenly, we were alone in my childhood room, now turned into a bridal chamber, lit only by a warming fire. Music and laughter reached us from below stairs, but it felt as if it came from 1,000 miles away when Alexander looked at me with desire. "You're finally mine," he said, his voice tender but full of a gravity that hadn't been there before. His hand clasped mine, and his thumb rubbed over my wedding band, a ring made of 2 linked circles of gold that swiveled to join as one. Alexander had engraved them with our names. "And I am yours, too." He spoke as if he were trying out the premise, drafting an argument and seeing if he could make it work. I was determined that he would. "Show me." He unwrapped me as he had my gift the night before, with eagerness and curiosity and hunger. And I found that the more ardently he touched me and kissed me, the more I shared his hunger. When he wore only his shirt and I only my shift, he guided us to the bed, under covers that his ravenous hands and body quickly made warm. That night, Alexander's heated whispers were in French as he made love to me. I didn't know enough of the language to decipher the words, but his meaning had never been plainer. All my life, I'd been the boyish sort of girl who preferred climbing trees and hiking through the woods, or the veritable spinster, more concerned with nursing sick soldiers than landing one for a husband. I was the general's daughter who'd inherited the fervor of his warrior's heart. But Alexander's love-making found the woman in me, and the more claiming his touch, the more ecstatic my escape. He was as relentless in bed as he was in everything else, craving my surrender and winning it again and again. "Oh, lovely wife," Crown me with everything that is tender and kind and passionate in you. Love me, he commanded. And I did. Oh, I did. Chapter 10. On the first days of your wedding, I dare say you wanted nothing to do with anybody's letters, but I will now become bolder in interrupting your amorous occupations, as the importance of the matters I have to mention deserves some minutes' respite. You may therefore, my good friend, take this opportunity of catching breath with decency, which will be attributed to the strength of your friendship for me. Marquis de Lafayette, to Alexander Hamilton. An extremely waggish letter interrupted our honeymoon, reminding me that I was now a soldier's wife, an ambitious soldier's wife. The Marquis had returned from France a few months earlier, with the aid our cause so desperately needed: supplies, money, a fleet of ships under the command of French General Rochambeau. It could change everything. It could turn the war, if we found the right opportunity. And my new husband was looking not only for an opportunity of victory, but also a chance to rise in station. The same man who pretended he could have been content to plant turnips enlisted Lafayette's help in a campaign to secure a promotion to adjutant general. And when that failed, Lafayette undertook to get my husband appointed as an envoy to France on a mission to obtain loans and expedite supply shipments. Paris! I gasped from my seat before the fire in the sitting room. How would I fare in the social whirl of such a cosmopolitan place? But I'd scarcely had time to wish I'd better applied myself to learning the French language when we learned the appointment had gone to someone else. "Worry not," Alexander said, bracing his hands upon the mantel and staring into the flames. "It appears I'll be shackled to a desk forever while my friends cover themselves in glory. Shall I never receive an opportunity for advancement?" I went to him, searching for the best way to soothe my husband, as a wife should. "You're Washington's most trusted aide," I said, hoping the reminder of the vital role he played in the war would offer solace. "And as such, you daily command generals in the field even though they outrank you." "Once, that might have been enough," he replied, unconvinced. "But then I met you." He turned and took my hand. And now, instead of chasing a glorious death, I must somehow make a glorious life, which is a great deal more trouble, wife. "Fortunately, husband," I replied, kissing his furrowed brow, "you needn't do it alone." He sighed. "Alas, my duty is soon to separate us. You could make me forget the whole business of war entirely, but I suppose you are so much a Portia that if you saw me inclined to quit the service of your country, you would dissuade me." "A Portia?" I asked, then instantly wished I hadn't. "No, please, not another Roman." "But I pay you a compliment," he protested, telling me at great length, with many quotations of the original Latin, plus a tangential dart into Shakespeare, of an ancient lady who, amongst other heroic things, patriotically concealed her sorrow to be separated from her husband when he went to war. But I didn't wish to be separated. I had no children to care for, plantation to manage, or homestead to defend. I had a husband, whose joys and travails I had pledged before God to share, and a war that I wished to have a part in winning. When I told Alexander that I intended to accompany him on his return to headquarters, he kissed my forehead and assented. "I was hoping you might, my Portia." According to Plutarch, Portia's husband said of her, as I would say of you, "Though the natural weakness of her body hinders her from doing what men can perform, she has a mind as valiant and as active for the good of her country as the best of us." It was, I thought, the best compliment anyone had ever paid to me. "Why, Colonel Hamilton, I seem to learn something new whenever in your company." Heat banked in his eyes.
Perhaps if you submit yourself to my tutelage, you shall have a real education by spring." An answering heat rushed over my skin, and I eyed him with curious hunger. "Whatever would you teach me?" "To start with," he began, drawing me back to our bedroom, "your classical education is in vast need of improvement." Whereupon he taught me, by way of demonstration, some choice Latin terms that would have scandalized a harlot, and I minded not at all. In truth, I counted myself the happiest of women altogether. Thus, after a perfect Christmas holiday with my family, I went with Hamilton from nuptial splendor and plenty to the scarcity of the army. General Washington's new headquarters was situated at a small Dutch farmhouse near the village of New Windsor, New York. Conditions for the ordinary soldier were dismal, the vast majority clad only in tattered uniforms, shirts, and breeches, shoes worn through, and not enough food or munitions by half. If they were lucky, they shared a single blanket between every 2 or 3 men. It was Jockey Hollow again, with milder weather. How had nothing else improved? It was unthinkable, but Congress claimed to have no legal power to tax and raise funds for the army they'd called into the field. Alexander argued that the power was implicit, that having declared independence and war, Congress should consider themselves vested with full power to preserve the country from harm. He was not the only one to think it. After the expiration of the 3-year enlistments that most had signed, the soldiers were angry at not being permitted to leave, at not being paid, at everything. Indeed, their discontent had boiled over into another mutiny only just resolved, and the tension around camp was still as thick as the frozen mud covering the ground. There was not a little fear that the troops might join Benedict Arnold, who had donned a red coat and recently captured Richmond, Virginia, for the British. It was within this surly atmosphere that Alexander secured for us a cramped and dreary room in a boarding house, but I could hardly complain when I saw what our countrymen endured. Instead, I donned practical and patriotic homespun and endeavored to make myself useful to Mrs. Washington at headquarters. There, alongside the great lady, I threw myself into writing letters to raise money, hosting dignitaries who visited camp, and helping the slaves prepare meals for Washington's little military family. Repetitive suppers of bread, butter, and a spicy tripe stew, the scent of which was not altogether appetizing, but better than what the ordinary soldiers ate by far. It was at one of these dinners that we were reunited with the Marquis de Lafayette. Having just negotiated the end of a mutiny in the Pennsylvania line, he returned to headquarters and broke the sour mood by hugging and even kissing everyone. I was startled that General Washington, a very formal man who did not like to be touched, allowed the Marquis this familiarity. Then Lafayette treated me to the same exuberant greeting. "Mademoiselle Schuyler, or shall I say, Madame Hamilton now?" he asked, kissing both my cheeks. "Marquis," I said, smiling. But before I could decide whether I was meant to return these kisses, Lafayette withdrew and wagged his finger at me. "I'm afraid I have a quarrel with you. I invite you to camp some years ago. You refuse me, yet for Hamilton, here you are. I would take offense if I did not so much approve of your choice." "As do we all," said Colonel Tillman with a polite smile. Seemingly caught off guard by the warm sentiment of his friends, Alexander flushed. Even as McHenry called, "Speak for yourself, Tench. If you'd seen Ham strutting at his wedding, you'd know he doesn't need a thing more to swell his head." Before I could flush at what might have been Mac's innuendo, and in front of the Washingtons, Lafayette unveiled a crate of champagne he'd acquired from somewhere and smuggled into the house. "Since we could not all see the wedding, we celebrate tonight, oui?" Quietly, from his end of the table, General Washington said, "A capital idea." And that was all the approval the younger men needed to pop the cork and start pouring. "May I propose a toast?" Colonel Tillman asked from where he was seated beside Mrs. Washington. Tench didn't wait for an answer, but rose to his full height and raised his glass. "To our little lion," he said to Alexander, respectfully and with genuine fondness. Then, turning to me, he added, "And to the finest-tempered girl in the world, a perfect match. May it endure and prosper with our country, with my blessing and unalterable friendship." His graciousness moved me, and I hoped Tench might one day find a woman to love him as he deserved. I tipped my glass to him in return, hoping he could feel my good wishes before we drank. And then it was all laughter and merriment. "Congratulations, my boy," Washington said to Hamilton with a fatherly tone, and my husband seemed not quite certain how to take it. Perhaps to ease the moment, Tillman continued, "We all knew your husband was a gone man for you, Mrs. Hamilton, the night he forgot the watchword." At the reminder, Mac roared with laughter, recounting details Alexander never told me. "He's lucky he managed to wheedle it out of that boy who lived at headquarters, or the guards would have let him sleep in the snow." Grinning, Hamilton protested. "I was determined to keep what little dignity I had left. I had to pretend I'd just be testing the guardsmen." Even Mrs. Washington chuckled at this, shaking her head. And the toasts continued long after the Washingtons went to bed. 13 toasts, Hamilton insisted. 1 for each state." Mac raised his glass, his Irish brogue more pronounced with every raised glass. "Here's to the 4 hinges of friendship. Swearing, lying, stealing, and drinking. When you swear, swear by your country. When you lie, lie for a pretty woman. When you steal, steal away from bad company. And when you drink, drink with me." "Huzzah!" we all cried until all 13 toasts were made. I still remember the international brotherhood of that night so vividly. The French Marquis de Lafayette, the Marylanders James McHenry, Tench Tillman, and Robert Henson Harrison, the Connecticut Yankee David Humphreys, and Alexander Hamilton of the West Indies. My husband told me they were the only real family he'd ever known, and now I saw that they were a family. What's more, I felt privileged to be included. At our wedding, I'd sworn that my people would be Hamiltons, but now I said another silent vow that his people would also be mine. "My dear, I must pay you a compliment," Mrs. Washington said. We sat together, huddled by the fire as cold whistled through the cracks in the weathered walls, great piles of mending at our feet in baskets. I'd been wondering how we'd ever make a dent as my fingertips stung from working the needle through the coarse cloth, when her words drew me from my thoughts. "Oh, whatever for?" I thought she'd praise my stitchery, but instead she said, "You've made our Colonel Hamilton very happy. I wasn't sure anyone could." Pride stilled my hands, for she'd known my husband for far longer than I had. "You do me a kindness." Just then, shouts erupted from outside and footsteps pounded down the staircase. General Washington ran past us, out the doorway, and his flight set my heart into a thunderous beat. His Excellency was so measured in all things that his alarm sent us following him out the front door into the biting afternoon. I braced myself for any possibility. Mutinous soldiers, perhaps even a British attack, and with all the general's aides, including Alexander, dispatched on errands. But I never expected to see the adjoining shed afire, hungry flames consuming the wall closest to where the enslaved laundresses worked over a campfire, nor did I expect to see General Washington single-handedly heaving 3 enormously heavy washtubs of water upon the blaze before it spread to the house. Not knowing what else to do as the bodyguards came running, I rushed to get more water, but Washington already had everything smothered. Only smoke and black scorch marks remained.
Then the general leaned back against the house to catch his breath. "Good heavens," Mrs. Washington uttered, her hand on her heart, while the laundresses fell into apologies before the great man, realizing their fire had sparked the ignition, and perhaps expecting punishment. But the general kindly reassured the women before coming up the steps of the porch where we stood. "Are you unharmed, sir?" I asked, noting his weariness. His hair was much grayer than it had been when I'd first met him in Morristown. More so than the hair I wore in the pendant round my neck. "Quite, Mrs. Hamilton, but your concern is appreciated," he said, reaching for the door to return to his work, as if nothing remarkable had just occurred. Noting the pallor of Mrs. Washington's face, I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. "Thank you, dear," she whispered with an appreciative glance, then stepped inside with the general. The quick exchange made me wonder who Martha Washington, so often without female companionship while in camp, had to confide in and rely upon. Perhaps it wasn't my place, but I'd consider it a privilege to call Mrs. Washington my friend. A moment later, Tench rode up to the house, eyes bulging at the sight of the scorch marks. When I told him what happened, he shook his head, as if the weight of the whole war didn't already lie upon his shoulders. Now he's literally putting out fires. It was a sentiment that stuck with me. One I shared with Alexander when he returned from his duties that night to our little room at the boarding house, his hair ice-crusted and his cheeks raw from the wind. But not before I helped him remove his sodden cloak and draped it near the fireplace. "Can I get you something hot to eat or drink?" He peered over his shoulders at me as he opened his satchel and pulled out a thick sheaf of papers. "Your very presence warms me, my love. My travels kept me from finishing today's correspondence, so I must attend that before I can sleep." "Of course." Moving quietly about the small room, I readied for bed. The crackle of the fire and the fast scratches of Alexander's quill were the only sounds in the dim room. Kneeling at the hearth, I added 2 logs to the blaze, then held out my hands to soak in the heat when, on a sigh, Alexander stamped a seal against the page and then set the letter aside. "I saw something quite remarkable today," I said, having waited impatiently for him to finish. "General Washington single-handedly put out a fire upon the shed at the headquarters." Alexander turned in his seat. "So I heard." "I saw him run to put the fire out. I didn't even know he could run. He's always so dignified." "It sounds as if this made quite an impression on you," Alexander said after a long moment. Then he frowned and got up to pace, his expression suddenly stormy. "Perhaps you would hold me in such regard if I received an appointment or command benefiting my talents." My stomach dropped. "Oh, but I admire you more than any other." When he didn't answer, I asked, "Have I said something to upset you?" Alexander shook his head, rueful. "No, I'm sorry. It's only that I've engaged in military service since the beginning of '76. I began in the line, and had I continued there, I'd be in a more advanced rank than I now am." "Of course," I said, realizing the cause of his peevish agitation. Alexander worried over his future, over our future. He threw himself back into the chair. "And yet here I sit, writing letters of introduction for John Laurens while I am yet again passed over." I felt a little nauseated for him. That an appointment he wanted went to his friend both soothed and salted the wound. "Alexander, you will receive a command." "When? Damn it, Betsy, I have yet to once merit the confidence and esteem of the man you admire so much." His raised voice echoed in the small space. The quiet that followed was just as loud until I could no longer tolerate the space between us. Going to him, I rested my hands on his chest. I opened my mouth to tell him that of course he had the confidence and esteem of Washington, Why the great man relied upon him more than any other, and hadn't he heard Washington's term of endearment at dinner? But sensing Alexander didn't want to be thought of as anyone's boy, not even Washington's, I looked into his fiery blue eyes and simply said, "I love you. I admire you in every way a woman can admire a man, more than any other man." I meant that sincerely. Though now, in the fullness of years, I realized that what I felt was only a fraction of all that I would feel for him, that the love I felt then was of a simple, unalloyed, untested kind, that like a captain navigating a new river, I didn't know Hamilton yet, not the breadths nor depths of him, nor the rocks upon which we might run aground. He softened as he gazed at me, and then he tenderly leaned his forehead against mine. "Forgive me, my angel. You don't deserve my ire." "I will ease you however I can," I said, realizing that this was one of the things Alexander needed from me as his wife, and something I could easily provide. Soft comforts against the hard realities of our war-torn world. An attentive ear, a warm touch, kind, encouraging words. Heat slipped into his eyes again, but not the heat of anger. "You always do," he said, kissing me like he did all those nights of our honeymoon. "And now I think it is time for bed." "Mutiny! Mutiny! Mutiny!" The shout carried to us from some crier in town, and my husband came fully awake, leaping from the bed to yank on breeches and boots, while I was still rubbing sleep from my eyes. A moment later, McHenry was pounding on the door, and my shirtless husband threw it open, perhaps forgetting entirely that I was in bedclothes or in the room at all. Fortunately, Mac seemed not to realize it either. "It's the New Jersey line," he said grimly. "Where?" Hamilton barked. 50 miles out," Mac replied. "They broke against their officers and are marching on Trenton to demand that the state legislature redress their grievances." 50 miles away. Better than here, I thought. Marching to demand the pay, clothing, and supplies they were rightly owed by a state that recruited them to war was better than deserting or going over to the British. Maybe my husband thought so too, because his motions to dress became less frantic. But Mac clapped him on the back and said, "Saddle up, lad. The general thinks we made a mistake negotiating with the Pennsylvania mutineers. He means to go after them this time, before it spreads like a contagion." Mac started to go, but my husband called after him. "Grab that crier by the ears and give him a knockabout, will you? The fewer people who know about the mutiny, the better." Mac nodded, then was gone as soon as he'd come. Meanwhile, I found my husband's shirt in the bed linens and tossed it to him, at which point he colored at realizing my presence and my state. "1,000 apologies, Betsy." "Don't make even one," I said, understanding the urgency. "Did McHenry really mean that you're going after them?" Hamilton nodded. "We'll stop the mutineers before they get to Trenton, and this time we'll make an example of them." I bit my lip at the horror of American troops fighting American troops, feeling a little disloyal to my husband and to Washington, because it seemed to defy all notions of justice. These mutineers had sacrificed so much and suffered for so long. Did they not have the right as free men to petition their government for redress of their grievances? They wanted nothing more than what any human being seemed due: food, shelter, clothing, freedom. The thought of punishing them for it unleashed a pain within my chest, a pain that worsened to know that my own husband might have some part in their punishment. And though I said nothing, he must have seen that pain in my eyes. Buttoning the collar of his shirt, Hamilton asked, "What happens when the mutiny isn't 50 miles away, but here at headquarters? As it is, Lafayette is afraid to leave General Washington alone, for fear that disloyal troops might turn their coats and hand him over to the British." "They wouldn't," I said, only because it was treachery too black for my heart to even contemplate. "Maybe not," my husband said. "But we lost more than 1,000 soldiers in the negotiations with the Pennsylvania line when they were released from their enlistments. We can't lose any more men, not when Arnold is unleashing hell on Virginia." Benedict Arnold. I couldn't hear the name without erupting into a fresh rage. That traitor knew everything. Our strengths, our weaknesses, our strategies, maybe even our spies. He'd already burned Richmond for the British, looted it, and sold off the plunder for his own financial gain. There was seemingly no end to the depravity of which Arnold was capable, nor the damage he could do. I hated him for all that, for John Andre's death, and for having compromised my father, too. But now, I had further reason. Good patriots were going to hang or be shot, at least in part, because of Benedict Arnold. And my husband's hands would be stained with their blood for the rest of his life. As if to steel his courage against it, Alexander eyed me beseechingly and said, "I hate Congress, the army, the world. I hate myself. But we must hold this army together." "I understand," I whispered as he stooped to kiss me goodbye. And I did understand after a fashion. I remembered that he'd said it before at Morristown, when I asked him if it was right to torture that poor deserter. He'd defended himself then by saying that he hadn't given the order. But this time, he might. He would, in fact, ride out that very same day with Lafayette and Washington for the trials that would condemn several mutineers to execution. But before he left, Hamilton stopped in the doorway and stared at me where I sat fighting back tears. And his own voice thickened with emotion. "When the fighting is done, I will make this a better world, Betsy. I promise you." An audacious vow no mere mortal should make. A vow born as much of egotism as of idealism, as much self-justification as godliness. But young and hopeful as I was, I believed him. I put my faith in him. And at least in that, I was right to. Because whatever else he did, Alexander Hamilton did make this a better world. He kept that promise. In truth, he spent his life keeping that promise. Chapter 11. February 16th, 1781. New Windsor. It was, at long last, time to make a stand. After the mutinies had been put down and their leaders executed, all the men were weary and anxious for the coming, and hopefully decisive, battle with the British. For almost a year now, the French General Rochambeau's fleet had been blockaded in Rhode Island. Now he was ready to abandon his ships and march his well-equipped and well-trained French soldiers with ours in what we all hoped might be the decisive battle for American independence. All that remained to be decided was when and where we would fight. In the deciding, Alexander was gone many nights until well after the fire had died and I'd fallen asleep. I'd taken a terrible cold, and so had poor Colonel Tillman, who forged on with his work anyway. For myself, in the most secret part of my heart, I was terrified. I believed in our soldiers and our cause and our chances. But from what I overheard at headquarters, it seemed that we were now racing week by week, headlong toward a battle from which there could be no retreat or stalemate. This time would be for all the world. Win, and nothing would ever be the same. Lose, and, well, my husband, my father, my family, my friends, we stood to lose everything. Knowing what was at stake, I didn't mind my husband's late hours. What alarmed me was Alexander's arrival to our room in the middle of the afternoon. I'd never before seen him so distressed. Sitting up in bed, where I'd been endeavoring to wrest away a headache and a sore throat, I ran my gaze over him, trying to determine what could be wrong. Slamming the door, he stomped inside and threw his satchel to the floor. His cloak followed in a great flourish of dark fabric. All the while he muttered and cursed to himself. Slipping out of bed, I wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, and he came straight to me. His blue eyes stormy. "You shouldn't get up. You need rest." "But there's been an unexpected change," he said, a strangeness to his voice, a wildness to his expression. "I am no longer a member of the General's family." I almost couldn't make sense of the words. "I don't understand." He pulled me to sit on the edge of the bed. "General Washington and I have come to an open rupture. He accused me of treating him with disrespect." My husband's tone was equal parts anger and dismay. I took his hand. "You? Disrespect His Excellency? I cannot imagine it. Tell me what happened." Alexander squeezed my hand and then rose. For a moment, he stared into the fire, and then he began to pace, as he so often did when agitated. "There is very little to tell." He asked to speak to me, and I nodded, then continued down to hand Tillman a letter. The Marquis asked me a question, to which I gave the most concise of answers because I was impatient to return to the General. Hamilton heaved a breath, his hands raking at his auburn hair. But instead of finding Washington as usual in his room, I met him at the head of the stairs. Do you know what he said? That I'd kept him waiting 10 minutes and had treated him with disrespect. Can you imagine? Alexander whirled on me. I sincerely believe my absence didn't last 2 minutes. "Of course," I said, my mind racing. "It was just a misunderstanding. Surely this can be remedied." "No, it cannot." He shook his head. I argued that I was not conscious of any disrespect, but since he thought it necessary to tell me such, we should part. He agreed, so here I am. Alexander had barely finished recounting the tale when a knock sounded upon our door. My husband crossed the room and opened it, the rusted hinges creaking in protest. And I heard Tillman's voice from the other side. "General Washington has sent me. May I come in?" "I don't think so, sir. My wife is indisposed." Alexander gave a curt nod and made to close the door. I was aghast at his rudeness. "I am perfectly well," I called, not willing to let him use me as a rationale for not resolving this disagreement. And I was becoming accustomed, at this point, to my husband's colleagues bursting in upon us any hour of day or night. "Invite poor Tillman in to get warmed by the fire." After a pause, my husband relented, and the colonel entered and gave me a bow, even as a coughing fit had him clasping his chest. "Let me get you some raspberry leaf tea with honey," I said, pouring from the pot I'd made myself downstairs at the boarding-house's hearth. "Thank you, Mrs. Hamilton. You're too kind." Tillman accepted the cup. Meanwhile, Alexander seemed impatient at all the niceties, but I paid him no mind. "I hope you bring good news from headquarters," I said, giving Tillman a meaningful look. And I imagined I saw in his eyes a mutual understanding. This must be fixed. While it did sound as if His Excellency had been in ill humor, Alexander had never before responded with such stridency. They were both simply overworked, overburdened by the weight of the war and the coming battle. Sipping at the herb tea, Tillman addressed my husband. "Sir, General Washington bade me to reassure you of his great confidence in your abilities, your integrity, and your usefulness to him. He wishes nothing more than to reconcile. He explained that his terseness came in a regrettable moment of passion and that he is sorry for it." Relief flooded me. Given the circumstances, how could tempers not flare from time to time? And how gracious for a man of General Washington's stature to be the one to offer amends. But my husband remained silent and didn't seem at all relieved, not even when Tillman continued. "He wants a candid conversation to settle this." Alexander crossed his arms. Neither of us would like what would be said in a candid conversation. He shook his head, resolution settling into his handsome features. "I won't refuse if he insists, yet I should be happier if he would permit me to decline." I barely withheld a gasp at this outrageous reply, and Tillman blanched, overcome with another coughing fit.
"You won't even speak with him?"
My husband's voice turned to steel.
"I pledge my honor to you that he will find me inflexible. He shall, for once at least, repent his ill humor."
At hearing this, Tench set down his cup hard on the side table and abandoned every last vestige of his usual formality.
"Alex, what the devil can you be thinking?"
It was precisely what I wished to ask.
"For pity's sake, man, you know the situation at headquarters." "I do," Hamilton replied stiffly. "But don't worry that I'll leave it all upon your shoulders. Reassure the General that I won't distress him or the public business by quitting before Humphreys and Harrison return from their assignments. I will comport myself with the same principles and in the same manner I always have. My behavior will be as if nothing happened. But I am quitting."
Poor Colonel Tillman left wearing a stunned expression that must have mirrored my own. My mind raced for a solution. So much hung in the balance, for us personally and for the cause. Could it all be undone by my husband's pride? "Alexander," I said, cupping his cheek in my hand as I carefully chose my words. "Of course you didn't deserve the General's shortness, but he recognizes his error. Surely you can forgive."
"It's more than that."
As if trying to reassure me that he wasn't simply caught in a fit of temper, he pressed a kiss to my palm and grasped my hand in his.
"I never wished to be an aide-de-camp. I never wished to depend entirely upon any one person for my future. I had refused to serve in this capacity to 2 other generals for just this reason. But I got swept up in the enthusiasm of the war and an idea of Washington's character and accepted his invitation."
I understood this, but now seemed hardly the time to change course. Before I could say as much, Alexander rushed to add,
"Washington has always professed more friendship for me than I felt for him. You've seen how he calls me my boy. I need to stand upon a footing of military confidence rather than of private attachment. So today has been a long time in coming."
Queasiness overcame me, for this stand seemed utter folly. Was there any other young patriot in the country who wouldn't trip over himself to win Washington's fatherly affection? And yet my husband apparently resented it as much as if it was offered by the father who'd abandoned him. Not knowing whether to feel sympathy or exasperation, I only managed a soft, "Oh, Alexander." He shook his head again.
"Worry not, dear Betsy. I will re-enter into the artillery, or perhaps a command in the infantry will offer itself. Either way, a command would leave me the winter to prosecute the study of the law in preparation for my future career in life. Either will leave me in a better position than if I stay in service in the General's family."
I still couldn't believe that my husband meant to abandon his crucial place in the war effort as Washington's most trusted aide, not with the war at a turning point. And yet Alexander immediately set quill to paper to inform my father and a few close confidants of his breach with Washington, the sharing of which might well embarrass our commander, making their parting irrevocable. I tried to imagine Papa's reaction, an endeavor that made my headache worsen. What would he think of his new son-in-law who, having achieved the security of our family reputation and fortune, nearly immediately and in a moment of pique, insulted and abandoned George Washington? There must be some way to fix this. So, despite the sharpening soreness in my throat and the agony of facing Martha Washington when our husbands were now at odds, I went to headquarters with Alexander the next day, working with her as I always did and sitting in quiet observation, hoping some opportunity might arise for me to smooth over this rift. True to his word, Alexander conducted himself that day as if nothing untoward had occurred. But Mrs. Washington knew better. Sitting beside me in the farmhouse's parlor as we wrote letters requesting funds for the soldiers, she spoke quietly, never listing her gaze from the parchment.
"Have you had the opportunity to meet the woman in camp they're calling Captain Molly?"
Mrs. Washington was referring to the wife of a cannoneer who, during the Battle of Monmouth, had been bringing pitchers of water to the soldiers when her husband fell. To avenge him, Captain Molly took his place at the cannon with admirable courage and service. I'd seen the stout, red-haired, freckle-faced young woman in camp, but I'd never spoken to her. "I'm afraid we're not acquainted. Should we be?" Martha's lips pinched for a moment. "It's just that she puts me in mind of something. If our independence is to be won, our husbands must be willing to put themselves in harm's way. But achieving independence also relies on the support of our women, in whatever manner best supports the cause." My quill paused, and I looked up at this wise lady from whom I'd already learned so much. "In whatever manner?" I asked, willing her to say more. Her brown eyes clear, her graying hair framing her round face under the plain mop cap, she said, "Even great men require advisers, and we have our husbands' ears. Sometimes we encourage, sometimes we challenge, and sometimes we manage." I couldn't imagine how a man like Alexander might be managed, but perhaps she could. I returned my quill to the inkpot and sat back in my chair. "How?" She smiled, shaking away the sand we used to dry the ink. Then she poured a circle of wax upon the page to seal it. "If I could tell you that, perhaps the war would already be done." I suspected she had somehow managed General Washington into offering an apology, and now it was up to me to get Alexander to accept it. But I felt ill-equipped for the task. Martha Washington was, in my mind, the ideal of a true woman, more amiable and diplomatic than my own beloved mother. Martha had for more than 20 years worn around her finger a plain wedding band that symbolized her devotion to, and perhaps her influence over, her husband, whereas I was a newlywed and still learning how to influence mine, foundering as if in a canoe without a paddle while I did it. And the one person who seemed as frustrated as I felt was Lafayette. That afternoon, when taking lunch to the back room, where my husband labored over the General's correspondence, I overheard the Frenchman cry, "Mon Dieu, the feud I started by accident. My dear Hamilton, how I wish I hadn't stopped you to talk when the General needed you. I make all the apologies." "No one blames you, my friend," my husband replied. "Better to blame me than His Excellency," Lafayette said stoutly. I hesitated just outside the slightly open door, riveted by our friend's effort to talk sense to Alexander. "Your being angry with him will pass, Hamilton. But trust in someone who has tender sentiments for you. If you quit this army now, you will be angry at yourself the rest of your life." I held my breath, because my husband had said nothing to me of quitting the army itself, only Washington's service. Whatever Alexander replied was too muffled to hear, but the Marquise's unusually soft tones were just audible. "Then make me a promise. Do not resign your commission. If nothing better can be found, come fight beside me on Monroe in Virginia and command our artillery. Like old times. I will not go until you agree." I withdrew to the kitchen, not wishing to be caught eavesdropping. How was I to make all of this better when Hamilton seemed intent on making it worse? Some moments later, Lafayette surprised me when he walked in, nearly banging his head on the copper pots hanging from the rafters. "Madame Hamilton, you marry a most obstinate man." "So I'm learning," I said, immediately afraid I'd been disloyal. But how was I to save my husband from behaving with recklessness, pride, and even arrogance? Lafayette gave a rueful smile as he leaned in. "Brilliant men are often the most stubborn, but to pick a quarrel with Washington—" He shook his head, and his amusement melted away. "Some would say this to be folie de grandeur, but in Hamilton I know this to be a mask, and allowances must be made for his circumstances." "His circumstances?" I asked, fearing he might raise the issue of Alexander's legitimacy. Instead, he said, "Great pain and loss, madame, as I think you know." I did know, but I was a little amazed that Lafayette did too, and even more so at the sudden intimacy of our conversation. "My own father was killed when I was not yet 2 years old," the Frenchman explained, "but still I had money and relations to look after me. Your husband had no one to look after him. Small wonder he trusts no one but himself to care about his future. Not Washington, not me, not anyone, I think. Maybe not even you." I never wished to depend entirely upon any one person. That's what Hamilton had said, and I realized how well Lafayette understood his fears. Martha Washington had advised me to manage my husband's self-destructive impulses, and now I hoped Lafayette might help me do that. Maybe you could talk to him again in a few days, when he's had time to reflect. "Perhaps we can conspire together to make him see reason, oui?" Lafayette replied. "I can only write him letters because I march shortly to defend Virginia, with orders to capture Benedict Arnold and hang him dead by the neck." With a bloodthirstiness I'd never felt before, I said, "In that endeavor I wish you very well, sir." Still, Lafayette spoke of his new Southern command a little glumly, for we all believed the final battle would take place somewhere in New York, and he didn't wish to miss it. "It is probable I will be in the Southern wilderness until the end of the war, so if Hamilton will not return to Washington, convince him to join me. We will share our exile." I wasn't certain that a loving wife should convince a husband who had dedicated 6 years of his life to war that he should endanger himself even one more day, but I was sensible to Lafayette's argument that Alexander would never forgive himself if he didn't see the war to its conclusion. Nor was I even sure we could win this war without Alexander Hamilton, for these weeks at his side in camp had revealed to me the military side of the man. He was forever identifying weaknesses in enemy movements, formulating strategies about which he convinced the general before communicating them to the commanders in the field, haranguing Congress for what support the army received, negotiating with the French, and finding clever ways to stretch the army's resources, all while unburdening Washington so he could focus on the whole of the war. So I agreed to give Lafayette's suggestion long thought. "You're a good friend," I told the Frenchman, "and I wish you the fondest adieu." "Non, non," Lafayette cried before taking his leave. "We will say only au revoir until we meet again. In the meantime, I wish you luck with your campaign to keep your husband from rashness. As for me, I would rather face the cannons." Chapter 12. April 1781. To Pastors Point, New York. 2 months later, I wondered if I would not have fared better against cannons myself. Martha Washington's advice had helped me to see that my soft words and touches could moderate my husband, at least a little. By making of myself a soothing presence, I gently persuaded Alexander to accompany the general to Rhode Island to serve as interpreter in the strategy discussions with the French officers, for Alexander's mastery of the language exceeded that of all the other American members of Washington's staff. I accomplished that much. But after that, Hamilton left Washington's service, just as he said he would, and now he appeared to be taunting our commander. His Excellency had refused my husband a promotion, partly on the grounds that he was indispensable at headquarters. Well, now, we were gone from headquarters, but living in a little brick-and-stone house directly across the river from Washington's dwellings. Our new home at DePaster's Point, our first household together, was little better than a fishing shack, without so much as a dining table. It was drafty, the roof leaked, it stunk of dead fish, and the only way to get to it from headquarters was by way of a little rowboat. But it had one winning feature as far as my husband was concerned, namely, that George Washington couldn't look out his window without seeing us there. Day in, day out, our presence in plain sight was to remind the general that Alexander Hamilton was available for a promotion, but until he got one, he would remain just out of reach. For my part, I'd promised that I would live anywhere with Hamilton, and I took genuine pleasure in transforming the shack into our home. This was not, after all, a boarding house where we must be careful not to move anything. No, this was the first place I might decide for myself how to arrange our few sticks of furniture, where to store silver, where to hang linens, and what to store in the larder, for we had no servant with us to do it for me. And not even Mamma would swoop in and dictate how everything should be. So, armed with bucket, a brush, and some precious lye soap acquired at far too great a price, I cheerfully scrubbed our new home from floor to ceiling. I made countless trips to the river to get wash water, and when I hung my petticoats on the line, I'd wave quite ruefully to Martha Washington across the way, imagining she was doing the same. It was all a great deal more challenging than I expected. The fire needed to be tended all day if we were to have anything to eat, and having never managed a household by myself, much less attended to all the chores, there were a few mishaps. My first attempt at cooking fish resulted in a charred mess and a burned hand. "This is no place for my gently bred bride." My husband said this while kissing my blistered fingers, as if to make them all better. Then his eyes fell upon the wash bucket where I'd been on my hands and knees scrubbing mud from the floor. And later that night, when I collapsed in an exhausted heap beside him in bed, he asked, "Why don't you return to your father's house in Albany before he sees what I've reduced you to?" "Because you aren't the only one with too much pride," I thought. My Aunt Gertrude had said I was no milk-and-water miss. Well, I wasn't about to be a milk-and-water wife, either. Others make do with less, so can I. I don't want to leave. My place is at your side in service of the cause. Besides, I could hardly make him see reason if I was far away. "So you are a Roman wife?" he said, more than a little pleased. "But I'm not entirely without hopes we'll soon have peace. Then you must submit to the mortification of enjoying mere domestic happiness. This I know you will not like, but we cannot always have things as we wish." I laughed at his optimistic teasing, then said, "Martha Washington stays with her husband through hardship, and I intend to stay with mine." By mentioning Mrs. Washington, I also hoped to remind him of all the people who sacrificed their comfort and personal desires to remain at Washington's side. But what he seemed to take from it was a reminder that Martha Washington had servants and I did not. A thing remedied the next day in the form of a young enslaved Negro woman Alexander hired from her master. Though I was happy for the help, I didn't know if we could truly afford a servant, and was surprised to feel discomfited at being entirely in charge of supervising one. I'd grown up in a house run using the labor of slaves, but they'd always been Papa's slaves. Certainly, they'd tended to me, but as a child living under my father's roof, I'd not been given a choice in that. Now, I had a choice. Though she'd only been temporarily hired out to us by her owner, this was the closest I'd ever come to being a slaveholder in my own right, and I found that I did not like it. I did not like it at all. Not when I thought about the black soldiers at Morristown. Not when surrounded by soldiers preparing to die for the cause of liberty and independence. In any case, I didn't share my misgivings with my husband, because he'd done me the kindness of giving me exactly what he'd thought I'd wanted and needed, likely against the pangs of his own conscience. I was only just beginning to see the inherent contradiction between the ideals we said we were fighting for and the reality of slavery in our daily lives. Hamilton had opened my eyes to it, but I wasn't sure what to do about it. We were, I suppose, both of us, still a ways from a full awakening. It must not be thought that Hamilton was idle at De Peyster's Point. Quite the opposite. While my servant and I cooked and cleaned and caught fish in the cold brackish water, Hamilton cast about for any sort of opportunity fortune might cast up, not only pestering Washington near daily to give him command of troops, but also writing other generals too, in the hopes they had some leadership role for him in the forthcoming campaign. He even wrote to my brother-in-law, who apparently informed Angelica of his ambitions, such that she became anxious to exert her own influence on his behalf. "Good news," Alexander said one day, as he came rushing in the door, tramping spring mud all over the floor. Rain had fallen for 2 straight days, causing the river to overflow its banks and making of our yard a quagmire. "Betsy, if you will hear—" I held out a hand before he could cross the room. "I would love nothing more than to share in your good news, my dearest husband, after you've removed those boots." A stack of books and papers in hand, he appeared completely confused, and he finally peered down at himself as if he'd momentarily forgotten he had feet. With a chuckle, he juggled his load and pulled the tall boots off, and I wondered if he'd finally been given his command. But Alexander said, "Congress has acted as I hoped they would. Robert Morris has been appointed as Superintendent of Finance." My husband had not been much impressed in early March, when the Articles of Confederation were finally ratified, thinking them far too weak a system. But now he was hopeful and nearly vibrating with excitement. "Finally we shall have men of the first abilities, property, and character in charge of the departments of the executive." I smiled and said how wonderful it was, though this was not the sort of news that excited me. And as he sat, I took in the pristine spines of books sprawled across the table to find a series of what appeared to be philosophical texts on government and economy. Price's Observations on the Nature of Civil Liberty, in 2 volumes, Hume's Political Discourses, Postlethwaite's The Universal Dictionary of Trade and Commerce, Buse's Lex Mercatoria Redivivia. Given this reading material, I was happy to leave him to it. But when I returned a short time later, I found that he'd discarded his coat and loosened his cravat. Ink dotted his fingers and smudged his cheek, and his hair had the appearance of having been blown by the wind from the way he raked his hands through it when deep in thought. "What are you working on so feverishly?" "A letter of congratulations to Mr. Morris," he said, working with an intensity I'd never seen in another, not even my father, his focus unwavering, his quill scratched fast against the page. It was strangely enthralling to watch, utterly appealing. I blinked at the stack of thick leather tomes and what looked to be at least 10 pages of writing. A very long note of congratulations, I should say. "Well, I'm also sending him my thoughts on the topic of establishing our economy," Hamilton said with the same nonchalance with which another might talk about the weather or the price of tea. "Betsy, if we win this war, we turn to the great project of building a nation where none has yet existed. Rarely does mankind have such an opportunity, nor such a burden. We must get it right." Clearly, Hamilton believed he knew how to get it right. And I listened as he told me all he'd learned of world finance when at the age of 14 he worked as a clerk at an export and import company in St. Croix, trading sugar, timber, cattle, and even slaves. I hadn't realized he had such a passion for finance, or really, that anyone could have such a passion for it. Truthfully, it was a passion I didn't share. But I listened in rapt attention because it was one of the few times Alexander ever spoke about his childhood and the hard lessons it impressed upon him. Lessons he was very keen to impart to his new country. Even then, as a starry-eyed newlywed, I feared there might be some manner of hubris in a lieutenant colonel with no expertise in finance other than his own experience as a 14-year-old clerk, condescending to write the new superintendent of finance and economic manifesto. But at the time, having mostly witnessed the soldier in Hamilton, I was also much intrigued by the scholar. More importantly, his enthusiasm for the project of building a nation, for thinking ahead, helped give me much-needed courage that we would win this war. And with a little hubris of my own, I asked, "Is there something I can do to help?" He'd already refused a bowl of fish stew for dinner, as if he couldn't take even a moment away from his pen in exchange for a spoon. And now he was rubbing with one hand at the back of his neck, as if it pained him. When he glanced at me quizzically, I suggested very tentatively, "I see that you're copying your notes and calculations. Maybe I could do the copying for you." "You want to write for me?" he said, arching a brow. "Like a clerk?" "I should rather be your long-suffering and extremely loyal aide-de-camp," I replied. He smirked at my impudence. "Your simmering disapproval of my decision to leave the general is duly noted." I started to object, but he held up a hand. "That was not a point subtly made, my love, and I intend to thoroughly punish you for it by accepting your offer." I felt a little thrill of excitement. When I'd thought of his being partner, I never imagined being so directly involved in his work. To be a patriot in heart and sentiment, but also in deed and ink. Just tell me what to do. Before long, I had a stack of pages in front of me. While Alexander wolfed down his dinner and worked out more calculations, I copied his notes for hours, concentrating on penmanship, until my eyes glazed over from recording lengthy discussions of generating revenue, paying for the military, currency depreciation, foreign credit, and instituting a national bank. But his long, complicated calculations made me think of Papa's love of equations, and I smiled at the comparison. When I had written my 12th full page, I set down the quill, but found that my hand had cramped in a curled position. I laughed as I rubbed at my palm and fingers. "How do you do it?" Hamilton's brow furrowed. "Do what?" "Write so much. Some days the only time you're not writing is when you're asleep. Why, I've even seen you writing while saddled upon a horse. Yet after just a few hours at the task, my hands feel as though I've suddenly developed rheumatism." He frowned and made as if to set aside his work. "I'm sorry, love. You don't have to continue." "No, please," I said, smiling. "I want to help. I only mean to convey my admiration, Alexander. You are remarkable, truly." Slowly, he settled back into his chair. "Remarkable? How?" "Oh, Mr. Hamilton, what I'd known of you pales in comparison to what I've learned this night. Why, I begin to think you're a genius. And I say this as the daughter of a man who has always delighted in calculations and equations and theory and philosophy. I may not understand all your work, but I recognize the cleverness, no, the brilliance behind it all the same." And it was true, because to my mind it appeared that Alexander was in the process of single-handedly laying out the foundations for everything the American Union might yet become, of creating the better world he'd promised to create. That might have been the proud wife in me speaking, but I didn't think so. His brow lifted, as if in surprise, but then wariness settled into his blue eyes. "Are you still teasing me, Betsy?" "No, my dearest. I'm trying to tell you that in spite of my simmering disapproval of your decision to leave the general, I am so very proud of you." Alexander ducked his chin and cleared his throat, as if embarrassed or overwhelmed by my compliment. Had no one ever said such a thing to him before? Or had no one made him believe it? I couldn't resist the urge to make sure he knew the truth of my feelings. I moved to him, crouched by his knees, and peered up into his handsome face. I am so very proud to be your wife." He grasped my hand hard where it rested on his leg, and when he looked at me, his gaze was filled with a depth of gratitude that made me fall a little more in love with him, and it stirred a longing in my body. Tentatively, I reached for him until I captured his mouth with mine. The soft contact was like putting a match to kindling. It unleashed something within him. In truth, within us both. He took me to our bedroom, whispering, "I need you, Betsy. How I need you." Warmth bloomed inside me at the sentiment, and then flared hotly as my husband grasped at the material of my skirts. "I just need—" We came together desperately, frantically, but I'd never felt more loved and cherished. Afterward, he turned to me, his arm cradling my neck. "I wish I'd met you earlier, that you'd been at home that first time I visited your father in Albany. I wish I knew you even when you were a girl. You wouldn't have looked twice at me then," I teased, though I believed it to be true. "You're wrong. I'd have loved you and wished to learn everything about you. I'd have tried to be worthy of you that much sooner and been a better man for it. You ease me, Betsy. My mind races, but your touch calms me. My thoughts fly, but your presence allows me an escape. I want nothing more than to please you in return. In your eyes, I wish to be the most amiable, the most accomplished. And when I'm not, I will endeavor to make up for all I lack with love." I pressed my lips to his. "You are the most amiable." I kissed him again. "And so very accomplished." Again. "And even more handsome." How strange it was to reassure a man whom every other woman in the world seemed to desire. His smile grew as humor slid into his gaze. "How handsome?" I feigned exasperation with a roll of my eyes, but couldn't hide my grin. "Are you fishing for more compliments?" "From the mouth of my angel. Always." His touch turned hungry once more, and his love-making that night won me over again and again with the belief that Alexander Hamilton, this brilliant, complicated, flawed man, needed me. And I needed him, too. Heeding Lafayette's words, I'd done what I could to encourage him to return to Washington's service. But now I thought better of it. If my husband wished to resign his commission in the army, I would encourage him to do so, because I had now glimpsed the statesman in him, and I knew he would blaze a trail of glory in whichever path he chose. Besides, it was much safer, I thought, to be a statesman than a soldier. How naive I was. "Well, you've finally done it, Ham," said Tench Tillman, with a lingering cough. With the coming of summer, I'd left the door open to a breeze, and now looked up to find the Colonel's height filling the entryway of our home, an expression on his face that warred between admiration and annoyance. "You've forced the great man's hand." "What?" Hamilton asked, rising up hastily from the table where he was composing political essays on the defects in the Articles of Confederation. But Tillman, perhaps vexed that he'd been forced to cross the river in a rowboat just to deliver this news, was in no hurry to satisfy my husband's curiosity. Instead, he turned his attentions to me and grinned, tipping his hat. "I shouldn't have been so long without seeing you, Mrs. Hamilton." He glanced out the window at the river he'd just rowed across. "It's only that your jealous husband put an actual gulf between us." I laughed and offered to have our servant fetch him some porridge. But Alexander thumped the table impatiently. "Out with it, man. What news?" "Washington is not about to let you resign your commission, as you've tacitly threatened to do," Tillman replied, and I could see that was the part that annoyed him. "So you're getting your command." My husband tensed. "Tell me."
"A New York Light Infantry battalion."
The glee that broke out on Alexander's face defied all description. He was, thereafter, in a celebratory mood, and invited Tench to stay for a meal. The next morning, my husband was eager to meet with the generals about the long-awaited battle, and left early, finally and at long last, crossing the river back to headquarters. And I was absolutely nauseated over the thought of him finally going off to fight. I couldn't tolerate my breakfast, and could only nurse a cup of tea until the nausea passed. It took 3 days in a row of this same discomfort before I counted back to my last monthly courses, and it finally dawned on me. I was pregnant. I was going to have a baby. I debated when to tell Alexander about my suspicions, wishing to be more certain before I raised his hopes. But my husband forced my hand, just as he'd forced Washington's. To take command of his troops, Hamilton needed to ride south, and this time he couldn't have me with him. We'd all assumed that the summer campaign would take place in New York, but new intelligence from Lafayette, which I later learned had come from a Negro spy the Marquis had recruited, suggested that we might better gamble it all in Yorktown, Virginia. Whichever choice was made, Hamilton would have to be ready to ride into battle in an instant, which meant we had to say our goodbyes. Oh, God, what if he doesn't come back? What if he never meets his child? As I had this thought, my husband came immediately to my side. "Betsy, dearest angel, what is it? You've gone so pale. Are you still unwell?" "No," I said, gulping a deep, steadying breath. "Well, perhaps a little." Alexander frowned. "I'm calling for the doctor, but let's get you to bed first." "That's not necessary," I said, letting myself be pulled from the chair. "Alexander—"
"I'll row out and retrieve him right away," he said, a tinge of panic to his words. "It won't take long, I promise."
"I'm not ill," I said abruptly, rushing to allay his fears. "I'm pregnant." Alexander froze. As my announcement sank in, my hands went to my belly. His gaze followed, and then he was looking at me with the purest expression of wonder I'd seen on any man's face. "You're pregnant." "You're going to be a father," I said, heart beating hard against my breast. Slowly, Alexander placed a hand atop my own, and when he lifted his eyes to mine, they were glassy with joy and awe. "I'm going to be a father." Smiling, I nodded. And then we were laughing and embracing, even as Alexander asked 100 questions and insisted all over again that I needed to lie down. That night, I whispered into the darkness, "Whatever happens, you must come back to me. To us." Alexander pulled me tight against him. "Oh, Betsy, it costs me a great deal to be absent from you, but I promise we won't be separated for long." I tried to believe him. The next day, as he put me in the carriage for my father's house, his expression a mask of regret, he said, "I miss you already." "As do I miss you." Tears stung my eyes, but I wanted to be strong for him when all his focus needed to be on the coming fight. "I love you," I said, then insisted more fiercely, "Come back to me." "I will," he whispered, his voice strained. He closed the door and tapped on the side of the carriage, and it lurched to a start. And I could only hope that in having unleashed the forces of war, my husband would not, like Phaethon, be struck down for hubris in his quest for glory, our dreams of the future mere ashes for me to mourn. Chapter 13. August, 1781. Albany. Our army would risk everything in Yorktown. There, in Virginia, Lafayette had somehow cornered the British general Cornwallis, and success relied upon the trustworthiness of James Armistead, the black spy who was posing as a runaway slave in the British camp and feeding Lafayette critical intelligence. Papa, who was privy to the strategy, seemed confident of victory, and I tried to be too. But we'd been losing for so long, and now, with a child on the way, I had more to lose than ever before. After 7 years of fighting, we'd so many times seen victory slip away, only for the flower of our youth to perish ingloriously for a cause that might never be won. And in my secret heart, hope became to me a fleeting mirage. No matter how desperately I reached for it, it always felt just beyond my grasp. So I dared not believe my husband when he wrote to me at my father's house, where I'd taken refuge with my family, to promise, "Cheer yourself with the assurance of never more being separated after the war. My object to be happy in a quiet retreat with my better angel." I felt like no angel. I had neither wisdom nor peace nor the power to protect those I held dear. To keep me safe, Alexander had sent me home, where all I could do was await news of the war. Until the war suddenly came to us. "Bar the doors," Papa said, his command punctuated by a clamor of silver and plates as we sprang from the table. For years, the enemy had been trying to seize or kill my father, and now our fears were finally at hand. A stranger had come to the back gate, insisting my father come outside. Fortunately, Papa had been forewarned by his spy network that they would use just such a ruse to lure him out of the house, and now he barked, "Upstairs!" Racing like a much younger man, Papa took the stairs 2 at a time to get his weapons. Meanwhile, Angelica grabbed her daughter, and I grabbed the first little one within my reach, my 3-year-old nephew, who'd been dozing in the window seat, then hurried up the stairs behind my father. At the landing, I stopped to pull the shutters closed. That's when we heard the shrill war cry that turned my knees to water. I caught a glance in the yard below of men in moccasins and feathers. Mohawks or Loyalists disguised as Indians, I couldn't be sure. But what I did know was that it was a war party, and a loud commotion at the back door told me that they'd overpowered our guards. "They're in the house." I fought down the panic, for my sake and for that of the babe in my womb. Would it all end in tragedy before I met my beloved child? Not if the Schuyler family had anything to say about it. My 17-year-old brother, Johnny, grabbed muskets from the cabinet in the hall. Papa threw open a window and fired a shot from his pistol as we heard the grunts of men locked in struggle below stairs. Meanwhile, my 5-year-old sister wept, clinging to my father's knees. "They've come for you, Papa. We won't let them get you." Just then we heard the wail of an infant below, and a sickly terror gripped me. "Where's the baby?" Mama cried, her usually stern voice betraying panic. Dear God. In all the chaos, we'd left my new baby sister Catherine sleeping in her cradle by the front door. We'd left her. And now our enemies had breached the door. "They won't harm her," Angelica said. "If there were Iroquois with them, they might take her, and that I couldn't allow." I started for the stairway, but Angelica grabbed my arm. "You're pregnant." "I must get her," I replied without a second thought. I was the best runner, a strong climber, and the one who adventured like a boy, while Angelica buried her nose in books and Peggy preened in front of a mirror. And yet Peggy said, "I'll go." "No," I cried after her. But Peggy dashed to the stairs, her figure a bobbing blur among the walnut banister of our elegant staircase. I crept down after her, feeling faint with fear as the shouts and scuffles of fight from the back of the house escalated. A moment later, Peggy rushed back. the baby bundled in her arms. "Hurry!" I cried from the landing, reaching down for Peggy to surrender the baby to me as a crash sounded and war whoops echoed throughout the house. Just a few steps farther and... A hulking white man with a hatchet lunged from the dining room, grabbed Peggy and shook her. "Wench, where is your master?" He'd mistaken her for an indentured servant. Maybe because, due to the heat, we hadn't dressed for dinner. Whatever the reason, Peggy's eyes narrowed in contempt and confusion, and I thought it would be just like her to say something she shouldn't with her very last breath on earth. Instead, my little sister masterfully transformed her expression into servility. "General Schuyler's gone to alarm the town. He was warned you were coming. Please, sir, that's all I know." Just then, I glanced up to the hidden top of the stairs to see Papa, pistol in hand, his expression murderous. I shook my head at him and pleaded with my eyes for him to stay where he was, out of sight, because the brute was buying Peggy's clever ruse. "Please let me go," Peggy sniveled. "I tell you truthfully, he's gone." Biting out a silent curse, Papa disappeared into one of the bedrooms. And then, taking advantage of Peggy's lie, he shouted out an open window. "Come on, my brave fellows! Surround the house and capture the scoundrels!" It was enough to convince our marauders that Papa's Patriot forces had arrived to rescue us. And in frustration, the villain holding Peggy shoved her so violently that she fell at the foot of the stairs, trying to shield the wailing infant. The man lifted his tomahawk as if to butcher them both, and I yelled, "Don't you dare, you devil!" But perhaps he only meant it to frighten us, for when he brought the hatchet down, the blade buried itself in my father's fine wood railing with a thunk, sending a spray of wood chips into Peggy's hair. Then he fled through the entry hall, from whence a clang of falling silver rang out. Meanwhile, Peggy called down hell and brimstone after him as he escaped with his booty. The intruders melted away from the house as suddenly as they'd come, but they'd dragged away 3 of our guardsmen as prisoners. And before the attack had even subsided, I flew down to help Peggy rise. "Dear God, are you hurt?" "We're both unharmed," she said, though there was a tremble in her voice. "Can you take her?" I accepted my wailing infant sister into my arms, and an immediate rush of relief flooded me, for her and the baby in my womb. We were safe, all of us. We'd survived the assault. "We all have you to thank," I told Peggy. "That was incredibly brave." She ran shaking fingers along the line where the hatchet remained buried in the wood, then peered up at me with uncharacteristic humility. "I knew it's what you would have done, Betsy, but I could hardly let you do it, so I had no choice but to be brave." It was possibly the sweetest, most tender moment we'd ever shared as sisters, and I couldn't resist hugging her, realizing that perhaps I had always misjudged her a little. Mama offered comfort to my terrified siblings, while Papa snapped orders to a surviving soldier to ride for help, and I went to tend the wounded. Without hesitation, I tore the hem of my own muslin gown to make bandages. I thought nothing of it, nor should I have. The attack on our home stripped from me and my sisters any remaining illusions that we might go on as dainty ladies in such a fraught enterprise as a fight for freedom. And so much the better. I vowed to myself that if our attackers came back, it wouldn't only be my father and his sons who armed themselves with muskets. I would bear one too, because there was no safety for the wife or child of a revolutionary but in victory. October 18th, 1781, Albany. How strange it is to recall that, though I met my husband in the coldest winter and the darkest hour of the war, I met Aaron Burr on a shining, sunny day of Thanksgiving. "They're saying your husband is a great hero, Mrs. Hamilton," the man said when I found him waiting in the blue parlor for an interview with my father. One of Papa's guards informed me that we had a caller, a veteran who'd resigned from service due to failing health, though his unforgettable hazel eyes flashed with vigor. And he appeared every inch the urbane gentleman in a tailored suit of gray satin. I'd come to tell him that Papa had gone to town, but the promise of news about Alexander completely diverted me. "You know of my husband, Mr. Colonel Burr," he said, stepping to reach for my hand and bringing it to his lips in greeting. With a mouth set in a mischievous smirk and those shrewd eyes, the colonel was extremely handsome. "Aaron Burr, I served with your husband." I could remember no specific anecdote or story about Burr. My husband's most colorful stories were always about Lafayette and Lawrence, but I was too anxious to learn what he knew of Alexander to think of anything else. "I meant, you've heard news of him?" No sooner had I asked than did my heart leap to my throat, for I became suddenly quite fearful that this man in his elegant clothes had come to tell me not that my husband was a hero, but that he'd died as one. Burr's features slid into an enigmatic expression that couldn't quite be called a smile. "No doubt your father will receive the dispatch, but a wife on the verge of motherhood ought to know straight away. So I'm very honored to tell you there are whispers of a great victory at Yorktown." "An American victory?" I asked, hands on my protruding belly, my breath quickening. "An American victory." He nodded to reassure me. "Madam, if the reports are true, your husband personally led a bayonet charge across a shelled field, dodging fire and springing onto an enemy parapet to take the redoubt." The blood drained from my face, leaving me clammy and cold with horror at the danger that my husband, the father of my unborn child, had exposed himself to. Even in leading a charge, shouldn't Hamilton have been atop a horse, commanding his troops, rather than at the front, daring his enemy and braving a bullet? A flash of this image passed before my eyes, and for the first time in my life I fell quite literally into a swoon. Colonel Burr was forced to steady me, a hand at the elbow and one at the small of my back, before easing me into a chair. "We've won," Burr was saying, but I could scarcely hear over the strange buzzing in my ears. "We'll have Cornwallis's surrender soon, or perhaps it's already been accomplished." Dragging in ragged breaths of air, I pleaded, "And Hamilton?" He gave a slow blink. "Of course, I didn't intend to leave you in suspense. Your husband secured the victory without a scrape." Both hands flew to my cheeks with a mixture of exhilarated pride and relief. "Thank you." I wanted to run through the house shouting the good news like a crier, but I was still in a haze of half-disbelief, dizzied and trying to remember my manners. "Oh, thank you. Bless you for taking the trouble to come here to tell me." "Your father has agreed to help me get established in town, so it was my pleasure to deliver this news, Mrs. Hamilton," Burr replied with silky gentility. "And the rule of my life is to make business a pleasure and pleasure my business." Do you know, in that instant, how much he reminded me of Hamilton? Slender, with a military bearing, a sly smile, and a clever wit. I liked Burr very much. Right from that first meeting. I laughed and said, "Still, I am not quite myself, sir." Glancing at my swollen belly, he smiled. "There is little wonder why, given your happy condition and your family's recent travails. It would have been a great loss to our country had your father fallen into British hands." Though I did blame all that for my momentary swoon, I also blamed the shock of joy at realizing the British were defeated, and the relief of knowing my husband would come home to me after all. But it was also surely that for a brief moment, Burr had made me fear that Alexander had died. And looking back, I wonder now if the dark swirl of my nearly losing consciousness was more than a fear of death, but perhaps even a premonition of it. Because though Burr was the herald of great joy that day, He would one day be the cause of my greatest misery. Huzzah! 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 That's how our guardsmen stirred the household to hail my conquering hero. In his haste to return to me and our unborn child that autumn, Alexander had ridden so hard from Yorktown to Albany that he'd exhausted 4 horses and himself. I ran out the door to meet him and found him stumbling toward the house, his face slathered in sweat and grime, his clothes smelling of horse in the road. I didn't care, not one bit. Under a canopy of orange, yellow, and red leaves, I grasped my husband and kissed him on the mouth like the most brazen harlot who ever lived. Shocked at my conduct, Hamilton startled, but didn't pull away. Instead, he threaded his hand into the hair at my nape, his teeth grazing my lower lip in gentle thread of sweet reprisal. Behind us at the door, Mama gave a shocked gasp, and Prince a disapproving harumph. But I didn't care about that either. Let the whole world disapprove, for in that moment, the only thing that mattered was seeing my husband alive and whole. And because I had no words to express it, only the language of a passionate kiss would do. But once spent of those kisses, and having marveled at the changes nearly 6 months apart had wrought on my body, Alexander was tired in a way I'd never seen him tired before. As if he'd been feverishly staving off exhaustion with his talents and superlative industry for all the years of the war, and only now, in victory, did his body succumb to its toll. Once he was bathed and fed and put to bed, he stayed there. Not for a day or even 2. In truth, he scarcely rose from bed for 2 months. I began to worry he suffered from some contagion, for Cornwallis, exposing a deranged lack of character in his desperation, had infected liberated slaves from southern plantations with smallpox, forcing them to approach enemy lines in the hopes of spreading the illness to the American army. And this from the man who'd offered them freedom. Thankfully, my uncle, Dr. Cochrane, had helped to inoculate our troops against the dread disease, and Mama assured me that Hamilton had no symptoms of smallpox. Moreover, despite the breakdown in his stamina, Alexander remained in good humor, and I will confess, with some delight, that not all the time he spent in our bed was as an ailing convalescent. Despite my being 8 months along, I was only too pleased that the comfort he required was not entirely of a medicinal nature. "Is the war finally over?" I asked in the early days of his recovery, as he wolfed down a breakfast of hot tea, eggs, ham, and my mother's spiced pastries. My question was put softly, in a voice that struggled not to tremble, because even though everyone seemed to think the victory decisive, there had been too many disappointments to put my faith in it. "Perhaps a few skirmishes are left," he said, reaching for my hand and brushing his lips to my palm. "But if there should be another occasion to fight, it will not fall to me. For us, my charming wife, the war is at its end." How blithely he said it. And I was foolish enough to believe him. Foolish because I was desperately in love and puffed with pride. "And you've won it," I said, having cut out every mention in every newspaper to keep as tokens of his glory. So many others had worked to achieve this victory. Many had died for it. But I believed, and still believe, what I said to him that day. "You are a hero, Alexander." And to think, even Burr had once called him that. "A small feat in this family," Hamilton said with a smile that attempted but failed to be self-effacing. "Why, after seeing that tomahawk gouge in the staircase, I'm ready to recommend Peggy for a commission in the army. And yet, if you are inclined to reward me as befits a hero, I shall not mind." "Oh?" I asked, delighted at the sparkle in his eye. "How shall I reward you, Colonel Hamilton?" In answer, he trailed his fingers over my swollen belly. "Present me with a boy." I laughed, kissing his face, every inch of it. "Won't a girl answer that purpose?" He grinned. "By no means. I protest against a daughter. I fear that with her mother's charms, she may also inherit the caprices of her father, and then our daughter will enslave, tantalize, and plague every man on earth." "I do see your point," I replied, feeling a bit enslaved by the charismatic pull of his eyes, and tantalized as he drew me under the covers. I knew that in the coming weeks I would be called on to exhibit a sort of heroism of my own. Though my mother had assured me that giving birth was not to be feared in a family such as ours, with such hardy Dutch constitutions, I remembered how sick she'd been after the birth of the little brother who died in my arms. And lest I dismiss that as merely a function of Mama being a matron of nearly 47 years, my sister Angelica's most recent birth had also gone hard. Even now, after 2 months, Angelica had not quite recovered her health, and the little boy was sickly. So my fears for myself were eclipsed by my fears for the child inside me, whom I loved already, boy or girl. I would love my child with every breath for as long as I lived, whether it obeyed its father's commands to be born male or no, and that gave me courage. Then, in the new year, after a whole day's labor, my child emerged from that first breath, a culmination of all his parents' wishes and desires, and a reflection of all that was best in each of us. A son. A little boy with eyes like his father's and thick, dark, unruly hair like mine. 10 fingers, 10 toes, with wondrously fat little legs. Papa affectionately called him a piglet. But in my eyes, my son was perfect in every way. And if he did inherit Alexander's caprices, he would undoubtedly enslave the fairer sex, for he'd already captivated me. In truth, my baby stole my heart upon his first little cry. While Mama oversaw the birth, my sisters had been attending me, Angelica on one side and Peggy on the other, holding my hands through the screaming, while Alexander paced the black and white floor downstairs, knocking back glasses of my father's best imported wine, as if he could not be sober while my sisters forbade him from the birth room. But once the baby was cleaned and swaddled and put into my arms, my sisters finally gave up their vigil and abandoned their post so that my husband could meet his son. Tears sprang to Alexander's eyes the moment I surrendered the child into his arms. I knew my husband could be tender. There was a softness in him that others might have taken for weakness. But these tears, as he stooped to kiss me and our baby, were fierce expressions of love. "We'll call him Philip," he decided, choosing to honor my father rather than his own. Then he vowed that he would never abandon me or our son, and I believed him. I fell in love with my son that spring. In truth, I fell in love with the entire world, because with the war nearly over, everything seemed new, and in my baby's eyes everything seemed possible. Philip was as sunny a child as ever lived, one who so commanded my heart that I could refuse him nothing. And I knew my indulgence was not to be remedied by the influence of a stern father, because in those delightfully domestic months, one might be excused for thinking that, like Ben Franklin and the lightning rod, my husband had invented fatherhood. Fractured by our son's every cry and transported to heaven by every gurgle and smile, Alexander doted day and night. Staring into the cradle, he boasted, "Philip is truly a very fine young gentleman, the most agreeable baby I ever knew, intelligent and sweet of temper. Don't you agree?" "Yes," I agreed with a laugh. "Of course." Sensing condescension,
Alexander turned in mock outrage. "It's true. He's handsome, and his eyes are sprightly and expressive, and he has a method of waving his hand that announces a future orator." A future orator. Such grand plans he had for our boy, before he was even out of swaddling. But having been abandoned by his own father, it made sense for my husband to draw so close to his infant son. For him to feel not only the natural bonds that draw a parent to a child, but also the desire to make up for what he'd lacked. It was as if Alexander thought to somehow tip the scales of cosmic justice by giving his son all the love he hadn't received. "How entirely domestic I'm growing," Alexander later said, bouncing our little Philip on his knee at Papa's dinner table. "I sigh for nothing but the company of my wife and my baby, and have lost all taste for the pursuits of ambition." Kissing our father atop his head as she slipped into her seat, Angelica gave a delicate snort. "You without ambition? Betsy, call for a doctor. Hamilton must be sicker than we knew." The whole family laughed, because she wasn't wrong to doubt him, especially when his desk in the upstairs hall was piled with leather-bound, gilt-edged law books. Tory lawyers could no longer be permitted to practice in state courts, which left an opportunity for men like my husband to step into the vacancy. And Alexander had designed an ambitious plan to condense his study of the law and start his own practice. Though he seemed content to live in my father's house, and Papa was very happy to have us, I knew Hamilton yearned to make his own fortune. Late one night, he returned from his duties as a tax collector, and settling into a chair next to our sleeping baby, he opened a law book and whispered, "Go on to bed, love. I will now employ myself rocking the cradle and studying the art of fleecing my neighbors." Tax collecting by day, studying law by night, and somehow managing in the midst of it all to conspire with my father to build this brave new American world. The Articles of Confederation had made less a new nation than a loose alliance of states. Hamilton and my father dreamed of something grander. And oh, how it filled my heart to see them together each night, talking through ideas, my father's wisdom tempering my husband's more passionate arguments. I took great pride in realizing that I'd given my father more than a son and my husband more than a father. I'd given both a trustworthy friend. We were happy. I was never happier, I think. In addition to getting to know my own little family that spring, we also had the chance to become better acquainted with Angelica's. With the war winding down, Mr. Carter found more time to spend with us at the pastures. He was debonair and worldly, and I could easily imagine how my brother-in-law's dashing looks had won over Angelica. But his English reserve made them an odd match. Still, watching their 4-year-old Philip hold my little boy on his lap for the first time filled my heart to bursting with the idea that our children would all grow up together, running these fields and playing in the river with their own new Netherlander children's troops, just as we had. The only thing we needed now was for Peggy to add her own little brood. I decided to broach the matter at the Pinkster festivities, where Albany's slaves and freed men performed African dances to wild drum beats and sold us oysters and herbs from brightly colored carts. Pinkster was a time for setting aside the usual order of things. Blacks, whites, and Indians mingled and played games. Slaves slyly mocked their masters with relative impunity, and sweethearts stole away without any thought to propriety. So when a gentleman admirer dropped a bouquet of azaleas in Peggy's lap, and she rejected his suit out of hand, I said, "Alexander's no Barbary pirate, I suppose, but I'm married off now, so what's stopping you, Peg?" Seated beside me on a quilt, a bucket of shucked oyster shells beside her, Peggy rolled her eyes, some sharp retort no doubt on her tongue, but before she could speak, Angelica dropped down beside us, smoothing her skirts. "What's this about Alexander being a pirate?" I chuckled.
wondering if my husband's ears were burning at the foot of the hill where he and my brothers were playing a game of ninepins. Peggy once wished I'd marry one. Peggy batted her eyelashes and coyly threw each of us a glance. For all you two know, what with how busy you've been making babies, perhaps I'm already betrothed. I gaped at her audacious reply. You must tell us all the details at once. It best not be a certain young Van Rensselaer boy, Angelica said with a sly laugh. Stephen Van Rensselaer from our blues troupe, she meant, who was to turn 18 in the fall, and who had spent much of the spring paying call to the pastures. I overheard Papa say he is far too young to marry. Fortunately, Mama doesn't agree, Peggy said with a self-satisfied little smirk. I could well imagine that our mother might truly approve of the match. Mama had always hoped that her daughters might marry into one of the great families of New York. And given the unconventional choices Angelica and I had made in husbands, Peggy might be my mother's last hope until our little sisters came of age. It was a bit unusual for a woman of Peggy's age to marry a younger man, but then again, Stephen was set to inherit one of the largest and oldest estates in New York, so there were great advantages to the match, too. I gave Peggy's hand a squeeze, wanting her to find the same happiness I'd found. Well, if you have Mama on your side, Papa will surely give his permission. Peggy bit her lower lip. Then it all came out in a rush. He has given his permission, on the condition that we wait until Stephen finishes his studies and is old enough that his family should not object. Also on the condition that we don't tell anyone, which is too cruel. I laughed and felt badly for laughing, because it did seem some manner of cruelty to make Peggy keep this secret. So, to distract her, Angelica and I devised all manner of dinner parties and other socials, where my sisters and I played the pianoforte, and my brothers played the German flute to the amusement of all. And some of the most amusing gatherings were attended by the newly married Colonel Burr, whose dry wit was a charming accompaniment to my husband's more sparkling playfulness. In the months after our first meeting, Burr had become a near constant fixture at the pastures, as he and Alexander shared Papa's library in their studies of the law. At all hours, they could be found hunched over their books and papers, debating one point of law or another. I knew very well, of course, the brilliance of my own husband's mind, but it surprised me that Colonel Burr proved quite nearly to be Alexander's equal. For at every meal, party, and gathering, they insisted upon demonstrating their intellects, trying to outshine one another to the amusement and sometimes exasperation of all. Indeed, Burr spent so much time at the pastures that he had no compunction whatsoever about debating Angelica as if she were a man, good-naturedly disputing with my husband about what should come next for America, and arguing whether the principles spelled out in the Declaration of Independence really would become the basis of the enterprise. The rest of us were all marvelously hopeful. So it was notable when, in the midst of one of these dinner parties, my husband received a packet of letters and started for the stairs without a word. "Where are you going?" I asked, but Alexander only mumbled something inaudible in reply. I wished to follow him, but needed first to politely disentangle myself from a surprisingly learned discussion with Angelica, Peggy, and Miss Theodosia Burr, a lady of daring outspokenness, whose friendship and frequent companionship had further ensured my fondness for Colonel Burr. "What do you think about voting rights for women?" she asked in her typically provocative way. "Our Livingston cousins never tire of reminding us that women have been granted the right to vote in New Jersey," Peggy said conspiratorially. Angelica nodded and raised her glass as if to toast. "So why not New York?" But I was entirely too distracted by my husband's unexpected withdrawal to be drawn into even such an exciting conversation. "Please excuse me," I said, forcing a polite smile. "I'll rejoin you shortly." I thought to find Alexander at his desk, or, failing that, checking upon our child, as was his nightly habit. Instead, I found him seated on the edge of our bed, his head in his hands. "Alexander?" When I reached for him, he actually flinched. "What's happened?" He didn't look at me. He didn't reply. My usually loquacious husband didn't say a single word, which made me sure something was dreadfully, horrifically wrong. For answer, I was left to glance at a letter discarded upon the pillow that informed me of the passing of John Laurens. Quickly grasping the loss, I reached for him again. "Oh, my love." This time he didn't pull away, but he also didn't soften to my touch. Though I'd never met Laurens, I knew he was as dear a friend to my husband as any other member of Washington's little military family. Since hearing them talk about Laurens at Morristown, he'd loomed large in my imagination as a man I would admire if only because everyone else admired him. "How tragic," I whispered, reading the rest. Colonel Laurens had led a small force to attack a British foraging party in South Carolina, one of several footholds in America to which British forces still clung, but was himself ambushed and mortally wounded in the first volley of battle. He was, I would later learn, one of the last casualties of the war. An unspeakable, unnecessary tragedy. And though my heart ached for his family, it also ached for my husband, who still hadn't moved or spoken, and he didn't speak the rest of that night, even after Papa had seen out all of our guests. Nor did Alexander utter a word the next day. "You're frightening me," I finally said, when he wouldn't hold our baby boy. "Won't you speak to me?" It was a jest between us that my husband ran hot, his temper, his blood, his skin. And yet, when I reached for his hand that sweltering summer day, it was like ice. "I can't," Hamilton rasped, as if forcing just those two words was an agony. "Alexander, I'm your wife. You didn't know him. You can't understand." He was right. I didn't understand. John Laurens was not, after all, the first of my husband's comrades to fall in battle. And though Hamilton always spoke of the fallen with grief and respect, their deaths had not made of him a shell of a man. Not like this. I thought perhaps it was because we believed the war to be finished, that all the sacrifices were now to be rewarded with glory, not loss. Or perhaps it was because, in the army, there hadn't been time for grief, and this was the outcome of Hamilton holding himself together for so many years. There was something else that alarmed me, quite beside the pain at having my own attempts to comfort him rebuffed again and again. There was the bewildering realization that my husband had retreated someplace inside himself I couldn't reach, some dark place I hadn't even known was there. And so instead of shaking him, I asked, "Who would understand then?" Alexander turned, warding me off with an upraised hand, as if willing me to be silent. But I persisted. "Who will you talk to?" He merely went to the window and stared. Frightened and at a loss as to how I could help him, I again offered, "I'll bring up tea or coffee or something to—" I cut myself off, realizing that he wasn't listening. He had his back turned to me, maybe turned to the whole world. Perhaps what he needed was time to grieve in his own way, to make his peace with the sorrow. Perhaps Papa could make my husband see sense. I turned to the door, thinking to do just that, when I heard Alexander whisper, "Lafayette." "What?" "Lafayette would understand." And then, suddenly, so did I. My husband maintained friendships with all his fellow aides-de-camp, but none of them seemed to know the depths of his emotions as well as the Frenchman, who had warned me from the start that behind my husband's mask was great pain and loss. If I could have summoned our friend to the house in that moment, I would have. But an ocean now separated us, because Lafayette had returned to France. So I went to my husband's desk, intending, I suppose, to take the liberty of writing a letter to the Marquis. But there already, to my surprise, was a letter from Lafayette, a fact that nearly startled me with its prescience. However silent you may please to be, I will nevertheless remind you of a friend who loves you tenderly, and who, by his attachment, desires a great share in your affection. Though Lafayette had written before Laurens died, the Marquis was, like me, faced with Hamilton's silence, and waiting for a reply. And that decided it for me. I took from the desk a blank sheet of paper, an inkwell, and a quill pen. Then I returned to the window where Alex stood and pressed the button into his palm. Write him. Betsy, if you won't speak to me, speak to Lafayette, I insisted. Then I left him. By the light of dawn, my husband had managed to scribble only 2 lines. Poor Laurens. He has fallen a sacrifice to his ardor in a trifling skirmish in South Carolina. You know how I truly loved him, and will judge how much I regret him. Those 2 lines were enough. Though he didn't send them to Lafayette for a few months, and even then only as a postscript to a letter, it broke the dam open, allowing my husband to flow back to me and to our son. But he never again spoke to me of John Laurens. The subject remained closed for the rest of his life. How I wish it remained closed for the rest of mine. Part 2. The War for Peace. Chapter 14. February 1783. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I was now a congressman's wife. In the year since the fighting ended, Alexander had been elected to serve as one of New York's 5 delegates to the Congress of the Confederation. We rented a little house in Philadelphia, and though I'd been there only a month, I'd already learned it was the fate of a politician's wife to find herself unexpectedly with guests, and sometimes even engaged in a bit of very irregular entertaining. 3 quick raps upon the back door, followed by 2 slow ones. That would be Mr. James Madison, and the signal for me to answer the back door to the darkened alleyway that I'd never otherwise open past dusk. "Come in," I said to the slight-statured Virginia congressman who'd become my husband's unexpected ally within Congress. Dressed all in black, unprepossessing and bookish, Madison's manner was somber and reserved to the point of being shy. In fact, he was my husband's opposite in seemingly every way, except, I learned, in the most important way. Both men supported a strong union and believed that the Articles of Confederation required revision to ensure it. I did too. I recalled too starkly, sometimes even in nightmares from which I woke in a gasping cold sweat, the terrible conditions of the soldiers during the war. The gaunt faces, the bare feet blackened from frostbite due to exposure, the shrieks of amputees operated upon without medicines to dull the pain, deprivations all caused by the unwillingness of the states to adequately support the national cause. Now, Alexander's and Mr. Madison's work to find a way to pay the army, fund the war debt, and bring the states together as a nation was being undermined at every turn by a faction in Congress more attached to state interests than to the federal. The only way to get anything done was to do it out of the public eye, which was the reason for the subterfuge. And I was rather proud of the fact that the plan had been mine. My idea came when I'd awakened one night to discover the bed cold beside me and Alexander hunched over his desk, writing furiously in the light of a single candle. "What are you working on?" I'd asked, laying my hands upon his shoulders. He'd eased back into my touch, pulling my hand to that sensuous mouth and pressing a kiss to my knuckles. I've been appointed chairman of peace arrangements. I'm to provide a system for foreign affairs, Indian affairs, a peacetime army, and naval establishments.
Oh, is that all?
He peered up at me on a weary chuckle. Well, and also to help pacify the army, who would like, at long last, to be paid. One can scarcely blame them for being on the verge of uprising against Congress. He shook his head, especially since he'd given up his own soldiers' pay for fear of appearing self-interested in the matter. But what has pulled you from bed at this hour?
In truth, thinking about all you're trying to accomplish here.
He frowned. I don't wish my duties to disturb your peace of mind, my sweet girl.
I wanted to be more than a sweet girl to him, which was why I blurted, "Perhaps you can get more done if you conduct negotiations in private."
His brows raised over those blue eyes. Something you learned watching your father at Indian conventions?
I nodded, hoping he wouldn't discount those experiences. If those who stand against you in Congress don't realize the extent of your alliance with Mr. Madison, they'll be less prepared to thwart you. If you make your strategies behind closed doors, you can take your foes unawares on the Congress floor.
His eyes narrowed with appreciation. You are a general's daughter, he said approvingly, taking me back to bed.
I shook my head and helped him lift my shift. I'm a congressman's wife.
Yes, you are, he said as he covered my body with his. And after bringing us together, he jested, Perhaps I should recommend you for appointment for the New York delegation. You have more passion for it than those who actually hold the posts, and who worry more about their own individual welfare than the common good.
His compliment pleased me, but even more satisfying was that Alexander took my advice. Which was how, a few days later, I came to be standing in a darkened kitchen of the house we'd rented near Independence Hall, with my fussing 1-year-old son on my shoulder, and a nervous Virginia congressman stomping snow off his boots by my hearth. "Colonel Hamilton will be home shortly," I said, taking Madison's snowy coat and hanging it upon a peg. "Can I offer you some hot tea?"
"Oh, no thank you," Madison said softly, eyeing the little boy in my arms. "You have your hands quite occupied with young Master Hamilton. I couldn't trouble you to serve me."
Perhaps because Madison was the owner of a vast plantation with many slaves, he seemed overly aware that we kept no servant with us. The work of caring for the baby and keeping our little household entirely mine.
"It's trouble enough that I'm dropping in on you so late."
"Nonsense. You're always most welcome, Mr. Madison," I said, wanting to put the congressman at ease, and taking more than a bit of pride in the modest feast I'd managed to keep warm. Beef tongue, peas, and potatoes in an herbed butter sauce. "Some wine, at least," I offered, leading him to the dining room, where the drapes were pulled tight against prying eyes from the street.
"Yes, thank you," Madison said.
But as I began to pour, my discontented son kicked his feet, nearly toppling the glasses.
"Careful, little man,"
Madison cried, catching Philip playfully by the toes. And when my son giggled, the congressman smiled and held out his hands.
"May I?"
Surprised at Madison's change in demeanor, for though there was often kindness in his eyes, the soft-spoken congressman rarely smiled, I surrendered my babe into his arms. "You must be a father, Mr. Madison?"
"Unfortunately, no," the man replied wistfully. "I'm a confirmed bachelor, as fate would have it. But children take to me."
And it was true. While I poured wine, Madison whispered something into Philip's ear that made him laugh and laugh. "Whatever did you say to him?" I asked.
"I'm afraid it's a secret," Madison replied, bouncing my son in his arms.
between gentlemen." Just then my husband came in the front entrance. "Betsy, I'm home," Alexander called, slamming the door shut. "Is Madison
"In here, charming our child," I said, and my husband appeared in the archway, blowing warm air into his hands. I finished setting plates and silver, then took the baby as the men settled at the table and dug into their meal as if they hadn't eaten all day. And given what I knew of Alexander's schedule, there was some likelihood that was true. Even as they ate, they spread letters and ledgers out on the table between them. And afterward, I brought them a tray of tea and my mother's shortbread I'd saved in a jar, for I'd learned to always keep a supply of some baked goods on hand for just such occasions. While I poured tea, Madison pulled a well-used notebook from his pocket and began to write. As the two men collaborated, Alexander stabbed at a page with his fingers. "Our debt stands at $40 million. The state of our finances has never been more critical. There are dangerous prejudices in particular states opposed to giving stability and prosperity to the Union, thereby weakening us in our peace negotiations with Britain, which could yet fail. It is the first wish of my heart that this union may last. But feeble as the links among our states are, what prudent man would rely upon it?" Madison listened intently as my husband then rattled off all our problems at length, and then nodded and said simply, "All of this can be solved with a federal tax. Congress must have power and autonomy in financial matters." Alexander opened his mouth as if to protest that the matter was more complicated, but then seemed content with Madison's simplification. Their personal friendship and political alliance worked well, because if Alexander was a born orator, able to lay siege with a barrage of impregnable arguments, Madison was skilled at quickly and quietly cutting through the weeds. Moreover, as I was later to learn, Madison could have a dry and wicked sense of humor when it was just the three of us. Or 4 of us, more truly. "What is your magic formula?" I asked one night when Madison was able, with more whispering, to lure my son to sleep. "Bawdy jokes," Madison quipped, with a wink of which I would not have thought such a shy little man capable. "As I said, secrets between gentlemen." In the weeks that followed, Madison's nighttime visits to our home became more frequent, and I found myself enjoying the company, as the bachelorhood of many of the other delegates meant that I hadn't yet found much society of my own, despite the size and affluence of this city. In Albany, I had my sisters and our friends from our childhood troupe of blues, not to mention the Burrs, with whom we had the pleasure of becoming close. But in Philadelphia, my society was all politicians, which was how I came to meet the primary author of the Declaration of Independence for the first time. On short notice, Alexander asked if I could host a small dinner party for a friend of Madison's, a widower who temporarily resided with his young daughter in the same boarding house where Madison stayed. I thought nothing more of it until Mr. Madison's friend stood before me in my parlor. Tall, with fiery ginger hair and a refined Southern accent, the man gave me a soft smile and a graceful bow. "Thomas Jefferson, at your service, madam." Oh, my husband. Some friend, indeed. It was not yet widely known that Jefferson had penned the immortal lines of our Declaration, including, "All men are created equal." But because of my father's service in the war in Congress, I did know of Jefferson's powerful contribution. I also knew that, as one of our foremost statesmen, he had been chosen to help negotiate the peace proceedings in France. And I managed to curtsy despite my shaking hands and trembling knees. "Mr. Jefferson, it's an honor to welcome you to our home." "Thank you. May I introduce my daughter, Patsy?" the Virginian asked. "I fear she is too infrequently in the company of ladies,
as I've dragged her from seaport to seaport searching for a ship that might take us to Paris, despite enemy vessels still in the waters."
A tall, strapping girl of about 10 stepped near her father. In a yellow calico frock with white bows, she shared her father's coloring and had his intelligent eyes. She gave a quick curtsy. "Madam?" "Hello, Patsy. You must be having quite an adventure with your father." She smiled with an adoring gaze at Mr. Jefferson. "Oh, indeed. Papa and I have been everywhere searching for a ship. I have seen Baltimore, New York, and even Boston." Her enthusiasm was charming, and her presence eased my surprise in hosting the voice of our independence at my little dining table. "Well, you're already much better traveled than I am," I said, extending a hand that she took when her papa gave her an approving nod. "You must tell me everything." As they were wont to do, the men turned to politics over dinner. Alexander spoke candidly about the need for federal revenue and standing armies and permanent navies, and I didn't think I imagined the way Jefferson's lips pursed and his brow furrowed, even though his replies were always polite and measured. I sensed in Jefferson a fundamental disagreement about the nature of our country's government, citizens, and future. Worse, I noticed the way Madison deferred to Jefferson's thinking as the conversation progressed. And it made me worry. Though Madison's patient solicitude and my husband's fiery passion had always seemed to make them an odd team, the two men used their differences to attack the same problems and achieve the same ends from different directions. I thought it a great partnership. Moreover, I was learning that my husband didn't make friends easily with men outside of the army, and yet he'd taken to Madison straight away. Now I worried for Mr. Jefferson to come between them. As the tulips and hyacinths bloomed all over the city, and Congress finally ratified the Provisional Peace Treaty in mid-April, marking the end of 8 years of hostilities, Alexander and Jemmy Madison, as I heard my husband sometimes call him, took to organizing a series of secret nighttime meetings with select members of Congress. The Quaker culture of Philadelphia meant that the streets, well lit by whale oil lamps, tended to empty at night, creating a special challenge for men attempting to sneak about. Yet secrecy was more urgently needed as rebellious troops threatened to march upon the city to get the pay long owed to them. I didn't realize the seriousness of the situation until, on a rare summer night when he came home alone, Alexander said, "You must go, Betsy. You and the little one. First thing tomorrow." At 16 months old, our Philip was now a toddling, talking, curious boy who already promised to have his father's good looks. "Why must we go?" I asked, handing Philip over as he reached out for his papa. Alexander showered his son's little face with loud kisses that made Philip giggle. "Because the army is coming from Lancaster and picking up men along the way, and the government of this state refuses to do anything to stop them or protect Congress." Another mutiny, I thought, for lack of a better word to describe it. But it seemed much more serious than any of the others, with our own army ready to attack our fledgling government for having so recently toppled King George. How had it come to this? "What about you?" "I'm not afraid," he said. "I'm a friend to the army, zealous to serve them and espousing their interests in Congress. I trust that they know this and will listen." But I still remembered how my father's soldiers turned on him, suspecting him of the blackest treason. "Alexander." He embraced me then, little Philip between us, and tangled his hand in my hair as he brought our faces close. "You must go, both of you. I can't have you in harm's way. Worry not about me. For if Pennsylvania won't protect Congress, we'll flee too." After a sleepless night, I set out the next morning with little Philip in a carriage of others, fleeing the oncoming threat. During the journey to Albany, I had little idea what fate had befallen Alexander, Congress, indeed, the country itself. And it was then that I realized just how fragile this thing called independence really was. June, 1783, Albany. "Peggy's eloped," Angelica said, before I'd even alighted from the carriage in front of the pastures. "After a fashion, anyway. Mama and Papa are in a state." "Not again," I said, recalling the turmoil Angelica's elopement had caused all those years ago. "Did you speak to Peggy? What did she say?" Angelica took little Philip from my arms and pressed a kiss to his cheek. "Peggy said that since Papa had already given his blessing, she simply tired of waiting, and it's a good match for both of them. Stephen's to be the 9th patroon of Rensselaerswyck, after all." That much was true. Peggy's new husband stood to inherit a vast ancestral estate, passed down from one of the founders of New Netherlands. I couldn't help worrying over the scandal it might cause for 2 of Philip Schuyler's daughters to have run off this way, but that wasn't my greatest concern. I put a hand on Angelica's arm. "Does she love him?" My sister's expression softened. "She does." That was enough for me. After all, I would have run off with Alexander if only he'd permitted it. So I had a keen sense of sympathy for Peggy's need to fly to the man she loved. And I welcomed the distraction from worrying about my husband in Congress, facing off against angry veterans. Therefore, in the coming weeks, Angelica and I led a cautious campaign to win over our brooding parents. We exclaimed over how close Peggy would still be to the pastures, for Van Rensselaer Manor stood just a few miles up the Hudson, and we excitedly imagined how soon it would be until Peggy began her own family, which, being 25 already, she was ripe to do. Unexpectedly, Mama was easily won over. In truth, she'd seemed so eager for Peggy to wed, I almost suspected, were it not for the scandal, she would have helped my sister climb out a window to run off with her betrothed, despite how angry she'd once been at Angelica for doing exactly that. And Mama was so swiftly reconciled to it that Papa behaved as if it was all done according to his wishes in the first place. So it was that our parents welcomed Peggy home with open arms, and a reception that reminded me of the one Alexander and I had on our wedding day. This time, however, I'd helped arrange the festivities, working with Mama and Dinah to set the menu, and having Jenny pull together large vases of fresh flowers from the garden to brighten every room. Once again, all of Albany's finest families attended, as well as some of its newer arrivals, like Colonel and Mrs. Burr. And even though I delighted in catching up with Peggy, welcoming Stephen to the family and learning the latest gossip from Theodosia, it all made me miss my husband even more, especially given all the indignities he was being made to suffer as a congressman. Though I did not know it at the time, I'd fled Philadelphia just before our angry unpaid soldiers seized the city arsenals and held my husband, Jemmy Madison, and the rest of Congress at bayonet point in a standoff. After that, Congress became a runaway government, fleeing from Pennsylvania to New Jersey, then Annapolis. All summer long, our Confederation Congress was abused, laughed at, and cursed wherever they went, and I could scarcely imagine what Alexander, who'd done as much as anyone to resolve the disputes before it led to all of this, must have been feeling. It was almost as humiliating for our fledgling country as it was frightening. When Hamilton finally returned to me at my father's house in August, he claimed to be done with it all. Frustrated and demoralized, he said, "If the Army's mutiny didn't convince our countrymen to replace the Articles of Confederation with a stronger government, nothing will. So as for you and me and our baby boy, we'll now settle into a purely domestic life." His proclamation suited me just fine, especially when, as the crispness of fall crept into the evening air, Peggy announced after church services that she was expecting her first child. We're all to be mothers together," I said, hugging her. Even our little ones joined the celebration when Angelica's son pointed at his Aunt Peggy's belly and said, "Do you have a boy in there? I hope it's a boy." Peggy and I laughed, but Angelica didn't. Mustering a forced smile, she said, "I have exciting news, too. Carter is taking me to Paris." I blinked. "Whatever for?" "My husband is to be a U.S. envoy to the French government," she said, her voice overly cheery. "When do you leave?" Peggy asked, her hand on her still flat stomach. "Before winter." Angelica sighed with a note of regret. "Months away. We'll have plenty of time together before I go." But those months passed far too quickly, and when November came, I worried at the damp lace kerchief in my hands as we said our farewells. I was fearful of the dangers of Angelica's ocean journey and pained, as I always was, to be parted from my sisters. "I'm going to miss you both more than words can say." "Poor Betsy," Angelica said. "You're taking it almost as hard as Papa." "How else should I take it? You'll both be so far from me." "I'll just be a short boat ride away," Peggy said, blushing pink, as if she were quite pleased to see me weepy at the thought of parting with her. But even though Van Rensselaer Manor wasn't far from the pastures, Alexander and I were shortly destined for New York City, so that boat ride would require nearly a week to accomplish. "And I will also be just a boat ride away, albeit a longer boat ride," Angelica said, squeezing my hand. "How long will you be in Europe?" I asked, clutching her hand in return. "Not long enough to see everything that I'd like," Angelica sniffed. "Which is why you shouldn't envy me. I am to have a taste of the fruit without being given the whole apple." She was teasing to distract me from my sorrow, of course, but the fear that she might believe my sadness resulted from envy was enough for me to force a deep breath and calm myself. My sisters had both married wealthy men who could take them to the ends of the earth, whereas my own husband's circumstances were nowhere as grand. Still, I would never wish to deny my sisters pleasures I couldn't have for myself. "You'll write me? Every day?" "If I were to write every day, I should have even less time to see the sights," Angelica protested, with a blasé expression her sniffles belied. "But I'll try to see everything as through my darling Betsy's eyes, for that is the kindest and most enjoyable way to see everything." I smiled through my tears because, like Alexander, my sister had a way of rendering me helpless to her charms. "In the meantime, you'll have an adventure setting up housekeeping for my amiable brother-in-law and your darling little one." "I know," I said, and the idea filled me with pleasure and anxiety in equal measure. We'd be in New York City before year's end, where Alexander intended to set up his law practice and serve as the agent looking after Mr. Carter's business interests while he was away. It was a time for building anew. A family, a home, a country. So it was in New York City that I finally said a tearful farewell to Angelica. With her little brood of children, she climbed aboard a ship to cross the sea, leaving me with a fear for her safety and an ache even greater than when she'd slipped out that back door of Papa's house so many years before. And she was not the only one to go. At long last, the Treaty of Paris had been signed, granting America her independence, and having won it, we were all eager for the British soldiers to leave. Leave they finally did, and with them went almost 30,000 Loyalist merchants and citizens, refugees from all over America, who fled that winter to start new lives elsewhere, not to mention thousands of slaves to whom the British had promised freedom, an uncomfortable reminder that our enemy had maintained its promise of liberty to the enslaved much better than had my own country. We were there in the crowds down at the Battery on that cold but glorious evacuation day, as the British boarded their ships and sailed away from New York, making way for Washington's coming procession with the American army to retake the city. I jogged little Philip in my arms, showing him the sails of our enemies receding, so proud that tears sprang to my eyes. "See what we've done?" I whispered in my son's ear. "We've chased a king back across the sea, darling." Even the final trick of the departing British could not bring down my jubilation. The British had left their flag flying, tied high to a greased pole, and I laughed that it was a Hollander who gave his wooden cleats to be nailed as rungs to the pole so that it could be claimed and the flag torn down. The crowd's roar when that Union Jack finally fell to the mud was something I will never forget. A roar that grew to deafening volume when the retreating British fired one final defiant shot, and our bold stars and stripes were raised before the fleet sailed out of sight. Huzzah! 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 The war was over. It was finally over. And I let out a breath that seemed to come from the very core of me, as if I had been holding it for years. Perhaps I had been. But even that moment couldn't compare to the crowd's eruption when our victorious commander-in-chief and his officers marched into the city. We waved flags and cheered and wept. We were Americans now, every one of us. And I think not a single person there had ever felt it more than when General Washington passed by upon his cantering gray-white horse. Amidst the revelry, still I saw the signs of the sacrifice that had been required to bring us to this moment. Mothers who had lost sons, widows who had lost soldier husbands, soldiers who had lost limbs and eyes and years of their lives to the fight. I felt those losses to the core of me as well, because I knew I could have lost my husband. I closed my eyes and offered a prayerful thanksgiving that Alexander stood at my side now, that we were together, and that the danger was behind us. Drums, cannon shots, bells, and song filled the air, and celebratory bonfires burned well into the night. It wasn't until the morning that we were reminded of how much there was still to be done. In my childhood visits to the city, I remembered the bustling wharf, the grand buildings, and the broad tree-lined avenues. What we found in the wake of the long British occupation was a shelled city of scorched and burned-out edifices now unrecognizable. Livestock roamed freely amidst trash and weeds, fences long gone, and nary a stick in sight. In addition to the looting and the burning, the British had cut down trees and stripped manor houses of wood, burning nearly anything they could find for fuel. And the stench from the mud-choked wharves and excrement in the streets, I couldn't describe it if I tried. "It should all be torn down and replaced," Hamilton said of the hovels that remained. Of course, Alexander saw possibility in all this destruction. He thought much opportunity was to be had in engineers who would make stately homes for the city's new residents. He was already making plans to rebuild the city to its former glory, but for the time being, my husband rented a 3-story house on Wall Street, where the best merchants made their homes, though we could only afford to live at the eastern end, where houses with crumbling mortar, fading paint, and sagging roofs huddled amongst shops and taverns. In fact, our new home was quite near the Queen's Head Tavern, run by a West Indian tavern keeper named Samuel Francis. And it was that very tavern that became the epicenter of our first marital quarrel. We quarreled not because my husband stayed there drinking all hours of the night, as so many wives were apt to complain, but instead because, when the occasion called for it, my husband simply refused to go to the tavern at all. "General Washington is leaving the army," I said, broaching the subject for the 3rd time in as many days. But since the invitation had arrived, Alexander's mood had turned dark. "He's saying farewell to his officers at the tavern, and were you not first and foremost amongst them?" Though I believed right down to the marrow of my bones that my husband had been the best and brightest of Washington's officers,
I still expected him to modestly protest that generals like my father, Nathaniel Greene, Lafayette, or Henry Knox had been more instrumental to the victory. But modesty was never one of Alexander's virtues. Instead, he complained, "Congress has not seen fit to recognize me as such. Alexander, I'm not going." Something had changed in him, I thought. Something ate at him, night and day, and I didn't think it was Congress. I wished I understood it. "But Washington is laying down his sword," I said. "Such a moment will surely be recorded in the annals of history, Alexander. Shouldn't your name be noted as one of those in attendance?" It was then, for the first time, that I learned what it was like to truly stand in opposition to Alexander Hamilton. For what followed was not an indulgent remonstration, nor even a small lecture on all the reasons he should not, would not attend. It was, instead, an onslaught of arguments, stinging in tone as if I were not merely a nagging wife, but also an enemy to be destroyed. Raising every objection I had made or might make as a target, Alexander fired off 10, 12, 20 points in rapid succession, not just vanquishing my opinion, but also snapping at even the fly-wisp ideas that might have still buzzed around its corpse in my brain. When, stunned, I finally opened my mouth to reply, he snapped his paper open. "No more, Betsy." I cannot decide whether my rebelliousness was stoked by the lawyerly tenaciousness with which he harangued me, or the high temper with which he did it, or simply the knowledge that my own mother would never have allowed such an episode to pass in her parlor without exacting a heavy price from my father's peace of mind. The truth was that in refusing to say farewell to Washington, I believed my husband to be doing something enormously foolish that he might one day regret. Sitting there beside him, Mrs. Washington's advice came suddenly to mind. Sometimes we encourage, sometimes we challenge, and sometimes we manage. And so, instead of staying silent, I challenged him with the one thing I knew to be unutterably true. George Washington is a great man. My husband's intense eyes fixed on me with dark, stormy disapproval, an edge of contempt and enmity I'd never before imagined could come from the expression of a man as dear to me as life. "I told you. No more. A certain indulgence must be afforded a Dutchman's daughter in matters of hearth and home, but I'll teach you the absolute necessity of implicit obedience if I must." It was not the first time my husband warned of discipline. He had in fact written similar words in love letters, but those were playful threats, embellished with a courtier's wit. This time, he seemed in earnest. Would he dare raise a hand to me? Though the Bible might have confirmed his right to, my fists balled with a sudden urge to turn my back, summon a carriage, and return with our baby boy to Papa's home in Albany at once. Other fathers would refuse to step into a quarrel between a daughter and a husband, but I didn't doubt even for a moment that my father would shelter me and his grandson, nor that he would take my part in any quarrel. And for Alexander, a breach with my father, one of the foremost men in the state, would dash his ambitions forever. So I felt a gratifying, if discomforting, satisfaction that I held a greater power of happiness and misery over my husband than he held over me. Except for one single solitary thing. I loved him. I loved him so deeply and truly, desperately. And so I let him make this terrible mistake toward Washington and me. That night, I said not another word. Quietly seething, I went to bed. I wouldn't abandon him, as so many others had in his life, but I was no saint. And in the days that followed, I couldn't manage more than polite conversation that felt stilted by the breach. From a newly married Tench Tillman, I later learned that Washington, notorious for his reserve, toasted his officers, invited them to shake his hand, and actually embraced them, weeping. I wasn't there to see it myself, of course, But after it was done, I went alone with Philip to mingle with the crowds at Whitehall Wharf, holding my darling boy so that he wouldn't miss the moment, as the church bells rang and everywhere along the route people pressed noses to windows and crowded balconies to watch Washington go. At nearly 2 years old, Philip was an uncommonly handsome little boy who laughed with delight and raised his little fists when the soldiers, still cheering, waved their hats as Washington boarded his ferry. I laughed, too, at the joy in the moment, but also wept bittersweet tears, because I feared we might never set eyes upon the grand old man again as the river carried him away, and because, for days, I'd stifled emotion that now crested over at having uncovered another dark layer in my husband that I hadn't known was there before. I soldiered on and tried to distract myself with an upcoming dance assembly that week, a gathering of the city's finest citizens at a grand ball that would effect a reconciliation between the Patriots and any Tories still left in the city. I was eager to slip into my best gown, and the more genteel life that I imagined had preceded the war. More importantly, amiable society so often brought out my husband's playful wit and good humor, and I hoped the occasion might restore the tenderness between us. But then the poorer patriot citizens objected to the unseemliness of dancing on the graves of their comrades who'd died through the machinations of these very same Tories. The ball was cancelled, and we stayed in instead, and I could barely restrain the sadness I felt at the lost opportunity to restore our happiness. Maybe Alexander sensed it, or perhaps he even shared it, for that night he climbed into bed next to me and wept apologies into my hair for his behavior, confessing a clawing loneliness I'd never fathomed. "But we have so many friends," I assured him, stroking his beloved face. "I couldn't make an accounting of them all, even using all our fingers and toes." "Your friends," he said hoarsely. That much was true. Friends from my childhood, friends of my father, friends made only lately in the bustle of his ambitions. But I realized that the friends my husband had called the only family he'd ever known were his brothers-at-arms, now gone from his life, dispersed like chaff in the wind. John Laurens was dead. Lafayette had returned to France. McHenry and Tillman to Maryland. And now George Washington to Virginia. I realized the true reason my husband had not said goodbye. Because he couldn't bear to say goodbye. Alexander Hamilton, the orphan, abandoned by those he loved and left to the mercies of this world, had no gift for partings. He'd left Washington's side before Yorktown, in what had seemed then to be a fit of pique and pride. But now I wondered if he'd left Washington before Washington could leave him, before he could be abandoned by yet another father and separated again from brothers who he couldn't claim by blood or law, but whom he loved just the same. And so I resolved from that moment on that I would draw closer to us my husband's companions at war. The soldiers here in New York, the officers he'd served with, including Aaron Burr, who'd just moved to the city and seemed so much like Alexander to me that I hoped they might become more than law partners and friends, but maybe even confidants and kindred spirits. Of course, I realize now how naive that hope truly was, for they were as different as night and day. Chapter 15. August 1784, New York City. "How much?" I asked, nauseated by the scent of the fishmonger's wares. As part of my project to reunite my husband's military family, I was hosting a dinner for Lafayette, who'd recently returned to the United States, and the Baron von Steuben, the brilliant Prussian drill master who'd served with my husband, most crucially at Valley Forge. It was said that Prussians loved smoked fish, though apparently my heavily pregnant body did not. So I was grateful to be accompanied to the fish market at Murray's Wharf by Theodosia Burr, with whom I'd spent so many delightful days when our husbands were studying for the bar together. Separated as I was from my sisters, I cherished Theodosia's companionship, for her worldliness and fearlessness reminded me of Angelica, and her brashness and willingness to say anything made me think of Peggy. With our husbands, both lawyers and frequently gone riding circuit together from court to court, we spent much of our time together. Luckily, the Burrs lived not far from us on Wall Street, so it was easy to always be in one another's houses, our children playing together. And one of the things I appreciated about Theodosia, who was 10 years my senior, was her ability to haggle. "No, that's too much," she said when the merchant barked an amount that was far more for a basket of smoked salmon than anyone ought to pay. The merchant responded by giving a price in another currency altogether. Truthfully, no one seemed to know what sort of money we ought to use. People tried to pay for goods with Spanish doubloons, French guineas, and Prussian carolines because the continental dollar was so worthless. To make matters worse, each of the states printed their own money, leading to such chaos that no one knew the rate of exchange. We'd finally settled on a price in British shillings when a man in a knitted cap and filthy homespun breeches spat at Theodosia from where he lurked behind us. "Tory scum!" It was, of course, no small thing to be called a Tory in the days just after the war. Though our peace treaty had called for fair treatment, Loyalists had been stripped of their rights to serve in various professions and were subjected to the utmost suspicion. Even Theodosia sometimes got caught up in it. Everyone knew she'd previously been married to a British officer, that her sons were ensigns in the King's service, and she'd once counted among her friends Peggy Shippen Arnold, wife of the traitor who'd fled to England within weeks of the British defeat of Yorktown. To some, it didn't seem to matter that Mrs. Burr had supported the Patriot cause and married a veteran in good standing. Whatever the reason, Theodosia gasped as another knave loomed and said, "Their bodies are in America, but their heads remain in England, and their necks ought to be stretched." "Move on, now," the fishmonger barked at the man with a scowl and a wave of his hand. "I'll take whatever money holds value, and I'll not have trouble here." "We'll be back if you keep taking British money," the rascals called as they moved on. "How dreadful," I said, my hand on Theodosia's arm. "Please don't let such ruffians wound your feelings." "They're scoundrels. It would be bad enough were they driven by a mere thirst for vengeance against the British," Theodosia said as we departed the stall. Rarely did I see her anything but entirely composed. But she shuddered now and released a shaky breath even as she was gracious enough to take the smelly basket of fish from me. She nearly kicked one of the snuffling pigs who were let loose to rove the streets and eat the garbage. "But they'll accuse anyone for a fee, for any slight at all. Neighbor has to fear neighbor turning them in for profit." Fortunately, that night, Lafayette's return and natural ebullience buoyed all of our moods and provided an occasion for celebrating. Seeing the two old friends reunite and witnessing such happiness come over Alexander as I hadn't seen in many months made me forget the unpleasantness at the fish market altogether. "My dear Hamilton," Lafayette said, grinning. "My dear Marquis," Alexander said, both men laughing and embracing. Lafayette greeted Baron von Steuben and his aide, then next came to me, where I stood holding Philip's tiny hand. At 2.5, he was up past his bedtime, but we couldn't pass up the opportunity for our son to meet our good friend. Lafayette bowed playfully. "Madame Hamilton, how motherhood becomes you?" Nearly 8 months along, the lack of grace I was able to manage with my belly belied the compliment. But I was too happy to see him again to care. "Marquis, welcome to our home." "Bah!" Lafayette winked and gave a wave of his hand. "Please let us not stand on ceremony of noble titles." When I nodded and smiled, he crouched down to Philip's eye level. "Mon Dieu, "He is your exact likeness, Hamilton." My husband beamed while Lafayette addressed our boy. "Bonjour, young man." "Bonjour, la fille," Philip said, in his version of the words Alexander had made him practice. Lafayette laughed and clapped his hands, and everyone joined him. "Oh, merci. You make me feel the absence from my own little Anastasie, Georges, and Virginie even more acutely," he said of his children, the last two of whom he'd named for our commander-in-chief and the state where the war had finally been won. Meanwhile, Alexander lifted Philip, gave him a proud hug, and then handed him off to be put to bed by Jenny, who Papa had recently lent to us as a servant. And I escorted everyone into the dining room. Our experience at the fishmonger that day became a subject of conversation at the table I'd carefully laid with frosted wine glasses and festive table mats I'd woven for the occasion. After complimenting me on the meal, the heartiness of which wouldn't have been possible without the shipments of produce my mother sent from Albany every week to ensure the baby's health, Lafayette asked, "Is it true that New York now has roving commissioners tasked with ferreting out secret enemies?" The question had been addressed to Alexander, and yet it was a still disturbed Theodosia who replied, "Oh, yes. And when these so-called enemies are taken to jail, their bails are set so high as to shock the senses and their fines even higher. Governor Clinton encourages these levelers," my husband ventured. After they'd both served as delegates to Congress the previous year, Alexander had taken a loathing to Clinton, who was both a shameless self-seeker as well as an enemy to a strong federal government. "Like a populist demagogue, he will have anarchy and bloodshed in the streets." The Baron placed heavy elbows upon the table and spoke in his thick Germanic accent. "Ja, this is why the Society of the Cincinnati is so vital. In bringing officers of the war to prominence, we can hold together the public order." Sipping at my wine, I thought that the Baron's sentiments were exactly the kind of talk that had made some of our countrymen suspicious of the new Society of the Cincinnati, though my husband would hear nothing against it. And neither would the fiery Baron, who added, "Wait until you see the gold eagle badges we're having made for all our members to wear. They're extraordinary." As if for confirmation, he looked to his very attentive aide sitting beside him, who profusely attested to the beauty of the pieces. Amongst our company, only Burr seemed to have reservations. "Perhaps it is not wise to draw such attention to the Cincinnati just yet, not when Sam Adams is calling it a creation of American nobility, and some state legislatures consider denouncing us as a military aristocracy." I worried Burr might have the right of it. The controversy had already lost Hamilton a few clients. Indeed, while Alexander could rarely hold any opinion to himself, Burr seemed always reticent to make his known, even to us, his closest friends. I'd hoped the man's more reserved nature might influence my husband's. But sensing the growing tension around the table, I changed the subject. "Dear Lafayette, tell us where your travels will take you." "Ah, of course. By way of New Jersey, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, I am to go to Virginia, where I will be reunited with our dear Monroe, and finally with our dear General at Mount Vernon. And at some point, I go into the wilds to help America negotiate a treaty with the Iroquois at Fort Stanwix. Perhaps you should come with me, madame, for I recall how valuable you were at my negotiations with that great people so many years ago, and I remember our sweet talk over rum." Whereupon, to my embarrassment and delight, my husband raised a brow. "Sweet talk over rum?" Lafayette laughed. "I would reassure you it was nothing, my friend, but I see you are jealous, and you deserve to be." Colonel Burr smiled and winked at me, raising his glass. "To what Hamilton deserves." Everyone laughed, including Alexander, who then grinned and raised his glass. "To Mrs. Hamilton." he said, nodding at me, his blue eyes full of affection and amusement. "And Mrs. Burr, too. These ladies are more than either of us deserve." The others joined in the toast, and the kind attention warmed my cheeks and heart in equal measure. Returning his glass to the table, Hamilton told Lafayette, "You must pass on our regards to Monroe and General Washington, with my very sincere esteem, and compliments to Mrs. Washington as well." At long last, my husband seemed ready to set aside his quarrel with Washington. My heart lightened to hear it, and I believe Lafayette's did too. We shared across the table a secret conspiratorial smile as Lafayette proposed another toast. "To Washington, savior of his country, benefactor of mankind, the pride of America and the admiration of 2 hemispheres, and of course, my bosom friend and adoptive father." "Ja, gut. To Washington," the Baron said, standing and lifting his glass as he struck an ostentatious pose. Everyone joined in the toast with enthusiasm, including my husband, proving once more my suspicions that his prior aloofness about Washington's farewell had stemmed from missing the company of his brothers-at-arms. "Will you have an opportunity to look into the matter of James Armistead while you're in Virginia?" I asked when we'd all settled again. And I was a little delighted when Lafayette's eyes flashed with surprise at me for asking. "Oui, for it is an injustice, like so much about slavery, that cannot stand." Theodosia frowned. "Who is James Armistead?" "Only the most vital American spy in the whole Virginia campaign," the Marquis replied. "An enslaved man who posed as a runaway so that the British would trust him. Without him, Cornwallis might well have reinforced Yorktown, and then all would have been lost." The Marquis recounted how Armistead, while enslaved, volunteered with his master's permission to serve as a soldier in the war and was assigned to Lafayette, who quickly recognized that the man's knowledge of Virginia could make him a valuable spy. Armistead gained the trust of both Arnold and Cornwallis, who allowed him to guide troops through the state, permitted him free access to British Army headquarters, and even bade him to spy on Lafayette. "I shall never forget the look on Cornwallis's face when he came to our camp to surrender," Lafayette continued, holding the whole company rapt with his storytelling. "And saw Armistead already there? Here Cornwallis thought the man his personal slave, never once suspecting the truth." "The problem," Alexander explained, "is that Virginia's law emancipating those slaves who served on their masters' behalves applies only to soldiers, not spies." "So Armistead remains enslaved," I told Theodosia. "It's an outrageous injustice." "Saul Matthews faces similar difficulty," the Baron said, shifting in his seat with agitation as he fed scraps off his plate to the thin pet greyhound he took with him everywhere. "Many times he supplied us with the intelligence of crucial British troop movements, yet he remains enslaved. These men deserve the applause of their country." It was a reminder of all the different sorts of people who had taken part in our revolution. Black and white, slaves and free, Indians and immigrants, rich and poor. Women, too. But my husband's thoughts remained on the injustice of slavery, and he sat forward, exchanging a glance with Burr. "There's talk of a manumission society forming here in New York. We intend to join." I couldn't help but wonder what Papa's position would be about a society whose ultimate end was to abolish slavery, for the institution remained popular within the Dutch areas upstate, but I was proud that my husband planned to be involved. It might be controversial, but if my husband's associations must be controversial, then let them be morally right. At length, Theodosia and I excused ourselves to the kitchen to prepare dessert, stewed pears and spiced wine and fresh cream, while Jenny cleared away the dishes. "Are you sure you're all right?" I asked Theodosia, who had seemed pale since our encounter in the market and unusually subdued during dinner. She merely waved off my concern, but later
When the men had gone to the parlor to smoke, Theodosia glanced at Jenny's retreating form and admitted, "I'm so tired all the time that I don't know how you manage with just one slave." Sometimes I didn't know either, but the conversation at dinner had left me even more uncomfortable to have full command of Jenny on my own. All our lives, she'd waited on me and my sisters, helping us dress, fixing our hair, tending to our room, even assisting her mother in the kitchen. And though we'd all agreed we couldn't have managed without her, we'd never once, any of us, given the reality of Jenny's serving us a second thought. It was just how things were. But I remembered those black troops at Morristown, and imagined Armistead and Matthews, enslaved again despite their crucial service, and it all felt wrong. "She's only borrowed," I said, hearing how weak the distinction was even as I uttered the words. "But she's skilled and trustworthy and a great help." And I still didn't know what I'd do without her. Theodosia turned a warm smile to me. "Well, you're an exemplary hostess." As Theodosia was well known for her lavish entertainments in the form of French-style salons, I managed to smile at the compliment despite the discomfiture in my breast. "You're kind to say so. I'd been uneasy that the guest list was unbalanced without unattached ladies to round out the company of the Baron and his aide." At this, Theodosia sputtered with laughter. "Unbalanced indeed. I dare say our Baron and his very handsome aide are not the sort to have any special interest in unattached ladies." "What do you mean?" I asked. "It isn't by happenstance that the Baron is unmarried," Theodosia said, her voice hushing. "Don't you know how he came to join the revolution?" I didn't have the slightest idea. Foreign mercenaries of all sorts had flooded to our shores to join our cause. I assumed the Baron to be one of those, albeit more noble, stout-hearted, and brilliant than almost all the others, save Lafayette, of course. Now I leaned close to hear more. "He was ejected from the Prussian military for unsavory habits with men," Theodosia confided. "Nearly jailed in France for the same. On account of the fact that the Baron was a brilliant soldier, Ben Franklin smuggled him on a ship to America before he could be arrested as a sodomite." This caused me to drop the half-emptied wineglass I held, spattering the table and my new woven mats with crimson. It seemed apt, since crimson was also the color of my rage, that Theodosia should speak such black-hearted slander against one of my guests. About a hero of the Revolution, no less. "That's outrageous," I hissed, thinking less of Theodosia's character than I had before. If she could accuse a good man of the abominable vice of buggery, an accusation that could end in his hanging, I wondered at the sins in her own heart. People have been executed for such crimes. "And that is outrageous," Theodosia said, bewildering me altogether. By the time our guests said their farewells, I was still stewing about Theodosia's gossip. I was, in truth, so bothered by it that I feared to even confide what she'd said to my husband, lest he suspect that his wife was the sort of creature who dealt in such vile whispers. But that night, before we went upstairs, I asked, "The Baron is a man of high character, is he not?" Hamilton smiled. "He has his imprudencies, but upon the whole the Baron is a gentleman of real intelligence, for whom I have a particular esteem. I recall that when he first came to America he could speak no English, and yet he made himself invaluable. Upon all occasions he conducted himself like an experienced and brave officer. Did he not impress you at dinner, my dear girl?" The truth was, the Baron had impressed me. I liked him and his companion. I even liked his dog, and most of all I liked the salutary effect that he had upon Alexander's mood. So I didn't ask about the Baron's imprudencies, and I promised myself that instead of spreading Theodosia's gossip, I'd instead bask in the success of our party. "You enjoyed yourself tonight," I whispered. leaning back against my husband, where we paused in the doorway to watch our boy sleep in his cradle. I enjoyed myself very much. Alexander's hands rested warmly upon my shoulders. You are a better hostess even than your mother. I doubted that. I didn't have Mama's perfect understanding of everything that must be done at the dinner table and the order in which it must be done. But before I could express those thoughts, my husband continued. I've found a precious jewel in you. Alexander wrapped his arms around me, and then his hands drifted down to my rounding belly. Have I told you how pleased I am that you're giving me another child? I shall never tire of hearing it, I said. He turned me in his arms so that he could kiss me. He tasted of wine and exhilaration as he lifted me off my sore feet. I remembered how happy he'd been at the birth of Philip, and it filled my heart with hope for the future. But when we finally had our fill of kisses and turned down the bed, the watchman passed our window crying, "Past 10 o'clock, and Cranston the fishmonger is a vile hypocrite and an enemy of freedom." The war had been won, but it had hardly brought peace. Every day the clamor of the multitudes in the streets grew more menacing. While those streets were christened with new names, Crown Street became Liberty Street, Queen Street became Cedar, King became Pine. In coffee houses, over bowls of grog, at the theater, or wherever workmen struggled to clear away the debris and charred remains of war, we heard that no royalists should be suffered to live amongst patriots. What right had men who for 8 years had been destroying property, plundering, burning, killing, and inciting Indian massacres to expect kind and gentle treatment at the hands of a people they'd so deeply injured? The next day, I heard a commotion outside the front window, and looked out to see that the usual ebb and flow of carriages and well-dressed people on our wide avenue was now choked by an ill-clad mob, all pointing and laughing at some spectacle at their center. Heedlessly, I rushed onto the front stoop to catch the scent of pine tar, sharp in the air. And there, to my dread, I saw Cranston the fishmonger being forcibly stripped to the waist. I shouted in alarm, but the ruffians ignored me completely as they slathered warm tar over the poor fishmonger's chest and back and tore open a pillow for the feathers with which to humiliate him. This was followed by placement of a cowbell round his neck and a sign that read, "Look ye, Tory crew, see what George your king can do." Fighting back nausea and defying all reason, I took hold of my skirts and waded into the crowd. "Stop this at once!" "Get back, Mrs. Hamilton," one of the men said, daring to lay hands on me as the crack of a whip elicited a shriek of agony from its victim. "We Sons of Liberty ask you to remember all the times your husband came so near to death at Washington's side, and you'll know these traitors deserve whatever they get." Oh, how easily any man could lay claim to the title Son of Liberty now that the war and the danger of being hanged for it had passed. "How do you know he's a traitor?" I asked, pulling away from the grubby, self-styled patriot. "How could anyone know without giving the man a fair trial?" Why, the poor tailor Hercules Mulligan was thought to be a traitor until Washington himself revealed that he'd been our spy during the occupation. "The fishmonger is no Hercules Mulligan," another man called. Perhaps he was unused to being spoken to in such a fashion by a woman. Because the man stared with such contempt, I thought he might strike me. Fortunately, moments later it was Alexander who had me by both arms, forcing a retreat back to our house. I hadn't expected my husband to return from his law office so early, but oh, how grateful I was to see him, even as he scolded me for being in the street. "I cannot have you risk yourself," Alexander said, his hand pressed protectively to my belly. "Especially not in your tender condition. What were you thinking?" "I was thinking that they're going to murder him," I cried, shaking with impotent rage. "They won't," he assured me. "They took his fish and made him bleed. That will be enough." I prayed my husband was right, remembering that we'd both seen worse horrors. But the lawlessness unleashed in America since our victory threatened my faith. When a Tory was acquitted by a judge in Charleston, his neighbors simply lay hold of him as soon as he left the courthouse and strung him up. I feared everything we'd struggled for was all coming undone. No sooner had we driven the king from our shores than we seemed intent on proving that we were uncivilized people who couldn't live without a monarch to keep us from behaving as beasts. "What kind of place is this in which to bring up our children?" I asked. "I know, my angel," Alexander said, holding me. "I, too, fear the revolution's fruits will be blasted by the violence of rash and unprincipled men, motivated by vindictive and selfish passions. So we must set the example and be kind to our neighbors." I remembered a time when I hadn't set an example, when I'd failed to do the right thing, when I'd not given water to an injured redcoat soldier for fear of what others might think of me. So I resolved to make up for that now, and do just what my husband suggested. That Sunday, I put on my bonnet and marched with great purpose to St. Paul's Chapel. It was all that remained of the burned-down Episcopal Trinity Church, which had been a haven for Loyalists. I made a point to seat myself for prayers near the shunned Tory families, and it was there that I first met 16-year-old Elizabeth Courtwright, the daughter of a Loyalist merchant who'd lost much of his wealth during the war. We exchanged a few pleasantries as I tried to ease the girl's obvious tension, and before long she burst forth, as if the words couldn't be held inside even before a stranger. "My father took no part in the war. He stayed because he loves New York. He shouldn't be scorned because he also loved his king. And how can I help him rebuild his fortune if no man will have me for a wife?" "You're far too pretty to worry on that score," I said reassuringly, certain that her sweet face and dignified manner would make any man overlook the sins of her father, and I invited her to tea at my house the next time I entertained ladies. It was all I could think to do. Fortunately, my husband did much more. Alarmed at the violence, he set out to use the mightiest power he had at his disposal, his pen. And though I didn't know it then, my husband was the best writer of the founding generation. Oh, there are those who will argue that honor goes to a certain Virginian, but he receives enough applause from the rabble without my praise, and I despise him too much to credit his talents. It's enough to know that it was my husband who, in this dark hour, held out so eloquently against the mob in a letter to his fellow citizens under the pseudonym Phocion, urging them to heed the principles of law and justice. But if Alexander hoped his pen name, cleverly chosen to refer to yet another soldier from antiquity with murky parentage and noble wisdom, would shield his identity, he was wrong. On my daily strolls with my little boy, I felt the glares of passers-by. The baker was no longer content to extend me any sort of credit for bread. The delivery of fresh fruit from my father's farm arrived smashed upon my front stoop, partially wrapped in a paper that featured an anonymous poem aimed unquestionably at my husband for having become a supposed lackey for the Royalists. I burned this poem straight away in the kitchen fire, but that didn't stop Alexander from learning of it, and it wounded him gravely. Many of our friends, most especially Colonel Burr, advised him to let tempers cool and not risk his reputation or our livelihood to defend the Tories. But my dear Hamilton wouldn't listen. Chapter 16. September 25th, 1784, New York City. "A girl," I said, gently handing over the little bundle. And at the sight of his daughter, Alexander murmured, "My heart is at once melted into tenderness." "Shall we name her after your mother?" I asked, peering up at him from our bed. He furrowed his brow and rubbed his sleeve over his joyful eyes. "Should we not name her after your mother?" There were already 3 baby Catherines in our family, for both my mother and Angelica had used the name for their youngest daughters, and Peggy had used it for her first, too. Angelica. There was not a day that passed since my sister left for Europe that I didn't think of her or wish she was nearer to me. I pined for her, treasured every gift she sent, and had even papered the walls of our children's nursery with French sheeting, all covered in pink roses and ivy. I read Angelica's letters with a selfish avarice, keeping them in a box upon my dressing table, including the one in which she shared the news of the birth of a new baby daughter, Elizabeth. She'd named her for me. That was it. If I couldn't have my sister with me, at least I would have her namesake. What about the name Angelica? Angelica Hamilton, my husband said, an affectionate smile growing upon his face. We'll call her Anna to distinguish. I cannot think of a more perfect honor for 2 whom we both hold so dear. So our daughter was named. A baby with rose-pink cheeks, wide eyes, and a commanding cry. I clutched little Anna to my breast, wishing to give her all the love I couldn't give her namesake across the sea. After I nursed her, I shifted to rise from the bed. "The doctor says you should rest," Alexander said, moving to assist me. "So should you," I replied, longing for his presence at my side. "You didn't come to bed last night or the night before. I can't remember the last time you slept." "I am kept at work," he said. For contrary to his jests about how the law was a study in how to fleece one's neighbor, he'd turned the law into an instrument of justice. In court, my husband, a lion of the revolution against the British, now held himself out as a champion of unfortunate loyalists. And he was something to behold, relentless, persuasive, almost mesmerizing. Not just a lawyer or a politician, but a statesman, determined to change minds and build a united country at any cost. Having heard him many nights discuss one such case based upon the Trespass Act, I'd come to the courthouse to watch him from the gallery. Every manner of onlooker packed the chamber, ruffians and homespun, next to the city's finest minds and best families. Alexander was representing another Tory, and the patriotic fervor in the courtroom against his client worried me more than a little. Finally, my husband rose before the panel of 5 aldermen, and a hush settled over the restless courtroom. A hush Alexander strung out until the tension was nearly unbearable, and then he unleashed a soaring campaign of words and compelling arguments about why the United States peace treaty reached with Great Britain rendered invalid any attempt to persecute the Tories under the Trespass Act. Indeed, the audience leaned forward, as if under the sway of his oratory as Alexander strode about the chamber, articulating his points one by one, as if building a wall brick by brick. And as it rose, the mood in the crowd changed. Anger turned to questions and suspicion turned to consideration. In the end, Alexander created a whole new policy of judicial review for the country when he argued, "The legislature of one state cannot repeal the law of the United States." Alexander's client list expanded after that trial, and no matter how many neighbors cast dark looks my way on the street, or withheld bread, or smashed up my fruit, or wrote evil poems, I couldn't have been prouder of him. "Mistress," Jenny said from the doorway of the children's room, where I was attempting to bathe a squirming Philip, "there's a gentleman caller." "I'm afraid Mr. Hamilton is at court," I said. She bobbed her head. "I told the man as much, but he says he'll wait." My son squealed and splashed in the copper tub of water, and I wiped my brow with a forearm, sighing with weary exasperation and the hope that he wouldn't awaken his 4-month-old sister in her cradle. "Can't the gentleman leave a calling card?"
He said to tell you he can't afford calling cards, mistress, but he also said to tell you this exactly, that he's brought you a gift of coffee, real coffee, to make up for the swill he once served you in an army tent."
All at once my glum weariness passed, and with a laugh I cheerfully surrendered my little boy, bath towel and all, to Jenny. I didn't even take the time to straighten my hair before bounding down the stairs. "Why, James Monroe, is that you in my parlor?" The 6-foot strapping Southerner made a strange sight in civilian clothes. Still, how glad I was to see him when he smiled widely over that familiar dimpled chin.
"Well, I declare, it's Betsy Schuyler, or Mrs. Hamilton now, I've heard."
"It's true," I said gleefully. "Nevertheless, I would abandon all pretense of married propriety and give your neck a fond embrace if only I could reach. Dear God, what is in that southern soil that makes Virginians grow so tall?"
"The seeds of liberty,"
Monroe said, with a quickness he'd lacked as a younger man. "And what brings you to New York?" I asked. He stooped to give my hand a very gentlemanly kiss.
"Virginia has sentenced me to serve here in Congress."
"You poor wretch," I said with a laugh, glad that Congress was now meeting in New York City. I led him into the kitchen where we set straight away to brewing coffee to ward off the winter's chill. I shouldn't have invited a gentleman into the house with such familiarity, but in Monroe's case, I could scarcely think my husband would mind.
"The coffee was roasted already by the grocer,"
the Virginian said, shaking the bag and offering to pound the beans to a powder if I could provide him with a mortar and pestle. I didn't tell him how appalled my mother would be, for she insisted that a good housekeeper always roasted her own coffee beans, but instead showed him the little coffee grinder Angelica had sent me from France. Monroe and I fell into easy conversation as he gallantly turned the silver handle upon the mill, and at some point in our reminiscing, he mentioned having written me a letter before he left Valley Forge. "The letter must have miscarried," I said, embarrassed that he thought I'd neglected to reply. But letters miscarried all the time during war, as he had good cause to know. "I never received it. Why didn't you write again?"
Monroe chuckled. "Fearing I'd made a fool of myself, I couldn't work up the nerve."
I smiled fondly, remembering how shy he'd been in those days. But he seemed far bolder now. "How is it that you're still unmarried?"
Monroe gave a good-natured shrug. "Well, for one thing, I'm a poor unpaid soldier, having inherited from my father only a small Virginia farm with barren fields turned to dust by tobacco."
Then he looked up at me with those soulful gray eyes and added,
"For another thing, the girl I loved married another man."
Ordinarily, I was not so vain to have dared imagine that he meant me, especially since Burr told me Monroe had a sweetheart in Christina Wynkoop, daughter of a Pennsylvania congressman. But the way Monroe now stared at me, blushing to the tips of his ears, made me so uncomfortable that the two of us stood there, like mute blockheads. Fortunately, we were rescued by a knock at the back door. It was Theodosia Burr, bundled in a fur-lined cloak. "I thought I saw James Monroe at the end of the street." As it happened, Theodosia had hosted Monroe when he was in the service of Lord Stirling, so another happy reunion took place in my kitchen. And when Monroe asked her advice on finding a wife in the city, she said, "You're a congressman now, an important man of the people. The ladies will flock to you, given your accomplishments." Monroe gave a belly laugh.
"We never accomplish anything in Congress. We couldn't pass Mr. Jefferson's land ordinance for admitting new states to the Union because it bans slavery after the year 1800. We couldn't pass Mr. Jefferson's proposal to make the dollar a national currency. We can't agree on a site for our nation's capital, or even if we are a nation or a collection of states." Hamilton shares your frustration, I said, readying the hot water in its pot over the stove. It's why he's not in Congress anymore. Monroe raised a brow. My friend must have changed very much since the war if he is now content with drudgery at the bar, while the country slides into disorder. Oh, Colonel Hamilton is never content about anything, Theodosia replied with an indulgent smile. He's never at home. Why, it grieves my poor heart to know how often poor Betsy is left alone. Theodosia wasn't wrong. Even when Alexander was pacing our bedroom, practicing some argument at court, he was somewhere else.
But it seemed a shrewish complaint about a man who was striving to provide for me and my children, and I didn't want Monroe to think badly of him, so I rushed to his defense.
Why, I'm not alone at all. Between fine visitors such as yourselves and my beautiful children, my days are filled. And honestly, Hamilton wouldn't be the man I married without his sense of duty. Besides, my husband's work defending Tories had made his law practice thrive. But I didn't want to explain that to Monroe, who had little cause to know about our financial circumstances or how severely persecuted our neighbors were. I've heard Hamilton has helped to found a bank, Monroe said. I nodded. Amidst all his legal cases, Alexander had written the new bank's constitution and become actively involved in its organization. The Bank of New York, just down the street. He hopes to address the derangement of our financial situation in the city. Which reminds me, Theodosia said, pulling a folded broadsheet from her handbag. You might wish to show this to Hamilton. Inwardly, I groaned, not needing to read it to know what it would say, for the New York papers vilified my husband daily for helping the persecuted Tories. He'd built his reputation on heroism, but now reaped the bitter seeds of a different sort of fame, and the unfairness of it pained me. Having seen my father accused of treason, I was acutely sensitive to public censure. And because it set my husband's temper on edge and fired his combative nature to see his name blackened in the press, it had become my regular practice to burn the papers that came to the house, charging him with helping the most abandoned scoundrels in the universe. I was trying to decide where to hide Theodosia's paper until I could dispose of it, when she eyed the brewing coffee and said, "That's going to take forever. We should go to a coffee house." Monroe, who had probably spent all he had to acquire the coffee beans, looked crestfallen. So I ventured forth with, "It's so cold that I prefer to make coffee at home, and while we're waiting, let me treat the both of you to some of my homemade waffles," I said, pulling out the Dutch waffle irons just like Mama's that she'd given me as a present. Reuniting with old friends is worthy of celebration. Waffles? Beaming, Monroe grinned. You remembered. I can't promise they'll be the same as your Mammy's, I said, laughing again at the memory of how he'd blurted out his craving to me all those years ago. But I'll slather them in butter. Theodosia rolled her eyes, but settled in at the table and assisted me as I prepared the old family recipe and heated the irons. At least come out with us tonight, both of you. Oh, I couldn't, not without Hamilton. Of course you can, Theodosia said. Your Jenny can watch over the babies, and Monroe can be your escort. At that, Monroe stared at his feet. I cannot imagine that would be thought, well, at all proper. Theodosia laughed, and the next words she spoke reminded me so much of Angelica. Perhaps not in your country of Virginia, but you're in New York now, a veritable vortex of folly and dissipation, if the gazettes are to be believed. I ladled the thick golden batter into a hot iron. Oh, be nice, Theodosia. Monroe is a very mannerly gentleman. I recounted how, upon my offering to help tend his wounded shoulder, he'd nearly tripped over my mother's sideboard table in fear my father would shoot him. Theodosia howled with laughter, while Monroe chuckled at the memory. and the impasse about our plans for the evening was solved when my husband stumbled into the house stamping snow off his boots, nearly crashing headlong into his old friend. I could scarcely contain my amusement when Alexander murmured with utter bewilderment, "Monroe?" The two men clasped hands, appraising one another from head to toe before clapping one another on the back with glad tidings. And within hours, Alexander had sent word of the reunion and called together an impromptu gathering in our dining room of Washington's young upstarts, a heaping plate of waffles between them. Colonel Burr appeared at dusk with whiskey, and these one-time brothers-at-arms talked late into the winter's night, telling old stories and debating how, in Monroe's words, we could cement the Union. I can never express how much good it did my heart to see these old friends and survivors of the war all together, laughing by a fire, nor can I find words to say how much it hurts my heart now, knowing their friendships would come to a bitter, bloody end. June 1785, New York City. "British ship in the harbor!" Jenny cried, rapping excitedly on the bedroom door. And though such an utterance would have caused panic only a few years before, it was now, for me, a bringer of joy. One for which I'd been waiting for days. "It's a big one, mistress." I was already dressed, my hair pinned. But I hadn't fastened my ear bobs or chosen a bonnet to match my dress, and in my excitement I didn't bother with either. Instead, I flew down the stairs. "My sister's here!" Alexander, on a rare day home from court, was holding Philip in the air and making our darling boy laugh. "You can't know if it's Angelica's ship." "Sisters, no," I insisted, rushing for the door. "I'll arrange for a coach," Alexander called after me. But I didn't wait. I didn't wait for anything. Not even a parasol to guard against the summer sun. Instead, I took to the tree-lined sidewalk and ran the 5 blocks to the water and Burnett's Quay. As the bricks gave way to planks and mud, I dodged horse droppings, wagons, barrels, and giant coils of rope, the unmistakable scent of the river filling my every breath. I was sweating by the time I saw the ship moored to the dock, but I didn't care, because the 3 tall masts and rigging of that ship were as welcome a sight as any I'd ever seen. "Angelica!" I cried, bouncing on my feet and waving when she appeared out of the disembarking throngs, wearing a fashionable French straw hat with a striped ribbon and pink flowers in her hair. "Betsy!" We fell into each other's arms, while servants scurried to collect her trunks and baggage and children. And we gazed upon each other with joy. She'd been gone nearly 2 years, and now I couldn't get enough of her. Alexander finally caught up with me and had nothing but warm smiles and affection for both Angelica and her husband, whose elusive disposition brightened considerably as Alex filled him in on all the latest goings-on about the city. That night, at a raucous impromptu supper of cold ham with thick slices of bread and butter, we all crowded around my little table, laughing and drinking wine and singing together. And when I put my baby daughter, Angelica's namesake, into my sister's arms, I fell in love with both of them all over again. In a fit of exuberance, I said, "Hamilton says there's a house for sale on Broadway. Mr. Carter, perhaps you could take it so we can all live closer together." I blamed the wine in my overflowing heart for such an indiscreet suggestion. It wasn't proper for a woman to suggest a man what he should buy or where he should settle his family. But we Schuyler sisters had always nudged up against the line of what was proper and been adored by our husbands for it, so I was startled at the reaction. My brother-in-law scowled at me, and Angelica's musical laugh cut off abruptly, giving way to a gloomy expression before she stared down at my new china. "A house on Broadway is a good investment," Alexander broke in, supporting my suggestion, as if he hadn't noticed the change in mood, or perhaps because he did. My affection for you both made me look forward to having you as neighbors. We're only here for a visit, Mr. Carter explained. We've taken a townhouse on Sackville Street in London, where I intend to pursue a career in Parliament.
London? I choked out, shocked to my foundation. My sister's husband had made an outrageous profit in the war by equipping the Americans and the French, which could not have endeared him to his king. And even if that were not the case, there was the murky matter of what had caused him to flee England in the first place. How can you expect to be welcomed there, Mr. Carter? I asked, fighting against despair at the thought of losing Angelica again, and after I'd assumed her return to be permanent. Because Carter is only his nom de guerre, my sister said, finally finding her voice. Allow me to introduce my husband, Mr. John Barker Church. My mouth fell agape as Angelica explained in an unusually flat voice that her husband was actually from a prominent family, and though he'd fled England under pecuniary, romantic, and legal embarrassments, he'd returned to Europe to learn that a man he thought he had killed in a duel was still quite alive, and now he was emboldened to return to the family fold. Ticking off the obstacles on her long fingers, Angelica said, Jack is now respectably married, more than able to pay his creditors, and there are whispers that he'd be welcome in the Whig party. Her words hung thick over the table, like a net dropped from a sprung trap in which we were all awkwardly caught. Clearing his throat, Alexander tried to lighten the mood, raising a toast in honor of being able to live freely in this new world we'd created and go by one's own name. I suspected, because of his dealings as my brother-in-law's agent, that he already knew his true identity. And though I held my tongue through the rest of the meal, I couldn't quite recover. Did you know? I asked that night, undressing before bed. Alexander's shoulders fell, answering me even before he took my hands into his. Yes, I'm sorry I kept it from you. It was a condition of my employment as his agent. Even as unhappy as I was, I could hardly hold duty against him. But he's a gambler, I said, allowing myself to be drawn against my husband's chest. Jack Carter, Church, gambled himself into debt, he gambled on the war, and now he's gambling my sister's future in returning to England. I was being unkind, I knew, and unfeminine in expressing such an opinion upon a matter about which I knew too little. I thought my husband might scold me on both counts, but instead, he led me to bed, climbed under the covers with a book related to work he'd neglected during the day, and said only, I know you're worried, but let's try to enjoy the time we have with your sister while she's here. So began a frenzied, near-frantic social whirl designed to squeeze every moment of pleasure out of Angelica's very brief visit. We went with our children on long walks about the city, attended balls and dinner parties and the theater, and we shopped. Or, at least, we tried. Peering into the shop windows disapprovingly, Angelica frowned. Oh, my poor country. I'm afraid there's virtually nothing that can be had here in the way of dresses, shoes, or women's fripperies that can't be found better or cheaper in Europe. That's because we currently rely upon foreign nations to manufacture our resources, Alexander said, denouncing the circumstance at mind-numbing length before concluding, We send timber, flax, hemp, cotton, wool, indigo, iron, lead, furs, hides, skins, and coal. Our warehouses in the harbor are overflowing, but we will always be dependent until we can produce our own goods. I gave him the indulgent smile I'd learned was the best response to his brilliance, if I ever hoped for his lecture to end. But Angelica seemed to actually enjoy these dissertations, and later gifted my husband with several books of economics as reward. Angelica felt no compunction against going to France's on Pearl Street, where Congress had rented space to debate whether or not they had sufficient power to form commercial treaties that would bind every state.
And when I wondered if her husband minded, or if this wouldn't be looked at askance, she said, "The women in France do anything they like. Why, they are more avid on the subject of politics than their husbands." Knowing Angelica was to go on to Albany to see our family, and then to Philadelphia before taking her leave of America, I didn't want to share her with my friends and acquaintances. But they all clamored for her. Theodosia insisted we bring her to dinner, and it was no surprise that the equally outspoken and audacious Angelica and Theodosia got on like old friends. Likewise, Kitty Livingston's sister, Sarah, married to Mr. John Jay, pleaded with us to come to tea, where all the ladies gossiped about the prominent bachelors in town. Naturally, some of the talk was about Monroe. Those gray eyes, that dimpled chin, that brawn. But Monroe is no great intellect. He'd be quite a nobody without the patronage of Mr. Jefferson. That's not true, I insisted, rising to his defense. Then I reminded them of Monroe's war heroism and service to the country until I was weary. And I was weary, because I couldn't keep up with Angelica. My sister was an indefatigable socialite. She accepted every invitation, holding court at every party. So the night my 10-month-old daughter was spitting up, and Angelica pouted because her husband's being out of town on business meant she ought not go without me, I said, "Alexander will take you." And so they went, Alexander stumbling back into the house in the wee hours, complaining that my sister outdrank him, and retching over a chamber pot as he vowed that he would never imbibe champagne again. I thought nothing of it, until the next day, when, while shopping with Angelica for sundries in the marketplace, we came upon James Monroe in the shade of the awning of Mr. Mulligan's tailoring shop, in less than congenial conversation with my husband. I didn't wish to interrupt, but my sister twirled her parasol and fearlessly cried, "Hamilton, I need to arrange for a sloop upriver, and you're just the man to help." Angelica laced her arm into the crook of Alexander's elbow, as was her habit. But to my surprise, my husband let his arm fall away in a most ungentlemanly fashion. Some manner of dark look passed between him and Monroe that I couldn't comprehend. "Is my husband meddling in politics again, Congressman?" I asked with a smile to Monroe. Monroe's jaw tightened, as if I'd asked him a very difficult question. But before he was able to offer an answer, he was nearly accosted by surly citizens who wished to complain about the latest debate in Congress. As I departed the scene with Alexander and Angelica, she glanced over her shoulder with disgust. "What bumpkins! I don't see what you find so agreeable in Monroe. He's far too comfortable with the tobacco-chewing rabble in their knit caps crowing about liberty, while insisting anything beautiful or enjoyable must be banned, lest it destroy our revolution and deliver us into the clutches of monarchy." She wasn't entirely wrong about the rabble, but I believed her to be entirely wrong about Monroe. "He's a man of relatively modest means, but he's no leveler," I said. Monroe proved it when, later that week, he joined us all at the long-awaited reopening of the John Street Theater. But while our merry band of companions settled into their seats in the gallery, Baron von Steuben insisting on a seat for his dog, I sensed Monroe's discomfort around our friends. "You've been so quiet, Monroe. Unusually so, even for you. What weighs upon your mind?" At that, his gray eyes lifted and met mine. "I'm leaving New York for a time." I was sorry to hear it. Discounting that one strange moment outside Mr. Mulligan's tailoring shop, Monroe's presence and friendship had buoyed my husband's mood and made us all very happy, and I did not wish to part with him. "For how long a time will you be gone?" 3 or 4 months, I would reckon. Long enough to see all there is to see out west."
"Out west?" I exclaimed, my disappointment replaced with excitement for him. We'd shared a longing to see more of the world, and as he explained his intention to attend an Indian treaty in Ohio, then to explore the settlements in Kentucky, I could not help but long to see them too.
"But before I go," Monroe added, "there are a few things that weigh on my mind."
Thereupon he stared at my sister, where she stood between her husband and mine, laughing with the grace of an angel. And I sighed with pity, counting him as one of the many men who fell so helplessly under my sister's spell. "You need a distraction." I laced my arm through Monroe's, patting his hand with great familiarity, and he groaned as if I'd tortured him.
"Betsy."
Some emotion seemed to catch in his throat and afflict his tongue.
"I would never wish for you to suffer."
He stammered, as if unable to spit it out, until he blurted,
"There are still those amongst us who give a care for propriety."
I was beginning to form some vague notion that Angelica and my husband must have violated some rule of Southern gentility. The always stiff Monroe never did understand our New York ways. Much less did he understand my gregarious family and our close-knit relations. I was grateful that my orphaned husband fit in so easily. Monroe, the man who nearly toppled Mamma's sideboard because I offered to nurse his wound, never would have, I thought. And realizing how badly the man needed to be set topsy-turvy, I began to laugh. "James Monroe, you need a wife, and I know just the introduction to make." I'd spotted the Courtwright sisters, with beautiful Elizabeth in their midst, as they made so brilliant and lovely an appearance as to depopulate all the other boxes of the genteel men therein. By the end of the evening, Monroe seemed at least a little intrigued by the young beauty I'd befriended at Trinity Church, and in making an introduction between them, I counted it a night's good work done. I believed, perhaps foolishly, that whatever misunderstanding about my husband had worked itself into his friend's mind was wiped out in that powerful flush of infatuation with the girl who was later to become his bride. But I hadn't understood how stubbornly James Monroe could hold on to a thing, even a thing into which he had no business prying. No matter who it hurt, no matter whose life it destroyed. Chapter 17. December 1786, New York City. "A barrel of ham?" I asked with a long-suffering sigh, as my husband rolled his wages into the kitchen where I stirred a thin vegetable soup. With 3 children now, the youngest, 7-month-old Alex, upon my hip, it was becoming harder to make do, a situation resulting from the fact that my husband preferred to take on charity cases, or those that established legal precedents, instead of more lucrative but pedestrian disputes over trade.
"A barrel of ham is worth more than continentals,"
Hamilton said in defense of himself.
"Besides, we can't eat a continental for dinner."
That is true enough, I thought as he took the baby and held him aloft. You make a persuasive argument, Colonel Hamilton. Tomorrow I shall cook up some ham and potatoes for us with the butter Papa sent from the pastures, and we'll invite the Burrs for a feast before church service. At this, he frowned.
"Does your father send food to all his daughters?"
I'd seen before how prideful he could be, and how much he chafed against anything that resembled dependence. So I said, "Well, Papa can't very well send it to Angelica over the ocean, or it would spoil, but he's sent food to all his daughters before. Besides, without good butter, I can't replicate Mama's cookies for the children this holiday." Alexander didn't seem appeased by this explanation, so I tried to subtly remind him that we were bickering about butter because he insisted on representing impoverished persons. "Which client paid in pork?"
"The spinster lady I mentioned."
"The one caught stealing lace doilies, painted fans, and underclothes. Did she have some innocent defense?"
"No,"
he replied with a hint of chagrin.
but I remember all too well what women must resort to when they're destitute and desperate."
At this declaration, at once so rare and revealing of the power his dead mother still held over him, I stopped stirring the soup and glanced over my shoulder. But the floridness of his complexion and his reluctance to meet my eyes warned me not to say any more about it. And I remembered that however spare our circumstances might have seemed to the daughter of Philip Schuyler, we lived comfortably, far more comfortably than my husband had as an orphaned boy all alone in this world. Our children were loved and cherished. They were fed and clothed and had a roof over their heads, thanks to Hamilton's talents. I couldn't call myself a Christian and resent him for using those talents to ease the suffering of others, even the family in the West Indies of which he so seldom spoke. He'd made a loan to his estranged brother, who was too disinterested in us to write except when desperate for money I was sure we'd never see again. Alexander even pleaded in vain for word from the father who abandoned him, so that he might render the old man assistance. That my husband also helped much more worthy persons, in my view, like impoverished spinsters, persecuted Tories, and downtrodden Negroes, was a testament to his good heart, and I both loved and admired him for it. In fact, I wished to be more like him. A few months later, one of my husband's troubled veteran friends came to our house in the middle of the night, drunk and unable to care for his motherless baby, a 2-year-old named Fanny. "I'm sorry," my husband said when the knocking awakened me. But I wouldn't let him apologize for the tender spot in his heart reserved for the soldiers he'd fought with, especially not since we'd so recently learned of Tench Tillman's death. Tench had never recovered from the cold he'd taken at the winter encampment of the army in New Windsor. It had festered into a lung ailment that killed him, leaving behind 2 daughters in Maryland, one of whom was orphaned before she was born. Alexander and I had wept together at the news. For if my husband would always have a tender heart for the soldiers he fought with, I did too. So now, by candlelight and in sleeping cap, I went down with Alexander to help his army friend and the child. I took the wailing, red-faced girl to my shoulder, trying to console her, and some time later, after Alexander had seen his drunken friend to a sofa, I asked, "Will it be debtor's prison for him?" Alexander's expression was bleak. "Worse. He's taken leave of his senses. He broke down in my arms, sobbing like a child himself. He has nightmares of the war." I peered at little Fanny where she'd fallen asleep in my arms, dark lashes spread upon porcelain cheeks. And because I still had nightmares of the war, too, I couldn't stand for her not to be cared for as she should. "Alexander, what if we took her in?" We were too far away to render assistance to Tench Tillman's baby daughters, but perhaps we could help this one. We could keep her, just until her father can put his affairs in order. "Oh, Betsy." My husband pressed a kiss to my temple and whispered, "You are the best of wives, the best of women, and the best part of me. But I can't ask you to take on such a burden." "I want to." As I stared at this man who'd once been an abandoned child, I became even more certain of my decision to take Fanny into our household. All children need love, and we are blessed to have more than enough to spare. July 3rd, 1787, New York City.
"This is a vile slander,"
Alexander said, crumpling a newspaper in a fury. We'd joined the Burrs on a visit to the new African Free School that my husband and his fellow members of the Manumission Society had brought into being to educate black children. And on the walk back, Alexander had purchased a Gazette from a passing newsboy and become incensed by what he read.
"But no one of sense believes the rumor, my friend,"
Burr said in an attempt to pacify him.
in the hopes that our countrymen had finally suffered enough that they were ready to see the wisdom in forming a true government. My husband had gone to Philadelphia with James Madison in May to serve as delegate for a federal convention to revise the Articles of Confederation. What Alexander and Jemmy wanted, I knew, was more than to revise them. They wanted to draw up a new constitution altogether that would provide for a stronger central government. But after only 2 months, my husband had returned, more frustrated than before, complaining it was a waste of time and that he and Jemmy were thwarted at every turn. And now this newspaper article accusing him of conspiring to summon the Duke of York from England to start a new American monarchy. It was ridiculous. Burr was right that no one of any sense believed Alexander was trying to bring an English king over us again, but I already knew how much damage people with no sense could cause. And so did my husband. "Ladies," Hamilton said abruptly to Theodosia and me, "please excuse me. Burr, will you see my wife safely home?" "Where the devil are you going?" Burr asked before I could. "To find out who started this rumor," Hamilton grumbled, waving the crumpled newspaper as he strode away on the cobblestone street. "Hamilton!" Burr called after my hot-tempered husband to no avail. "Will you go with him?" I asked, exasperated, but hoping that Burr's measured approach to life would keep Alexander from trouble. When Burr hesitated, Theodosia reassured him. "Oh, go, for goodness' sake. Betsy and I can find our way without a guardian." Burr chuckled, kissed his wife's cheek, then rushed after my husband. Watching them go, Theodosia sighed. "With rumors like that in the papers, sometimes I fear people are looking to start a civil war." "I fear it too," I replied. With Shays' rebellion, there already was a civil war in Massachusetts. It was spreading to other states, and it could happen here too, especially with Congress in session in the city. "Don't worry," Theodosia said. "Burr will look out for your husband. He has a very good nose for the prevailing winds." It's painful now to recall how reassured those words had made me feel, but they truly did, especially when she looped her arm through mine and said, "And in the meantime, we'll look out for each other." That night, having slammed back into the house and awakened our sleeping children, Alexander was only mildly apologetic. "And did you hunt down the source of this rumor?" I asked, after putting the baby back to sleep. Alexander surprised me by saying, "I did, and it was a nobody. Just another indebted drunkard, a ne'er-do-well named James Reynolds." There was nothing to be gained in quarreling with a man like that. Instead, Hamilton spent the days that followed directing his anger at our anti-federalist Governor Clinton, accusing him in a series of essays of poisoning the people's minds against reform, and against the convention in Philadelphia to which my husband would again return. "Are you sure that you should publish this?" I asked, reading over his shoulder. "You're drawing battle lines. Governor Clinton is a powerful man, and you're a revolutionary," I thought, watching my husband scribble some note as if he hadn't heard me at all. He'd already gone against a king and won. He'd quarreled with George Washington and prevailed. He wouldn't be stopped by a governor. He wouldn't stop until he'd changed the world. And I wanted to help him do it. October 1787. En route to New York City. We went to battle in the bowels of a ship. Returning from a visit to my parents, we'd taken a cabin on a sloop bound for New York, and this narrow berth, with its single table secured to the wooden planks of the deck, and one porthole, would be our war room for the week-long trip. There was just enough space for the children and their bedrolls, the gentle rocking of the single-masted boat lulling them fast to sleep. During the day, Alexander worked, and I took the little ones above deck to enjoy the passing scenery of towns on the shoreline, green pastures and blazing red autumn foliage. As I watched the children play and laugh and even bicker, my heart was torn between joy at their innocent hopefulness and sorrow at having learned the terrible and unexpected news that Peggy's little son, Stephen, had died in his sleep. Her husband had written that she was too indisposed to travel or receive visitors, so I hadn't had the chance to see her during our visit, and I ached to offer her what comfort I could. But by night, beneath the light of 2 lanterns swinging from the joists above us, I joined Alexander amidst his letters, treatises, newspapers, paper, ink, and quills. "My arms and ammunition," he quipped. "And who are we to fight?" "Almost everyone," he said ruefully. "The foes of the new Constitution are many." A few weeks earlier, my husband had returned from Philadelphia, where he affixed his signature to a blueprint for an entirely new government. He hated the plan, which he thought a hodgepodge of ideas and bitter compromises, particularly between the northern and southern states on the issue of slavery. But he'd said that, without these compromises, no union could possibly have been formed, though Washington does not think this Constitution will last 20 years. 20 years? Long enough for my sons to grow into men and get their educations. Long enough for my daughter to fall in love, marry, and have children of her own. Long enough for the new baby growing in my belly to get a good start in life. It had been only 10 years since my sister climbed out a window to elope with John Church, and that felt like a lifetime ago. 20 years of peace and stability would be enough, I thought. We could fix the rest. We could keep working to end the injustice of slavery and make the new nation live up to the ideals of the Revolution. But first, we needed a nation. And 9 states would have to ratify the Constitution before it would become law. Alexander had a plan to make that happen. A secret plan. "We must defend the Constitution," he said, shuffling papers. "We must overwhelm the opposition with evidence and arguments. The Constitution is as flawed as some of my clients, but like them, it deserves a fair trial, at least in the court of public opinion." Resting a stack of books in my lap, I helped him clear a space upon which to write. "And how are you going to make that happen?" "With a series of essays," he said, the scratching of his pen competing with the creaking of the boat and the sloshing of the river against the hull. "Anonymous essays. Maybe 30 in all." 30? I wondered how he'd manage such a thing, given the other demands on his time. So many? "There will be other writers, of course, though our identities must remain secret." Not secret from me, I hoped. "Who will help you?" "I don't know yet," he replied. "I intend to recruit John Jay, Governor Morris, and William Dewar." Jay was an experienced statesman and judge, Morris a peg-legged bon vivant, the penman of the Constitution, and Dewar a wealthy New York legislator. "Not Burr?" I asked. Alexander frowned. "Not Burr. He's not a man to commit himself to paper, even secretly." I sensed even then there was more to it, but my husband was too caught up in his idea for me to interrupt. "The trick will be to coordinate the essays without anyone catching wind of it. How to make our writing similar enough that no outsider can deduce who wrote what, and no single man can be vilified or lionized for it." "Ambitious," I said. But I didn't realize how ambitious until we were at home, on solid ground, and I was awakened before dawn by the faint sound of knocking downstairs. Very familiar knocking. 3 quick raps followed by 2 slow ones. I sat up in bed to find my husband dressing in the dark. "Is that—" "Jemmy Madison," my husband said, grinning. "He's hurried back from Philadelphia to join the project." I was confused because I thought the project was to be by New Yorkers for New Yorkers. But he's a Virginian. Exactly, and we need Virginia to ratify, too, Hamilton replied, having adjusted the scope of the work by an order of magnitude. But I understood that if he was to build a whole country, he was going to have to persuade a whole country. By the time I'd dressed and seen the children down to the kitchen for a bleary-eyed breakfast of porridge under Jenny's watchful eye, I found the two men in the dining room, a stack of books and papers between them. It was a scene I'd witnessed 100 times. "Does my husband have you skulking about in subterfuge at strange hours of the day and night again, Mr. Madison?" The pale little man smiled. "I owe no small apology for waking you and your servant, Mrs. Hamilton, but I received a message last night. We think we can deliver 4 essays a week now instead of 2. Hamilton interrupted, slapping his hand on the table to punctuate that happy fact before looking squarely at me. "With your help." They explained that they desired me to act as a sort of courier, to collect the essays from the other men's wives, then deliver them to confidential intermediaries, who would pass them to the publisher in secrecy. What thrill I felt to play a part in such a vast conspiracy. But in the end, it was not so vast. Morris begged off. Dewar's first essay was so disappointing, my husband didn't wish for him to write more. And Jay felt terribly ill in early November after I fetched his 5th essay at a tea party with his wife Sarah. That left just 2 men to write The Federalist, Alexander Hamilton and James Madison. And most of it would be accomplished at my dining room table. Every morning, Madison would walk from his boarding house on Maiden Lane to take an early breakfast, bouncing my children on his knee as he compared notes with Hamilton over strong coffee to sketch out the new work for the day. Together, they wrote words that became weapons in the fight to create a real union, fired off at a dizzying and stupefying pace to meet their weekly publication deadlines. My husband hunched over a desk, scribbling until his shoulders nodded and his lower back throbbed with pain. And many mornings, Madison's small hands literally shook with exhaustion as he tried to revive himself with my coffee after another sleepless night. I'd never before seen men exert themselves to the point of collapse by writing alone. But in those months I witnessed just that, and in every spare moment I could find between housework, prayer, and looking after 4 unruly children, I read each word they wrote. If mankind were to agree to no institution of government until every part of it was perfect, society would become a scene of anarchy and the world a desert, my husband wrote. Echoed by Mr. Madison's simpler, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." On and on, working late hours between courtroom trials and congressional committee meetings, and nearly killing themselves doing it. They wrote the most enduring explanation of government ever put to paper before or since. As winter melted to spring, I witnessed their ideas grow like the child in my womb, day by day, and it made me bolder as if I, too, were on the verge of becoming. Which was why, one morning, looking over Hamilton's cramped shoulder, I ventured to say, Does that not seem—" My husband turned to eye me, his brow raised. "Yes?" Fearing I was about to make quite a fool of myself, I bit my lip. "Well, it's only that what you've written sounds quite identifiably like you." Hamilton's brow rose higher. "How?" It was dramatic, a little dark, and altogether too complicated. But what I said was, "Well, in the first place, you've used a great many more words to express that thought than Mr. Madison would." For a moment, his mouth dropped open, as if he took great insult, as if he were about to say something, perhaps something extremely cross. But his mouth snapped shut again, and all at once, he crumpled what he'd been writing into a ball and threw it to the floor. Crestfallen, I tried to retrieve it. "Oh, no, Alexander, I didn't mean for—" "Let it not be said I cannot see through a veil of vanity," he said, grumbling as he started fresh. Thereafter, I noticed their writing styles became much more similar, an achievement made easier by the fact that they were both so much in agreement about what remained to be written that it was no longer necessary to plan each morning. Anyway, there was no time to. As 29 essays expanded into 85, they burned through foolscap, parchments, quills, and slate pencils. Often, one of them was still writing while the other essay was being fit for type at the printer. There were days Hamilton didn't even have the chance to read over his own work before sending it off to press. And I myself scarcely had time for childbirth. 2 days after celebrating the delivery of a little boy we named James, after my husband's father and the man at whose side Alexander was now doing battle, my happiness was profoundly disturbed by my 6-year-old coming inside from a game of hopscotch with tears of rage streaking his cheeks. "They're calling me a quadroon," Philip cried. I knew precisely why. Once, it was the question of whether one was a patriot or Tory that divided families, ruined friendships, and made nearly every outing confrontational. Now it was the question of whether one was a Federalist or an anti-Federalist, for or against a strong central government. Despite our best efforts, the authors of the Federalist essays had become an open secret. And even if the public didn't know which essays my husband wrote, they knew he was writing them. Which was why Governor Clinton sent his minions to retaliate in the papers, accusing Alexander of being a superficial, conceited upstart coxcomb. They'd also called him Tom Shit, a reference to his illegitimate birth that implied he was a Creole bastard with Negro blood. And now, as I tried to comfort my crying firstborn son, a child of such sunny temperament that he almost never cried, it became deeply personal. Hamilton had warned me. He'd warned me when he proposed marriage that our children might one day suffer for the ignoble circumstances of his birth, just as I'd warned him not to pick a fight with the governor. But now it was war, and I wanted nothing but the governor's complete surrender. To that end, I decided to take the latest essay to the print shop myself, instead of waiting for the printer to come to the house to pick it up. I'd never been one to lay abed for long after childbirth, and I was convinced that activity was the only way to relieve cramps. Now, I wanted my little boy to walk the streets of this city with his head held high, and I needed to show him how to do it. So after nursing my newborn, I left him in Jenny's capable hands and took Philip for a short but painful stroll to the printer, then up Broadway past the hospital to the nearby apothecary shop. "Mrs. Hamilton," the apothecary said in a scolding tone, his bushy brows knitted behind the counter, "you're so soon out of childbed. I'd have come to you if you'd sent a servant or Colonel Hamilton to fetch me." "I just needed some fresh air, raspberry leaves for my cramps, and a little lavender oil for my aching head." While I kept my curious boy from reaching for one of the many fascinating corked glass jars on the counter, the apothecary rummaged through the drawers, and we chatted about the various states that had ratified the Constitution, 6 by my count, 5 by his. "You forgot Massachusetts," I said, just as the roar of angry voices reached our ears. We both looked up toward the street to see a horde of angry men marching from the direction of the Battery. A mob. I'd once seen a group of men like this armed with feathers and tar. This time they had sticks, and as I was about to learn, a far more righteous rage. "Grave-robbing bastards!" someone shouted, just before a brick sailed through the glass window, sending a spray of shards at my feet. Instinctively, I grabbed my son and pulled him behind the counter. But from where I crouched, I saw the swarm move right past us on the street. I could guess their destination. The hospital. For the Constitution was not the only divisive thing in the newspapers that year. It had been reported that medical students, in need of cadavers to dissect, dug up bodies in the Negro burial ground outside the city. No one of prominence had seemed to care until the corpse of a white woman from Trinity Churchyard was also dug up and stolen. Now the public was in an uproar. I knew the importance of cadavers to the field of medical science, but I couldn't help but shudder at the gross indignity of having anyone I loved violated and dissected in such a way. As we heard the crash of more windows farther down the street, the apothecary rose to wrap a sheltering arm around my shoulder. "I'll get you and the boy home," he said, rushing us out the back. Across the way, furious citizens broke the hospital door to splinters and overran the hospital, sending young medical students running in every direction. Over my shoulder, I saw a young doctor climbing from a window, and my son stared as shouting men hauled cauldrons of dismembered body parts out of the hospital, the stench of it recalling the war immediately to my mind. We saw a bloody foot, a swollen human head in a bottle, and some poor fellow's pickled genitals hanging from a string before we fled up Broadway, only to come against hundreds more furious men blocking our way. The jostling crowd swept us up like a tidal wave, separating us from the apothecary and nearly tearing Philip's hand from mine. Breathless and frightened, having quite forgotten about aches and pains, I realized the mob was descending upon the original nearby buildings of the old King's College, which had been recently renamed the more Republican Columbia College. "Bring out the butchers!" someone in the mob cried, and I knew they were looking for medical students to punish. "Keep walking," I whispered to Philip. But my son made of himself a dead weight, pointing with one hand at something I couldn't see. And then the crowd parted to reveal my husband on the college stairs, pleading with the mob to see reason. Hamilton was a great orator, and his military voice could just be heard over the fray. "The mayor has already jailed the culprits. Allow the law—" The mob pushed past him, breaking open the doors to the chapel, the library, and the dorms of the college he'd recently helped reopen. Then he caught sight of us and dodged the rioters until we were all together, and he tugged us into his arms. "Dear God, Betsy, what the devil are you doing here?" The chaos gave me no time to answer, save to issue commands as he guided us through streets strewn with debris and damage. "Stop! Wait here! Run!" Alexander said no more until we'd made it into the safety of the Burr's entry hall. Was that how my husband had led men across the battlefield at Yorktown? Fearless and relentless and cunning. Escorted by Colonel Burr, we finally made it the rest of the way home. Having no concern for our audience, Alexander took me into his arms so tightly that I could barely breathe. "When I saw the two of you there amongst the rioters—" "God willing, it's over now," I said, returning his embrace. But by morning, the mob had swollen to 5,000, a veritable army, double the number of men Washington had with him at the Battle of Trenton. Not that it kept Alexander nor John Jay, who'd just recovered enough to start writing Federalist essays again, from trying to reason with the mob. Jay got his skull cracked with a brick for his trouble. Likewise, the Baron von Steuben had been trying to persuade the militia not to fire at the rioters when he was struck by a stone and promptly changed his mind. "Fire! Fire!" I learned all of this when the Baron returned to our house, bleeding through a bandage hastily fastened upon him. "Mein Gott! 20 dead!" the Baron roared, almost as angry about that as he seemed to be about the ruined lace of his shirt. My newborn was just as angry in his cradle, crying for the milk only I could give him, while the Baron's greyhound licked my baby's face. How many more wounded, no one can guess. This chaos, this anarchy.
This was why the Constitution had to be ratified. An entire generation was growing up in a world without sure principles by which to live in peace. And I couldn't help but wonder, would my own son, after what he'd seen in the streets, come of age believing that there was no way to solve any problem but with a club or a pistol? Chapter 18. Summer 1788. Albany. New Hampshire makes 9 states, Peggy cried, clapping her hands with glee. With Alexander in the New York Assembly arguing for the adoption of the Constitution, I'd taken the children home to the pastures to await news, and now Peggy prodded me. "Why aren't you smiling? You said the Constitution only needed 9 states to ratify it." "Officially," I said, swallowing hard against hope, knowing how happy this news would make Alexander and how devastated he would be if all our efforts came to naught. But it means nothing without Virginia and New York. If the largest and wealthiest states don't join this union, there won't be one. Our only hope was Jemmy Madison. If, half dead of exhaustion and a bilious fever, Madison could convince his state to ratify, New York would be forced to follow suit or lose influence. Which was why Hamilton's strategy in the Assembly was to delay, and hope we were saved by Virginia. "In the meantime," Peggy said, "let's go shopping." Which was how, a few days later, we found ourselves coming home from the dressmaker on Market Street when riders came galloping through in a cloud of dust, shouting, "Virginia has ratified! Virginia has ratified!" Peggy and I ran almost the whole way home, where my brothers Johnny and Jeremiah, grown men now, popped the corks on bottles of Papa's best sparkling wine in the main hall under the chandelier. I worried it was ill luck to celebrate prematurely, but inside, some part of me began to believe. Peggy grabbed a glass and raised it. "To Virginia!" "To Virginia," I agreed, laughing, never realizing it would be the last time I ever had reason to celebrate that accursed state. In anticipation of our own state's ratification, the celebrations continued in New York City. Bricklayers and wig makers rallied on Broadway with colorful ribbons, banners, and flags. Bakers marched a giant federal loaf of bread down the street. Brewers rolled a massive cask of ale. Sailmakers carried a 20-foot flag depicting my husband with a laurel leaf and his Constitution. And when New York finally ratified, Hamilton was so celebrated that, as fireworks lit the skyline under a bright moon, the people of Manhattan suggested the city be renamed Hamiltoniana. At last, the honors and glory my husband craved. The legacy he'd made for a name he wasn't deemed fit to carry. The base-born orphan from Nevis, who might have toiled in poverty and obscurity if God hadn't bestowed upon him a giant intellect and ambition to match. And the honors were no more than his due. He'd done it. He'd vanquished Governor Clinton and all our anti-federalist foes. More than that, he'd battled back the forces of ignorance and anarchy with his pen and the power of his ideas. He was, at that time perhaps more than any other, my conquering hero. Like the son of an ancient god who'd driven that chariot of the sun after all. And when we were finally reunited, I wrapped my arms around his neck and teased, "The people love you, but remember, thou art but mortal." It's what the old Romans whispered to conquering heroes, so that they might never fall victim to hubris. And Alexander laughed. "So you did read those books I gave you?" "Not well enough. Because if I'd studied the ancient stories, I'd have known
that the same people who could lift a hero and his family out of obscurity could also tear them to pieces. March 1789, New York City. We had a new constitution, a new government, and a new baby. It was everything for which we'd worked for so long. And then, to make my happiness complete, my sister returned home from London for what she promised this time would be a long visit. Oh, Angelica. Her dark hair, worn in a chignon beneath her fashionably plumed bonnet, smelled of rosewater. Cinched beneath her bosoms, her muslin gown was perhaps more fitting for the boudoir than the docks of New York. I felt drab and shabby in comparison, but couldn't get enough of looking at her. We embraced again and again as her servants carried her boxes into her new dwelling. "You should stay with us," I said again, even though I knew she'd insisted Hamilton rent for her very handsome lodgings nearby so as not to burden us. As if having my sister at my side could ever be a burden. "Oh, my sweet, generous Betsy," Angelica said, kissing my nose, as if she still thought of me as her baby sister. "No doubt you'd give up your bed to make room for me, but where would the servants sleep?" In London, she was accustomed to a great many servants and a great many rooms. No doubt our narrow little abode, with 5 children underfoot and chickens in the yard, would scarcely suit. "I suppose we would have trouble stowing your luggage." "I brought only 8 trunks," Angelica said, laughing. "How else was I to carry gifts for your cherubs?" At the prospect of gifts, my children danced around their Aunt Angelica excitedly. I was only sorry that their cousins, safely stashed in the best European schools, hadn't made the journey with their mother. But we consoled ourselves with Angelica's undivided attention, and already my head was full of plans for her visit. What's more, my husband seemed to bask in my happiness. Eyeing the mountain of my sister's luggage, Alexander teased, "Given how little you've carried from Europe, sister, I worry you'll have nothing to wear." Angelica laughed. "Well, I must tell you, brother, that in some parts of Europe it is very much the fashion to go out in the state of nature." This comment made me gasp, which only encouraged her. "Mr. Jefferson told me that when we were in Paris together. He heard it from Mrs. John Adams. Oh, you have no idea the exalted and interesting people I met across the sea. But none could make up for your company. How I've missed you both. My dearest beloved sister, and the great man she lured into our family." Preening at her praise, my husband fiddled with what appeared to be a broken latch on one of her apartment doors, and promised to have someone out to repair it in the morning. Then, with regret, he said, "Ladies, I console myself to know you can find ways to amuse yourselves while I'm gone. Alas, I must rush to an appointment." "So soon?" I asked, not wishing to lose him again to his books and papers. "You've worked so hard, too hard." "You both work too hard," Angelica said, grasping my hand in her soft, manicured, bejeweled fingers, as if horrified to find mine rough, dry, and reddened from scrubbing linens, sewing clothes, and keeping house alongside Jenny. "My dear Hamilton, my servants will prepare dinner for all of us. I'm going to take care of you, my darlings. You shall have a holiday when home. I insist that you dine with me tonight." "Oh, please, Alexander." I wanted nothing more than to be around the same table with the 2 people whose company I loved best in the world. But my husband sighed with regret. "I'm afraid I'm to dine with some gentlemen at Francis Tavern." "Invite them here," Angelica said, and a look of panic flittered over the faces of the servants who'd just emerged, half seasick, from the bowels of an ocean-going ship, and were not even settled into a new home in a new city. I couldn't think how they might be ready to entertain on a moment's notice. But that didn't stop my sister from making the offer. Nor did it discourage Alexander. How can I resist my 2 brunette charmers?"
With that, he kissed me, then grabbed his coat and embraced the children, making the older ones promise to behave while he was gone. "Invite whoever you like," Angelica called after him when he made for the door. "The poor Baron and his dog are always in need of a good meal. And what about the Burrs? They're wonderfully droll."
"Not Burr,"
Alexander said sharply, just before bounding out. As we watched him disappear with the crowd on the street, I explained, "He's vexed with Colonel Burr for throwing in with the anti-federalists and accepting a job from Governor Clinton." Clinton, the man whose minions called my husband Tom Shit. Angelica leaned closer, keen for gossip. "And that's cause enough to prevent him from dining with the man." Only someone who hadn't lived through the recent hostilities could be surprised by this. Not always. Sometimes I persuade him to turn the other cheek for the sake of my friendship with Theodosia, but I fear it a lost cause. "Well, even so, you're recompensed to have a husband so handsome and of such merit and abilities. A husband who—" Her voice caught, and she bit her lip. "A husband who plainly loves you." Tears sprung to her eyes. Tears. And my heart nearly stopped in my chest, because I wasn't sure I'd ever seen Angelica cry before. Not even when we were children, lest rivals for leadership over our troop of blues think they had the advantage. "Oh, Angelica, why are you crying?" "Because I'm so happy for you, of course." She dabbed at her eyes with a perfumed kerchief. Then, as if she couldn't bear for me to see her this way, she retreated to the parlor. I followed, still alarmed, even though I ought to have been minding my children, whose shoes were clumping on the polished wooden floor as they ran circles around the empty dining room. And when we were alone, she confessed, "My husband doesn't love me." I was sure I'd misheard. Everyone loved Angelica. That can't be true. "It is," she said, with a miserable shake of her head. "Church admits it." My mouth dropped open. Your husband could never be so cruel. He must have been drunk, half out of his mind. "He was drunk," Angelica replied softly. "But I fear that only made it easier to tell the truth. That he loved me once, but not any longer." In numb shock, I murmured, Is there a woman?" she asked with a bitter laugh. "Look hard enough and there's always a woman. But he's not in love with someone else. That I could understand. That would make sense. But no. There are only 3 things my husband loves now: money, gambling, and the politics of the British Parliament." I could scarcely credit this. We hadn't approved of church to start with, but we'd all become affectionately attached to him. Even Mama, who'd once called him a macaroni. "I'm sure he loves you and the children, Angelica, no matter what he says." "Jack loves our little brood," Angelica admitted sheepishly, as if she'd wronged him. "I shouldn't have implied otherwise. His children delight him. But I inspire him to feel nothing." A little sob escaped her, and her red, watery eyes met mine. "Have I lost my beauty, my wit? Tell me, Betsy, what has changed about me that could make me so unlovable?" The bleeding anguish in her gaze revealed a wound as plain as I'd seen in any hospital, and pity overtook me. My dazzling sister, who'd always been confident and strong and triumphant, had somehow been carved up and diminished by the man she married. And I was furious. Setting my jaw, I told her the plain truth. "You are more charming and beautiful than you've ever been." Her smile was fleeting. "What a Schuyler you are. Always loyal. I don't feel beautiful, or charming, or even welcome in my husband's home." She said the next more emphatically.
Of course, England was never my home. Perhaps by pleading to return to America, maybe that's what did it. I've been so homesick that I let my own misery drive away my husband's love. Do you know, well, you'll think me terribly wicked. She wouldn't meet my eyes, as if afraid to tell me more, and I became even more distressed. Wicked? Our friends in Europe are more broad-minded about love than we are here. They taught me how to take vengeance on a neglectful husband. When I met our American ambassador to France, the widowed Mr. Jefferson, and he took a fancy to me, I encouraged him. For a moment, I was so scandalized I lost all power of speech. Seeing my expression, my sister quickly added, "Oh, it was only a flirtation. I'm not one of Mr. Jefferson's lovers." But I hoped by encouraging such a tall, stately, important gentleman that my own husband might, well, that Church might feel jealousy. "Oh, Angelica," I breathed, bringing my hands to my face. Absently, she ran her fingers through the dust on the window-sill. Unfortunately, Church scarcely even noticed. "You should count yourself lucky your husband doesn't think you guilty of adultery." "He wouldn't care if I were guilty of adultery." She sighed, as if that were the worst part. "I know this because at a card party someone jested that the Prince of Wales might choose me for a new mistress. And do you know what my husband said?" Swallowing, I hesitated to ask, for such jests caused duels. Church quipped that it might help him politically, and that the next time he was losing a game of cards with the prince, he'd add me to the wager. "No!" I cried, horrified. Obviously humiliated, a teary Angelica rushed to add, "Church was very drunk when he said that. He apologized, begged 1,000 pardons. I shouldn't have told you. I feel so ugly and unwanted and lonely. Even in a crowd, I'm so alone." Here she broke down sobbing, and I could do nothing but stand by, awkwardly stroking her back. This wasn't the way things were between us. She was the older sister, always comforting me, helping me when I skinned my knees and wiping my tears. It was a new world as I contemplated how to take care of the sister who'd taken care of me. After a moment, she bravely swiped at her eyes. "Well, romantic trouble isn't so terrible in the scheme of things, is it? Given my good fortune in comparison to others, I've no right to feel sorry for myself." She smoothed the bodice of her gown, such that sunlight streaming into the airy windows made her rings glitter. "Scarcely a couple I knew in London made a match based on love. They marry for land and titles and are happy enough. Church and I have respect. At least, we had it. That's why, if I return to him, I must return as the Angelica he used to know." I missed a breath. "If..." The word escaped my lips, but Angelica barely seemed to notice. If she returned to him? Why, there couldn't be any choice about it, could there? Divorce wasn't impossible, but it wasn't easy or desirable. Not for women like us. Not without adultery or some other provable cruelty, and even then it was a scandal. Women sometimes lived apart from their husbands if they had means, if they had somewhere to go. But even then, their children could be taken from them. "I have to stay gone long enough for him to miss me," Angelica explained with a little shrug. I realized that this was a new scheme, and it settled a knot into my stomach. "Long enough to convince myself there are people who still love me. Because I feel as if no one else could possibly love me if my own husband doesn't." That's how it was, wasn't it? A wife's purpose was to make her husband happy, to give him children and merit his love and esteem. Even though Angelica had done that, people would fault her for the cracks in her marriage, especially if she let them show. I'd never before considered the unfairness and injustice in that. And in defiance of the very idea, I threw my arms around her. "Oh, but you are loved. We're going to remind you of it every day. I promise we'll never let you feel lonely here. Not for a moment." I stayed at her side the rest of that afternoon as weary servants scurried back and forth to the market. When I finished nursing 10-month-old James and put the children down for a nap on Angelica's enormous canopied feather bed with its damask drapes and claw-shaped feet, I helped her rearrange furniture and spoke cheerfully, trying to raise her spirits. I asked about her children, about London, about any subject that would not tread too near her troubles. But my poor sister's spirits had been shattered to pieces. All those years ago, she'd put her faith in love, and now? When Alexander returned that night for dinner with his gentleman friends, I whispered, "Please compliment my sister's gown." Alexander arched a brow, as if he hoped some amusing game was afoot. Clutching his arm with urgency, I leaned closer. "She's very much in need of kindness." My husband cocked his other eyebrow only briefly before turning his charm on my sister like a cannonade, blasting her with compliments until, for just a moment, I imagined we were back in a Morristown ballroom where he'd called her the divine Mrs. Carter. When Angelica's servants brought expensive port and custard-filled profiteroles purchased at the nearby patisserie, he conversed with her in French. I didn't know what he said, but whatever it was made her laugh with delight. And I was grateful. So very grateful. A little mesmerized, too, by the way Angelica managed to affect a mask of joy in the presence of her guests. While the Baron told jokes in his harsh guttural accent, she fed his dog little tidbits, as if she didn't even mind the creature in her house. Not a trace of her misery slipped out as she poured wine and sang songs and insisted that we all play cards together despite the mixed company. She was, I realized, an extraordinary actress. And as the exhausted servants cleared away the dishes, I wondered how much of what I'd always taken for my sister's confidence and daring was a shield for vulnerability that I never knew was there. I'd always been too busy and curious about the world to dwell on insecurities, but I'd certainly felt myself to be less beguiling, less interesting than my sisters. So it was a revelation to learn that my bold, charming Angelica might harbor such feelings. Knowing this made me all the more affectionate and protective toward her. From behind the white lace of her sleeve and the fan of her cards, my sister asked, "How did you let the insouciant Colonel Burr become an anti-federalist?" "Burr is worse than an anti-federalist," Alexander groused, slyly sliding his card onto the table while the Baron puffed at his pipe. "He's turned out to be an opportunist. Burr only decided to oppose the Constitution in order to curry favor with Governor Clinton, from whom he has now accepted a post." Hoping to stave off what I knew would be a lengthy diatribe, I patted my husband's hand and grinned at him. "We won, Alexander. Clinton tried to stop you, but you got the Constitution passed and became a hero to the city. You even crushed Clinton's candidacy for the vice presidency. Isn't that enough?" Alexander turned on me like a lawyer at court, as if my sister were the judge. "It will be enough when Clinton holds no influence anywhere or with anyone, including Burr." "Oh, my dear brother," Angelica interrupted with a laugh, "you mustn't chide Betsy for elevated instincts. Unlike Machiavelli, she's far too saintly to adhere to the principle that once one makes an enemy of a man, one must not leave him alive to get revenge. At least, not politically alive. Betsy is too kind-hearted for that, whereas I have no such scruples. If Clinton got in your way, I approve of any and all measures to be rid of him, even if it means shunning Colonel Burr. It's a matter of loyalty, after all. Semper fidelis." Church, Peggy ground out through clenched teeth, keeping her voice low so as not to wake her new baby in his cradle. And to think we called him brother. She had, praise God, come through her ordeal and given birth to a son, another Stephen. And the little boy was so healthy that a happy Peggy joined the rest of the family in New York City for the inauguration of our first president, George Washington. Unfortunately, I'd ruined Peggy's mood by telling her of Angelica's troubles. I'd hesitated to tell Peggy, but needed her discretion. "You mustn't say anything, for Angelica's sake. I only revealed this because you must help me to divert the family from asking questions that our sister finds too painful to answer." Blowing dark curls out of her eyes, Peggy speared me with a side glance. "I'll try, but you know how Mama can be. She'll sniff out the trouble in a minute." On Inauguration Day, all of Wall Street was a sea of straw hats, colorful parasols, and children hoisted aloft on shoulders, straining for a glimpse of the president. Banners danced in the early spring breeze, keeping time to the lively music made by minstrels on every corner. Troops marched in blue coats with red facings and gold embroideries, cocked hats with white feathers, and black spatterdashes buttoned close from the shoe to the knee. Scottish infantry marched in full Highland costume with bagpipes. And we, Hamiltons and Schuylers, crowded onto my upstairs balcony to watch the spectacle occurring just across the street at Federal Hall. The building had been recently renovated with elegant stone archways, white neoclassical marbled columns, and a majestic glass cupola. And as we gazed in admiration, the crowd went silent. The president emerged onto the outside gallery, and now, with several attendants, stood between two pillars in a dark brown coat, waistcoat, and breeches, with white silk stockings and plain silver buckles glinting on his shoes. The Secretary of the Senate held an open Bible upon a rich crimson cushion as the oath was administered. "It's regrettable that Mr. Church could not be here to share such a celebratory moment," Mama said, her too observant gaze upon Angelica. "Look, Washington is raising his hand," Peggy exclaimed, stepping between them as she patted her baby's back. "He's so distinguished," Angelica said softly, giving Peggy an appreciative glance. "Like a statue or an old pagan god." Alexander had persuaded George Washington that he was the only man who could hold the new government together as commander-in-chief, and certainly his dignified bearing inspired confidence. But I was struck by the strangest notion that Washington looked frightened, and I clutched at the pendant worn round my neck, as if, through the talisman of his hair clipping, I could lend strength to him. We could not, from our place, hear the words of the oath distinctly, but we did see him bow to kiss the Bible, his eyes closed as if in prayer. And my husband and my father closed their eyes too, in relief or thanksgiving or both. This moment had been a long time in coming. Both of them had lost friends to the cause. All of us had sacrificed for it. And my lower lip trembled when someone from the crowd below shouted, "Long live George Washington, President of the United States." The sentiment was punctuated by the boom of a cannon that frightened all our little ones. Mama ushered the children back into the house, while the crowd roared its approval, and the deed was done. All that was left was to celebrate. But Angelica seemed reluctant to come out with us. Infected by the thrill of the day and my fear of leaving Mama and Angelica alone together, I insisted. "I must show you a new invention on the streets. Artwork, painted on transparent canvas, to be illuminated behind in such a way as it brings the pictures alive." Angelica smiled sadly. "I saw such in France. You haven't seen the entire harbor illuminated with lamps and fireworks. Besides, Hamilton is so looking forward to your company." Angelica flicked a fond glance at my husband. Well, he is the hero of the hour. My husband didn't deny it. Instead, he said, and the hero is entitled to the spoils. Come out with me, my beautiful brunettes, and I shall be the envy of every man in the city. We laughed, thinking it quite a wonderful thing to be envied.
In those heady, happy days, we'd not learned yet that envy is a poison to which none are immune.
Chapter 19. May 7th, 1789, New York City. It's going to be the most brilliant of entertainments, I said. The inaugural ball is a celebration of all our hard work and sacrifice. Not for me, not without my husband. Angelica strolled to the window, staring out over the street at the passing carriages on the busy thoroughfare. You'll say that I've gone to balls without him before, but that was different. I wasn't a cast-off wife to be pitied and scorned. The post had come without a letter from her husband or her children. She'd taken it hard, and I was determined to cheer her. No one will pity or scorn you, I said, though I suspected it to be a lie. No one will even guess that anything is amiss. She forced herself to smile. Except for you, Betsy. You'll spend your evening fretting over me, and I would never wish to take away from your happiness when you're soon to be such a grand lady. Looking down at my stained apron, I said, I'm hardly a grand lady. Angelica also looked at my stained apron and made a face. You'd best transform yourself into one then, because everyone will look to you to set the style. Mrs. Washington hasn't yet arrived in New York City to take her place at the president's side. Mrs. Adams isn't here yet either, and Mrs. Knox has grown too fleshy to delight in dancing any more. Still, I was scarcely in any position to replace any of those ladies. No one will look to me. I'm just the wife of a New York assemblyman. At this, Angelica let out a sudden howl of laughter. You dare not let Hamilton hear you diminish his stature in such a way. His pride couldn't let the insult stand. You're the wife of the mastermind who brought this presidency into being, and everyone knows it. That was true enough. I glowed with pride at my husband's accomplishments, but I didn't wish to indulge my own vanity. And who knows what he'll go on to do next? Angelica gushed. I had an inkling that Alexander was considering a cabinet position, though he hadn't shared more than the idea that it was a possibility. Selfishly, perhaps, some part of me hoped he could be content with his private law practice. For public life came with endless outrages. There had been, only recently, a poisonous screed in the papers imputing all manner of villainy to my husband, including infidelity to our marriage bed.
He will not be bound by even the most solemn of all obligations, wedlock.
I thought it an absurd accusation, for even if my husband were a sinful sort of man, where would he find time to betray me? Some days, the man barely slept nor found time to sit for a meal, let alone spend time with his children. Angelica came to sit beside me. You know, don't you? Well, tell me. What position is he being offered? I don't know, I said, the words uncomfortable on my tongue. For why didn't I know? Only that he's being considered for the cabinet. I'm not surprised. Washington might be president, but like a king, he'll need a prime minister. And who else would it be but Hamilton? Of course, she was right. But tonight, I wish to focus on the celebration, not the reality of governance and the challenges such an appointment would represent for us. Then that's even more reason why you must join us at the inaugural ball, I managed. And I won't take no for an answer. Angelica squeezed my hand and winked. Now that sounded like the commanding voice of a prime minister's wife. That evening, I dressed in a dark blue gown with painted flowers,
I'd commissioned specially for the occasion, and we wedged ourselves into Angelica's hired gilded coach for the short ride down Broadway to the assembly rooms. My sister believed a man of my husband's stature needed to arrive in a grand fashion, and she was probably right. But my mind was unsettled about Alexander's intentions for our future, and the way my powdered hair, styled very tall, bumped the carriage rooftop with every jolt of the wheels didn't help. By contrast, Angelica seemed at ease, and woefully underdressed. She insisted it was now quite the fashion on the continent to go with natural hair, wearing the simpler gown she claimed had been popularized by the Queen of France. And everyone was very interested in all things French that summer, since the king had, at Lafayette's instigation, called together the Estates General to reform France's government in accordance with the principles of liberty. Heaving a dreamy sigh, Angelica told us, "Mr. Jefferson believes that our revolution has unchained the mind of man, and that the whole world is now making itself over." She spoke often, and recklessly, of her flirtation with Mr. Jefferson, boasting to all who would listen how tall he was, how learned and courtly, what a wonderful father he was to his little motherless daughters, even confiding to us the man's secret dalliances. Exasperated, Alexander teased that she'd perhaps formed an improper attachment to the man. I feared she might take it as a rebuke, but instead, Angelica seemed delighted by the suggestion of jealousy in his voice. "Oh, but who can know what is proper any more?" My sister was not the only one to wonder it, as 300 well-coiffed guests all jockeyed for position in the entryway of the festooned ballroom. With Mrs. Washington absent, ladies of rank had donned their most exquisite gowns, flashed their jewels, and flaunted their connections to contend for influence and position in this brave new society. Ordinarily, Governor Clinton's wife would have been next in line to set the tone and protocol for the event, but the formidable Mrs. Knox, wife of the new Secretary of War, seemed to believe the honor was hers. Mrs. Knox had been the one to buy the brown cloth for the president's inaugural suit, all of American manufacture. Mrs. Knox was the one who hosted the party after the president was sworn in, where we watched firecrackers explode in bright, glittering display over the Hudson River, and Mrs. Knox was the one to have insisted upon commemorative gifts, ivory fans, imported from France, each depicting a medallion portrait of Washington in profile between the hinges and elegant paper covering. So I was happy to let her have her due, especially at the expense of a Clinton. "Oh, how marvelous!" Peggy murmured as she joined us, fluttering her eyelashes behind the fan. "A keepsake to treasure." I used mine to wave across the room. "Mr. Madison!" As always, Madison wore black, leading me to worry that the poor bachelor owned just the one suit. His eyes kept darting to the entryway, as if he were reconsidering having come at all, ill at ease in society as he always seemed to be. And seeing him fidget as I waved to him, Angelica's eyes widened. "Oh, my. Tell me that pale little creature isn't the exalted Mr. Madison that I've heard you talk so much about." "Be kind," I whispered. "He's very clever, but very shy." Peggy made a face behind her fan. "He looks like some sort of incorruptible parson," which made my husband laugh. A rather apt comparison. That he is uncorrupted and incorruptible, I have not a doubt. At last, the bookish congressman made his way through the press and offered a bow. Clapping Madison on the back with enough force to make him cough, Hamilton introduced his brilliant colleague to my sisters, and the mere sight of Angelica seemed to force Jemmy to retrieve a kerchief from his velvet coat with which to wipe sweat from his brow. "Congratulations upon your recent election to Congress, Mr. Madison," I said. "Hopefully condolences aren't in order," he quipped.
How are my favorite little Hamiltons?"
That he always remembered our brood of children so tenderly made me ever fonder of him. Philip can hold whole conversations in French with Alexander and Angelica. I'm quite left out. While Jemmy and I chattered, Peggy sighed impatiently. Is there no formal order to this reception? Angelica's gaze searched the room. I'm told the president's levees are very formal. Are we to be announced, or curtsy as in a royal court?
Madison cringed. I'm afraid we're in a wilderness without a single footstep to guide us. And here we are setting an example for the whole world.
The whole world. I gulped to think that might not be an exaggeration. After all, no one seemed to know what should be proper in a republic. We were all grasping for ways to behave. When the president first arrived in the city, he'd been mobbed with well-wishers, job-seekers, former soldiers, and gawkers of all classes and variety. Now people, if well-dressed, were allowed into his mansion on Fridays. Out of respect for his own majesty, when the president went out, he did so in a richly appointed buff carriage, pulled by 6 gleaming white horses and 2 drivers in presidential livery. But he also made a point of taking a walk every day at 2 o'clock, to see and be seen on the streets, which, though cleaner since the war, still echoed with the noise of rattling carts, roaming livestock, and merchants hawking their wares. We weren't even sure what to call the president. Mr. Adams, in what my husband called a fit of madness, had suggested, His Highness the President of the United States and Protector of their Liberties. That had been roundly condemned as having the foul stench of monarchy about it. And perhaps because the Anti-Federalists dared not criticize George Washington, they turned their merciless venom on Vice President Adams, addressing him as His Rotundity and the Duke of Braintree. Just then, the hall broke into applause when Washington appeared at the front of the room, Adams standing beside him. Before a backdrop of gold stars upon a blue field, the president offered the shortest of possible welcomes, as if he were embarrassed by the attention, then gave a nod that bade the musicians to play. With the majority of revelers looking on, Washington led a minuet. Alexander turned to me, holding out his hand. "Shall we?" Finding Angelica and Peggy in animated conversation, I readily accepted, and soon we were moving through the formations. The crowd and low-hanging crystal chandeliers quickly heated the room, and the wax was still warm when it dripped down onto our shoulders from the candles. And I became acutely aware of the envious stares of ladies, all of whom, it seemed, wished to dance with my handsome husband. They whispered behind their fans, tittered when he came near, and one of his young female admirers was so entranced that she did not notice that one of the chandeliers had set fire to her ornate ostrich feather headdress until one of the president's aides clapped the feathers in his hands to rescue her. "Ask Angelica to dance next," I said to my husband when our set came to an end. He kissed my hand. "As you wish." I'd no more than sipped at a cup of punch when President Washington appeared beside me. "Mrs. Hamilton," he said, his tone formal as ever. "Good evening, Your Excellency, and congratulations." "May I have the pleasure of this dance?" Washington asked with a little nod. A most brilliant entertainment indeed. Oh, it would be an honor. The president pulled me into the center of the dance floor and guided us through the figures of the minuet with his characteristic dignity and grace. And all the while, I felt the weight of hundreds of gazes, congressmen, cabinet officers, foreign ministers, and those of their wives and daughters. And my conversation with Angelica came rushing back. Had President Washington singled me out because he intended to make my husband one of his cabinet officers? The thought caused me less anxiety than it had before, for
knowing that Washington and his lady were leaving behind their beloved home at Mount Vernon to serve this country again, I could hardly argue that Alexander and I shouldn't reconcile ourselves to a lesser sacrifice. When the music ended, the president bowed and I beamed, especially as my sisters ran up to exclaim over the mark of respect he'd paid me. "Mrs. Prime Minister," Angelica whispered, probably too loudly, considering that we were suddenly encircled by ladies with whom I had only the most sparing acquaintance. Except for my old friend, Kitty Livingston. Though we hadn't often spent time together since Morristown, I was pleased to see her now. "Kitty!" I cried, at first surprised that she'd come to town for a visit without telling me. Then altogether startled when she turned her back, as if I were a stranger. "Kitty, have we been so busy with our lives you've forgotten us?" All at once, Kitty whirled upon me in a swirl of pink-striped satin, eyes burning with anger. "I haven't forgotten anything. Unlike your husband, who forgets who helped him get his start in this country. My family introduced him into society, but I suppose he has new friends now." "How appallingly rude!" Peggy spat at Kitty. Kitty turned on her. "Rude? And yet you were the one jesting loud enough for everyone to hear that Mrs. Church would like Hamilton to become a knight of her bedchamber." Peggy's mouth dropped into an oval. "I never said any such thing." Meanwhile, my cheeks heated at the insult of being confronted this way in public. "Kitty, I don't know what you mean by any of this." "Pay her no mind," Peggy said, linking our arms and attempting to pull me away. "Yes, you do know what I mean," Kitty accused, placing herself in our way. Even more malevolently, she added, "Then again, you've always made it your business to remain unaware of anything you didn't wish to be aware of, Betsy. So let me explain. Your father, who is certain to get a Senate appointment, promised that your family would support my cousin for the other Senate seat. But now that Hamilton is to command the nation's treasury, he's violated the agreement and thrown his weight behind some upstart." With a rustle of her skirts, Angelica interposed herself between us like my guardsman. "Oh, but Kitty, you'll put a wrinkle in your forehead worrying about politics. Let the men sort it out while you tell me where you found this divine pink robe." Never before in our whole lives had my older sister been content to leave politics to the men. In fact, Angelica was, in her own dulcet way, performing a political act by trying to divert the conversation. And striking as that was, what most stood out to me was Kitty's certainty that Alexander was to be appointed treasurer. How did she know that when I did not? Kitty was not distracted by my sister's diversionary talk of fashion. "As always, you Schuylers stick together. But remember, so do the Livingstons." With that, Kitty flounced away. "She must have misunderstood something," I murmured, my head spinning as I turned to Peggy. What was she on about anyway? Angelica gave a wave of her fan. "Much ado about nothing. I dropped a garter during the dance, and Alexander gallantly swept it up and returned it to me. So of course I teased that in America he can't be a Knight of the Garter." She grasped me by the shoulders. "Pay Kitty Livingston no mind. With power and influence comes jealousy, Betsy." "Yes," Peggy said quickly. "Don't let her upset you." "I won't," I said. On any other night, I might have fretted about the confrontation, but I refused to do so on this night. Not when we'd worked so hard to get here, and not when I wished to cheer Angelica, and certainly not after President Washington had done me such an honor. Peggy sighed, and I followed her glance in the direction of Governor Clinton. "But your husband does have a penchant for making powerful enemies." "He has to," Angelica replied. "It's the way of the world. You can't rise in station without something or someone to step on. With Papa now in the Senate, and Hamilton possibly leading the new Treasury Department, our family is in ascendance. The Livingstons will simply have to learn to cede to their betters.
Mrs. Hamilton, my husband purred against my neck. You were tonight, as you were in Morristown all those years ago, the belle of the ball. I peered at him in the mirror of my dressing table, where I sat removing my pearl ear bobs. Despite the unpleasantness with Kitty, the ball had been thrilling, and I was both exhausted and exhilarated. The grandness of the occasion, my husband's unfailing attention, the liveliness of the society, and the dance with our country's new president. It had all been a delight. We deserved this celebration, this moment, this joy. The belle of the ball. Is that so, Colonel Hamilton? I asked coyly. His very warm hands moved my embroidered stomacher. It is. I sighed. And yet, when the rooster crows, the children will awaken, and I shall be transformed into a simple Dutch housewife once again. Then I'll make good use of the hours between now and the rooster, he said, playfully pulling a pin from the fabric and carelessly letting it drop upon the mahogany table with a soft plink. Alexander. I shifted toward him, my blood heating with the feel of his breath on my nape. Fleetingly, I worried about the possibility of conceiving another babe when I already had an orphaned Fanny and 4 of our own little ruffians underfoot, all so close in age. And yet the erotic edge in his voice and the scent of brandy on his breath made it impossible to resist. Careful, he said, plucking another sharp pin. Except for that first rapturous instance upon our nuptials, I would not wish our trysts to be blood sport. He dragged the point of the pin harmlessly over my bodice. I felt quite at the mercy of his sweet assault in a way that made me feel more lover than wife. One pin led to another, and before long the whole gown was in pieces at my feet, and my husband's touch drove away all my worries. Afterward, Hamilton held me in his arms in the quiet dark of our bed. The President wishes to appoint me Secretary of the Treasury. So, there it was. Finally. I swallowed as competing reactions fought to be voiced. I was proud, of course, but also worried about how we could manage as his duties became more demanding. As it was, he was so often gone, leaving me almost always alone to bear the heavy burden of our domestic responsibilities. Not just the children, but also our occasionally insufficient means. But even more, and perhaps ridiculously, I nursed a little ache that he was only now telling me something others already knew. Going back to our little shack at DePaster's Point, he'd always brought me into his work. I'd helped him in the writing and publishing of The Federalist. So I suppose I'd taken the liberty of thinking that we were partners in the enterprise of his career. That's a great honor, husband, I managed. Am I the less to know? Alexander blew out a breath and pulled my back to his chest. I didn't wish to concern you with it until the details were confirmed, and now they are. So it was decided, then. It was a decision that would determine my future and the happiness of my family, but I wasn't consulted as a partner would be. I was told, and it made me feel childish and naive and small, not like the Prime Minister's wife, which I was to be after all. I should like to have known you were considering it, I murmured, knowing Robert Livingston also wanted that job, and if it went to my husband, it would create an even deeper rift between our families. You know why, Alexander said, frustration causing his voice to rise. I brought this government into being,
and I'm now obligated to put the machine into some regular motion."
It didn't escape my notice that he hadn't actually responded to what I'd said, and that turned my hurt to resentment. "May I ask the salary?"
"I predict about $3,500.
It was so far below our already stretched income that I feared to take a breath. Perhaps sensing my panic, he said,
"It's a financial sacrifice, I know."
"No, I don't think you do know." I'd kept the burden of that knowledge from him, well aware of how he resented dependency. So while he went about accepting payments from clients in barrels of ham and sending money to his ungrateful and dubious relations in the West Indies, I'd made certain that he didn't know about the loans from Papa or the extra shipments of food from Mama. Dinner came to his table on plates given to me by my sisters, and he never asked how it got there. Alexander didn't know how I patched clothes for one child to pass down to another, how I stretched our stores of root vegetables from season to season, or how I traded homemade preserves and table mats in exchange for wine to serve important guests. He turned to face me, and his eyes were an ocean storm.
"Before we married, madam, I asked you countless times if you could be happy
as a poor man's wife. Yes. And have I or the children once complained? That is not my concern, Alexander," I said, my heart aching that he would question my loyalty.
"Then what is?"
But he didn't allow me to answer before sitting up and charging on.
"I've shed blood, Elizabeth."
Though he burned hot, he wasn't often a man to shout. But the moment I mentioned the little ones, something seemed to have snapped in him, as if he felt I'd impugned his honor as a father.
"I've killed men in the cause of this country, and how shall I answer my children, or God, for that matter, if it should all be for nothing?"
God? That he, who had only reluctantly consented to baptize our children at Trinity Church, should fling salvation at me? "You are not the only man who shed blood in the cause of this country," I wanted to say. And having been forced so often to listen to chatter about forms of government, I knew the point of a republic was that nothing should rest entirely upon one man. Surely the whole enterprise would not fall to pieces simply because 34-year-old Alexander Hamilton did not have command of its accounting books. But I didn't say any of this, for fear he would bury me in an avalanche of arguments. Instead, I kept quiet, and what he mistook for submission seemed to ease him. Heaving a breath, he pulled me to him again.
"My angel, the Treasury is where I can do most good for the country, and this consideration must outweigh every consideration of a private nature."
It was a reminder that I was a general's daughter, a colonel's wife, that ours was a family that had led soldiers in the cause of the country and must see it through troubled times to safety. Perhaps I was more saint-like than I'd wanted to admit, because I found myself softening to the one approach that had the power to cut through my anger: patriotism. Moreover, I knew what a godly woman would do. A saint-like woman. She'd resign herself to the will of her husband and master, and devote herself with resignation to his decree. Besides, if Church could stop loving Angelica, who was so charming and agreeable that she'd fascinated royalty, how easy might it be for Hamilton to stop loving me? Suddenly, the hurt I felt that he hadn't consulted me felt petty, so I didn't give voice to it. Not when I wished to right the wrong I'd caused between us. I gave a little nod. "Of course, Alexander. I understand." His expression softened, and he fastened those irresistible eyes on me.
"This position is what I've been hoping for, planning for, all along."
And all at once I knew it was true. All those treatises on economic policy, all the late-night conversations with Papa and the powerful financiers of New York,
All the books on economic systems. All those times Hamilton had gone off to war or to Philadelphia and left me alone for months on end, or even when he was so absorbed in his work that he didn't look up for days. I'd been planning our domestic life together, but he'd been planning this. And it made me realize I still had so much to learn about my husband's ambitions. Chapter 20. June 1789, New York City. "Welcome to the menagerie," I said to James Madison as a cacophony of our chickens squawked in their pen in the yard. There were advantages to living across the street from the busy Federal Building. For example, when my husband left the house to attend business there, he wasn't far. But it was also too easy for him to return home with colleagues. One hot summer afternoon, when my daughter was shrieking at the top of the stairs because one of her brothers had taken her ribbon, I was obliged to receive Mr. Madison. As I wrangled the children, he glanced out the back door, propped open to permit a cooling breeze, and asked, "Is that?" "The neighbor's monkey," my husband answered, with more gravity than I would have expected. He led his friend into the yard for the shade of a tree. "It keeps climbing over the fence to taunt the chickens." I watched the men settle themselves, fretting over Alexander's pensiveness, and I took them some lemonade. "Is anything the matter?" The men exchanged a glance that made my stomach drop. "Washington has fallen ill," Alexander said glumly. "They say it's anthrax. I worry for the man, of course, but more than that, too. What comes of the Constitution if he dies?" Madison's expression was equally grim. "The crisis this could bring about in our public affairs may be insurmountable." It was already bad enough, he explained, that our countrymen were getting into tavern brawls over whether we should prefer to trade with the British or the French. The only thing everyone agreed on was George Washington. If Washington dies, we're to entrust the whole enterprise of the federal government to a man lambasted as his rotundity, the Duke of Braintree. John Adams, he meant. And yet, was the possibility of the president's death not the entire purpose of having a vice president? So my prayers, when I made them, were not for the Constitution. I prayed for the president and for Martha Washington, because how would she bear it if her husband were to die? Leaving the men to talk, I sent Jenny to fetch more water and cut lemons to fill a pitcher for more lemonade. All this before greeting Angelica at the front door and hefting 14-month-old James into my lap to nurse. I told my sister the news, then shook my head. Mrs. Washington must be frantic. I should like to visit her to offer comfort or assistance. "I'll go with you," Angelica said. But I wondered if a visit with the president's lady was truly possible. Because Mrs. Washington's position meant things had changed between us. At her receptions, I always found the president's lady seated atop a dais, her round face smiling benevolently down upon us from beneath a modest powdered coiffure and lace veil. And there she regally received each lady in turn. The first time I'd seen her that way, I realized with a start that Martha Washington and I might never again be easy and familiar together. She was the closest thing we had to royalty. There must be a distance now, I thought, almost sadly. And as I made my way to the dais to present myself, I'd been acutely aware that I'd never attended a royal court. I hadn't known how low to drop or how long I ought to hold the curtsy. In the end, I'd grasped my skirts and endeavored to a posture between obsequiousness and mere respect, hoping, quite sincerely, that I wouldn't somehow teeter off my embroidered silk shoes. Much to my relief, when I rose, Mrs. Washington's smile had widened. Almost a secret message just for me, as if to reassure me that a friendship remained. But that friendship would never be the same because she was now, more than ever, a public figure. Every gesture and smile a reflection upon her husband until the day he died, which, I prayed, would not be soon. President Washington simply must recover, Angelica decided, making herself helpful by brushing little Fanny's curly hair. And he will. At the inaugural ball, he looked as strong and vigorous as ever. So right now, I refuse to worry about anything but you. She nodded toward the babe at my breast. I don't know how you manage all this. And you're expected to host a dinner tonight besides? I nodded, eyeing a gown piled atop the chair that I needed to mend before I could wear it. Some gentlemen are coming to arrange for the care of Alexander's legal practice when he takes up his new position. Angelica sighed. This won't do. It's too much for you without more servants. It's too much for Jenny. It isn't seemly for the wife of such an important man to scrub floors next to her maid. It wouldn't be fitting for the president's lady to stoop to it. In light of the current crisis, I could scarcely imagine such a position. Certainly, I didn't want to imagine it. I am not the president's lady, but you might be one day, my sister replied with a sly smile. My mouth went dry, for the situation cast Angelica's comment in a too calculating light that made me uneasy. And it was more proof that, though I was coming to better understand my husband's ambitions, sometimes it seemed as if my sister sympathized with those ambitions more than I did. I didn't want to be the wife of the Secretary of the Treasury, much less the President's wife, and I shuddered to think I might ever find myself in Martha Washington's position, especially given what she was facing now. Perhaps sensing my panic at the idea, Angelica sighed and said, "Oh, Betsy, you blanch when you should blaze. If Hamilton must entertain, have him take his guests to my lodgings, where servants can wait upon them, as befitting the household of a great man." Oh, the relief of that idea. I couldn't deny that the elegance of my sister's household was more in keeping with expectations, to say nothing of the absence of children, chickens, and monkeys. Though, on this particular afternoon, with such grave news hanging over our heads, the monkey looked to be having a salutary effect on the men. For when I went out to refill their glasses, I found my husband and Mr. Madison, heads close together, laughing and teasing the creature as it swung from the tree by its tail and pelted them with leaves. "Where did the little devil come from?" Madison wanted to know. "Our neighbor won the monkey from a sailor in a card game," my husband explained. "A British sailor or a French sailor?" Madison asked archly, as if ready to come to fisticuffs about it. Whereupon they both laughed, before their conversation turned to finance and Alexander's upcoming position, topics that had me retreating back into the house. The next afternoon, Angelica and I tried to call upon Mrs. Washington, only to be denied access as I feared. The street had been roped off so that carriages would not disturb the president's rest. I returned home early, dejected, only to find the house strangely empty and quiet. "Jenny?" I called. But when I had no answer, I guessed she must have gone to the market. It was too soon for Alexander to be home, and yet from up the narrow stairway I heard my husband's voice, soft and tender, speaking of love. Not stopping to remove my hat and gloves, I climbed the stairs and cautiously pushed open the door. There, I found Alexander seated on the floor of our bedroom, rocking little Fanny in his arms where she slept, his lips pressed to her hair as he murmured that he would love and care for her. "What's happened?" I asked. "Has she fallen ill too?" Hamilton didn't look up. Perhaps he couldn't. "Her father is dead." Oh, poor orphaned girl. I didn't ask how. I supposed it didn't matter. What did matter was that my grief-stricken husband looked nearly as broken and vulnerable as when he'd received the news of John Lawrence's death. His voice catching, Alexander said, "Her sisters are still too young and impoverished themselves to take care of her. I know it's too much to ask."
I knelt and pressed my forehead to his. "You needn't ask. We'll keep her. We'll love her as our very own. Why, with those bright black eyes of hers, Fanny could pass for my daughter." He peered at me, tearily.
"I fear it's too much of a burden on you, my love."
"A small burden when compared to the ones you shoulder," I said. For it was in his pain for this little girl, and the obligation he felt toward her, that I finally understood his calling. Not just to help provide a future for the child of one fallen comrade, but to provide for the children of all of them, the ones who had been orphaned in a war he helped unleash, in battles he helped plan, and mutinies he put down. He was, I knew, trying to keep the promise he made to make this a better world. And I felt sympathy for all that my husband was trying to do. Fortunately, by the grace of God, the skill of the doctors, and the stoic disposition of the president, George Washington survived his ordeal that summer. But the scare made us all realize how much the country needed this man. And I embraced the fact that the country needed Alexander Hamilton, too. With special trust and confidence in the patriotism, integrity, and abilities of Alexander Hamilton of the city of New York in the state of New York, I have nominated, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, do appoint him Secretary of the Treasury of the said United States. George Washington. September 13th, 1789. New York City. Dinner parties and balls filled our evenings, now that Alexander was a member of Washington's new cabinet, and at every one I reveled in having Angelica's tutelage in becoming the socialite wife of an important man. I studied my sister as she conversed in French, made literary allusions, shared gossip, always the gentlest kind, and carried herself with an air of dignity and charm. And while the wit and guile of society would never come as a natural talent to me, I began to understand it as a craft that could be practiced, especially when I had such a good and loving teacher as my sister. But our celebrations were abruptly cut off by a pair of unexpected blows. After 7 months in New York, Angelica received word that her children were ill. Frantic to hold her babies in her arms, even if it meant returning to John Church, my sister made haste to sail back to England. An ocean would again separate us, and she'd be in her husband's grasp. He could keep Angelica from us forever if he wanted. That was a husband's power. And I was devastated to think I might never see her again.
"Take heart, my angel," Alexander said to soothe me. "Your sister wants to live here in America near to us, and she is precisely the sort of woman who knows how to get her way."
He meant to make me laugh at the idea that it was Angelica who would make Church bend to her will, as she so easily bent everyone else to it. But I couldn't even smile. What if her ship is lost? What if— 1,000 calamities seemed possible. But I cut myself off from expressing any of them when my sister's carriage pulled up in front of our house. I did my best to dry my eyes, wipe my tears. But when she'd finished kissing all my children farewell, Angelica drew me aside and smoothed at my cheeks with her thumbs. "You've been crying." "No," I said, trying to be brave for her sake. "I really hoped I'd taught you to lie better than that," she said, a little teary herself. "Your eyes are bloodshot and your nose is red, and my heart is breaking to leave you. I know you must go for your children's sake, but I'm going to miss you terribly. I've been so happy these months. We've all been so happy together. And now, what will I do? Now you will shine, Betsy. You'll become all you were meant to be.
You and Hamilton both. And I couldn't be prouder of either of you. You're making a new country, and I'm only sorry I cannot stay to be a part of it." Angelica was proud of me. I hadn't realized until that moment how much I had longed to hear it. And my lower lip began to wobble until she said, "Though you really must stop looking at me that way. You're going to make me cry too, and it will ruin my powder." For her powder's sake, and for my own dignity, I didn't dare see her off at the pier. Instead, we said our farewells in my parlor, and then my husband, young Philip, and the Baron took her to the ship. Meanwhile, I retreated to bed, filled with an ache in my heart and my head. That night, my husband was forced to finish the letter to Angelica that I'd started, sharing in my misery at her departure, as if the loss of her was as genuine a wound for him as it was for me, which made me love him even more. "I fear I've lost an ally, not to mention a friend," he confided one morning soon after. Fighting my own fears that I would never see my sister again, I whispered upon our pillow, "She will always be an ally, always your friend, always your sister, even if an ocean away." With a huff, Alexander clambered from the bed. "I meant Madison. I would never have accepted this office if I didn't believe I had his firm support." Jemmy Madison, not now just a congressman from Virginia, but the most influential congressman besides, had unexpectedly pulled his support from Alexander's financial plans. On top of the loss of my sister, Madison's desertion was as depressing as it was confusing. Did he say why? He thinks it unjust that speculators might get a windfall from buying up debt from ignorant country folk, but that's just how investment works. He's letting Jefferson's ideas about the nobility of the simple yeoman farmer sway him away from financial reality. Jefferson had only recently returned from his post as minister to France to take a new position in the president's cabinet. But already Alexander was wary of Jefferson's influence, and perhaps he was right to be. Jemmy seemed to idolize his fellow Virginian, with whom he shared a friendship long before we met. I had worried once before that Jefferson might come between Madison and my husband, and it was vexing to think my fears could be coming true. How many times had I hosted Jemmy Madison in my home? How many times had I admired his tender touch with my children? He'd become a friend to me. Worse, I realized belatedly, he'd become a brother to Alexander. So the relationship simply must be salvaged. Trying to soothe my husband's temper over breakfast, I pointed out, "Madison opposes only part of your plan, doesn't he?" Hamilton rattled off a list of reasons why even that disagreement was intolerable. Debt and credit are an entire thing. Every part of it relies on every other part. Wound one limb and the whole tree shrinks and decays, he said, waving an impatient hand. No, Jemmy's opposition to me is a perfidious desertion of the principles he was solidly pledged to defend. I let him vent his spleen, and with Mrs. Washington's wise advice in mind, I tried another tactic. That my husband was a man of studied principles I knew without question, but I also wished that he could occasionally muster a modicum of forbearance for the foibles of others, one that might preserve one of the most important friendships in our new nation, just this once. "So, Madison has been corrupted?" I asked. My husband slanted me a glance. "I wouldn't go so far as that." "He's a madman, then? One day working with you side by side, then changing his mind on a lunatic whim." Alexander didn't answer, which was, in itself, a concession. And when I noticed Jenny smirk knowingly as she refilled his coffee cup, I pressed the point. "Did Mr. Madison hit his head and damage his brilliant faculties?" Hamilton grumbled. "You make too much of his faculties. Although Madison is a clever man, he is very little acquainted with the world.
That may be true, but it is still no personal opposition to you. What reason would he have, other than a difference of opinion? I let the question hang there as Hamilton finally calmed enough to resume eating the stewed apples on his plate.
He has no personal reason to oppose me, none that he should be aware of, anyway.
He said the last quietly, in a nearly absent fashion, then winced, as if he'd not meant to speak it aloud. My raised eyebrow must have demanded an explanation, because he sighed.
Last year, when Madison introduced his foolish ideas about the Tariff Act, I whispered in a few ears and made some obstacles for him. Perhaps he found me out.
Oh, Alexander. My husband was a strategist, and the legislature was his game board. He was certainly not the only one to engage in backstage dealing, and his machinations were more honorable than most. This wasn't the first time his secret schemes created mistrust amongst friends, but there was nothing to be done for it now. What does the president say?
He urges me to compromise with Madison.
I smiled, as so often George Washington and I saw things in the same way. So then do that, Alexander. I'll host a dinner, I suggested. It would be a great deal easier if Madison had a wife, the friendship of women being a necessary lubricant to remedy social frictions. But the Virginian was too mannerly to refuse our hospitality, and I felt certain we could win him back. I know just the occasion. A party for the new Secretary of State. Lately arrived from France, Thomas Jefferson appeared worldly and elegant in a fashionable dove-gray satin coat and fine French lace cravat as he presented himself at my threshold. His tall frame filled the doorway, making Madison seem even shorter by comparison. "Secretary Jefferson, what a pleasure it is to see you again," I said, welcoming the man in from the October chill. "And Mr. Madison, it's been too long."
"Your invitation was most welcome, Mrs. Hamilton,"
Jefferson said with a little bow. Wisps of silver shot through the Virginian's ginger hair, but otherwise he looked much the same as he had all those years before in Philadelphia. Madison bowed too, and spoke with even more formal reserve than normal, a thing that concerned me.
"Mrs. Hamilton, thank you as always for your hospitality."
"Of course," I said, showing them into the dining room, where I'd worried over every detail. Angelica had told me that Jefferson was a connoisseur of fine wine, so I had Papa come and bring his best Madeira. I knew, too, that the new Secretary of State ate little meat, so I planned a menu with an abundance of peas, greens, and vegetables of every variety. I had Jenny set the table with my finest dishes, and everything was so perfect that Angelica would have been proud of me. "Mr. Jefferson, how is your lovely daughter, Patsy?" Jefferson's smile revealed great fatherly pride.
"Patsy has recently married. She's Mrs. Randolph now."
"Well, then we shall add that happy occasion to our list of things to toast this evening," I said.
"A happy occasion indeed, madam,"
said Jefferson, just as Alexander entered the room and greeted our guests. Though Jefferson accepted the seat of honor at the table when my husband made a show of offering it, he said,
"Please, there's no need for formality among old friends, which I feel us all to be, given our past acquaintance and all your sister-in-law has told me of you. In fact, Mrs. Church sent as a gift to me a copy of the Federalist that your amiable wife inscribed for her."
Perhaps it was my own vanity in remembering my part in the publication of those essays that made me ask, "Have you had the opportunity to read them?"
"Indeed,"
Jefferson said with a smile.
"I found it to be the best commentary on the principles of government ever written."
The praise should have made Alexander smile, but neither Madison nor my husband seemed at ease. Fortunately,
Jefferson's good social graces smoothed things over quickly, and he and Alexander fell into such deep discussion and swift agreement about coins and the mint that they did indeed seem like old friends. I was glad for that, but the true aim of the occasion was to mend fences with Jemmy Madison, who hung on Jefferson's every word. When Madison's eyes lifted to the ceiling at a particularly loud shriek from the children's nursery, I moved in to say, "My apologies. I believe that's my daughter. I'm told that little girls are soft and manageable creatures, but mine has a war cry that would make an Iroquois chief proud." Madison chuckled at that, but no more. The man had accepted my invitation as I knew he would. Yet again and again I found it difficult to draw Jemmy into conversation. How had a political disagreement about economic policy so chilled our friendship? Perhaps Alexander was right, and Madison had learned about my husband's machinations against his tariff. While I worried for Madison's mood, Jefferson opined on the virtues of the French people. "I've been fortunate to see in the course of 14 years 2 revolutions as the world has never seen before." Jefferson had a way with words that excited within me the idea that we were living in extraordinary times. My husband, by contrast, seemed less inspired by France's attempts to throw off their monarchy. "As a friend to mankind and liberty, I rejoice in the efforts," Alexander said, "but I fear much for the fate of those caught up in it." Specifically, we worried that harm would come to our friend Lafayette, who was championing the revolution in France. We knew the righteousness of his cause, but the stories of violence in Paris frightened me. I did not believe the French nobles would give up their privileges so easily, and it seemed to me as if the French revolutionaries themselves were beginning to fracture into dangerous rivalries. But Jefferson sipped appreciatively at the Madeira and asked, "Why should you fear it, Secretary Hamilton?" To my great vexation, my husband's eyes traveled the length of the table and settled on Madison. "Because we should all dread destructive and petty disagreements amongst those who once stood united." My wine lodged itself in my throat, and only with a cough and some difficulty did I manage to swallow. If I'd learned anything about Virginians, it was that a thing must be approached with them from the side. So why did my husband insist upon a frontal assault? Hadn't my work in hosting this party been aimed at Alexander's reconciliation with Madison? If not out of regard for their friendship, then at least in consideration of the fact that he was the one man who could thwart my husband's plans? Mr. Jefferson smiled indulgently, appearing to take no notice of the undercurrents. But there was a shrewdness in his eyes that made me think he missed nothing. "I think the present disquiet in France will end well. The nation has been awakened by our revolution. They feel their strength. They are enlightened. Their lights are spreading, and they will not retrograde." His words caused a swell of patriotism within my breast. I have always believed our revolution would be a force of good in the world, that all our suffering and privations would mean more than a new nation for us, but also a new age for mankind. And I thought that Jefferson, a man with such vision, should be a natural ally for my husband. Surely he would understand the magnitude of what Alexander was trying to do, and help in it. "Well said, Mrs. Hamilton." Jefferson gave an extraordinarily sunny smile that filled me with pride. I was, in fact, so swept up in Jefferson's idealism and charm that I understood how Madison could be enthralled by the force of that man's character and charisma. Though I didn't know it then, that force, which made Jefferson so effective as the voice of our revolution, and so rousing as a politician and the father of a political party, was something like love, quite beyond reason. Like the Earth's own poles, Jefferson and my husband had the power to both repel and attract, and I realized now that Madison was trapped between them. pulled to Jefferson as much or maybe even more by that force of charisma as by any alignment of their ideals. But at the time, I only knew that I wanted these men to remember all they had in common, and I lifted my glass in abandonment of all etiquette to the Revolution, to independence, and the Constitution, and to the men at this table, all of whom made them possible. At that, Madison seemed to soften, giving me a private little nod as he joined in the toast. Alexander seemed more cordial, too. "And to the women as well," he said generously. "The good feelings that finally surround us persuaded me to henceforth adopt a policy for the dinners that took place at my table. No man's politics should be held against him, and all were welcome." Conversation flowed with more ease after that, and when Hamilton saw Madison and Jefferson out, he made an invitation of his own. "Gentlemen, let's do this again. Just the three of us. I have some thoughts on the matter of a national capital. Perhaps we can reach a compromise."
Chapter 21. November 1790, Philadelphia. Over a second private dinner of just the three of them, they'd struck a bargain. A grand compromise. Madison yielded, agreeing to get my husband the votes he needed for his financial plan. And on the heels of his victory, Alexander brimmed with excitement, swooping little James into his arms to spin him around. But I was too much the daughter of a Dutchman to think such a victory would come without a price. And what did the Virginians want in exchange? Alexander was suddenly decidedly less giddy.
"I agree to use my influence to move the capital city from New York to the wilderness of the Potomac."
Already imagining the uproar it would cause amongst our New York friends, I tried to reconcile myself to the news. It will take time to build a new city. Surely, in the meantime, we'll remain here. Hamilton shook his head, more than a little frustrated at the outcome. His enemies had whispered that the capital city was to be called Hamiltonopolis, so he'd been forced to give New York up, even as a temporary home for the government, lest he appear to be self-interested. All of us, the congressmen, the senators, the cabinet officers, and their wives, are to pack up and migrate to Philadelphia. I didn't relish upending our life on Wall Street, but there was nothing for it but to close up the house, pack up the children, and sell the chickens. But that autumn, with the move entirely in my command, I was inconsolable. Not to leave New York, but because our faithful Jenny fell prey to yellow fever. It had started as a fever and some aches, and though she insisted she felt better, I sent her back to the pastures for a rest and a visit with her mother. She never made it there. She died on the sloop, it was reported to me, bleeding from the mouth, nose, and eyes, screaming in pain. And I grieved as much that she had died alone without me to tend her, as I would have for a member of my family, which made me deeply ashamed. For I had not treated her with the love and respect someone ought to treat family. Instead, I'd told myself polite lies to disguise the fact that I'd borrowed Jenny. I'd taken her away from her mother at the pastures, and I'd taken her labor and kindness as if I had a right to them. Jenny had been a servant, yes. Why say it politely, even if it was the custom? She was a slave. She'd been my children's nursemaid, and they loved her. She'd also been my helpmate, and I considered her a friend. I should have told her that. No, I should have treated her like a friend. I should have treated her like a person, with the same God-given rights as any other. I should have seen to her freedom. And now it was too late. Papa had joined the New York Manumission Society. He wasn't insensible to the injustice of slavery. He meant to do away with it at the pastures as soon as he could afford to. But even if Papa wouldn't have released Jenny from bondage, I should have paid her a wage,
In guilt and grief over her death, I wanted nothing more to do with slavery. Now I vowed never to own, rent, or borrow another human being. That wasn't enough, of course. Not enough to wipe away the stain on my soul or the everyday injustices of the institution. But I kept true to my vow. I'd been born and raised on a plantation. My happiness had been built on the subjugation of others. My past was tainted with it, no matter what excuses I made for myself. But I could change. The country could change. So I put slavery and New York behind me, in the hopes of bringing about a government that would help guarantee that all men, and perhaps all women, would be treated as equals before the law. Determined to make a fresh start in our new capital, we found ourselves renting a home in Philadelphia on the corner of Walnut and 3rd Streets, not far at all from the theater. Our neighbors were thee and thou Quakers, including Mrs. Dolly Payne Todd, who welcomed us with a warm apple pie from her kitchen. Like my husband, I admired Quaker morals and their anti-slavery stance, but upon hearing of our move, Peggy had complained about Quakers having humorless pretensions to gravity and ostentatious plainness. I thought she'd change her mind if she ever met the vivacious young Mrs. Todd, who even then had such an impeccable sense of style that her dark workaday frock gave the impression of good fashion, its somber hues lightened by a smattering of whimsical Swiss dots. In any case, I was grateful for the pie and the knowledge of a friendly face only a block away on Walnut Street, where, rising up from the red-bricked streets, our snow-dusted, stylish new abode was enclosed by a wrought-iron gate, leading to a yard that provided more than enough elbow room for children, chickens, or even monkeys if we should want them. Much more in keeping with the style to which you grew accustomed as General Schuyler's daughter, my husband boasted as he showed me into the drawing-room, where some expensive French chairs were already invitingly arranged by the fireplace. And best of all, only a block from the new Treasury, such as it is. Alexander was so very proud of himself that I couldn't help but set down my bags, straighten my bodice, and give him a very proper kiss. Well, then, what is to prevent you from tumbling from our bed straight into the chair at your office without so much as running a comb through your hair? I said it only to twit him, but it wasn't far from the truth in the months that followed, where our lovely new house became little more than the place Alexander Hamilton slept, when he slept at all. My husband's mind was filled with the details of establishing American commerce. At breakfast, he muttered about lighthouses, beacons, and buoys. At lunch, if he came home for lunch, it was talk of coins, candle wicks, wool, and manufactures. And before bed, it was banks and paper instruments and international trade. Yet, despite the demands of his position, the gay social life of Philadelphia seemed poised to bring us happiness, especially when we were joined in the new capital just in time for the holiday by James Monroe, who now served as a senator from Virginia. I ran into Monroe almost quite literally at a coffee house, which made us both laugh. With the rich scent of beans making our mouths water, he gave me a flourishing bow. "Can it really be you, Miss Schuyler? Still bundled up against the cold, pink-cheeked and bright-eyed as you were all those years ago when I served you swill in a military camp?" Grinning, I nodded. "Yes, but I remind you that I'm Mrs. Hamilton now, as you well know, and as a mother of 5, I fear I am very much changed from those days." Monroe kissed my hand in courtly and proper fashion. "Well, I do declare you are as lovely as ever, second only to my own Elizabeth." A moment later, the beautiful Elizabeth Courtwright Monroe emerged from a circle of ladies to join us at a table decorated with candles, holly bush, and pine. Together, we watched the snow fall and shared gossip. "The fashions in Philadelphia are so daring,"
Mrs. Monroe said, a little bit scandalized and a little bit delighted. "It's all bare arms and bare bosoms. I hesitate to guess what will be bared next." I laughed. I liked the Monroes. I liked them very much. Together, we visited Philadelphia's famed State House belle in the tower over Independence Hall. We shopped for baubles at the Arcaded Market on High Street. We admired the architecture of the new courthouse. We took our children to the circus together, where acrobats tumbled and clowns made us laugh. And I insisted on having them to the house for dinner, even though my husband grumbled that Monroe had fallen in with the anti-Federalists. That was true. He'd led them in Virginia, arguing that the Constitution ought not be ratified without a Bill of Rights. But now we had a Constitution and a Bill of Rights, and none of it changed the fact that Monroe was our longtime friend. Besides, I held fast to my policy that no man's politics should be held against him at our dinner table. Or I tried to, but circumstances in the months that followed made that increasingly difficult, as the anti-Federalists coalesced into a political party intent on opposing my husband. But Hamilton was, in those days, an unstoppable force of nature. Some said the most powerful man in the government, with Washington as a mere figurehead, just as my sister had predicted. It wasn't true, but my husband did seem invincible. He'd bargained with Madison and Jefferson to bring his financial system into being, and now there was nothing anyone could do about it, except look for vulnerabilities and petty ways to undermine him. They found this in my father, Senator Philip Schuyler. "The anti-Federalists found a way to get their revenge," Papa said quietly. Having moved with us to Philadelphia, quite confident in his re-election to the Senate, Papa now learned of the surprise upset. In the same election that brought James Monroe back into my life as a United States Senator, my father had been defeated, and by, of all people, Aaron Burr. Between our move to Philadelphia, my husband's ascendance in the government, and the Colonel's anti-Federalist leanings, we'd grown apart from the Burrs. But that didn't make his opportunism at Papa's expense any less cutting. And to think, my father had given Burr his start. "Another betrayal," my husband raged, his temper as warm as my father's was cool. And I could not soothe him, because it had begun to feel, even to me, as if we were being abandoned by our friends. Monroe going over to the anti-Federalists, Madison's reluctant support and increasing preference for Jefferson, Burr's disloyalty. Alexander was not wrong to think this was a strike against him, a shot aimed to remove a solid ally in the Senate and wound him personally besides. But it was my father who was the casualty. Poor Papa, who'd already suffered so much indignity in his public career, was now to be discarded by his nation in the wreath of his venerable age. I was mortified that my father should have to suffer for my husband's ambitions, and at the hands of Colonel Burr, whose wife I'd once counted as my friend, and whose family I'd fed at my own table. From the doorway, my 9-year-old son Philip asked, "What will you do now, Grandpapa?" It was a question I dared not ask of my 57-year-old father, who had already fought enough battles, political and otherwise, for a lifetime. So I was surprised to see Papa smile as he summoned his grandson forth and ruffled his hair. "Why, I'll return to Albany and wait for an opportunity to retaliate." That was Papa's way. He was as patient as a politician as he'd been as a general, taking no time to brood over a lost battle, but slowly and steadily moving to gather allies about him and obstruct his enemy's progress until he was ready for another fight. Unfortunately, patience was very much not my husband's way. With the gratifying support of Madison in Congress, my husband had already moved to levy a tax on whiskey, much needed to fund the government's debts.
and we were all relieved that the two architects of the government were once again working in good harmony. But Madison's support was no longer a thing upon which my husband could rely. When Alexander proposed chartering a Bank of the United States, Madison wouldn't go along. Prickling him with every word, my husband explained, "I think Jefferson has him convinced that by establishing a bank in Philadelphia, I mean to go back on the bargain to move the capital." It was, of course, an affront to my husband's honor to be thought to have negotiated in bad faith. And I wondered why Mr. Jefferson, so cordial in mixed company, claiming to view us as old friends, would suspect Alexander of perfidy. Perhaps Jefferson's time in the French court had led him to look for intrigue behind every damasked curtain. But there seemed, to me, a remedy that ought to put Jefferson's mind at ease about my husband's intentions. Why not, then, charter the bank on the Potomac? "We need a bank now," Alexander snapped. Each new loss of a friend and ally had set him ever more on edge and made him dig in his heels until he was nearly insufferable. "Madison is a fool not to realize it." I took a breath and cautioned, "If you express such sentiments in public, of course Madison will oppose your bank. It will be harder for Southerners to invest if it's located in a northern city." "I don't need Madison or the Southerners." It unnerved me to hear the hubris in his voice. "Remember, husband, Madison is the most important man in the Congress." Hamilton's mouth opened as if to list 100 ways in which I was wrong. But then, all at once, his temper broke, and he laughed, drawing me into his arms. "My angel, you are too good and innocent and tender-hearted for me to burden you with this business." His kisses, which rained down upon my face, ought to have been enough to distract me. But something in the way he brushed my concerns aside made me insist. "You need Mr. Madison. You brought the Constitution into existence together, and now you must govern together. You need him." Hamilton's eyes gleamed with triumph. "I don't. I have the votes, even without your papa in the Senate." More kisses trailed down my neck. "So, you see, I don't need Madison, or Monroe, or Jefferson, or Burr. I don't need any of them." His sense of power and confidence was a heady, erotic thing, and I would be lying to say I didn't feel its intoxicating pull. In truth, my husband seemed drunk on it, turning me in his arms so that I was forced to brace myself against the table. Then he raised my skirts. What he wanted, I knew. I wanted it too. It was not only out of a reluctance for more children that I stopped him. I told myself it was also a concern for decency, that he should try to make love in the middle of the day. But there was something else, too. An instinct that he was attempting to master me, and not only for mutual pleasure. I felt suddenly as if, in bending me over this table, I stood in place of all the other frustrations and obstacles in his way. A part of me wished to give in, to be for him a relief and comfort. Certainly, it was my duty as a wife to do so. But I felt some inexplicable assault to my dignity to be taken this way by him in such a mood. "I don't need any of them." There was a recklessness in his words that I felt in his hands, and both unleashed a foreboding in my heart that I wished I'd better heeded. So I turned him away, and perhaps if I hadn't, everything would have been different. February 1791, Philadelphia. "I won't be coming to bed tonight," Alexander said, scarcely looking up from his desk. He'd been gruff since the afternoon I rebuffed his advances, as if no woman had ever refused him anything before. Or perhaps it was simply that he assumed his wife never would. "In truth, I doubt I'll come to bed any night this week," he added. He had an excuse in that President Washington had given him only a week to write up an argument for the necessity and constitutionality of a national bank. "The president knows perfectly well the necessity. My husband had fumed, yet he's allowed the Virginians to shake his resolve. It seemed to me that it was my husband who was shaken, by Mr. Jefferson most of all. Though our tall Virginian Secretary of State spoke eloquently about the ideals of liberty, he was proving to be a stubborn opponent of any practical reforms. He's a landed aristocrat who waxes poetic about the virtues of the common man, Hamilton complained, which might be admirable did he not do it seated in his whirligig chair, sipping the finest wine his inherited wealth can buy, toasting French rioters who shout death to the rich. My husband didn't trust men who spoke of the glory of the Revolution without having fought in it. Even Madison had volunteered briefly in the militia. But soldier or not, Mr. Jefferson was a formidable foe whose strengths were my husband's weaknesses. Jefferson knew how to employ a wise silence and patience. Meanwhile, my husband took too much for granted that he would have everything his way. He'd even taken for granted his own staggering capacity for hard work. For in writing The Federalist, he'd drawn strength from the collaboration. He'd pushed through his own exhaustion and agonies because he had Madison to commiserate and suffer alongside him. He'd had Madison's intellect to challenge him, and Madison's friendship to encourage him. But now he worked alone, almost as if to punish himself for having allowed anyone to share his burdens, as if to remind himself of the stern lesson of his childhood. He ought never trust or depend upon anyone. Which was why I think he refused even my help, except to say, "Bring me a pot of strong coffee." Some nights it was the only thing he said. At least until, in exhaustion and defeat, he confessed that he wouldn't finish before the president's deadline, a thing that had never happened to him before. I went to where he sat with shoulders bunched in pain and gently took the pen from his palsied hand. "Betsy, what are you doing?" "Taking you to bed. In the morning, tell the president that you need another day, and I'll help you." He thanked me with loving gratitude, and when I helped him copy it out the next night, he said all the right words to make me believe he was sincere. He convinced the president. He got his bank. But I think I sensed in him, even then, resentment. Resentment that he hadn't been able to do it himself. That he did need someone, even if it was me. And I believed that's why he sent me and the children away from the heat and bustle of Philadelphia that summer. He insisted, actually. And in those days my husband was not to be denied. Not by Congress, not by the president, and certainly not by me. I'd lived with the consequences of having done it once, and I didn't want to attempt it again. So I spent the summer with my father. That summer. What did Eliza know? That's what everyone wonders, though no one has ever had the gall to ask. If they did, I'd say I knew nothing, and remembered nothing, that it was all entirely beneath my notice. But now, questions bite at me like insects in the night. Before I left for my father's house, was I there at the table, slicing bread for my children to take on our journey, when the woman came to our door with her sad story? Perhaps I was in the kitchen, setting a kettle to boil. I may have looked up over the wrought iron garden fence to wave to our Quaker neighbor, Dolly Todd, as she passed, and I glimpsed instead an ostentatious woman with golden curls. To explain our unexpected visitor, surely my husband said, "Just a poor unfortunate woman, abandoned, in desperate straits." "And you sent her away?" I would have asked. "Is there nothing to be done to help her?" "I'll see what I can do," he would have replied, kissing our children atop their heads. "But after dinner." That's how it started, if the story he told was true. So banal a beginning it would have escaped my memory. But sometimes I fear that I don't remember it because it never happened the way he said it did. That it never happened that way at all.
Chapter 22. September 1791. Philadelphia. After a blissful summer with my family in Albany, I returned to a new house. Situated just across the street from the President's Mansion in Philadelphia, it was bigger and more majestic in every way, with Corinthian pilasters, dentil molding, and arched windows. My new drawing room alone was 25 feet square, and Lady Washington's voice echoed in its empty confines. "How lovely!" It was lovely. It was also more than I thought we could afford on my husband's paltry government salary. But when I expressed this worry, Alexander said he'd taken a loan from Angelica's husband, and that we must keep up appearances. Perhaps Lady Washington agreed, because she leaned in to confide, "I shall be so grateful for you to entertain here in my place." "I could never take your place," I said. Though I knew she was weary and longed for the quiet solitude of Mount Vernon when she confided, "They call me the first lady in the land and think I must be extremely happy, but they might more properly call me the chief state prisoner." I laughed. "Then I certainly would not wish to take your place, even if I could." A sparkle came to her eye. "Oh, but you're too young to deny yourself the pleasure. When I was your age, I enjoyed the innocent gaieties of life. Thanks to the kindness of our numerous friends, my new and unwished-for situation is not too much a burden. That is why I am delighted we are closer neighbors. With a little bit of furnishing, this fine new house shall become the social center of the city." Should that prove true, I would rise to the occasion. I'd learned from my mother how to set a fine table and behave with decorum. I'd learned from my sister how to dress and to flatter. I now knew how to preside over a grand salon, and Hamilton expected no less from me. "It will need lights," I said fretfully, hoping that my sister could send me elegant chandeliers and torchères from London. Rustic lights and lanterns would not do for the Secretary of the Treasury, for whom our previous abode had become suddenly unbearable. Too small for a growing family, my husband said. Too small for a man of his stature, he meant. A man whose portrait now hung in City Hall. A man whose department of government was growing every day, and whose power grew larger with it. Certainly, my husband's physical stature had become somewhat larger. Sedentary toil had taken its toll, but I rather liked the softer lines of Alexander's face and the new weight of his arms around me, as if it somehow made his need for me more substantial. In truth, I liked it so well that when the winter's snow came, I wasn't surprised to discover I was again with child. And my husband startled at my suggestion for a name, should it be a boy. "John." "After your friend," I said, gently, hoping to please him. But instead of it drawing him closer to me, he stared into the distance. To prevent the complete retreat that any mention of John Laurens inevitably occasioned, I quickly added, "And after my brother-in-law. If Church brings Angelica home, I could forgive him everything. It cannot hurt to remind the man of his family bonds in America." Hamilton nodded slowly. "Clever. I fear I have finally corrupted you and turned you into a politician." "Never," I replied, for I was still sometimes too earnest for the insincerity and idle gossip that served as currency amongst politicians and their wives. I disliked immensely the game I called Who is Out of Fashion, in which the ladies of the town seemed to collectively decide who must be shunned for some embarrassing faux pas, exaggerated slight, or even for wearing the wrong gown. Lady Washington's dignity was such that she transcended the game, and my dear Hamilton teased that I was too much of an angel to know the rules. But I did know the rules of the game. I just didn't wish to play.
especially not now, when my husband was a man of fraying nerves. Darting in and out of the house for meetings at irregular hours, short-tempered with the children, even the girls, whom he doted on. If I didn't know his urgency about the country's business, and a vengeful obsession with keeping Aaron Burr from running for governor of New York, I might have suspected something nefarious afoot. Especially when, one afternoon in December of 1792, my husband advised me not to answer the door to strangers when he wasn't at home. "Are we in some danger?" I asked. Snapping open a Gazette, Alexander said, "It's only that I have enemies in this city who would be happy to abuse my wife's ears, and you're too far gone with child to risk any unhappiness." I didn't doubt that he had enemies. A new partisan newspaper had been started with, as its sole aim, the destruction of my husband and his policies. And there were whispers that the paper was funded by none other than Mr. Jefferson, though I disbelieved he'd stooped to it. All my husband's plans, all his schemes, were working. The promises of stability and prosperity finally being realized by our countrymen. And yet, the anti-federalists saw in him some manner of corrupt, power-hungry upstart, intent upon crushing the rights of our states and enriching the North at the South's expense. They used pseudonyms, but we knew the identity of at least one of the writers because perhaps no one else in the world had better cause to know Madison's writing than we did. And it had crushed Hamilton's spirits to see our old friend's formidable pen turned against us. Still, I didn't fear little Jemmy Madison coming to my door to berate me. I couldn't even imagine such an absurdity, and if it came to pass, I should have no difficulty driving him off with a frying pan, so I couldn't fathom my husband's fears. "You're sure it's not more than that? When Loyalists came to abduct Papa, we were better off for having been forewarned. If I should need to fear a tomahawk splintering our stair rail, I'd rather you tell me." Hamilton grimaced, as if not realizing I was making a jest. "Just don't open the door to strangers." December 12th, 1792, Philadelphia. I shouldn't be able to remember the chill in my bones that wintry night, or the little mewling cries of my newborn who awakened me for milk. But I do remember. I remember how I climbed from our bed and took the candle into the nursery, only to find my daughter Anna already there, staring out the window that overlooked the street. "Bad men are coming to get us, Mama," she whispered, standing at the window. With a freckled nose and dark auburn hair, she was an imaginative child who invented beautiful songs and countless ways to amuse herself. But like her father, she was easily agitated. "Why are you awake, my darling? No one is coming. It's only your dreams." I shooed her back to bed before I saw them. Two shadowy men lingering across the way near the president's house. They stooped in the darkness against a low brick wall, the light of a lantern between them, their breaths puffing into the air. Then a newcomer joined, a lady, though no woman of good reputation would be on the streets alone with two men at this hour. They bent their heads, motioning toward our house. Then these plotters, these obvious ne'er-do-wells, sent her, a slender slip of a thing, to climb our icy stairs and rap at our front door. "Don't open the door to strangers." Still cradling our babe, I remembered my husband's admonition, and a shudder ran through me as I realized how easily he might be lured outside by a young woman pretending at distress. Rushing to our room, I found Alexander already donning a robe. "Don't answer," I said, hurriedly telling him what I'd seen. "I'm sure it's nothing," he replied, retrieving a pistol, one I hadn't guessed he kept in a drawer by the bed until that very moment. "But I will be cautious." I stood at the landing, listening as he made some low murmuring answer to the woman at the door, sending her away.
But when he didn't come back up, I went down to find him seated on the bottom stair, his head in his hands. I went to him, filled with dread. "What is it? What's happened?" I took his hand. That's when I realized he was cold, his fingers gone to ice, and given his obvious torment, I could do nothing but guess. Good news did not come in the dead of night. Remembering how learning of John Lawrence's death had so devastated Alexander, I could only imagine the news was of a similar nature now. So I feared it was Lafayette, another brother-at-arms who last we'd heard awaited execution in a prison. Contrary to Mr. Jefferson's sunny predictions, the French Revolution had taken a very dark turn. A political faction calling themselves Jacobins had somehow seized the reins of government, arrested the French king, and condemned Lafayette as a traitor. Our French friend had fled France, but had been captured and imprisoned in neighboring Austria, last we heard. "Is he dead?" I asked, my throat tightening with emotion as I knelt beside my husband, preparing for bitter grief. For a time, it had seemed as if we could save Lafayette. My husband supported the president's effort to formally request Lafayette's release. Our ambassadors, William Short and Governor Morris, tried to negotiate his freedom. In London, Angelica recruited rescuers to break Lafayette out of prison. Even Secretary Jefferson discovered a loophole by which payment for Lafayette's war service could be sent for the upkeep of his family. Lafayette was the one thing all American factions agreed upon. But now I feared all efforts to save him had failed. "Has he been executed?" "Who?" Alexander asked blankly. "The Marquis," I said, as much bewildered as relieved. "Have you received news?" "Bad news," he said, "but not of Lafayette. There is something I must tell you, my angel." I nodded, steeling myself, even as relief flooded through me that it was no bad news about our friend, and I hoped he still survived. "There's been a fraud in the Treasury Department involving stolen war pensions." I let out a breath, for it was merely a government matter, though why such a thing would be communicated in the midnight and by a woman at that I couldn't imagine. "How terrible. I hope the culprits may be prosecuted to the full extent." "They won't be," Alexander replied, his voice now as shaky as his hands. 3 of Mr. Jefferson's partisans have, as a consequence of this, begun an investigation into my conduct. "Your conduct?" I asked, stunned. My husband's gaze fell away. He tried to speak, but from that notoriously eloquent mouth came naught but silence. In the hurry to put together a Treasury Department, my husband had trusted the wrong people. His former assistant had only recently been thrown into debtor's prison for speculation schemes, setting off a financial panic. Now, some corrupt clerk had stolen government documents right under Alexander's nose. "They're going to blame you." Hamilton glanced at me, then away again. "They'll blame me for the fraud and for anything else they can lay at my doorstep. Speculation, corruption. These are the charges." Suddenly my husband leaped to his feet, pacing, while I tried to rub the chill from my arms. "And Jefferson's paper once called me a cowardly assassin who strikes in the night." I thought to quiet him so as not to wake the children, but it was better to see him angry than anguished, better by far. My husband was quite possibly the most combative man I knew, and if he was ready to fight, he would win. "Have a word with Madison," I suggested. "Whatever your disagreements, he knows your character and—" "Madison is my personal and political enemy now," Alexander insisted. "To think I once mistook him as being naive but incorruptible. The sort of man who has so many slaves at his beck and call that he's seldom had so much as to wipe himself clean in the privy." "That's hardly fair," I said. I knew he was angry with Madison. I was too.
But I didn't want to believe we were enemies. Isn't it? Madison has fallen entirely under the spell of Jefferson's utopian philosophies. Either that, or Madison has always been a facile, deceitful little man. He won't help me. At a loss as to what else to do, I followed my husband into his study, where broken feather pens littered his desk, and an untidy stack of books made me feel a neglectful housekeeper. My hands to my face, I shook my head. Alexander, none of this makes any sense. Why would a woman come to the house in the middle of the night to tell you this? On a groan, he braced against the top of his desk. They must have believed it was the only way I'd open the door. I heard what he said, but his explanation only added to my confusion. But why would they use a woman to communicate the charges? Who are these investigators? Monroe is one, Hamilton answered, bitterly. Well, that was some good news. Whatever the other Virginians might do, Monroe had fought in the war beside my husband. He'll exonerate you when he finds no evidence of wrongdoing. He might chastise you for hiring scoundrels, but he'll see you're not guilty. Guilty. That word made my husband wince. Why should that be? He wasn't guilty. He couldn't be guilty. Not my honorable husband. He could never be involved in a scheme to cheat soldiers' families and defraud the Treasury. And yet, he stared bleakly out the frosted window onto the now empty street. Alexander, tell me you had nothing to do with these swindlers. I expected he'd fly into high dudgeon at the mere suggestion. At the very least, he should have turned to shout, "Good God, woman, is that what you think of me?" But instead, to my increasing dread, the man who was almost never at a loss for words still said nothing. The bottom of my stomach fell away. I could not, would not believe that my husband would steal from the Treasury, for even if he were such a knave, such a blackguard, he was a man of such brilliance and easy financial connections that he could find 1,000 untraceable ways to make a fortune. Yet in the back of my mind, a treasonous thought lingered. Is this why he thought we could afford a new and bigger house? All at once, my husband said my name with another groan. Betsy, my God, what have I done? With that, he sank to his knees, pressing his cheek against my belly in supplication, and I felt heartsick. What had he done? To see my husband, my strong, proud husband, who could face bayonets and cannon fire on his knees before me, was too much. Not knowing what else to do, I stroked his hair. And then, to my horror, he wept. I'm sorry. So sorry. Oh, no, Alexander. Tears pricking at my eyes in a panic, I insisted. You didn't betray your country. You couldn't. I didn't betray my country. He made fists of my sleeping gown as he rasped, I betrayed you. It all came out then, in a pleading, impassioned confession, as if he were arguing before judge and jury. But I heard it as if through a tunnel, as if I'd floated away and watched us from a distance. A woman had come to our door more than a year ago with a tale of woe, abandoned by an abusive husband and left in a strange city with her little daughter. A story tailor-made to appeal to my husband's sensibilities. My husband, the bastard of just such an abandoned woman. My husband, the special patron of orphaned children. Suddenly, the woman sent to our door made much more sense. It was a trap, he explained, his eyes imploring me. My enemies must have known I would feel pity for her circumstances. This woman, this Maria Reynolds, she pleaded for money, just enough to return to her Livingston relations in New York. The Livingstons. Kitty's family was somehow a part of this? I took her for a respectable lady, Alexander continued, at least until I delivered the money to her at her house, where she led me to her bedroom and— "Oh, God," I murmured, a wave of nausea washing over me. How had it taken me this long to understand what he was confessing? Adultery. He was confessing adultery. Sweet, saintly, stupid Betsy. "Look hard enough and there's always a woman," my sister had said. And I'd dismissed it, smugly refusing to believe anything or anyone could ever come between us. Now, Hamilton looked up with tears in his eyes. "My darling, please." "Oh, God," I said again, jerking away from the grip of his hands. Hands that I'd supposed to have touched only me since we'd wed. His hands, his lips, his— He clutched me like a drowning man, still explaining. "Mr. Reynolds discovered his wife's infidelity and threatened to tell you if I didn't pay him." He kept talking and talking now. But I could scarcely hear a word because my mind whirled in a tornado of questions and confusion. Was Maria Reynolds beautiful? Even Angelica agreed that Alexander appreciated beautiful art, beautiful furniture, beautiful music. My husband had an eye for beauty in everything. Oh, God! Was that Mrs. Reynolds who'd been at our door just now? "Betsy, you must believe me," Hamilton pleaded. "It was done by design to tempt me." He wanted some answer of me, some reply, but I was too much in a daze, too lost in a barrage of brutal imaginings. Did he kiss the back of her neck, the way he kissed mine? Did she smell of sweet perfume or a lustful feminine musk instead of milk and sweat and motherhood like me? Hamilton finally rose and pressed his forehead to mine. "You must say something, my angel, if only to condemn me for the sinner I am. You must say something." But I said nothing at all, because words were his weapon. Silence was mine, and he couldn't win an argument if I didn't start one. Instead, in agony, I slipped from his grasp and seemed to float up the stairs, light and insubstantial, as if I meant nothing to anyone, not even myself. I'd been the woman Alexander Hamilton chose to love, and was, therefore, of consequence in the world. What was I now? Inconsequential. If this story was true, if it was real and not some nightmare, I couldn't shake myself awake, but perhaps if I went back to sleep. And so I scooped our newborn baby into my arms and crawled back into bed. But then I got back up and turned the key in the lock to keep my husband out. "Betsy," knocking followed. "Please open the door." The humility in my husband's voice, a voice that was never humble, told me it was no dream or nightmare. And in any case, I hadn't slept. For that matter, neither had he. He'd been calling quietly for several hours now, and I'd been pretending not to hear. I couldn't bear to see him. The only person I wanted to see was Angelica. The only person I could tell. The only person who would understand and keep my secret. Could I go to her? Simply wander in my sleeping gown to the docks and sail across the sea to my sister's arms? I supposed that was a fantasy, much like the life I'd been living, believing in a man who'd betrayed me. This man who'd allowed me to believe that I knew him so intimately. He was a stranger. It was only after nursing the baby, passing water into a chamber pot and washing my hands and face, that I finally unlocked the bedroom door to find Hamilton there, his eyes bloodshot. "Well?" I asked, wondering what he could possibly have to say for himself. "I must dress," he whispered apologetically. "I have an early appointment." Of course he did. Alexander Hamilton was a very important man, and I was just a betrayed wife. The business of the government and his all-important administration would go on. So I sat at the edge of the bed, careful not to disturb our sleeping son, and watched my husband dress. At the appearance of his strong, well-formed arms, his naked torso as he stripped off his sleeping garments, I felt a stab of renewed pain. He was still as handsome as he'd been as a young officer, perhaps more so now, with a little gray at his temples, wearing a mantle of gravitas. Any woman would want him. Every woman did want him. And once, at least, he'd wanted them back. An instinct I'd been naive enough to believe love and piety held at bay in the dozen years since we'd taken our vows. Now I couldn't stand the sight of him, so my gaze fell to our son. Was her child there when you made love to her? We both startled at my question, for I hadn't meant to speak. And I doubt those were the words he'd expected to hear from me. Dear God, Betsy, it wasn't love. I've told you. You said she had a daughter. I broke in, unwilling to allow him to make a jury argument. Where was the child when you went to this woman's bed? A flush of scarlet crept up his bared chest. The child was sleeping behind a curtain. You must understand, it was a very squalid little apartment, to give the impression... He trailed off, perhaps realizing that the picture he painted didn't make a better case. It was a sin. He knew adultery was against the laws of God. I'd be lying to say that the sin against the Lord pained me more than the sin against me. But I didn't feel worthy enough in this moment to think his crimes against me merited notice. For he'd made true every ugly bit of gossip I'd ever heard or read about in the papers, and they all rushed back to me now. He's a ginger tomcat. I doubt I'm the only lady to which he has pleaded. But the war... He'll surrender his sword to any pretty girl who wants it. 3 by my count in the last month alone. He will not be bound by even the most solemn of all obligations, wedlock. I'd prided myself on being such a practical woman. But I suppose I must have been a dreamer to believe that ours was a marriage of true hearts. And now, as all my illusions were most cruelly stripped away, I found that I couldn't ask the questions I wanted to ask for fear of the answer. Is she prettier? More interesting? Do I not satisfy him? Had I ever satisfied him? Was it only the one time? Was it only the one woman? I'd be a fool to ask, and I didn't want to be a fool ever again. They want to ruin me with this, Betsy. He sat beside me. They can't win an argument against me. They can't win a vote against me. So they used the only true weakness I have. You. As if I were the liability. I gave an indignant little snort. I mean nothing to you. He winced. Never say it. You're my angel, my beloved. I am not beloved, I hissed, lurching off the bed away from him. You are, he insisted, coming to take my chin and forcing me to look at him. It would never have come to this if I didn't love you, after all. I quite nearly slapped his hand away. Was he blaming me? I was struck with a memory of the time I refused him when he bent me over the table, of nights I'd been tired or suffered a headache or was preoccupied with the children. A wife had a duty to satisfy her husband's needs, and this I'd apparently not done. But the only thing worse than to hear him blame me now would be to accept the blame. I simply refused. Faced with my quiet, defiant fury, he reached to tuck a tendril of hair behind my ear, but I flinched, and he dropped his hand. Betsy, they could never have blackmailed me if it weren't for my love for you. Your happiness is most dear to me. How could I, but with extreme pain, wish to inflict you with this confession? The confession is not what afflicts me. He cleared his throat. You're the only person I dread to disappoint. If Reynolds had threatened me with death, I'd have faced it more manly than the specter of hurting you. To prevent that, I would have paid nearly any price. I don't believe you, I whispered, seething. Yes, you do. Hamilton said. "And you must forgive me."
"Oh, must I?"
The look I gave him should have turned him to stone. Somehow it did not. "I surrendered to temptation, and I ask your forgiveness. Remember, Betsy, that you are a Christian." That he should dare throw that in my face. Yes, God commanded forgiveness. Perhaps that should have been enough to soften my heart and resign me to the difficulties of this marriage that I'd undertaken in the Lord's name. But it wasn't. Wrapping my arms around myself, as if to guard from the chill in my own voice, I asked, "Would you forgive me if I surrendered to such temptation?" He reeled back like a man kicked by a horse. It was a moment before he could even muster the composure to argue.
"An unfaithful husband cannot be compared to an unfaithful wife, whose actions cast doubt on the legitimacy of their children."
And what man would— He stopped abruptly, before he said worse. But I had a suspicion as to what he'd been thinking, and rounded on him. "If you think I've not had need of avoiding the affections of other men, I disabuse you of that notion now." No, of course that is not—" His color deepening, he interrupted himself to ask, "What men? Name these men who have pressed affections on my wife, and I shall call them out." "Call them out?" I laughed darkly. "You, prostrate with your own crimes, shall call for a duel of honor?" Our voices awakened the baby, who gave a stretch and half-hearted cry before settling again. My husband was too clever a man not to realize his blunder, but was too hot-tempered to retract. Instead, he took me by the arms and gave me a little shake. "Let us reach an understanding, you and I. You would never betray me, Betsy. It isn't in you. But I would forgive you if you did. Do you understand? I'd forgive you anything so long as you loved me, for love is the power that binds us. That and our children and the life we have together." "I'd forgive you anything so long as you loved me." He'd turned upon me the full blaze of his extraordinary blue eyes, the heat of his body, the power of his charisma and an appeal to our love, and yet, I whispered, "I don't believe you." His grip tightened. "You do believe me. I've caused you pain, but I love you. Deep in your heart, you know it's true." What did that matter? My heart, after all, had proved to be an untrustworthy instrument. The only thing I could rely upon was my head and cold, hard reason, and so I asked, "What price did you pay? You said you paid the man. How much?" He swallowed hard and stared a long moment. "Just over $1,000. Nearly a third of his income in any given year. A sum so shocking that I pushed his hands away. "Please tell me, at the very least, it was your own money," I bit out. "God, of course. I couldn't bear for you to find out, Betsy. Would a man who did not love you pay so much?" He meant this to be a branch for me to cling to while I drowned in humiliation. I grasped at it, only for my sanity. "Well, now I know. So they have nothing more to hold over you." He blanched. "They do. That's why he was at the door last night. Reynolds has been released from jail, but if I don't get him clear of the fraud charges, he'll tell a story to the investigators. I cannot do what he wishes, but I will meet with him this morning and persuade him to keep quiet anyway." Now we come to the real reason for this confession, I thought. He's been forced to it. For there was, indeed, something Hamilton dreaded more than my discovery of his infidelity, and that was an end to his administration. He believed that in these early years of the American experiment, faith in him was the same as faith in the government he served. That if Hamilton was thought to be corrupted, the system he built would collapse. Alas, I couldn't say that he was wrong. Now, spent of his confessions, my husband eased himself back upon the bed and nestled our baby boy in his arms. Stroking Johnny's peach-fuzz head, Hamilton whispered, "I know I've done wrong, Betsy. Even if you forgive me, I cannot forgive myself for risking that our children be thought the descendants of a thief who stole from the country he was entrusted to defend. I have only ever wished to give my sons an honorable name in which to take pride. An honorable name. It's all my husband ever wanted. And when his father hadn't given it to him, he made one for himself out of nothing but sweat and courage. Now that name belonged to our children, and should our children suffer for their father's sins? Though I should be weeping, in that moment I was too numb to fall to pieces. For a long moment, my head was a maelstrom of confusion. But then clarity stole through. You cannot rely on your blackmailer to keep quiet. Better to summon the investigators, tell them the truth, and throw yourself upon their mercy as gentlemen to keep your private failings in confidence. Summon them here? Hamilton's eyes flew open. With you and the children? I nodded, swallowing over fury and pain. Invite them into our home. Let them see me and your little ones. Remind them who will pay the price for wagging tongues. As if apprehending what I'd have to endure, he groaned. I couldn't ask you to do this for me. Good thing, because I would not do it for you. I would do it for my children. It was, after all, the only wise politic choice. And Alexander Hamilton had, at long last, made me a politician. Chapter 23. Reynolds, Reynolds, Reynolds. As I kneaded dough, I couldn't get the name out of my head. Sure, I could place it. Maria Reynolds was a harlot, my husband insisted. A woman whose husband prostituted her. A woman beneath my contempt. I imagined her as a dainty sparrow of a thing, the kind who might flutter about, as if with a broken wing in need of tending.
Ought I do the same when the investigators came to my house?
I was broken in earnest, heartbroken, and perhaps if I showed that heartbreak, it would evoke sympathy. Or perhaps it would subject me to their laughter. James Monroe would never laugh at me, I thought. In loyalty to my husband, I'd never attempted to untangle or name my feelings for Monroe or his for me, but I'd always believed our connection to be deeper and more complicated than friendship. Monroe was the first man to stir romantic feelings in my breast, a man with whom I felt a kinship in wanderlust and passion for the cause. He would have never broken my heart, nor would have Tench Tillman for that matter, if I'd made a match with either of them. Good soldiers, solid gentlemen with respectable upbringings and a concern for morality, I wouldn't be suffering this now. But I'd chosen Alexander Hamilton. A fact I reminded myself of as I methodically scraped the loaf of sugar for a confection I couldn't taste, for the world had become devoid of flavor. I could scarcely see color, which made it a trial to choose what to wear. If I wore something dark and plain, would the investigators feel sorrier for me? Or perhaps I should wear my gauzy white dress, the one that left less of my body to the imagination, so they'd think my husband a fool for betraying me. I was never a beauty.